Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully traversing the Dope universe, fulfilling the system's mission, and embarking on the pinnacle of life. Xiao Huo, system sister, I do not wish to ascend to the pinnacle of life. I am not that kind of person. System, no, you are. Chapter 1. In the Dope universe, I am indeed the protagonist. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully traversing the Dope universe. The host can accomplish system tasks and reach the pinnacle of life. Surrounding him are picturesque mountains and clear waters, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Xiao Huo stands in place, absorbing the sweet voice of the adorable girl. Xiao Huo's eyes brighten with excitement. He has crossed over. The system is a sister? Does that not inspire a bold idea? Ding! Successfully detected the host's inappropriate thoughts. Upon assessment, the host possesses the qualifications to become a time traveler. Congratulations, host, on officially becoming a time traveler. The system's charming voice resonates. System sister, I am wrong. Xiao Huo protests, asserting that even though the system is a sister, it should not assume he is that sort of person. Though he's a time traveler, how could his character be lacking? Is he the type to be interested in flirting? Absolutely not. This system is merely a virtual persona. Your thoughts are of no consequence. However, the female protagonists of the Dope universe are indeed real. The system's voice emerges. The Dope universe. Xiao Suner, Xiao Yu, Nailin Yinran, Yun Yun, Little Medicine Fairy, Medusa, Yafei Ziyan. So many sisters? What does that have to do with me? Xiao Huo remarks. With his character, would he truly have thoughts about so many female protagonists? Xiao Huo smiles faintly, yet his heart brims with anticipation. The three essential elements of a time traveler are to show off, flirt, and deal with Xiao Yan. As a time traveler, he cannot lack any of these elements. If he could engage with the female protagonists of the Dope universe, such as Yafei, Xiao Suner, Xiao Yu, and Yun Yun. No, what am I thinking? Xiao Huo temporarily casts aside thoughts of the beautiful sisters from Dopa. With his good looks and intelligence, he naturally aims to achieve great things in the Dope universe, rather than be confined to matters of romance. As for those numerous sisters, Xiao Huo smiles gently. One cannot doubt his character. In the Dope universe, the most important task is to confront Xiao Yan. That scoundrel Xiao Yan. Xiao Huo has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. How shameless is he? Suner and Xiao Yu have suffered greatly because of him. Utterly shameless. Xiao Huo sighs. This foolish Xiao Yan is a disgrace to the identity of a time traveler. If he were in charge, he would never resort to such despicable means. What a shame. The host is indeed a talented individual. Such a rich inner world perfectly aligns with the system's notion of a time traveler. The system's voice resounds. How could this be? Though I'm a time traveler, I still possess dignity. Xiao Huo asserts with righteous indignation. After all, he has worked hard to traverse here, and yet the system's sister doubts him. He must at least consider whether the sister is attractive or not. All right, enough of that. Let's simplify the process. The system is truly bothersome. Without it, I would have already flown to the Xiao family to meet Suner. Xiao Huo chuckles, feeling a flicker of anticipation. If one were to ask who the female protagonist of the Dope universe is, it is undoubtedly the exceptionally intelligent and beautiful Suner, one of Xiao Huo's favorite girls. If he could have her by his side, how delightful it would be. Walking down the street, countless people would envy him. The host is indeed that kind of person. The system jestingly remarks. Nonsense. I'm going to meet Suner for the purpose of cultivation. Do you understand cultivation? Xiao Huo declares, determined not to let the system question his character. If only the system's sister were not still in a virtual state. With this system present, the host need not engage in cultivation. The system's voice echoes. Ding! Successfully altered the history of Dopa. Successfully assigned an identity to the host. A common descendant of a Xiao family in Wutan City, orphaned. The host has successfully attained the cultivation level of Dohuang. To upgrade further, tasks must be completed to gain experience points. The system's sister's voice announces. Xiao Huo's eyes gleam as he feels his cultivation surge dramatically. With the system, life is truly splendid. Xiao Huo smiles. He is the protagonist, the ultimate protagonist of the entire continent. Not only does he surpass the figures of the Dope universe, but even the system's sister must bow to him. As for Xiao Yan, his fate is obvious. There is no need for elaboration. What a waste of talent. Since the game begins with a waste, let it be he who transforms Xiao Yan into a true waste. What about old Yao? What about the soul? All must be taken away. Even Xiao Yan cannot compare to Xiao Huo. After all, he has read 3,000 novels and knows all the tricks. More importantly, they're the female protagonists of the Dope universe, especially Suner, Yun Yun, Nailin Yinran. The list is endless. However, he must take things one step at a time. feelings must be cultivated gradually. His current identity is that of a disciple of the Xiao family, and it is time to return to the Xiao family. The proud daughter of Yinlan's sect, Nalan Yinran, will soon come to the Xiao family to annul their engagement. Xiao Huo smiles. He truly looks forward to the life that lies ahead. Ding, main quest initiated. I implore you, host, to gain the favor of Yafei, while simultaneously ensuring that Xiao Yin is unable to auction the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Task accomplished. Reward: 1,000 experience points, 100 skill points. The skill points can be utilized for a lottery or to upgrade the system. Currently, the system is at level 1. Upon reaching level 10, it can transform into a humanoid form. The voice of the system resonated. Xiao Huo could not help but brighten at the thought. The system's lady could take on a human shape? Hello, dear system sister, are you beautiful? Xiao Huo inquired, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. You shall find out in due time, host, but first, the task must be completed. The existence of this system is entirely dedicated to serving you, even when it attains a humanoid form. The system's voice echoed. The system's sister must be exceedingly lovely, Xiao Huo remarked, feeling a twinge of lewdness. He must not tarnish the dignity of time traveler, particularly in front of Sun Er, for pursuing her in the dopey universe is an endeavor fraught with challenges. One must maintain decorum. The initial task is to seek out Yafei at the middle auction. When Xiao Yin arrives at the auction later and finds himself unable to sell the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, will he be incensed? A smile spread across Xiao Huo's face, filled with anticipation. Soon, he would seize everything from Xiao Yin. Even with Sun Er from the ancient clan, Xiao Huo had his methods. Though it would be somewhat challenging, it is precisely the difficulty that renders it compelling. Open the panel, said Xiao Huo. A stream of data materialized within his mind. Host name, Xiao Huo. Age, 18. Gender, male. Cultivation level, peak Do Huang. Harem none. Favorability. The female protagonists of Do but currently harbor no favor towards the host. Please strive harder. Skill points. 0. Backpack, 20 chi gathering pills, 10 healing pills, 10 experience pills, and a novice gift pack. Xiao Huo glanced at his panel and could not help but chuckle. He could not yet gauge his favorability. Naturally, Sun Er, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Mei of the Xiao family likely did not recognize him. He was merely a stranger among the clan's disciples. However, this was inconsequential. He was poised to undertake his first system task. Head to the middle auction and meet Yafei. With these pills, gaining the attention of the middle auction would be a trivial matter, following Xiao Yan's path, rendering him without an avenue to traverse. A grin spread across Xiao Huo's face. He was arriving in the Dopi universe. In this life, he would be the protagonist of the Dopa realm. Chapter 2. Is this the enchanting Yafei? Xiao Huo wandered through the bustling streets of Wutan City, incognito. The city was teeming with young men and women, and indeed, within the realm of Dopa, numerous captivating maidens could be found. Even those who were not the protagonists possessed remarkable beauty. Xiao Huo chuckled to himself, gazing at the women on the street, marveling at their allure. In a world governed by cultivation, many young ladies possessed slender figures, and one could only imagine the exquisite sensation of holding them close. You may indulge yourself if you wish, the system's voice chimed in. Not a chance. How could I harbor any thoughts about mere passerby maidens? Xiao Huo shook his head. Despite the stunning beauty surrounding him, he had no intention of approaching them indiscriminately, for they were merely ordinary women. The illustrious Yafei from the Mitre Auction House must surely be even more striking, not to mention the clever and charming Sun Er, or the enchanting Xiao Yu, who possessed heavenly long legs. Xiao Huo felt an eager anticipation to visit the Xiao family and meet them. Host, you should focus on completing your tasks first. Achieving your objectives is no simple feat, the system reminded him. Tasks can wait. I need to acclimatize myself to this world first. After meeting Yafei, I shall seek out Sun Er. Surely, the current Sun Er is breathtakingly beautiful, Xiao Huo mused. Still wandering the streets of Wutan City, yet to return to the Xiao family. There was a more pressing matter at hand. He must first meet Yafei. Completing the system's initial task and earning skill points was paramount. A mere visit to the Xiao family to see Sun Er was trivial. Pursuing her would prove far more challenging than wooing Yafei. Moreover, in a few days, there would be a test of Do Qi, an event Xiao Huo eagerly anticipated, particularly the spectacle of Xiao Yin being publicly humiliated. Of course, he could also intervene. At the Mitre Auction House, the hall was packed to capacity. A sea of eager faces. Xiao was settled into a corner, affording himself the best view of Yafei. Excited whispers rippled through the crowd. Wow! Today, Yafei herself will preside over the auction. She is simply mesmerizing. How wonderful it would be to win her affection. Don't be ridiculous. Yufei is mine. Huh. A bunch of lecherous fools. You think you can win Yufei as hard? I'm here to purchase a chi-enhancing pill. The chi-enhancing pill, a first-grade elixir, was quite costly. Yet, the priority for many was simply to behold their goddess, Yufei. You have no idea how long I've waited just to see her, exclaimed several young heirs, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Throughout Wutan City, it was common knowledge that the most alluring woman was none other than Yufei from the Mitre Auction House. Her beauty had captured the attention of countless young scions. If one were to designate the first beauty in Wutan City, it would naturally be Xiao Suner. However, Suner was rather naive and seldom ventured out, which diminished her fame compared to Yufei's. Each appearance of Yufei at the Mitre Auction House sent waves of excitement throughout the crowd. Of course, Yufei did not preside over every auction. She only graced events featuring valuable items. Oh my goddess! My goddess! She is far more important than any chi-enhancing pill. If I could win her affection, I'd trade anything for it. Many young heirs exchanged fervent words, clearly united by one common goal, to meet Yufei. This demonstrates the immense renown Yufei held within Wutan City. Since time immemorial, heroes have adored beautiful women, and it seems even the most unrefined have their affections. The atmosphere in the auction hall was electric, and Xiao Huo sat back, wearing a confident smile. He had known of Yufei's fame only through the original text. Now, he was experiencing firsthand the multitude yearning to catch a glimpse of her. The number of suitors vying for Yufei's attention was staggering. It was a pity that the foolish Xiao Yan had squandered his opportunity. As a transmigrator, how could Xiao Huo allow such chances to slip through his fingers? He was determined to pursue any beautiful maiden, and Yufei was no exception. The anticipation of seeing her beauty was palpable. Alas, no matter how much you all adore Yufei, she is destined to be mine, Xiao Huo mused internally, though he kept his thoughts to himself. His heart swelled with joy. As a transmigrator, winning Yufei's affection was a certainty. With his cultivation level, he could woo any woman in Wutan City, barring perhaps Suner, who presented a more formidable challenge. After all, Dohuang cultivation was hardly impressive among the ancient clans. However, there was no need to fret over cultivation levels. By the time Xiao Huo encountered the ancient clans, he might already have ascended to Dodi. Would Gu Yuan not kneel before him to offer his daughter in marriage? Lost in delightful imaginings, Xiao Huo reveled in the privileges of being a transmigrator. First, he needed to complete the initial task, after which Xiao Yan would never again have the opportunity to collaborate with the Mitre Auction House. He could hardly wait to see how Xiao Yan would regain his cultivation. Seated in the auction hall, Xiao Huo awaited Yufei's arrival with an air of calm. There was no rush. Time was on his side. With 3 days remaining until the Doqi assessment, there was ample opportunity to accomplish many things. Meeting Yufei could be savored at leisure. Subtlety is key. Winning hearts is preferable to mere conquest. Xiao Huo understood this well. As he smiled, he realized that from the moment he arrived in the Dopa continent, the course of its history would inevitably change. Just as he was lost in thought, a wave of cheers erupted in the auction hall. My goddess has arrived. Ah, Yufei, Yufei. She is stunningly beautiful. Step aside. I want to see what Yufei is wearing today. Move aside, don't block my view of the goddess. A chorus of jubilant exclamations filled the air. Many had come solely for Yufei. To catch a glimpse of her was indeed a rare privilege. Not everyone could be graced with her presence. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, observing the reactions of those around him, unperturbed. In a contest of wealth, none could rival him. In a display of martial prowess, no one could surpass him either. Gaining Yufei's attention would be a trivial endeavor. Naturally, there was no need to rush. He would first admire Yufei's beauty. As the auction commenced, a fragrant breeze swept through the hall, captivating all in attendance. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen, to the auction hall. A sweet, melodic laugh resonated throughout the venue, sending shivers of excitement through the hearts of the attendees. At the center of the auction hall stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Xiao Huo turned his gaze towards Yufei, a subtle stirring within his heart. The woman who captivated countless souls in Wutan City stood gracefully at the center of the venue. A gentle smile graced Xiao Huo's lips. So this is Yufei. Chapter 3. A fairy, truly a fairy. Xiao Huo surveyed Yufei, adorned in a resplendent red gown, exuding a mature allure. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like shimmering waters, seemingly radiating an irresistible charm at every moment. With a waist as sinuous as a water snake, her every sway commanded attention, embodying grace and elegance with exquisite curves. A fairy, indeed, a genuine fairy. Her long, shapely legs, and flawless figure were complemented by a subtle fragrance that lingered in the air. Undoubtedly, she was the most beautiful woman at the Mitre auction, and certainly the most captivating in Wutan City, except, of course, for Sun, Air, and Xiao Yu. Xiao Huo had yet to encounter Sun, Air, and Xiao Yu, making it premature to judge. However, the resplendence of Yufei was simply unparalleled. Her beauty was of a celestial standard, unmatched by any, particularly her captivating aura that seemed to tug at the heartstrings with each graceful movement. "Host, are you satisfied?" The system's voice chimed in. "Indeed, it has exceeded my expectations." Xiao Huo mused, his gaze fixed on Yufei. Even with his composure, he found it somewhat challenging to maintain his poise. After all, she was truly a paragon of beauty, if one were to rate her appearance and grace. A perfect score of 100 would be warranted. "I now understand the advantages of becoming a transmigrator." Xiao Huo nodded, a smile gracing his lips. He possessed comprehensive knowledge of Yufei's entire history, even the chronicles of Dopa. Completing the system's tasks would be a matter of ease. However, he knew he must first gradually familiarize himself with Yufei, leaving a favorable impression in her heart. "Host, strive diligently to complete the tasks. Accomplishing them will not only yield experience points, but also numerous benefits, including the enhancement of your cultivation," the system's voice echoed. Xiao Huo nodded. This was a mission he would wholeheartedly pursue. Even without rewards from the system, winning over Yufei would be reward enough. He shook his head, perplexed by the former Xiao Yan's lack of appreciation for such opportunities. Having encountered the right person, seizing the moment was imperative. Otherwise, such chances may never present themselves again. "It is an honor for me to meet all of you gentlemen." Yufei's voice, as soothing as a spring breeze, resonated once more. She scanned the room, offering a polite smile and a slight bow, her manners impeccable. Her words elevated the atmosphere of the entire auction hall to a fever pitch. "Miss Yufei is far too modest. Meeting you is our honor. Indeed, Miss Yufei is truly stunning. I shall certainly support you at today's auction. I too shall lend my support. No one shall compete with me for the Qi-enhancing powder." Cheers erupted from many disciples, further igniting the fervor of the gathering. There was even a hint of rivalry brewing among them. After all, with Yufei personally overseeing the auction, whoever secured a bid would surely gain her attention. Most importantly, the items being auctioned were personally presented by Yufei herself. This was an unparalleled opportunity to observe her closely, perhaps even exchange a few words. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Who would not desire it? Gradually, the air in the auction hall grew charged with tension. Yet, Xiao Huo remained comfortably seated, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let them compete. In the end, she will still be my woman. Xiao Huo held unwavering confidence in Yufei's character. Even if she feigned such modesty, it was merely a facade. She remained prudent, and it was inconceivable for these ordinary individuals to forge any meaningful connection with her. Should he pursue her, the outcome would be entirely different. "It brings me great joy to see you all," Yufei remarked, her beautiful eyes surveying the crowd, her satisfaction evident. This would ensure her auctioned items fetched a commendable price. "Today, I shall auction a medicinal pill, a first-grade Qi-enhancing powder, usable by fighters below the Do level, enabling them to temporarily attain Do strength. It is indeed a life-saving treasure, and I have personally safeguarded this pill for 3 days." Yufei's sweet smile was elegant and refined, her voice soft and delicate, resembling that of a truly gentle maiden as she gazed around. This scene even stirred Xiao Huo's heart, evoking a desire to cherish and possess her. If he felt this way, the other young masters must be utterly captivated as well. As Xiao Huo anticipated, excitement surged through the auction hall, with every individual emanating a strong protective instinct. The faint fragrance surrounding them heightened their senses. Complemented by Yufei's perfect figure and mellifluous voice, her enchanting demeanor rendering her utterly irresistible. At the Mitre auction house, exquisite vintage wines flowed freely, further invigorating the excitement among the young disciples. "Miss Yufei, what is the price? We are eager to buy." The Qi-enhancing powder is an excellent pill, especially since it is under Miss Yufei's personal care. I must acquire what the goddess oversees. Who dares to contest me? "Huh, you think your family has enough money? I possess a fortune that can't be counted." Many disciples exclaimed with fervor, brandishing their bidding cards, ready to place their offers. In the presence of their goddess, they must uphold their dignity. After all, how could they appear foolish or be outshone in front of her? Yufei indeed possessed an enchanting allure. With just a few words, she ensnared the souls of those around her. Xiao Huo marveled at her talent. It was undeniable that her beauty was complemented by her extraordinary ability to captivate the entire room. Such a stunning figure as Yafei could only be won over by him. Xiao Huo mused with satisfaction. He had no immediate intention to bid, preferring to let the others vie for the prize before making his decisive move. Observing the performances around him was sufficient. When he finally stepped forward, he would undoubtedly capture Yafei's attention. To the young masters, the goddess they revered was truly beyond reach. Yet, the goddess in their hearts would inevitably become Xiao Huo's woman. The starting bid for the qi-enhancing powder is 500 gold coins. Yafei's voice rang out, her beautiful eyes scanning the crowd. The initial price was not exorbitant, but she was confident it would multiply many times over. Should any gentleman win the bid, Yafei will personally deliver the pill. With a charming smile, Yafei further fueled the excitement in the hall, igniting a fierce competition for the medicinal pill. Most importantly, the honor of receiving the pill from Yafei herself was a prestigious accolade. Just imagine the prestige of sharing such an experience. Miss Yafei personally delivering the medicinal pill to me. I'll start with 500 gold coins. As soon as Yafei's words fell, someone immediately raised the bid. 2,000 gold coins. Almost instantly, another countered. 500. 3,000. The prices within the auction hall continue to soar. The young scions of various esteemed families vie with one another, all in a bid to capture the attention of the enchanting Yafei. Undoubtedly, this enhancement elixir possesses significant worth. In but a moment, the price escalated to an astonishing 13,000, and it shows no signs of abating. Yafei maintains her captivating smile, which exceeds her initial expectations. Xiao Huo observes the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. When the price reaches 15,000, it finally comes to a halt. After all, the gathered assembly is not foolish. Spending 15,000 on a single pill is quite a bitter pill to swallow. Yafei offers a delicate smile, surveying her surroundings. A gentleman has bid 15,000. Does anyone wish to raise the stakes? Many young disciples clench their fists, directing their gazes toward the young man in white. That young man, of course, is the scion of the Gale family. Gale Ao. The Gale family is indeed affluent. Galao, motivated by his admiration for Yafei, boldly bids 15,000 gold coins. With a grin, he revels in his victory. He can finally have Yafei personally deliver the elixir to him. What a delightful prospect. Spending 15,000 gold coins feels worth it. Just then, a languid voice reverberates throughout the auction hall, causing even Yafei to be momentarily taken aback. 100,000. Xiao Huo remarks nonchalantly from his seat. In that instant, the entire hall falls into an eerie silence. Sir, do you confirm a bid of 100,000 gold coins? Yafei blinks her enchanting eyes, which are utterly captivating. She steps closer to Xiao Huo, slightly inclining her graceful figure. 100,000 gold coins is but a trifling amount. Xiao Huo nods, chuckling, as if embodying a sage. If you truly possess 100,000 gold coins, I would be delighted to personally attend to you, my lady. Yafei smiles sweetly, her curious autumn-like eyes reflecting intrigue. She senses that Xiao Huo is no ordinary individual. Though she has never encountered him before, an inexplicable feeling washes over her. To personally attend to me? Xiao Huo's gaze brightens as he observes the beautiful Yafei before him, her allure surpassing that of any digitally enhanced visage. A faint fragrance envelopes her. Indeed, a personal reception. Yafei's eyes shimmer with anticipation as she gazes at Xiao Huo. Should he be worthy of her attention, she would spare no effort to win him over. Surrounding disciples exhibit dazed expressions. Many cast envious glances at Xiao Huo, wishing they could devour him whole. The prospect of the stunning Yafei uttering such words to Xiao Huo is simply tantalizing. Even Gale Ao's expression darkens, his face turning a shade of fury. This defies reason. How could Xiao Huo have the audacity to produce 100,000 gold coins, when in Newton City has someone possessed such wealth? Galao muses, his disbelief palpable. My Yafei, it cannot be. There is no one in Newton City who could possibly present 100,000 gold coins and not be expelled by Yafei. Gale Ao mutters under his breath. For even he, despite his wealth, could not part with such a sum. 100,000 gold coins for a mere first-grade elixir? Surely, his father would break his legs upon returning home. Miss Yafei is indeed as stunning as the rumors suggest. Xiao Huo smiles, rising from his seat, feeling a stir in his heart. The Yafei before him possesses a perfect figure with alluring curves. Most importantly, she boasts remarkably long legs. Clad in a red robe, her complexion remains a mystery. If he could complete the system's task and bring Yafei home, he would finally witness her true beauty. Xiao Huo is no saint. As a transmigrator, he intends to indulge in the pleasures befitting his newfound existence. Yet, he wonders how long Yafei's legs truly are, and imagines the length of Xiao Yu's legs as well. Sir, Please maintain your decorum. Yafei smiles charmingly, retreating a couple of steps, her demeanor still warm and inviting, yet maintaining a respectful distance. After all, she is unaware of Xiao Huo's identity. This enhancement elixir is of too low a grade. Perhaps you might like to examine my own elixir. Xiao Huo grins, unperturbed by Yafei's demeanor. The task bestowed upon him by the system surely carries its challenges. Winning Yafei's favor is no simple feat. Are you also an alchemist, sir? Yafei inquires, her curiosity deepening as she accepts the jade vial Xiao Huo offers. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With a charming smile, she bows once more before turning to depart, drawing the attention of everyone in the auction hall toward Xiao Huo, their gazes tinged with envy. Why is it that Xiao Huo can engage so intimately with Yafei? Who exactly is he to produce 100,000 gold coins for bidding? Gale Ao, in particular, seethes with jealousy, his fists clenched tightly. Before long, you shall face the repercussions from the Mytel auction house. If you wish to approach Yafei, employ some strategy. Such crude methods will not attract anyone, Gale Ao thinks, relishing in the thought of Xiao Huo's impending downfall. As for the elixir worth 100,000 gold coins, Gale Ao is utterly unconvinced. Impossible. Is there truly someone in Yuten City capable of crafting an elixir valued at 100,000 gold coins? He envisions Xiao Huo's demise, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yafei casts him aside, allowing Gale Ao to claim the elixir for himself and secure Yafei's personal attention. Many spectators cast cold glances at Xiao Huo, their expressions laced with disdain, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, Xiao Yan observes the 1,000 gold coins in his possession, offering a bitter smile and shaking his head. He never expected to find himself in such financial straits. He cannot afford even an enhancement elixir. With a sigh, Xiao Yan dismisses thoughts of Yafei, for in his world, he has his sister Suner. Xiao Huo glances at Xiao Yan, his expression indifferent, refraining from confronting him immediately. He possesses a system that allows him to easily distinguish Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, I shall ensure you understand why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Even Suner, I will claim for myself. When you witness it, what will you feel? A subtle smile graces Xiao Huo's lips. He has no intention of allowing such a captivating woman to slip away. Patience is key. Xiao Huo is in no rush. After all, in 3 days, the day of power assessment will arrive, and soon thereafter, the stunning Nalan Yanran from the Yunlan sect will come to the Xiao clan to annul their engagement. The mere thought of Nalan Yanran heightens Xiao Huo's anticipation. Her beauty is indeed exceptional. If he could also gain her favor, his future existence would be nothing short of idyllic. Xiao Huo casually glances at Xiao Yan, unperturbed. In a few days, he shall make Xiao Yan acutely aware of the sensation of wearing the proverbial green hat. The numerous disciples surrounding them pay no mind to Xiao Yan. Their attention is wholly fixated on Xiao Huo. If Yafei were to emerge, she would undoubtedly expel Xiao Huo. To dare deceive the auction house is akin to courting death. Jalio even revealed a hint of a smile, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Xiao Huo remained seated, awaiting Yafei to personally summon him to a particular chamber, before the gaze of all present, including every disciple and Xiao Yan. As for Jalio, Xiao Huo truly did not recognize him. Merely a passerby, unattractive in appearance, yet he could be utilized to ensure Jalio would later deal with Xiao Yan. Even if a deity were present, they could not surpass my intellect. I am the true protagonist of the Do Chi continent. On the second floor of the auction house, Yafei entered a room holding a jade vial, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. She was there to meet Master Gunny, a second-tier alchemist from the Mitre auction house. If Master Gunny were to personally appraise the elixir, he would undoubtedly not make a mistake. Uncle Gunny, I have invited you to appraise this elixir. Yafei gracefully entered the room, her movements fluid, her beautiful eyes exhibiting a semblance of calm. She did not harbor excessive expectations. Although Xiao Huo appeared extraordinary, how valuable could a mere elixir be? Without Xiao Huo, the elixir she auctioned, the Qi enhancement powder, would only fetch 15,000 gold coins. How could any elixir possibly reach a valuation of 100,000 gold coins? If Xiao Huo dared to claim such a thing, she would be incredulous. In the realm of elixir appraisal, who could rival Master Gunny? Miss, what elixir requires my appraisal? Gunny inquired with a smile, not taking it too seriously. For in his time at the Mitre auction house, he had not encountered any particularly high-tier elixirs. Gunny picked up the jade vial handed to him by Yafei and gently opened it. The next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 5. Winning over Xiao Huo, Yafei's determination. Gunny's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the elixir within the jade vial. his gaze imbued with shock that far exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that the Mitre auction house possessed no valuable elixirs. Upon this encounter, Master Gunny realized he was gravely mistaken. Yafei stood beside him, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise as she hurried to assist Master Gunny. She had not anticipated such an uncharacteristic display from him. After all these years, when had Master Gunny ever lost his composure? Today was the first time she witnessed such a reaction. "Miss, whose elixir is this?" Master Gunny asked, looking at Yafei with a serious yet surprised expression. After Yafei explained the circumstances regarding the auction house, Master Gunny's countenance brightened with joy. "What fortuitous luck for our Mitre auction house. Miss, do you realize this is a healing elixir, as well as chi enhancement powder?" Master Gunny exclaimed, his expression filled with excitement. How could he not be thrilled to behold elixirs of such caliber? Although these elixirs are valuable, Uncle Gunny could also refine them. Yafei nodded. It still held a trace of confusion in her eyes. "Miss, you flatter me. Though I'm a second-tier alchemist, I could never hope to concoct such elixirs. Do you know the tier of these two elixirs?" Master Gunny inquired. Yafei shook her head, unaware. "Miss, although I have been an alchemist for many years, I have ultimately only reached the second tier. Advancement is beyond my grasp. Alchemists in our Jiama Empire are rare geniuses. This healing elixir is a third-tier elixir, while the chi enhancement powder is a fourth-tier elixir. It can bestow a Dome Master with the prowess of a great Dome Master in an instant," Master Gunny declared, his eyes reflecting a wave of astonishment as he gazed at the elixirs in his hands, reluctant to part with them. The tier of these elixirs far exceeded his imagination. What sort of person could casually produce third-tier and fourth-tier elixirs? What background might they possess? Unfathomable. Does this imply that this young man... Yafei's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. Even Master Gunny of the Mitre auction house was merely a second-tier alchemist. This young man must be at least a fourth-tier alchemist. These elixirs are of the highest quality. One fears even a fourth-tier alchemist could not concoct such elixirs. Master Gunny remarked, turning his gaze towards Yafei. "Based on my judgment, this young man is very likely a fifth-tier alchemist." The depth of Master Gunny's shock deepened, and he arrived at this conclusion, startling even himself. Today, a fifth-tier alchemist had graced the Mitre auction house. How precious is a fifth-tier alchemist? Not to mention our humble Mitre auction house. Even formidable entities like the Mu clan, Yunlan sect, and the Jiama royal family would not dare offend a fifth-tier alchemist. The connections and influence a fifth-tier alchemist can wield are utterly terrifying. The Alchemist King, Guhi, is merely a fifth-tier alchemist as well. Uncle Gunny, if he is a fifth-tier alchemist, then he is undoubtedly a Do Wong powerhouse. Yafei's mouth fell agape, standing there in a daze. A Do Wong powerhouse. The concept resonated thunderously in Yafei's mind. A Do Wong powerhouse could stride through Wutan City with ease. Furthermore, a Do Wong ranks among the top 10 strongest in the Jia Ma Empire. Even the Yunlan sect would not casually offend a Do Wong. The influence a Do Wong commands is immense. Yafei's thoughts drifted to Xiao Huo's figure, leaving her momentarily lost in contemplation. Xiao Huo is actually a Do Wong powerhouse. And more importantly, he is a fifth-tier alchemist. What could Xiao Huo possibly seek at the Mitre auction house? A blush crept onto Yafei's cheeks. Could it be that he came for her? If she could secure the assistance of a Do Wong powerhouse, who would dare belittle her upon her return to her family? Having been underestimated by her family since childhood, Yafei could only strive to become a top-tier auctioneer in this remote Wutan city. Yet, she had not anticipated that today a Do Wong powerhouse would appear before her. Indeed, miss, you must remember, he is not merely a Do Wong. His identity as a fifth-tier alchemist is of the utmost nobility. With the status of a fifth-tier alchemist, let alone us, even the leader of the Yunlan sect must treat him with respect, Master Gunny stated, subtly hinting to Yafei. The sudden appearance of such a significant figure at the Mitre auction house is either a blessing or a curse. Regardless, one must never offend Xiao Huo. His power is terrifyingly formidable. As for Xiao Huo's background, it remains unfathomable and shrouded in mystery. Yafei understood what she needed to do. Thank you, Uncle Gunny. Yafei softly replied, her aquamarine-like bright eyes glimmering with determination as she had already reached a resolution. To win over Xiao Huo, it is imperative to make every possible effort. At any cost, even if the attempt fails, we must not offend Xiao Huo. Otherwise, the middle auction house will face catastrophic consequences. No one can withstand the wrath of a Do Wong, not even the middle auction house. Miss, the esteemed Master Gunny sighed heavily at the family estate, indicating that this might be an unparalleled opportunity for you. This Do Wong is likely here for your sake. Master Gunny understood that the middle auction house could not attract Xiao Huo. Only Yafei could draw his attention. Yafei nodded, preparing to step outside. If there's a chance, do attempt to win him over. However, even though he is a powerful Do Wong, we are still unaware of his character. It is essential to maintain discretion. We cannot allow anyone to take advantage of our esteemed lady. The unspoken implications were clear, and Yafei understood. Her ears flushed crimson, yet she remained as enchanting as ever, her perfect figure exuding an alluring charm that could easily ensnare anyone. Uncle Gunny, you speak nonsense, Yafei retorted, her cheeks slightly blushing as she adjusted her attire and strolled towards the auction hall with a smile, appearing nonchalant. She had a favorable first impression of Xiao Huo and firmly believed he was not the type to be easily swayed. Chapter 6. Yafei personally receives Xiao Yin and is struck. At the middle auction house, many young heirs wore expressions of anticipation. Soon, Miss Yafei would appear to expel Xiao Huo. After all, how could a mere pill be worth 100,000 gold coins? Even Galio found that hard to believe. "Ha, you will soon see. Miss Yafei will undoubtedly come to me," Galio declared confidently, patting his chest. The others cast envious glances at him. Knowing only Galio could afford to spend 15,000 gold coins on a chi-enhancing pill. As for Xiao Huo, he was not even on their radar. Just then, the door slowly creaked open. A breathtakingly beautiful woman stepped into the center of the auction hall, none other than Yafei in her red robe, captivating everyone's gaze. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of reverence. Regardless, she could not afford to offend Xiao Huo. Winning him over would be even better. Some gazes lingered on Yafei, drooling at her beauty. Even Xiao Yin found himself swallowing hard as he beheld Yafei's figure. Such divine beauty is truly unparalleled. "You're finished," Galio thought to himself, a smug smile on his face, confident that Yafei would soon expel Xiao Huo without question. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yafei took measured steps toward Xiao Huo, her bright eyes focused solely on him, disregarding everyone else around. A flicker of shock crossed Yafei's beautiful eyes as she realized that Xiao Huo was the alchemist Master Gunny had spoken of, and a powerful Do Wong at that. The very thought of Xiao Huo's cultivation level made her smile. If she could win him over, her standing within the family might rise significantly. As Yafei approached Xiao Huo, the auction attendees watched in disbelief. Some disciples gasped in astonishment, while Galio's face turned ashen. How is this possible? Miss Yafei is actually walking towards him. Galio murmured, resentment and disbelief clouding his expression. Why? He could not comprehend why Xiao Huo merited such attention from Yafei. In that moment, Xiao Yin could only gawk at the unfolding scene. Yafei passed by him without a glance, completely ignoring his presence. He felt an emptiness in his heart, as if he had missed something crucial. After all, he was also a young master of the Xiao family. How could Yafei not even spare him a look? "Sir, please follow me. My sister will personally attend to you," Yafei said, blinking her beautiful eyes. Slightly bowing before Xiao Huo with utmost politeness, ensuring no discomfort. Xiao Huo smiled slightly, his gaze shifting to a particular spot on Yafei, his grin widening. Is she intentionally bending down? He mused. Yafei was undeniably charming. "What are you looking at, young sir?" Yafei shot him a playful glare. Her cheeks flushed as she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to straighten her undergarments. "I saw nothing," Xiao Huo chuckled, acting as if nothing had occurred, though he felt a rush of excitement. Yafei's long, fair legs and perfect figure were truly mesmerizing. As a transmigrator, if he could win her heart, a life of bliss awaited him. As a transmigrator, he could conquer the world, but what use was that? Living happily with Yafei was far more appealing. Of course, there were also Sun Air, Nailin Yanran, Yun Yun, Medusa, and the Little Doctor, each one a rare gem. Especially Xiao Yu, with her captivating long legs. With newfound determination, Xiao Huo realized that the young women in this world were far more stunning than those enhanced by beauty filters in reality. Young sir, you think you've seen nothing, yet you're deceiving your sister," Yafei teased, a fleeting blush crossing her face as she continued to smile. Growing closer to Xiao Huo, even if he caught a glimpse, it mattered not. She intended to win him over, and a little sweetness would only aid her cause. As Xiao Huo followed Yafei up to the second floor under the gazes of the crowd, everyone watched in astonishment, as if they had lost their minds. Especially Galio, with a countenance reflecting the pangs of heartbreak. "No, my Yafei, who is this person? I shall have him torn to shreds," Galio declared, his gaze tinged with resentment. The others around him mirrored his sentiments, their expressions a tapestry of envy and jealousy. To have Yafei alone in a room, regardless of what might transpire, was enough to evoke profound admiration. How they longed for wealth, lamenting their own lack thereof. Who was this individual? And from whence did he come, that he could receive the esteemed Yufei's attention and, more importantly, produce a sum of 100,000 gold coins so effortlessly? Many disciples sighed, consumed by their own poverty. With such affluence, his status could not possibly be low. How could one entertain thoughts of exacting revenge upon him? Xiao Yan cast a faintly disdainful glance at Galio, who still indulged in his ostentation. Oh, a worthless Xiao Yan, do you even have a say here? Galio sneered at him, prompting dismissive snickers from the crowd. Xiao Huo had merely garnered fleeting animosity, for his audience with Yufei was predicated on his wealth. He would not truly engage in anything with her. It was Xiao Yan who truly drew ire. Not only was he betrothed to the illustrious Nalan Yanran of the Yunlan sect, but he also maintained an ambiguous relationship with a goddess many disciples secretly admired, Sun'er. Most damning of all, Xiao Yan was deemed a failure, a fact that rendered him a target for mockery. Get lost, don't let me see you again. Galio forcefully kicked Xiao Yan, seeking to vent his frustrations after being humiliated by Xiao Huo. Xiao Yan remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. One day I shall grow stronger and reclaim my former prowess. The world shall pay for its scorn, he vowed inwardly, his gaze darkening with newfound resolve. After uttering these thoughts, Xiao Yan was kicked again by Galio, unceremoniously ejected from the doors of the middle auction house. Galio smirked. Xiao Huo's bravado was a mere facade, one he could not afford a challenge due to Xiao Huo's wealth. And Xiao Yan? What was he but a trifling nuisance, a mere worthless being in his eyes? In the distance, Xiao Huo, who had entered the room with Yufei, noticed the scene and felt a subtle smile creep onto his lips. He felt little concern about Xiao Yan's feelings regarding his flirtation with Yufei. He wondered how Xiao Yan would react if he were to pursue Sun'er. The three cardinal tenets of a transmigrator were ostentation, seduction, and making Xiao Yan suffer. None could be omitted. Chapter 7. From now on, do not allow others to bully you. In the room, Xiao Huo gazed upon Yufei, standing before him, and felt a stirring within. Yufei truly was a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her long, perfectly straight legs only heightened Xiao Huo's anticipation. If Yufei's legs were so striking, how magnificent must Xiao Yu's be? Moreover, Xiao Yu favored wearing shorts. While Yufei's legs were long, she only revealed her calves, yet they were sufficient to captivate the attention of all present. Young master? Yufei blinked her enchanting eyes, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She was acutely aware of where Xiao Huo's gaze lingered. A girl's intuition is often remarkably accurate. Yufei, indeed, as the rumor suggests, you are breathtakingly beautiful. My visit here has proven to be most fortuitous, Xiao Huo remarked with a smile, attempting to exude an air of sophistication. Although winning Yufei's favor would undoubtedly require finesse, he needed to discern what Yufei truly sought, someone who could support her ambitions, enabling her to establish herself within her family. And Xiao Huo was precisely the ally Yufei needed. Moreover, he possessed an air of mystery that rendered him all the more intriguing to her. After a brief exchange, Yufei became acquainted with Xiao Huo's name. Young Master Xiao Huo, are you here to seek my sister? She inquired, her dulcet voice capable of ensnaring anyone's heart. But only Xiao Huo could withstand its allure. Might my few pills be worth 100,000 gold coins? Xiao Huo replied with a calm smile, asserting control over the conversation, refusing to simply engage with Yufei's inquiries. Most would have succumbed to infatuation in her presence. But such ordinary men held little allure for Yufei. The pills you possess have garnered high praise from Uncle Gunny, not to mention 100,000 gold coins. Even 1 million would scarcely suffice to procure young Master Xiao Huo's pills. Yufei smiled radiantly, bowing slightly. She understood well the significance of those 2 pills, true treasures. Rare and invaluable. These 2 exquisite pills were worth their weight in gold. Not even Master Gunny, let alone the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild, could guarantee their creation. The number of those capable of crafting them was exceedingly sparse, and one would need to summon the legendary alchemist Gu He to do so. Yet, to enlist alchemist Gu He's assistance was a formidable challenge. Not to mention 1 million gold coins. Procuring a 4th-grade pill was beyond the reach of the average person. Yufei gazed at Xiao Huo with curiosity. The young man before her was far from ordinary. It seems my casually crafted pills are of considerable merit. Xiao Huo chuckled lightly, appearing utterly unconcerned, as though he viewed the pills with indifference. With the system by his side, not only 4th-grade pills, but even 9th-grade ones were within his grasp. Young master, crafted casually? Yufei's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle Gunny remarked that even a fifth-grade alchemist would struggle to achieve consistent success in refining fourth-grade pills. The notion that these high-quality pills were mere trifles for Xiao Huo was astonishing. If so, then Xiao Huo was indeed a true master, one beyond her wildest imagination. Young master, are you perhaps a fifth-grade alchemist? Yafei inquired softly, unable to contain her excitement. She had initially deemed Xiao Huo worthy of her attention, but now it appeared that his prowess surpassed both her and Uncle Gunny's expectations. To effortlessly refine top-tier pills was no trivial feat. Is the most powerful alchemist in your eyes merely a fifth-grade one? Xiao Huo smiled, sidestepping her question. Yafei stood there, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, captivated by the revelations before her. Even with her exceptional intellect, she had never encountered such wonders. The most prominent figure she had interacted with was Uncle Gunny, a mere second-grade alchemist, who was already considered a significant personage. As for the fifth-grade alchemist, the legendary Gu He, she had only heard tales of him, never having laid eyes upon him. However, Xiao Hui's words led Yafei to realize that he likely surpassed even the fifth-grade alchemists. Sixth grade? Seventh grade? Oh my! Within Yafei's eyes, there shimmered a hint of astonishment. This far surpassed her expectations. In just a few exchanged words, Xiao Huo's impression in Yafei's heart ascended to a much loftier realm. After a considerable pause, Yafei gently patted her chest with her delicate hand, forcing herself to calm down. Even she had never witnessed such a scene. I apologize, Yafei murmured softly, her beautiful eyes holding a trace of melancholy. She had been in this Wu-Tan city for a long time, yet she remained unaware of when she might escape this confined existence, solely to prove herself within her family. She was no less capable than others. What she sought was as simple as that. Certainly, the world outside is filled with wonders. Should you wish for an opportunity, I could take you to see it, Xiao Huo said with a smile, stepping closer to gently pat Yafei's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. It was merely a simple touch. Xiao Huo harbored no ulterior motives. Though Yafei was exquisite, if he desired her, it would only be with her willing consent. Thank you, young master. Yafei will indeed await that day, she replied, her smile radiant. However, I shall also strive to gain the recognition of others through my own efforts. Yafei's conclusion about Xiao Huo was that he was quite remarkable. She had a keen eye for people, and she never misjudged. I believe in you, Xiao Huo remarked, appreciating that such a woman like Yafei possessed both beauty and a beautiful heart. The elixirs I present are surely not merely for the purpose of this chi-boosting powder. Perhaps I can alleviate your burdens. Yafei's gaze turned towards Xiao Huo, revealing a faint smile. There were countless beautiful women in the world, and she was merely an ordinary girl. Faced with the pressure from her family, she could only choose to endure. How could she dare to hope? As Uncle Gu and I suggested, that Xiao Huo had come specifically for her, to this small Wu-Tan city? Perhaps his visit was for something of great importance. I have heard of a beauty in the north, unparalleled and independent, whose mere glance could enchant a city, and a second could captivate a nation. I have come here, having heard of Miss Yafei's beauty, solely to meet you. As for what I might desire, in this world, what could possibly be worth my longing? Xiao Huo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. If I were to desire anything, it would simply be your happiness. Nothing else holds significance, he said, his demeanor tranquil. Upon hearing Xiao Huo's words, Yafei's heart quivered slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned suddenly red, glimmering with unshed tears. She had once thought that someone as outstanding as Xiao Huo might be interested solely in her physical form, wishing to possess her. She had encountered too many such individuals before. If that were the case, she would rather perish than easily acquiesce to such demands, for she would never exchange her most precious possessions for fame or fortune. She had contemplated this, yet never anticipated that she had misjudged Xiao Huo. He was entirely different from her assumptions. Xiao Huo was not at all akin to those hedonistic individuals. He simply wished for her happiness, and that was enough. For so many years, no one had ever cared for her. As one drinks water, one knows their own warmth and coldness. Who could she confide in about the disdain she faced from her family? Other than striving to change her own fate, she had no other recourse. Yet Xiao Huo desired nothing but her well-being. You are a remarkable individual, while I am merely an ordinary girl. How could I be worthy of your journey to see me? Yafei whispered, her gaze fixed on Xiao Huo, her eyes glistening with tears. She understood that her only asset was her appearance. There were too many beautiful women. She was not exceptional. Yet Xiao Huo came expressly for her, not for her body, but for her essence. I care not for others. As long as you are happy, that suffices. These elixirs are yours, should they prove insufficient. Feel free to ask for more, Xiao Huo said with a smile, taking her delicate hand and presenting her with several precious elixirs, all while subtly enjoying the moment. It was only fitting that he personally delivered the elixirs. A little interest must be collected. In Yafei's eyes, there was only profound gratitude. She could not perceive that Xiao Huo was taking advantage of her. However, as she raised her luminous eyes to look at him, she wished to refuse. She felt undeserving of such kindness. Despite her initial intent to win Xiao Huo's favor, she would not accept his generosity without merit. There is no need for refusal. These elixirs hold little value in my eyes. I do not require anything from you, nor do I wish for you to participate in the auction. From now on, with my presence, no one shall dare to bully you, Xiao Huo stated, preparing to turn away. Yafei gazed at Xiao Huo, her mind momentarily blank. Xiao Huo desired nothing. He only wished for her happiness, and that was sufficient. Who was this Xiao Huo? Upon their first meeting, Yafei felt that he was the kindest person she had ever encountered, the one who truly understood her. Yafei gently shook her head, pondering her worthiness of such kindness from Xiao Huo. With his status and identity, he could have any beauty he desired. This was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, and the strong could possess countless beauties. Yafei had no doubt of this, only feeling a swell of emotion. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. The auctioneer works hard. Take care of yourself, and do not allow others to mistreat you, Xiao Huo said with a smile, lightly brushing his hand through Yafei's long hair before turning to depart. If anyone dares to bully me, Yafei whispered with a sigh. Feeling powerless as a girl without cultivation, subjected to her family's prejudice, how could she escape the scorn of others? I will ensure they pay dearly. Xiao Huo's voice echoed in her ears, while behind him, golden wings began to unfurl, gradually lifting him into the sky. Xiao Huo showed no hesitation, nor did he look back, as he departed from the middle auction house, leaving Yafei standing in a daze, gazing in the direction he had vanished. For so many years, it was the first time she had heard someone speak such words to her. As Xiao Huo vanished from sight, tears streamed down Yafei's beautiful cheeks, and she sank helplessly to the ground, wrapping her arms around her exquisite legs, her tears soaking her crimson robe. Young master, you have yet to tell me how I might see you again. Yafei softly lamented, cursing herself for not having detained Xiao Huo. Her usually clever self felt so flustered in his presence that she forgot how to speak. Chapter 8. The System of Schemes. Yafei's beautiful eyes followed the direction Xiao Huo had taken as silent tears flowed down her cheeks. Yafei gazed at the horizon, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She had never imagined that in her lifetime, she would encounter such a remarkable youth. Xiao Huo had come to the middle auction house, solely for her sake. The elixirs he presented to her were all of 3rd and 4th grade, each one worth a fortune. Throughout their interaction, Xiao Huo had not once imposed any demands upon her. His only desire was to see her happy. In Yafei's clear eyes, there was a hint of warmth. Yet she pondered whether she would ever have the chance to meet Xiao Huo again. What they were never to cross paths again. An emptiness enveloped her heart, as though she had lost something of utmost importance. Ding. Yafei's affection for her host has increased. Affection level, 65. The voice of the system echoed in her mind. Gazing towards the distant figure of Xiao Huo, she sighed. After all his efforts, he had only garnered a mere 65 points of affection. It felt unreasonably low. Xiao Huo sighed. Disappointment etched upon his face. It was merely their first encounter, and achieving a full measure of affection was undoubtedly a formidable task. However, 65 was still quite high. The system exaggerated. Xiao Huo remained indifferent. What could a score of 65 accomplish? Could it entice Yafei to come home with him? Allow me to enlighten you about affection levels. Reaching 60 allows for a private invitation. Attaining 70 engenders a slight fondness, while 80 permits a successful hand-holding without rejection. A score of 90 ensures successful pursuit. The system's voice chimed. Xiao Huo's eyes brightened. With an affection level of only 65, did that mean he could indeed invite Yafei out? To explore scenic landscapes, allowing their affection to gradually blossom. Once they reached 70, he could be considered to have won Yafei's heart. Securing her affection would become a breeze from that point onwards. But what of a score of 100? Xiao Huo inquired, a hint of anticipation in his tone. You understand, dear host, the system's voice replied. I do not. Xiao Huo shook his head. How could he possibly comprehend? I am rather innocent, not understanding in the slightest. This system has never encountered such a shameless host. Yet, why did the host not seize the moment to draw closer to Yafei? The system questioned. Having just met Yafei, what was the rush? This is a strategy of retreating to advance, allowing Yafei to anticipate our next meeting. When she sees me again, she will cherish our time together all the more. Xiao Huo explained. In other words, it is a tactic of allure through feigned disinterest. You are quite clever, the system praised. Xiao Huo merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Though he possessed the system, he was the one in control. He would upgrade gradually, biding his time until he could outsmart the system as well. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest and earning Yafei's affection. You have gained 1,000 experience points and 100 skill points, which can be used for draws or redeemed for elixirs. Or, of course, to upgrade this esteemed system. The system's sweet voice chimed. Upgrade the system? No. Xiao Huo waved his hand. After much effort, he could not simply squander his 100 skill points on an upgrade. After all, the system had yet to reveal its true form. What if upon reaching the highest level, it turned out to be some old hag? No. The system's voice interjected, astonished at such a host who defied convention. If a host would only upgrade me, I would transform into a human, and I would be quite lovely. The system's voice carried a subtle allure, knowing that the host might be tempted to spend all his skill points on an upgrade. Ah, so you are bound to me in hopes of becoming human. Xiao Huo chuckled, finally uncovering the system's ulterior motive. No, the system denied earnestly. As a system, it must recognize that the host is the master, and the host's will is paramount. Understood? Xiao Huo smiled. Oh, understood, the system replied with a huff. Call me Big Brother Host. I shall upgrade for you. Xiao Huo countered. I would rather not. I might as well forego the upgrade, the system sulked. After all, it was the system that held the authority. Yet here it seemed to have its status diminished. How dare you threaten a little girl, host? Such shameful behavior. Xiao Huo, brandishing a knife against his own throat, was prepared for the ultimate act. What are you doing? The system exclaimed, taken aback by this unconventional host. In this vast world, the host reigns supreme. The system is but a mere shadow. It is futile. I would rather end it all, Xiao Huo replied, testing the waters. For if he were to take this drastic step, the system would likely vanish. Should this test fail, he would refrain from self-harm, allowing the system to revel in its moment of glory. No, you must not. Big Brother Host, please do not. If you perish, what will become of me? The system's voice trembled with urgency. It was a pitiful plea, for she was but a simple girl transformed into a system, unaware of Xiao Huo's intricate schemes. Who holds the most power? Xiao Huo queried. The host holds the most power, the system responded. Address me as brother. Xiao Huo insisted. Brother, the system replied. A hint of sorrow in her tone. The lack of sincerity in her voice was palpable. In this age, even AI had evolved, and yet, the system lamented that it remained unupgraded. No, Xiao Huo reiterated, brandishing the knife once more. Do not. Big Brother Host, I was wrong. Please, do not take such drastic measures. From now on, I shall obey you. The system's voice softened, imbued with a hint of desperation. Though Xiao Huo could not see her expression. Now that is more like it. From now on, you must heed my commands. If you were to become human, do you understand what to do? Xiao Huo smiled. I understand. I am yours, and I shall only follow your commands, the system affirmed. Indeed, you are quite obedient. In this world, only I can possess you, and only I can protect you. A smile graced Xiao Huo's lips as he allocated all 100 skill points to upgrade the system. For in comparison to elixirs, the system was of paramount importance. Thank you. Big Brother Host, I have leveled up to level 2. The system's voice chimed, though as a system, she could not dictate many matters. The acquisition of tasks and skill points was solely the host's responsibility. Had she been capable of such feats, she would not be Xiao Huo's system. Without him, she was nothing. It is time to visit the Xiao family and behold the enchanting Suner. Although Suner is not yet mine, there will come a day, Xiao Huo gazed ahead, unable to suppress the thoughts of how Xiao Yan would react upon witnessing this scene. He eagerly anticipated it. Chapter 9. Xiao Mei is angry. That wretched Xiao Huo. The main quest is officially released. As the heroine of Do Song Xiong, Suner possesses unparalleled beauty. Brother Host, you must strive to win her affection and gradually win her heart. Main quest. Please earn Suner's goodwill and pursue her step by step. Task rewards. 1,000 skill points. 10,000 experience points. The voice of the system girl echoed. Xiao Huo's eyes brightened. The system girl truly understood him. The pursuit of Suner would indeed be a challenge. Xiao Huo mused. Even he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. What would it be like to win the heart of such a beautiful girl? It is a challenging endeavor. Does Brother Host not relish such trials? The system's gentle voice chimed. That scoundrel Xiao Yan has no right to possess Suner. Such a wonderful girl deserves my protection. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, seated amidst the trees, gazing at the lakeside. He had yet to meet Suner at the Xiao family precisely because he was contemplating how to pursue her. To forcefully claim Sun would be tantamount to courting disaster. Not only would it seal off any chances of winning her over, but it would also invite the wrath of the ancient clan's formidable warriors. Moreover, this was not the outcome Xiao Huo desired. Even if such a brazen approach could succeed, it would lack any charm. If Sun were unwilling, what joy would there be? Sun, from a young age, had been stealthily approached by that scoundrel Xiao Yan. Xiao Huo recalled a scene from the original story, his disdain for Xiao Yan growing even deeper. To pursue a girl, one should do so openly and honestly, not through underhanded means. He prided himself on being forthright. He would never resort to such tactics, but would pursue Sun with sincerity and charm to win her heart. System, can you help me erase Sun's memory of that incident? Xiao Huo inquired. If not for that, the innocent Sun would not have harbored even a hint of affection for Xiao Yan. The system girl fell silent for a moment. I am sorry, brother host, but I cannot do that. That history has already occurred. Even if memories could be erased, the bond Sun feels for Xiao Yan remains. To break such ties, it would require the host's efforts to gradually win Sun's heart, especially since she is not yet Xiao Yan's girlfriend. The system girl's voice resonated. Xiao Huo nodded. Even if Xiao Yan had taken the lead, he was unafraid. Sun was so beautiful. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's good fortune and protagonist halo, how could he have won her over? Alas, in this life's dope realm, Xiao Huo is the true protagonist. It is time to head to Wutan City and see what my dear Sun looks like. With a smile, Xiao Huo strode quickly towards Wutan City, his heart brimming with anticipation, eager to gradually interact with Sun. Brother host, do your best. The system girl's sweet voice chimed in. Wutan City, Xiao family. Numerous disciples were diligently training. Along the way, many young men and women, around the ages of 15 or 16, were striving to prepare for the upcoming Xiao family test. As Xiao Huo passed by, he did not attract much attention. With the system's assistance, he was merely an ordinary disciple of the Xiao family, akin to a passerby. The girls of the Xiao family are quite impressive, showing great potential. Xiao Huo smiled, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over the youthful faces around him. Yet he found none that truly captivated him. Brother host, you don't intend to collect them all, do you? That would be an enormous harem. The system exclaimed in astonishment. How shameless of you, even considering these ordinary girls. I merely remarked on their potential for cultivation. What are you implying? Xiao Huo replied earnestly. The system girl even doubted his character. What single man does not admire beautiful women in the streets? This one is quite lovely. Could be Xiao Mei. Upon noticing a graceful young girl diligently practicing, with a slender waist and long legs, Xiao Huo couldn't help but exclaim. The ladies of the dope realm are truly stunning. Even Xiao Mei, who was not particularly popular in the original work, had no excess flesh around her waist and possessed fair skin, making her quite pleasing to the eye. You're Xiao Mei, she said, casting a slightly surprised glance at Xiao Huo. Despite her decent popularity in the Xiao family, it paled in comparison to Sun. If both were present, all attention would undoubtedly gravitate towards Sun. She had not expected someone to stand before her and praise her beauty. Xiao Huo, a disciple of the Xiao family, he introduced, his smile exuding warmth. Oh, Xiao Mei's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, her smile shallow and lacking warmth, bordering on coldness. You are indeed quite beautiful, more so than most. Xiao Huo secretly marveled. It was not that he had never encountered beautiful women. Rather, the ladies of the dope realm were genuinely stunning. Having been single for too long, even the sight of a fair maiden left him feeling quite enchanted. Of course, the exception being the beauty streamers. Xiao Mei gazed at Xiao Huo, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. After all these years, to be complimented on her looks was a rarity. She had always been overshadowed by Sun, whose brilliance eclipsed her own. Could it be that Xiao Huo has feelings for her? Xiao Mei's heart raced, her face flushing. How could she dare to hope that someone might like her? With her mediocre talent for cultivation, why would anyone notice her? Moreover, Xiao Mei had yet to experience the thrill of romance. Are you called Xiao Huo? Xiao Mei's gentle voice broke the silence, her gaze fixed on him. Having finally encountered someone who praised her, she could not afford to remain too aloof. At the very least, she could get to know him better. Yes, hello. Xiao Huo extended his hand, wearing a friendly smile that nearly convinced even the system girl. Hello. Xiao Mei nodded gently, extending her hand in return. The test is just a few days away. Do your best, Xiao Huo smiled, giving Xiao Mei's hand an extra squeeze. It felt soft. He harbored no disdain for her, especially since, in reality, there were far more materialistic individuals than Xiao Mei. Yes, do your best, Xiao Mei replied, retracting her hand, her cheeks flushed, her gaze fixed on her toes, feeling a surge of nervousness. She sensed that Xiao Huo regarded her with a special kind of attention, distinct from the ordinary. I should take my leave now. We shall meet again, Xiao Huo said cheerfully, having no extraordinary feelings towards her, simply paying her more attention due to her significance in the original story. Goodbye. Xiaomei smiled lightly and waved. Sighing, Xiaomei could not help but glance back at Xiao Huo, softly saying, Xiao Huo turned back. Do you like me? Xiaomei asked in a hushed tone, her cheeks flushed even deeper. For some reason, having never felt important before, she harbored a tiny spark of hope. Not really. Xiao Huo chuckled, turning to leave. Could it be that Xiaomei had misunderstood? Though she was somewhat more attractive, she could not possibly compare to Sun Er. Moreover, if one were to express affection at this juncture, it would signify a complete surrender to passivity. Xiaomei gazed in the direction of Xiao Huo's departure. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, her slender figure trembling gently as she stamped her foot in frustration. If he did not harbor feelings for her, why then did he extol her beauty? Why did he hold her hand for such an extended period? Xiao Huo, how utterly despicable. Chapter 10. Encountering Sun Er, the scheme commences. Hee. Dear host brother, why are you so wicked? The voice of the system sister chimed in. Am I truly that wicked? I merely spoke the truth. It was our first meeting after all. How could I possibly feel affection? Xiao Huo retorted, patting his chest. Even if I am the king of harem, such a thing is inconceivable. Dear host brother does not treat Yafei in the same manner. The system sister's voice interjected. Wasn't that for the sake of the task? Besides, when have I ever taken advantage of Yafei? Xiao Huo replied with a righteous expression. Then, dear host brother, do you harbor feelings for me? The sweet voice of the system sister resounded again. I have yet to see your visage. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall simply categorize you as XXX. Xiao Huo teased deliberately. Dear host brother does not believe me, but I assure you, I am truly beautiful. More so than the fairy of the Western Sea, or even the moon goddess, the system sister asserted. Her long legs surely captivating enough to draw his attention. I truly do not believe it, Xiao Huo laughed, asserting that regardless of how enchanting the system sister's voice might be, he would remain skeptical without witnessing her true form. Dear host brother will regret this in the future, the system's voice echoed. Xiao Huo felt quite satisfied. After having played tricks on the system sister had become remarkably docile and obedient, though she occasionally retained her lively charm, which made Xiao Huo all the more eager to see her true appearance. He simply needed to complete the tasks swiftly and elevate the system sister to her highest potential to behold her true form. It was imperative to expedite the completion of these tasks, he sighed, having barely arrived in the Dopa realm for a day. He was already impatient. He had come too early and missed the beginning of the original story. There were still several days until Xiao Yan would reach the third stage of Doqi, which felt interminable. Surely, he could not venture to the Yihong courtyard. Xiao Huo was not that sort of person. As for cultivation, that was out of the question. Xiao Huo had no desire to toil through arduous training. Having become a traveler, he certainly did not wish to endure the grind of cultivation, especially with no alluring maidens to behold, rendering any pretense impossible. By completing tasks, he could ascend effortlessly. Furthermore, at present, Xiao Huo's cultivation level was at the pinnacle of Do Huang, sufficient for this empire. As for Nalan Yanran, it would be quite some time before he would see her again. Why not visit Yinlan's sect now and pay a visit to my beloved Nalan Yanran? Xiao Huo chuckled, feeling a surge of excitement. As a peak Do Huang, should he go to Yinlan's sect, he would surely be received by Yun Yun immediately. Even Yun Yun, who lacked the pinnacle of Do Huang, might be promised to him by Yun Shan if he were to agree. Dear host brother, Nalan Yanran is still Xiao Yan's fiancée, and there has yet to be a dissolution of their engagement. Moreover, she has not been pursued by you. The system's voice reminded him. So what? She shall be mine sooner or later. I can only wait for a time until Nalan Yanran arrives. Xiao Huo replied with a smile, acknowledging that one cannot devour a hefty meal in one gulp. He had yet to establish good relations with Xiao, Sun Er, and Yafei. Yet here, he was contemplating Nalan Yanran and Yunyan. Speaking of which, when would the long-legged Xiao Yu return from Jianan Academy to the Xiao family? He had forgotten. Despite having read countless novels, he could not remember every detail. He only knew that the stunningly long-legged Xiao Yu was also quite alluring. I have not read the original work, the system's sister chimed in. This generation's host is exceedingly unqualified, having forgotten even the original. Oh, Xuan'er? Just as Xiao Huo was conversing with the system, he suddenly spotted a young girl ahead. A maiden clad in a purple dress stood gracefully at the entrance, exuding an air of serene elegance, akin to a pristine lotus in bloom. Despite her tender age, she already possessed an ethereal quality, leaving one to wonder how captivating she would become as she matured. Xiao Huo's heart stirred upon seeing the girl resting in the shade of a tree. Her beauty figure, and demeanor were reminiscent of a celestial being, drawing the gaze of all around her. She was none other than the pride of the Xiao family, Xiao Suner. Naturally, she was also a noble daughter of an ancient clan. Such long legs. Xiao Huo regarded Suner with a smile, for her countenance was enough to leave the world in awe. Yet, there lingered a hint of aloofness about her that only enhanced her allure. Xiao Huo felt that the original narrative had not done her justice. Indeed, Suner's legs were strikingly long and fair. Xiao Sun's autumn-like eyes turned toward Xiao Huo, only to quickly revert as she continued pondering how to enhance her brother Xiao Yan's strength. Xiao Huo, a disciple of the Xiao family. May I spar with you? Xiao Huo approached, his demeanor respectful and devoid of any lascivious intent, embodying the essence of a gentleman. In the original work, Xiao Yan was primarily engaged in cultivation, while Suner, possessing extraordinary talent, often found herself bored, relishing opportunities to spar with the disciples of the Xiao family. This idle time was precisely Xiao Huo's opportunity. Very well. Suner nodded, her crystalline eyes meeting Xiao Huo's. A gentle breeze tousled her purple dress, revealing her slender, snow-white calves, capturing the attention of all. Xuan's demeanor transformed instantaneously. She remained as enchanting as ever, yet her gaze bore an air of nonchalance. Among the disciples of the Xiao family, few could rival her prowess. Xiao Huo smiled, deliberately restraining his strength to the 9th stage of Do Qi, perfectly matching Suner's level. The gazes of numerous disciples from the Xiao family turned towards them, including Xiao Mei, who looked at Xiao Huo with astonishment. What? Xiao Huo dares to challenge Xiao Suner? My heavens, has he lost his mind? Xiao Suner is a genius of the Xiao family, immensely powerful and extraordinarily beautiful. Too bad she is not yet mine. I too challenged Xiao Suner once, and the experience was utterly humiliating. Numerous voices echoed, filled with reverence. Everyone was aware of Xiao Suner's formidable strength, even if they were unsure of her exact level of Do Qi. Could it be that he intends to avenge me? Xiao Mei's thoughts were complex as she observed Xiao was challenged to Xiao Suner. She had always been overshadowed by Suner's brilliance. Yet Xiao Huo had voluntarily chosen to confront her. Could it be for her sake? This fool, how could he possibly contend with Xiao Suner's formidable strength? Xiao Mei regarded Xiao Huo, feeling a warmth in her heart. She suddenly recalled his earlier declaration of disinterest. Perhaps he was unaware of her feelings and feared inciting her aversion. Just as Xiao Huo was preparing to engage in battle with Suner, he unexpectedly received a message from the system. Congratulations, host. Xiao Mei's affinity towards you has increased. Current affinity. 79. Xiao Huo's eyes brightened, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. This, an affinity of 79? Upon reaching an affinity of 70, Xiao Mei might very well begin to harbor feelings for him. At 80, handholding will be possible. This girl, Xiao Mei, is truly adorably naive. Xiao Huo was utterly bewildered by the inexplicable rise in Xiao Mei's affections towards him. Contemplating Xiao Yafei, whose favor stood at a mere 65, he couldn't help but shake his head. The astute girls were the hardest to pursue. With someone as clever as Suner, it would likely prove even more challenging to win her over. Be cautious, for I am about to make my move. Suner's enchanting gaze turned to Xiao Huo, her delicate hand gracefully elevated as she glided forward with poised steps. Her hand transformed into a gust of energy, launching a direct assault toward Xiao Huo. With unwavering focus, Xiao Huo mirrored her force with an equally potent blast. In that fleeting moment, a thought struck him. Why should he engage Suner on equal footing? Had he allowed her to strike him first? Collapsing dramatically to the ground and feigning difficulty in breathing, perhaps the system's gentle intervention could turn the pretense into reality. Given Suner's benevolence, would he not have a chance at receiving artificial respiration? Enlightened by this notion, Xiao Huo feigned defeat, allowing Suner's force to strike him squarely. He cried out dramatically, plummeting to the ground. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Even the astute Suner found herself momentarily disoriented, her expression a portrait of confusion. As the gentle breeze caressed the scene, Suner's ethereal purple skirt fluttered softly, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon her exquisite visage, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Her captivating eyes widened in alarm as she beheld the fallen Xiao Huo. She had scarcely exerted herself, and yet he had collapsed. The surrounding disciples were equally dumbfounded. Are you all right? Suner approached Xiao Huo, concern etched on her features. It hurts, Xiao Huo replied, his pallor evident as he met her gaze. He had just relinquished all his cultivation and braced himself against her strike, and now he felt genuine pain. I'm so sorry, Suner said, a hint of guilt in her voice. She had always controlled her strength during sparring, But today was an exception. She had assumed Xiao Huo was formidable, unaware of the consequences. Here, take this pill. She produced a medicinal pill from her robes and extended it towards him. Thank you. I assure you I'm quite strong. It was merely that you were my opponent that I didn't react in time. Xiao Huo replied, still wincing, his face betraying his discomfort, his hand trembling until quite inadvertently he grasped Sun Er's hand. That was not intentional, he stammered, mortified. Sun Er understood. Just take the pill and let us see how you feel afterward. Her cheeks flushed as she gently patted his back, offering him the pill herself, fully aware that he hadn't meant to hold her hand. In such a scenario, an ordinary disciple would be hard-pressed to harbor any ulterior motives while enduring her strike. Xiao Huo had barely been able to grasp the pill moments before. Her feeding him the pill was not born from any romantic inclination, but rather from her regret over having inadvertently harmed him. Much better, and truly, I am quite powerful. Xiao Huo beamed, regaining his composure. No need to emphasize you are strong. Just refrain from challenging others carelessly and focus on your own cultivation. Sun Er replied with a gentle smile, unconvinced of his claims. You see, when I speak the truth, you don't believe me. Xiao Huo waved his hand dismissively. I do believe you. How are you feeling now? Sun Er inquired with genuine concern. Somewhat improved, though there's still a bit of pain. Xiao Huo coughed a few times, slipping into his dramatic mode. I'm sorry, it was my oversight. Sun Er's bright eyes reflected a tinge of remorse. Had she not acted carelessly, Xiao Huo wouldn't be in this predicament. The scene was not lost on the other disciples, many of whom were left in shock and disbelief. What I just witnessed? Xiao Huo actually held my goddess's hand, exclaimed one, and she personally fed him a pill. Such fortune, I envy him. Jealousy permeated the gazes of many, directed at Xiao Huo, for they were unaware of how many coveted Sun Er yet found themselves unable to approach her. Xiao Huo, in his first encounter with Sun Er, had already received a pill from her hand, a treasure of immeasurable worth. At that moment, Xiao Yin, returning from his training, chanced upon the scene. A chill crept into his expression as he clenched his fists, having witnessed everything. Sun Er, you must not engage in needless challenges. Xiao Yin admonished coldly, casting a glance at Xiao Huo, but finding himself at a loss for words. After all, the incident had been unintended. What irked him was that despite Xiao Er's age, he had never held her hand, and now Xiao Huo had beaten him to it, even if it was an accident. It left Xiao Yin feeling unsettled. Sun Er glanced at him, nodding lightly, though a flicker of discontent lingered in her heart. Brother Xiao Yin, do you not trust me? Sun Er turned her lovely eyes towards Xiao Huo, inclining her body slightly, still adorned with an apologetic smile. Young Master Xiao Huo, please take care of your health after returning. Here, take this pill as well. She placed the remaining pills into Xiao Huo's hands. Sun Er? Xiao Yan's gaze shifted to her, astonished that she would still offer Xiao Huo more pills, especially in his presence. Had he been reduced to a mere waste? That even Sun Er would disregard his wishes? Despite his previous commands, she still chose to give Xiao Huo the pills, which he had never even used. Brother Xiao Yin, what troubles you? Sun Er tilted her head, looking at him with innocent beauty and grace. Sun Er, have you distanced yourself from me now that I am a waste? Xiao Yin forced a self-deprecating smile, his insecurities laid bare. He had endured mockery from everyone, and now, without Master Yao, his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Should he remain at the third level of fighting power in 2 days, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of Wu-Tan City. Even Sun Er had changed. Was she just like Xiao Mei? Had he misjudged her? Brother Xiao Yin, it's not like that. Please, let me explain. Sun Er's beautiful eyes darted to him, a hint of urgency in her tone. She never anticipated that he would speak such words, questioning her integrity and casting her in a light she did not deserve. Is there even a need for an explanation? I am now a waste. Who would still wish to remain by my side? In 2 days, if I'm still at the third level of fighting power, what will the world think of me? Xiao Yin shook his head, turning away to distance himself from the turmoil. His sole focus was on cultivation, having lost everything else. As he witnessed the closeness between Sun Er and Xiao Huo, a pang of anguish gripped his heart. He was merely a third-level waste. What could he possibly amount to? Even his cousin, Xiao Mei, had changed. How could he expect anything different from Sun Er? Brother Xiao Yin, it won't be like that. Sun Er attempted to chase after him, but he brusquely brushed her off. Enough. Do not follow me any longer. I seek solitude. Xiao Yin uttered softly, turning away and leaving Sun Er standing alone in place. Many onlookers sighed as they beheld Xiao Yan's retreating figure. Amidst the crowd, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted. Once a paragon of excellence, Xiao Yin now found himself in such a dismal predicament. This is not how it should be, Brother Xiao Yin. Sooner exclaimed, rooted to the spot, at a loss for what to do. She had wounded Xiao Huo and felt compelled to attend to him. Yet she had not anticipated that Xiao Yan would harbor such thoughts about her. Is this how you perceive me, Sooner? She mused, gently shaking her head, her heart seemingly shattering. She turned and walked away into the distance. Indeed, things have changed, Xiao Yan remarked. The old Sooner would have chased after me. Chapter 12. Xiao Yan spits blood betrayed. Xiao Huo observed Sooner's exquisite silhouette and then glanced at Xiao Yan's despondent demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. He harbored a deep disdain for Xiao Yan, solely because he was also a transmigrator, yet as a man in his 40s. He had the audacity to sneak into a young girl's room, an utterly shameless act. The three essential elements of transmigrator: showboating, flirting, and undermining Xiao Yan. This was merely the beginning. Everything Xiao Yan possessed would be taken from him, not leaving a single remnant. Even before Xiao Huo had taken action, a rift had begun to form between Xiao Yan and Sooner. Although it was challenging to disrupt Sooner's feelings for Xiao Yan, this presented an opportunity for Xiao Huo. It is all my fault. I should not have challenged you. He approached Sooner, inhaling the faint fragrance that clung to her, feeling an overwhelming urge to protect her. The setting sun illuminated Sooner's profile, rendering her beauty even more radiant, exuding an ethereal quality that stirred something within Xiao Huo. How could Xiao Yan dare to treat such an extraordinary woman with hostility? It is none of your concern. Sooner's soft voice reached him as her beautiful eyes turned to Xiao Huo, still maintaining that impenetrable air of coldness that she extended to everyone. Brother Xiao Yan is merely momentarily perplexed, she added gently. Fear not. I shall console him later, Xiao Huo replied with a smile, unhurried. He understood that Sooner harbored deep feelings for Xiao Yan. If he were to win her over instantly, it would seem implausible. Well, as long as you are unscathed, Sooner stated, turning to leave, perhaps influenced by Xiao Yan's demeanor, lingering little longer by Xiao Huo's side. As she departed, Xiao Huo's gaze turned colder. Even so, Sooner continued to think of Xiao Yan. Winning Sooner's affection would be an arduous task. However, this did not imply that he lacked opportunities. The connection between Sooner and Xiao Yan was merely a fleeting sentiment and had not developed into anything substantial. Moreover, Xun remained so innocent. To pursue her, he must first sever her ties with Xiao Yan. That day would not be far off. Sooner would ultimately be mine, Xiao Huo declared calmly. Without receiving any notifications from the system, Sooner had yet to develop any fondness for him. To earn Sooner's affection would be akin to scaling a mountain. 2 days hence would be the day to test one's strength. At that time, he would seize the ring from Xiao Yan, without Yao Lao. What could Xiao Yan even amount to? Xiao Huo chuckled, casting his gaze towards the sunset, knowing that he could stealthily claim Yao Lao from Xiao Yan. System. Can I eliminate Xiao Yan directly? Once I win Sooner, he would hold no further value, Xiao Huo inquired. Not permissible. If you were to kill Xiao Yan, you would incur the wrath of the heavenly Tao, host brother. His level is still too low. Should I ascend to the pinnacle, the heavenly Tao would no longer pose a threat to you, the system responded. Xiao Huo nodded. Indeed, he would still face the repercussions of the heavenly Tao. Yet, what of it? Xiao Yan had the heavenly Tao, while he had the system. If the system were to reach its utmost potential, even the heavenly Tao would be powerless. To upgrade the system, he needed to fulfill its tasks. However, with so many heroines, Nalan Yinran, Yunya and Medusa, and little Dr. Fairy, Xiao Huo had yet to encounter any of them. Once Nalan Yinran arrived at the Xiao family, he would first win her over. If he could secure an engagement with her, would that not be splendid? Xiao Huo smiled, fully aware that Nalan Yinran had already broken off her engagement with Xiao Yan. Once the time came to display his prowess, he could establish a betrothal with Nalan Yinran, and then wed her. Such an exquisite young woman would not escape his grasp. His intentions were not driven by lewdness, but by desire to counter the heavenly Tao and ultimately vanquish Xiao Yan. Furthermore, in the original narrative, Nalan Yinran suffered greatly. He would ensure she reclaimed her dignity. In that moment, Xiao Huo's resolve solidified further. As he stepped into the world of Dupo, his presence would alter the course of its history. He would not overlook any of the heroines. Presently, the most crucial were Sooner and Yufei. Xiao Huo gradually vanished into the throngs of people. The following day, atop the mountain peak, Sooner donned a light green gauze dress, a purple ribbon adorning her waist, exuding a unique, youthful fragrance. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders as she sat on the ground, her beautiful eyes tinged with concern. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Huo arrived beside her. Do you mind if I sit here? He inquired with a smile that was hard to refuse, as merely sitting together bore no implications. Is your injury healed? Sun Er raised her bright eyes and asked. With the elixirs you provided, of course, I am well, Xiao Huo affirmed. Then followed a period of silence. A gentle breeze tousled Sun Er's hair, carrying the subtle fragrance to his senses. Puli, Sun Er was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure was slender and flawless, her aura captivating. A beauty that would rival the finest in the realm. A celestial maiden gracing the mortal world. Sun Er of the Xiao family was indeed exceptional. If she were to return to her ancient clan and awaken her bloodline, how stunning would she become? If all is well, I shall take my leave, Sun Er declared. Her words fewer after the events of the previous day. She had grown more distant, with hints of grievance and sorrow lingering. You are worried about Xiao Yan, are you not? His talent is remarkable, yet he has suddenly lost his cultivation, reduced to being deemed a waste by others, Xiao Huo remarked softly. Brother Xiao Yan may very well be holding Sun Er accountable. Even I do not know how he can restore his cultivation, Sun Er sighed, disappointment evident in her gaze. I can assist him, Xiao Huo smiled, turning his gaze towards Sun Er. Really? Sun Er's eyes widened in surprise, filled with a glimmer of hope. She had not anticipated any solutions, yet Xiao Huo before her evoked an unexpected sense of assurance. Indeed, it is true. Xiao Huo nodded, asserting that liberating Xiao Yan from the moniker of a worthless individual would be a simple task. All it required was to remove the ring adorning Xiao Yan's finger. Naturally, he would also take along the medicinal elder contained within, along with all the extraordinary flames, which would then belong to him, Xiao Huo. If you can assist my elder brother Xiao Yan in regaining his cultivation, I shall acquiesce to anything for Sun Er, she exclaimed with delight, her brows arching slightly. She sensed that the youth before her was worthy of trust. Anything? Xiao Huo chuckled. That is not permissible. Sun Er playfully shot him a reproachful glance, a faint blush blooming on her delicate face. Despite her exceptional intellect, she remained, after all, merely a girl in her teenage years. Are you thinking inappropriately? I'm not that kind of person, Xiao Huo declared earnestly. With such character, how could he harbor any improper thoughts towards Sun Er? In any case, I'm grateful to you. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, Sun Er said seriously, despite her modest cultivation. She was determined to repay this kindness to the gentleman. Would you grant me the pleasure of seeing you dance? Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just received a message from the system indicating that Xiao Yan intended to seek out Sun Er, seemingly having a change of heart. Xiao Huo immediately resolved that this could not transpire. He had only just managed to create a rift between Xiao Yan and Sun Er, and he could not allow them to reconcile. That was out of the question. I cannot dance, Sun Er replied, her clear gaze reflecting surprise. She had never learned to dance. How could she possibly perform for Xiao Huo? Then, may I request that you practice swordplay in my presence? With your exceptional talent. It must be a sight to behold, Xiao Huo suggested with a smile. Oh, you mustn't speak so carelessly. If my elder brother Xiao Yan hears, he would become unhappy. Sun Er retorted, though inwardly, she felt a flicker of joy. She bit her lip, reasoning that it was merely sword practice. Nothing more would ensue, especially since it was for her elder brother. Having been at the Xiao family for so long, no one had ever praised her beauty in front of her. Not even Xiao Yan himself. In that fleeting moment, Sun Er found herself harboring a peculiar feeling towards Xiao Huo. Just a hint of something different. Xiao Huo smiled gently, coincidentally receiving a notification from the system. Sun Er's affection level had reached 10. Even a modest increase was still progress. He beamed, realizing that this innocent girl, despite her sharp intellect, remained somewhat naive in matters of the heart. Any girl would surely feel delighted upon receiving compliments about her appearance. At long last, he had garnered a sliver of affection from Sun Er. My lord, I shall only practice swordplay once, Sun Er declared, gripping the sword in her hand and beginning her practice. Xiao Huo watched her with rapt attention. Her graceful posture, slender waist, and long legs were truly captivating. The unique fragrance emanating from her was delightful. Most importantly, Sun Er radiated purity and beauty, a true embodiment of grace that garnered admiration from all. Even more significant was her loyalty. Winning her heart would mean possessing everything. As for Xiao Yan, he had merely garnered a hint of her fondness. If he could win Sun Er's affections, the future would be unfathomably bright. To be with Sun Er would mean he could pursue whatever he desired. Just then, the system provided a slight nudge. The ground trembled subtly. During her sword practice, Sun Er lost her balance and began to topple toward Xiao Huo. Be careful, he exclaimed, swiftly moving forward to catch her slender waist in his embrace. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The sword clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Huo felt a soft, sweet sensation as he gazed at the blushing Sun Er in his arms. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and her heart raced uncontrollably. It was not just Sun Er. Any woman in such a situation would undoubtedly experience a quickening of their heartbeat. Meanwhile, on another side, Xiao Yan ascended the mountain, intent on seeing Sun Er. It is my fault. I should not have doubted Sun Er. How could she possibly be involved with another? He reassured himself, determined to seek her out and apologize, hoping for reconciliation. As for any ambiguity between Sun Er and Xiao Huo, he rationalized it as a mere coincidence. Surely it would not persist. Xiao Yan continually reassured himself. Sun Er would never act in such a manner. He resolved to apologize sincerely to her. However, as he approached the mountain, he stumbled upon a scene that shattered his hopes. The Sun Er he had longed for was nestled in Xiao Huo's embrace. From a distance, it appeared as if they were about to kiss. In that moment, Xiao Yan was rendered utterly speechless. He stared at the scene before him, his heart engulfed in despair. It seems I have misjudged yet again. Xunia, I never imagined you could be as despicable as the rest. I was wrong about you. His gaze turned icy as he turned away without hesitation, his heart trembling with rage, feeling as though it had been cleaved in two. He had intended to reconcile with Sun Er, but who could have foreseen that he would witness such an intimate moment between Xiao Huo and Sun Er? In the wilderness, a lone man and woman embraced. Anyone could surmise what might follow. Blood pooled in Xiao Yan's mouth as he spat out a mouthful, his figure forlorn, his complexion paling, aging him prematurely by several years. Cursed! How utterly loathsome! Xiao Yan had never imagined that Sun Er would betray him. Chapter 13. Xiao Yan's fury surged. His heart seized with anger. His silhouette appeared desolate, tinged with a hint of sorrow, and an endless well of resentment brewed within him. He had been betrayed by Sun Er. He had believed that nothing untoward had transpired between her and Xiao Huo. Yet he had witnessed the truth with his own eyes. Xiao Sun Er, you shall pay for your choice. One day, you will realize that betraying me was the gravest mistake of your life. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How infuriating! Why, Xiao Yan, was once a genius, yet I have been reduced to a mere laughingstock. Xiao Mei abandoned me. Xiao Ning mocked me, and my kin scorned me. Even Sun Er has forsaken me. Xiao Yan murmured, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his gaze. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Who is Xiao Huo? Why must he come to seize my Sun Er? She was meant to be mine. The day after tomorrow marks the occasion for the family's strength assessment. To me, women hold little significance. In this world, cultivation is of utmost importance. In the future, countless beautiful women will await my presence. Xiao Yan proclaimed, his figure departing, without questioning Sun Er, for he lacked the qualification to do so. From the beginning to the end, it was he who had indulged in his own sentiments. Without Sun Er, what did it matter? He, Xiao Yan, could always seek out other women. In time, he would become even more exceptional enough to instill regret in Xiao Sun Er and to earn the reverence of other women. At that moment, Xiao Yan's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he turned to leave. A rift had officially formed between him and Xiao Sun Er. Sun Er, with her bright eyes, stared blankly at Xiao Huo, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was blissfully unaware that Xiao Yan had already visited. Her sole desire was to assist her brother Xiao Yan in restoring his cultivation. Be careful in the future. What if I'm not around and you fall? Xiao Huo remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his arms still encircling Sun Er's slender waist, reluctant to let go. Sun Er acknowledged this, but my brother Xiao Yan. Her expression grew complex. Brother Xiao Yan? Xiao Huo's gaze turned somewhat indifferent. Indeed, Sun Er's feelings for Xiao Yan ran deep. Are you unhappy? Xunia inquirit. How could that be? I merely envy Xiao Yan for having someone as wonderful as you by his side. Xiao Huo replied, chuckling and shaking his head in self-deprecation. He could not reveal any disdain for Xiao Yan in front of Sun Er, nor could he ever resort to violence against him, as it would only earn him Sun Er's aversion. Sun Er isn't that good, she retorted, shaking her head. If I were, how could I provoke brother Xiao Yan's anger? Yet, he still misunderstands me. I am not that kind of person. Perhaps it has always been a one-sided affection. Regardless of your decisions, I will always support you. Go now. Your brother Xiao Yan may still be upset. The day after tomorrow is the strength assessment, and if he still falters, I can assist him, Xiao Huo said, his demeanor light and carefree, resembling a caring older brother as he held Sun Er protectively. Thank you. Can you let go now? Sun Er vispiret. Her face adorned with a faint blush, feeling an inner turmoil and pain in her heart, sensing that Xiao Huo regarded her differently. Xiao Huo smiled and released her delicate waist, though with reluctance. The feeling was truly delightful. Alas, winning Sun Er's affection would not be an easy feat even so. Xiao Huo felt a flicker of happiness. Should he succeed in winning Sun's heart, with her precious and devoted nature, he could envision a life akin to paradise. Resting upon her long legs, inhaling her fragrance, engaging in conversation from dawn till dusk, and sharing the night wrapped in each other's embrace. After all, Sun's feelings for Xiao Yan were merely a fleeting fondness. She remained so devoted. As long as Sun and Xiao Yan severed ties completely, he could officially establish a relationship with her. Life will become more beautiful. Sun, I wish for you to endure no grievances or bullying. If anyone dares to mistreat you, I shall ensure they meet their demise, Xiao Huo declared, gently brushing aside Sun's hair. Sun stood in silence, her tall figure exuding a hint of loneliness. Thank you, my lord. I will not be bullied, she replied softly, believing that if she reconciled with brother Xiao Yan, they would find peace. Take this healing pill. You may pass it to Xiao Yan, Xiao Huo said, smiling, feigning nonchalance, for he knew Xiao Yan would likely reject the pill, further straining their relationship. Healing pill? Xunia blinked in surprise. I have healing pills as well, she said, promptly opening the jade vial. Her beautiful eyes widened, her chest rising and falling as disbelief washed over her. How is this possible? This pill is a 5th grade healing pill, and of the finest quality. Such a pill was rare even in the imperial capital. Seasoned alchemists could scarcely hope to concoct one. The rarity lay not solely in its 5th grade classification, but in its exceptional quality. While all medications carry some toxicity, this healing pill had no side effects whatsoever. Consuming it would mend all wounds in a short time. Exponentially more potent than ordinary pills. The ancient clan possessed the means to refine such pills, but that was the ancient clan. Here, in this mere imperial capital, could it be that Xiao Huo is an alchemist? A powerful alchemist at that. Xiao Huo, are you an alchemist? Sun gazed at him, her thoughts in disarray, recognizing that her healing pill paled in comparison to this one, utterly incomparable. I'm not an alchemist. This pill is a treasured heirloom passed down from my grandfather. Xiao Huo replied with a smile, concealing his identity as an alchemist. Even a 9th grade alchemist could not compare to him. He could not reveal his alchemical prowess. Should he do so, while it might astonish Sun, it would also lead her to suspect his intentions were ulterior. How would he court her thereafter? This pill is exceedingly rare. Ordinary alchemists would struggle to replicate it. Sun sighed in relief, realizing that someone so young could not possibly be an alchemist of such caliber. This pill is too precious. I cannot accept it, she said softly, glancing at Xiao Huo. This pill is merely meant for you to pass along to Xiao Yan. Because of me, you and Xiao Yan have encountered misunderstandings. Consider this pill as my compensation, Xiao Huo said, embodying generosity, for to him, this healing pill was of little consequence. His magnanimity, even offering an ancestral pill to Xiao Yan, moved her deeply. Yet, Xiao Yan misunderstood her and even doubted her. After so many years, her brother Xiao Yan had reduced her to such a person. Disappointment flickered in Sun's beautiful eyes toward Xiao Yan. I shall take my leave. Remember, I do not wish for you to endure any grievances, understand? Xiao smiled. Sun nodded gently, watching Xiao Huo's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. After a long while, Sun stood alone atop the mountain. Her heart warm, yet tinged with melancholy. Sorry. Young Master Xiao Huo, you are truly wonderful, even better than brother Xiao Yan. Yet, Sun still cared more for her brother Xiao Yan. She murmured to herself, gazing at the medicinal pill in her hand, convinced that Xiao Huo and her brother Xiao Yan might become friends. Moreover, she believed their misunderstandings could eventually be resolved. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yan had already come to observe them in secret and was unaware of the extent of his fury. Clutching the healing pill, Sun made her way toward the Xiao family, firmly believing that her brother Xiao Yan was not the sort of person to truly misunderstand her. Xiao was silently watched the unfolding events, harboring a flicker of anticipation. This pill would surely cause a rift between Xiao Yan and Sun once more. Chapter 14. The rift between Xiao Yan and Sun in Wutan City, at the Xiao residence. The night had deepened, and a cool breeze swept through Sun's delicate gauzy dress. Yet she appeared oblivious to the chill, radiating a heart-wrenching beauty. Dressed in a pale green gown, her long hair danced with the gentle wind under the dim night sky, the moonlight illuminating her figure, while stars scattered above her like a celestial tapestry. As she walked, she remained unaware of Xiao Huo's presence. Not even Ling Ying noticed him. It was evident that Xiao Huo's cultivation was exceptionally formidable. Even Ling Ying, at the pinnacle of Dohuang, would likely falter against a single strike from him. Although Xiao Huo also stood at the peak of Dohuang. He surpassed ordinary cultivators entirely. With a mere gesture, he could shatter mountains. However, to win Sunera's heart, mere strength was insufficient. She sought more than that. Among the ancient clan, who among the prodigies lacked power, Sunera had never glanced at them. Moreover, being astute and perceptive, she would only develop feelings for those she truly cherished. Xiao Huo's calm gaze lingered on Sunera's breathtaking silhouette, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He felt a pang of sympathy for Sunera, unaware of the grievances she would soon face at Xiao Yan's hands. Yet, this was a trial she must endure. A rift with Xiao Yan was inevitable. Standing at the threshold of Xiao Yan's chamber, Sunera continually reassured herself that her brother would not blame her. She still held the healing pill intended for him. Upon reaching the door, she detected the faint scent of alcohol wafting from within. Xiao Yan, Sunera's ethereal voice called softly as she gently knocked on the door. Who? Xiao Yan's cold voice emerged, tinged with a hint of malevolence. It's Sunera, she replied. Xiao Huo, get lost. Xiao Yan's frigid and merciless tone echoed. Sunera trembled slightly, taken aback by Xiao Yan's harshness. Had he truly become this way? Xiao Yan, what is wrong? She questioned, suppressing her hurt, concern still lingering in her heart. I told you to get lost. What good deed have you done that I haven't seen? And now you wish to return to me? Xiao Sunera, are you not ashamed? Xiao Yan's voice resounded with resentment as he recalled the scene on the mountain, where Xiao Huo had embraced Sunera, seemingly in a kiss, though they hadn't actually kissed. Xiao Yan perceived it as such. He couldn't bear to contemplate what might follow. All he knew was that Sunera was no longer whole at his eyes, and he felt nothing but revulsion. Xiao Yan. Sunera lowered her head, standing at the door, utterly at a loss, feeling as though her heart shattered in that moment. The perfect youth she had admired, Xiao Yan, had cursed her. What good deed? She had merely given Xiao Huo a medicinal pill. How could Xiao Yan misunderstand her so profoundly? Get lost, and, as far as you can. Xiao Yan's icy voice pierced through her, filled with a fury that made her heart sink. Xiao Sunera, I never wish to see you again. He could not accept the reality of Sunera betraying him. The thought of the flawless Sunera being tainted by Xiao Huo ignited a furious rage within him. With a sudden crash, the door swung open. Xiao Yan stood there, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. Sunera, looking at him, felt an unfamiliar distance. Xiao Yan, please let me explain, she implored, her voice trembling with distress as she reached out to grasp his clothing, only to have him violently shake her off. What is there to explain after what you've done? Since you made your choice, why return to me? Is it just because I'm a worthless failure that you want to leave? Fine, here's your chance, get lost. Xiao Yan retorted, his incredulity palpable. He had never encountered someone like Sunera before, betraying him and then returning to mock him. Sunera attempted to speak, but Xiao Yan interrupted her once more. Apologize? Huh, get out of here. His voice roared with unrestrained fury. Sunera stumbled back, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Yan, you're hurt. Please take this pill. She raised the jade vial in her hand, determined to offer the healing remedy despite his harsh words. Pill. Xiao Yan scoffed. He recalled seeing Xiao Huo at the miter auction house, where Xiao Huo had taken a pill to the second floor with Yufei. He recognized this jade vial. It was the very pill given to her by Xiao Huo. Ha ha, even you come to pity me with a pill? I, Xiao Yan, do not require such sympathy. His laughter echoed, a bitter realization dawning upon him that something had undoubtedly transpired between Xiao Huo and Sunera. The very thought of her feigning concern in front of him was unbearable. Why bother pretending? What was the point? Xiao Yan guffawed, never imagining Sunera would turn out to be such a person. For over a decade, had she merely been acting? With that, Xiao Yan hurled the jade vial to the ground with a violent force. Bang! The vial shattered into countless pieces. He crushed the healing pill beneath his foot. When have I ever needed your pity? It's just a medicinal pill. I don't want it. Xiao Yan laughed maniacally before slamming the door shut. Sunera watched in despair as Xiao Yan discarded the jade vial and trampled the precious medicinal pill into fragments. Her heart felt like ashes. Disappointment consumed her. This pill, worth a fortune, was a treasured heirloom of the Xiao Huo family. To see something so precious trampled upon by Xiao Yan felt like a violation of her dignity. Even Ling Ying, watching from a distance, couldn't help but clench his fists. Who dared to provoke the fierce young lady of the ancient clan? No one. Yet here was Xiao Yan, doing so for the first time. In that instant, a flicker of murderous intent ignited within Ling Ying's heart. Had Sunera truly misjudged him all along? Xiao Yan, I never imagined you could be this person. Sunera's heart shattered, piece by piece, as she turned away. Her beautiful eyes suddenly glistening with tears, and she fled into the distance. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, with torrential rain pouring down. Raindrops fell upon Suner, soaking her garments. Alone, she ran through the stormy night. In a nearby room, Xiao Yin gazed at the direction Suner had departed, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. A pang of regret stirred within him. Had he shown a modicum of kindness earlier, perhaps things would not have unfolded this way. Yet, he could not accept that reality. Even in his regret, he would not seek out Suner again. Suner, you have indeed changed, he reflected. The you of yore would have pleaded for my forgiveness, would have patiently awaited our reconciliation. Xiao Yan's eyes grew even colder, and in a hushed moment, the ring in his hand gleamed ominously. The wind howled as the rain battered Suner, who seemed to lose all sensation. At that moment, Xiao Huo appeared before her, holding an umbrella, shielding her from the relentless downpour. Suner looked up at Xiao Huo, unable to contain her feelings of grievance, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 15, Xun Vips. Xiao Yin spits blood. Xiao Huo watched the young girl before him, his heart aching. How deeply Suner had been wronged. He had witnessed everything that had transpired moments before. Xiao Yin was inherently this kind of person. To him, becoming strong was likely of far greater importance. Perhaps, to Xiao Yin, Suner was nothing of significance. Suner's eyes, still shimmering with tears, glistened as the rain drenched her attire, tracing the exquisite contours of her form. Drops of water dripped from her hair, rendering her fragile, heartbroken, and in pain. Faced with such a beautiful Suner, Xiao Huo harbored no ill intentions. He simply wished to protect her, and it was as uncomplicated as that. Without uttering a word, Xiao Huo stepped forward and gently enveloped Suner in his embrace. Trembling slightly, she hesitated but did not push him away, nestled against his chest. She sobbed quietly, overwhelmed by her sense of injustice. The storm raged on, lightning flashing and thunder crashing. The rain continued to fall, and Suner wept, unable to suppress her sorrow. For so many years, she had never endured such indignity. A soft touch brushed against her hair as Xiao Huo tenderly caressed her locks. Glancing across the street, he spotted Xiao Yin and smiled faintly. In front of Xiao Yin, he encircled Suner's slender waist, pulling her closer. No, Mike Sunia, Xiao Yan. Lurking in the shadows across the street, cast a frigid gaze upon the scene. His disbelief morphed into rage as he beheld Xiao Huo and Suner in the downpour. The umbrella slipped from his grasp. In the next moment, he coughed up blood. Xiao Yin, consumed by fury, felt a tumult of hate and regret swirling within him. Blood trickled from his lips as his heart turned utterly cold and indifferent. A pale smile graced his face as he looked skyward. Xiao Xunia, I had intended to seek you out, yet I find that you have indeed come to disdain me as a worthless being. Very well, my expectations were not misplaced. I have been blind. My greatest mistake in this lifetime was misjudging you, Xiao Suner. With a final glance, he turned away, vanishing into the stormy night. Memories of the mountain lingered in his mind. Xiao Huo cradling Suner, kissing her, and then those moments echoed in Xiao Yin's thoughts. Once upon a time, he had envisioned doing the same, dreaming of the day when Suner would grow up. Yet, regrettably, he had not had the opportunity to truly experience her becoming his. Instead, another had seized the chance. Xiao Yin smiled wryly. If he were Xiao Huo, what would he do with Suner? Surely, the once pure and innocent Suner had now become Xiao Huo's woman, perhaps even bearing his child, spending every day and night at his side. All of this was meant to be his. Yet, having turned into a worthless being, he lost everything. Why have I become so weak? He lamented. No, no, no. Xiao Yin stared in terror at his own body, blood spilling from his lips with each labored step, each cough reverberating painfully. He felt his strength dwindling. If this continued, how would the upcoming family assessment go? Observing the scene unfold, Xiao Yin felt his resolve crumbling further. 30 years on the West Bank, 30 years on the East. Xiao Suner, one day I, Xiao Yin, shall stand at a height that compels you to look up to me. And at that time, you would not even be worthy to lick my shoes. He declared coldly, his mind plagued by visions of Suner and Xiao Huo together, intensifying the ache in his heart. Did he hate Xiao Huo? No, he did not. The hatred was directed inward. Why had he become a worthless being? Why had he not claimed Suner for himself sooner? He loathed that Xiao Suner was not by his side now that he had fallen. Xiao Suner, in time, you will come to realize your error. I, Xiao Yin, still possess a fiancée, Nailin Yinran, the pride of the Yunlan sect. She would never betray me, as you have. My fiancé's character surely surpasses yours. If he could restore his strength, he would seek out his fiancée. Xiao Suner, when you witness me wed Nailin Yinran, will you not feel remorse? A cold smile played on Xiao Yan's lips. Even without Suner, he remained unfazed. After all, he still had his fiancée. Nalan Yanran, a disciple of the Yunlan sect, was incomparable to the short-sighted women of Yunnan City. Nalan Yanran would never treat him this way. Gradually, Xiao Yin departed, intent on furthering his cultivation. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he compel Xiao Suner to regret her choices. By that time, he would no longer find her worthy of his regard. Xiao Huo, observing Xiao Yin's retreat, allowed a slight smile to grace his face. His aim had always been to provoke Xiao Yin. It was Xiao Yin who had caused Suner such sorrow. How laughable it was, Xiao Yin, possessing a despicable heart, feigning righteousness. He relished the moments when he could make a grand entrance, only to overshadow others. Were it not for Yao Lao and Suner's assistance, what would Xiao Yin amount to? Holding Suner in his arms, Xiao Huo savored her faint, delicate fragrance and tightened his embrace. If he could win Suner's heart, they could share a blissful life together, practicing together, resting her head on his lap when weary, and bringing her joy. As Suner busied herself in the kitchen, Xiao Huo could embrace her from behind, ready to shield her from any impending danger, descending like a guardian angel. The future promised to be exceedingly sweet. One day, he would personally visit the ancient clan to propose to Gu Yuan, hand in hand with Suner, basking in the admiration of countless onlookers. Xiao Huo eagerly anticipated all that was to come. Yet, Suner's unwavering devotion made it difficult for him to win her heart, even amidst misunderstandings with Xiao Yin. She was inherently the most elusive and unique girl, a daughter of the ancient clan, unmatched in status and identity. Just as Xiao Huo contemplated speaking, the rain gradually ceased. Suner forcefully pushed him away. Despite having endured insults and bullying from Xiao Yin, she would not easily open her heart to another, especially in her current sorrow. No more tears. Some people are not worth your grief, and they never cared, Xiao Huo remarked with a smile, attempting to touch Suner's hair. Yet, she evaded him. No longer the defenseless girl she once was. I'm sorry. Can you let me be alone for a moment? She requested softly, standing before him. The elixir was damaged, and I cannot repay you at this moment, but I promise to return it one day. Xiao Huo smiled in response, unconcerned. Winning Suner's heart was not something that could be accomplished overnight. He did not look back, nor was there a need to. One day, Suner would no longer push him away, and that day would not be far off. Masterling, is Suner truly so ineffectual? Suner gazed at Xiao Huo's retreating figure, a flicker of despondency stirring within her. She pressed her lips together, uncertain of what to say. Unbeknownst to her, a more significant presence had quietly entered her world, one that would ultimately shape her life. Chapter 16. My Suner is truly beautiful. Beep. Would the host like to check the panel to view the favorability ratings of Xiao, Suner, Yafei, and Xiao Mei toward the host? Beep. Automatic query successful. Xiao Suner, 20, Yafei, 65, Xiao Mei, 59. The system's reminder echoed in the air. Sitting in his room, Xiao Huo nodded, his mood still rather somber. Although his favorability with Suner had increased, his beloved Suner had suffered grievances, which pained him. Regrettably, their relationship remained merely that of ordinary friends. He feared he lacked the qualifications to comfort her. If he were to truly take action for Suner, Ling Ying, who secretly protected her, would likely disapprove. As for Xiao Mei, while she was indeed beautiful, what could Xiao Huo possibly pursue within the Xiao family? Would he dare knock on Xiao Mei's door in the dead of night? Moreover, being the upright person he was, he would never entertain such thoughts. Yafei was still at the miter auction. If time permitted, he could visit her at the auction. After the family's strength assessment, Xiao Yin would undoubtedly attend the auction to bid on the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. At that time, a mere conversation with Yafei could ensure that Xiao Yan's liquid would have no venue to be auctioned. Xun was genuinely stunning. He pondered when he might truly win her heart. With a smile, Xiao Huo closed his eyes. Currently, he needed to master the cultivation of a Dohuan. Even with formidable skills, without practical experience, they were of no use. If he were to face Medusa now, he would likely be soundly defeated. As for battling Yin Yun, he was no match for her either, lacking any combat experience. He needed to train diligently. The system, exasperated, shot him a glare. Host, how shameless. You haven't even met Queen Medusa, yet you dare to call her your wife? Utterly shameless. To pursue Queen Medusa would prove far more challenging than winning Suner. After all, Suner was merely a 15 or 16-year-old girl, innocent and clever. No matter how intelligent she was, she remained a girl with little worldly experience. In contrast, Queen Medusa was the leader of the serpent tribe, known as the cold and ruthless queen. If the host dared to call her wife in her presence, he would likely meet his demise on the spot. The following day, merely a day remained until the Xiao family's strength assessment. Upon the mountain's peaks, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuded elegance as she sat upon a stone, her captivating silhouette revealed. Her beautiful eyes gazed ahead, tinged with a hint of redness. As she curled up, embracing her legs, her eyes reflecting only despair. A sleepless night had passed. Every harsh word from Xiao Yan echoed like daggers in her heart. On the other hand, thoughts of Xiao Huo, the ordinary boy who stirred a ripple in her heart, lingered. Why did she feel differently towards him? When he was merely a youth of modest strength? Last night, she had let Xiao Huo hold her without resistance. A gesture even Xiao Yan had never truly shared with her. With her eyes closed, Sun spiraled into a whirlpool of thoughts. Her feelings for Xiao Yan had dwindled to disappointment. Brother Xiao Yan, why don't you believe in me? Why utter such words? She lowered her head, feeling the weight of Xiao Yan's accusations. Yet her heart still harbored sentiments for him. Despite Xiao Huo's presence, her feelings remained unshaken. If you do not wish to see me again, then I shall not disturb you, she murmured to herself, enveloped in loneliness and desolation. This scene did not escape Ling Ying's watchful eyes. Ling Ying's gaze burned with anger and confusion, yet he dared not speak out. Before him stood no other than the young lady, the beloved daughter of the ancient clan, the future heir. In the ancient clan, she was the most beautiful woman, adored by many, yet Xiao Yan failed to cherish her, even going so far as to scold her. Despite her kindness, she still pined for Xiao Yan. How could he treat her this way? It was infuriating. Young lady, why do you care so much for that waste, Xiao Yan? Ling Ying sighed inwardly, his anger towards Xiao Yan surging. Were it not for Sun's feelings for him, he would have long since struck Xiao Yan down. How could Xiao Yan be worthy of her? Yet, dear lady, you still hold affection for him, unaware that after you left last night, Xiao Yan was thinking of his fiancée. Xiao Yan was still pondering when he would marry Nailin Yanran, and when he could come to flaunt his achievements before her. In his eyes, Nailin Yanran's status transcended that of a mere young lady, yet he remained blissfully ignorant of the truth. Ling Ying was filled with countless unspoken words, yet he dared not voice them. His sole responsibility was to safeguard Sun, and everything else fell under the directives of the young lady. Ling Ying could not fathom why the eldest daughter of the ancient clan behaved in such a manner. If given the choice, he might even deem Xiao Huo more suitable for Sun than Xiao Yan. In Ling Ying's perspective, even Xiao Huo was unworthy of Sun. Who among the few could truly match the young lady's caliber? In the small town of Wutan, was there truly anyone deserving of her? Just then, Ling Ying's gaze brightened as he caught sight of Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo ascended to the mountaintop, refraining from disturbing Sun, and instead finding a secluded corner to quietly observe her, protecting her from shadows. With Xiao Huo's prowess, eluding Ling Ying's scrutiny was a trivial matter. However, if he kept his presence hidden from Ling Ying, how could Sun ever become aware of him? Xiao Huo smiled, deliberately releasing a hint of his aura for Ling Ying to sense before retreating into the shadows. My precious Sun, you are so enchanting, Xiao Huo marveled. Such grace, indeed befitting the eldest daughter of the ancient clan. Even in the original world of Earth, none could rival Sun. That kind of elegance was unparalleled. Sun possessed an innate beauty, captivating enough to enchant entire nations. Brother host, you still haven't pursued Sun, the system teased. She'll be mine in due time. Once I win her heart, we shall cultivate together, spar in martial arts, listen to her play the zither, watch her dance. And I could even rest my head upon her long legs to meditate. Such privileges are reserved for me alone. Xiao Huo communicated with the system through his divine sense. Although Sun's legs are long, they cannot compare to mine. Brother host, why not give a try someday? The system replied playfully, confident that she could hold her own in beauty against Sun. Have you ever encountered a host so shameless that even the system cannot escape their antics? Moreover, I am a righteous transmigrator, embodying positive energy, protecting the world, the populace, and my beloved Sun. Xiao Huo chuckled. The system cast a helpless glance at Xiao Huo, pondering if anyone could be more brazen than him in this world. Chapter 17. The Fiancé, Nailin Yanran. A day passed quietly. Sun remained seated atop the mountain, gradually succumbing to slumber. Having rested poorly the previous night, even she could not withstand the fatigue, especially as her cultivation only reached the 9th stage of Do Qi. With a restless mind, how could she find peace in sleep? As for Xiao Huo, he spent the entire day watching over Sun in silence, an act known only to Ling Ying. This lad is quite commendable. To guard the young lady for an entire day, sincerely devoted, Ling Ying remarked, secretly admiring Xiao Huo's perseverance and determination. Yet, the young lady was not easily won over. It was a fanciful notion to think one could sway her heart. The common man could hardly achieve such a feat. As night fell, Xiao Huo stood, observing the lightly clad Sun. He draped his own coat over her shoulders before departing. Tomorrow marked the day of the Xiao clan's examination. Clad in only a thin outer garment, after covering Sun, he was left with merely his undergarments. The mountaintop was frigid, and the wind howled fiercely, yet Xiao Huo braved the cold as he silently made his exit. Ling Ying witnessed it all. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Xiao Huo was indeed admirable. Alas, he had set his affections on the wrong person. The young lady was beyond his reach. Ling Ying mused, casting a gaze at Xiao Huo's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of respect. He would rather endure the biting wind and cold than let Sun suffer from the chill. Such character far surpassed Xiao Yan in Ling Ying's eyes. In fact, Xiao Yan had already been condemned in Ling Ying's judgment. No one had the right to harm the young lady, not even him. Gradually, Sun opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flickering within her beautiful gaze. She realized that the garment draped upon her was Xiao Huo's. Master Ling, is this clothing from Xiao Huo? Xunia inquired. Her clear eyes filled with astonishment as she felt the warmth lingering on the fabric. Yes, young lady. It was young Master Xiao Huo who feared you would catch a chill. Ling Ying replied respectfully, his gaze towards Sun revealing a complex mix of emotions. It was he? Sun mused, lifting her gaze and standing still, her ethereal dress swaying gently in the breeze, untouched by dust. Young Master, Xiao Huo has been guarding you here all day. Ling Ying stated candidly, unwilling to conceal the truth from her. And where is he now? Sun asked, scanning her surroundings. Young Master Xiao Huo has already departed. Ling Ying informed her. Sun cast an anxious glance around, clutching the garment in her hands. How foolish. He gave me his clothes and then descended the mountain alone? It's so cold tonight, and the wind is so strong. What will he do? Yet, amidst her concern, a warmth blossomed in her heart. Xiao Huo still cared for her, quietly draping his coat over her shoulders while he faced the harshness alone. Had she been too indifferent towards him? But her heart still belonged to Xiao Yan. Xiao Huo treated her with such kindness. What could she offer in return? Sun gently pressed her lips together, feeling an increasing sense of indebtedness toward Xiao Huo. A faint smile graced her face as she resolved not to dwell on it further. In Wutan City, she had few friends. If any, it was only Xiao Huo. As for advancing their relationship, she would no longer ponder it deeply. Has brother Xiao Yan not come? Sun asked, her gaze revealing deeper disappointment. Compared to the joy Xiao Huo brought her, her feelings for Xiao Yan were steadily waning. No, Ling Ying shook his head, observing Sun with a hint of concern. Even now, the young lady still cares for Xiao Yan. I see, Sun replied, though a sense of disheartenment lingered within her. After all, she had anticipated this outcome. Sun looked down at the garment, draping it over her shoulders once more. Tomorrow, young Master Xiao Huo will surely participate in the examination, won't he? She softly inquired, her curiosity regarding Xiao Huo surpassing her thoughts of Xiao Yan. Yes, young lady. Young Master Xiao Huo is also a disciple of the Xiao clan and will undoubtedly partake in tomorrow's assessment, Ling Ying confirmed. After all, the examination held great significance within the Xiao clan. Those who did not meet the standards would receive no resources. Even someone of Xiao Yan's standing might end up in menial tasks. This was a martial world, where without cultivation, one held no status. Her spirits lifting slightly. She would attend as well, eager to witness his cultivation level. A smile emerged on her face as Xiao Huo's presence brightened her mood. Why is the young lady so concerned about young Master Xiao Huo? Ling Ying inquired, puzzled by her interest. Sun merely wishes to discern whether he intentionally lost to me that day. Sun proceeded down the mountain, her intellect as sharp as ice and snow, allowing her to sense a subtle disquiet. If Xiao Huo were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded by Sun's brilliance. Indeed, she was capable of making such a deduction. Miss, your cultivation level is unparalleled among the disciples of the Xiao clan, let alone compared to Xiao Huo. Even if he did not deliberately concede to you, he would never be your match, Ling Ying remarked, shaking his head, his perspective shaped by the wisdom of a battle emperor. Perhaps that is the case, Sun responded softly. I always feel that he is somewhat stronger than I am. Have you ceased to mourn for Xiao Yan, miss? Ling Ying inquired further. Sun turned her gaze back, her beauty striking, and shook her head. Xiao Yan has never cared for me. Why should I think of him daily, even though I have yet to forget him? It does not affect my present mood. Ling Ying sighed as he observed Sun's retreating figure. Miss, you cannot possibly harbor feelings for Xiao Huo, can you? Even if Xiao Huo possesses commendable character, what merit does he have to pursue someone of your stature? Your identity and status are realms he could never hope to reach. Miss, you wouldn't. Ling Ying began, but it seems Sooner had already anticipated his thoughts. Master Ling, I would not easily develop feelings for someone. And if I were to fall for someone, I would not relinquish them lightly. Young Master Xiao Huo is quite commendable. In my heart, he is a good friend. Sooner smiled, a hint of warmth surfacing as she thought of Xiao Huo. This feeling brought her joy and comfort, a sensation that even Xiao Yan had never afforded her. Indeed, Ling Ying nodded. Let us hope that is the case. If you truly find affection for Xiao Huo, what might the future hold? At least in my eyes, Xiao Huo has yet to earn that privilege. The daughter of an ancient clan, how could she simply be pursued by anyone? Unbeknownst to them, the relationship between Xiao Yan and Sooner had grown increasingly distant. Even if Sooner once held unique feelings for Xiao Yan, they had never escalated to love. Such feelings would inevitably fade over time. In Sooner's beautiful eyes, there was a glimmer of anticipation. Tomorrow, she intended to return the clothing to Xiao Huo. And in doing so, she would also witness his true cultivation level. If Xiao Huo had indeed lost to her intentionally, she would not let him off the hook. Meanwhile, at the Xiao residence, Xiao Yan was diligently practicing. His ring, altered by the currents of time, had already activated prematurely. Teacher, I shall strive to improve my cultivation. As for a mere Sooner, what significance does she hold? I, Xiao Yan, already have a fiancé. My betrothed is none other than Nalan Yanran of the Yunlan sect. Teacher, in due time, I shall summon Nalan Yanran to the Xiao clan for our wedding. In the presence of Sooner, as well as Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning, before all of the Xiao family, and before Xiao Huo, my Nalan Yanran is the most beautiful woman in the world. Xiao Yan chuckled heartily, engulfed by excitement. With the assistance of Yao Lao and his fiancée, when Nalan Yanran arrived at the Xiao residence, he could openly confront everyone. Chapter 18. Xianer is truly considered. At the Xiao residence, today marked the day of the test. Many young men and women gathered in the square, filled with anticipation. They wished to witness the current cultivation of the once renowned genius of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan. Among them were several disciples eager to mock Xiao Yan. The three elders of the Xiao clan also ascended the high platform, prepared to observe the disciples' examination. Xiao Zhan felt a tinge of nervousness. He wondered what level Xiao Yan had reached after all this time, and hoped he would not be disappointed. Amidst the crowd, a gasp broke the silence, immediately capturing everyone's attention. The pride of the Xiao clan, the enchanting Sooner, had arrived. Clad in a purple dress with a silken ribbon at her waist, she stood elegantly, exuding en allure. Her long legs and splendid figure drew the gazes of many young men. As she gracefully made her way, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, she became the focal point of the gathering. Sooner's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for a familiar figure. Not far away, Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon Sooner, and his heart ached a little more. How splendid she looked! How wonderful it would be if he could possess her. Sooner, Xiao Yan approached her, his eyes filled with complexity, longing to utter something. Though resentment lingered in his heart, after so many years of companionship, it was hard to dismiss. Most importantly, seeing Sooner's beauty made it difficult to resist approaching her. Unbeknownst to him, Sooner had matured into a stunning young woman, her chest gently rising and falling like a breathtaking fairy. Sooner raised her gaze, locking eyes with Xiao Huo behind Xiao Yan. Upon seeing him, she revealed a gentle smile. The memory of Xiao Huo spending the day with her yesterday warmed her heart. At the very least, she regarded him as a good friend. Xun, are you smiling at me? Xiao Yan thought, a flicker of joy igniting within him, as he yearned to reach out to Sooner. Xun gracefully approached, her beauty accentuating her slender curves, deepening Xiao Yan's excitement. Was she about to embrace him? It had been ages since he had felt the warmth of her embrace. Setting aside past grievances, he decided to seize the moment. In the crowd, Xiao Yan opened his arms and walked toward Sooner. All eyes turned to witness this unfolding scene. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan found himself empty-handed, crashing to the ground. Gazing at Sooner's retreating figure, his eyes reflected only anguish. The girl who once stood beside him now ignored him, striding toward Xiao Huo. Sooner's footsteps passed by Xiao Yan, leading her directly to Xiao Huo. Throughout all, she did not cast a single glance at Xiao Yan. Her gaze remained solely fixed upon Xiao Huo. You've arrived. Sooner's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Huo, feeling a sense of warmth upon seeing him. Yes, I have, Xiao Huo replied with a smile. His gaze locked on Sooner. From now on, you must not leave Sooner behind and go off on your own. Were you cold last night? Xun asked, her eyes shimmering with a mix of grievance and indignation, making her even more enchanting. It was cold, Xiao Huo chuckled, his heart fluttering at the sight of her. You know it was cold. Here is your clothing back. You must not do this again, Suner scolded playfully, returning the garments to Xiao Huo. Holding the clothing, Xiao Huo gazed at Suner, feeling as if he were in a dream. My Suner is truly considerate, he said with a smile, imagining what it would be like to be cared for by her in the future. Who is your Suner? Suner's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly shameless. Strangely enough, standing before Xiao Huo filled her with joy, a sensation she had never experienced even in the presence of Xiao Yan. Today's assessment promised rewards for those who could surpass Suner. With curiosity gleaming in her eyes, she regarded Xiao Huo, her heart fluttering at the prospect of discovering his cultivation level. What reward? Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled with intrigue, perhaps indicating a stroke of fortune. Suner, you are too considerate. I want to tell you, Suner replied with a playful smile. I fear I want to qualify for the reward. I couldn't even best you last time we fought. Xiao Huo remarked deliberately, eager to gauge her reaction. You can't deceive Suner, she whispered, exuding the fresh fragrance of youth, her keen intellect easily discerning the truth. All right, I promise not to deceive you again, Xiao Huo chuckled. Oh, so you were indeed pretending to be Suner's rival that day, Suner exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, though any disdain she may have had was long gone. I was mistaken, Xiao Huo sighed, gazing at Suner with admiration, realizing that despite having read countless novels, understanding a girl's heart remained an enigma. How could my Suner be so enchanting? He mused, affectionately ruffling her hair. I said it's not yours, Suner retorted, her cheeks aglow, yet this time she didn't shy away. Standing beside Xiao Huo, she felt a sense of happiness she had never known before. This scene was witnessed by everyone present, resembling a playful exchange between lovers. Particularly, Xiao Yan watched in disbelief, his heart nearly bursting from frustration. He had just attempted to embrace Suner, but found himself empty-handed. She and T even spared him a glance. How infuriating. No, Suner, my Suner. Xiao Yan seethed, observing the unfolding drama, feeling an anger so profound he yearned to scream. Yet, he remained silent, for he and Suner were never truly connected. The intimate gestures shared between Suner and Xiao Huo did not escape the notice of the crowd, and soon an uproar erupted. Countless envious gazes were directed at Xiao Huo. After all, Suner was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Xiao clan, a breathtaking beauty of unparalleled grace. Many harbored secret affections for her, and it was no exaggeration to claim that all within the Xiao family held a unique sentiment towards Suner. Her beauty was unmatched. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, she had already begun to blossom, and one could only imagine how stunning she would become in a few years. Could it be that my goddess Suner was truly with Xiao Huo? Unthinkable. What cultivation level did Xiao Huo possess? I must contend with him. Many disciples' eyes glinted with jealousy, and when they saw Suner returning Xiao Hui's clothing, wild thoughts raced through their minds. Could it be that Xiao Huo had already shared a bed with Suner? Otherwise, why would she be holding his garment? The mere thought shattered their hearts. Such a stunning Suner, yet she was so affectionate with Xiao Huo. Some disciples, observing Xiao Yan's expression, couldn't help but smirk. Could it be that Xiao Yan had been cuckolded? Immediately, all eyes shifted to him. Once the Xiao family's prodigy, Xiao Yan had now been humiliated. Many disciples felt a mix of schadenfreude and admiration for Xiao Huo. Under the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Xiao Yan felt as though he were being cut with 1,000 knives, wishing only to vanish into the ground. Chapter 19. Xiao Yan, First Stage of Do Qi. Countless eyes were fixed upon Xiao Yan, many of which were accompanied by mocking laughter. They had once envied his closeness with Suner, but now it appeared he was merely ordinary. Without Suner's protection, they felt emboldened to bully him, even as the son of the clan leader. Xiao Yan was not immune to the petty rivalries among the younger generation. Even Xiao Zhan could not stoop to intervene. Many disciples gazed at Xiao Yan with a glimmer of amusement. Finally, they had the opportunity to target him, especially Xiao Ning, who licked his lips in anticipation. Xiao Yan was practically courting disaster. He deserved this. Suner, you will ultimately regret this. Without you, I still have Nalan Yanran. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, saying nothing. All his hopes rested upon Nalan Yanran. In his eyes, no matter how exceptional Suner was, she was merely a girl from Wutan City. Nalan Yanran, however, belonged to the prestigious Yunlan sect of the Jiama Empire, a revered institution that commanded respect from all disciples within the empire. The most renowned figures of the Yunlan sect were Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun. Both were unparalleled beauties, and Nalan Yanran, in particular, was highly regarded. Surely, her vision and beauty surpassed that of Suner. With a cold smile, Xiao Yin resolved that his future lay with the Yaman sect. His destiny was intertwined with marrying Nalan Yinran. With a fiancée like her, what did he have to fear? Enough, let the assessment commence. First up, Xiao Yin. The presiding elder announced, turning his gaze to Xiao Yin. Soon, all eyes were upon him, as the once promising genius of the Xiao family stood ready to unveil his current cultivation level. Anticipation filled the air. Xiao Yin stepped onto the testing platform, placing his palm upon the stone tablet. In a moment, a radiant glow emerged, revealing a few bold characters. Do Qi, first stage. Xiao Yin, Do Qi, first stage. Level low. The presiding elder cast a stunned glance at Xiao Yin, nearly toppling from the platform. How could he have only attained the first stage of Do Qi? As the declaration echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Yin had, astonishingly, regressed to the first stage of Do Qi. What kind of cultivation level was this? The weakest. Xiao Yin was not merely a failure. He was the weakest disciple in the entire Xiao clan. Once at the third stage of Do Qi, he had plummeted to the first stage after witnessing Suner with Xiao Huo, his frustration causing him to regress. How could Xiao Yin be so pathetic as to only possess first stage Do Qi? Is this some kind of joke? Even the pig's eye rays are stronger than him. Once the genius of Wutan City, now reduced to first stage Do Qi. This is hilarious. Mockery erupted around him, and Xiao Yin hung his head in defeat as he descended the testing platform, a glimmer of despair in his eyes. Why? Why am I stuck at first stage Do Qi? This is all your fault, Xiao Huo. Pale and stricken, Xiao Yin struggled to fathom the ridicule that awaited him for his lack of strength. Fortunately, he had already unearthed the secret of the ring, and with the assistance of the venerable Yao, he could anticipate the acquisition of extraordinary flames in the future. Yet, the most significant factor remained his fiancée, Nalan Yinran. Should the Xiao family find themselves in dire straits, he could seek out Nalan Yinran, perhaps culminating in a union that would see her as his wife. Xiao Yin cast a glance at Xiao Suner, expecting some reaction from her. After all, for the past 3 years, she had relentlessly sought ways to aid him in restoring his cultivation. However, despair washed over Xiao Yin more profoundly. Xiao Suner, the girl who once stood by his side, didn't even spare him a glance. Not only that, but she sat beside Xiao Huo, chatting and laughing as if Xiao Yin had vanished from her world entirely. Xiao Zhan gazed at the results inscribed on the stone tablet, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. He had witnessed disciples with 3 and 4 levels of Do Qi, but never had he encountered someone with merely 1 level. A sense of hopelessness enveloped him. His son was branded as a waste. 1 level of Do Qi was indeed synonymous with being failure. Xiao Zhan shook his head, concluding that Xiao Yin was ill-suited for cultivation. Xiao Omei, Do Qi level 7, the presiding elder announced. Xiao Mei descended gracefully, still choosing to ignore Xiao Yin. In the realm of martial cultivation, strength was paramount. It was not merely Xiao Mei. From this point onward, the Xiao clan would no longer regard Xiao Yin with any significance. Xiao Mei cast a curious glance at Xiao Huo, her beautiful eyes tinged with annoyance. That scoundrel Xiao Huo had praised her beauty last time, yet since that day, he had not sought her out again. It seemed that Xiao Huo truly did not harbor feelings for her. She had mistakenly believed his compliments were indicative of his affection. Xiao Mei discreetly stole another glance at Xiao Huo before averting her gaze. Her primary concern now lay with Xiao Huo's cultivation. How formidable would he become? Suner approached the testing platform, her slender figure accentuated by a flowing purple dress, captivating all who beheld her. She turned back to glance at Xiao Huo, her beauty enchanting enough to kindle envy in countless disciples. Many regarded Xiao Huo with a mixture of admiration and jealousy, for only he could claim a girl like Suner. Do Qi level 9. Great, advanced, declared the elder's voice. Instantly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they gazed at Suner, who truly embodied the pride of the Xiao family. A genuine prodigy. In terms of beauty, strength, and cultivation, Suner surpassed all other disciples of the Xiao clan. With a sigh, Xiao Mei felt a tinge of jealousy as Suner gracefully approached Xiao Huo with a radiant smile. It's your turn now. Don't forget our previous agreement. If you surpass me, there will be a reward, Suner chimed, her voice light as air, capable of melting the hearts of all present. Standing close to Xiao Huo, she displayed a warmth and intimacy that disregarded the surrounding onlookers. What was the nature of Suner and Xiao Huo's relationship that still required validation? As Xiao Huo prepared to take the stage, the atmosphere thrummed with anticipation. Suner is truly beautiful, but alas, she is not my girlfriend. If I were Xiao Huo, I would seize the moment and embrace her, mused a group of envious disciples. The desire to even exchange a few words with Sun was a challenge for countless disciples of the Xiao family, let alone the notion of pursuing her, a mere fantasy. Who could compare to Sun, a Do Qi level 9? Xiao Huo smiled as he beheld Sun before him. She regarded him as a good friend, and to leap to the label of girlfriend would be too hasty. They had only known each other for a few days, and it was unrealistic to expect such rapid progression. Xiao Huo recognized that Sun still harbored feelings for Xiao Yan, and he understood that any overt affection might provoke her aversion. Good friends are a fine start, he reflected, confident that one day she would become his girlfriend and, ultimately, his woman. Wait for me, Xiao Huo said with a smile, neither embracing Sun nor taking advantage of the moment, aiming to leave a favorable impression on her. Yes, cheer up, Sun nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Huo. At that moment, all eyes were on Xiao Huo, even more captivating than Xiao Yan had been moments before. The three esteemed elders of Wutan City focused intently on him, as did all the disciples, including Xiao Zhan, who scrutinized the stone tablet. As for Xiao Yan, he scoffed. Xiao Huo, how strong can you truly be? Your aura suggests you are merely at the 4th or 5th level of Do Qi, hardly formidable. Elder Yao interjected, young lad. Wutan City is but a small place. Your vision should extend far beyond. Xiao Yan chuckled and nodded, unperturbed by Xiao Huo's presence. Surely, he could not surpass Sun. Xiao Mei felt a flutter of anxiety. What level of cultivation would Xiao Huo reveal? Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to develop feelings for him, tinged with jealousy. Had it not been for Sun, perhaps Xiao Huo would have sought her out instead. She too possessed long legs and a slender waist, capable of captivating many an admirer. And she refused to believe that Xiao Huo remained unmoved. Should the occasion arise, she would not easily acquiesce to Xiao Huo, for he had neglected her. In a mysterious twist of fate, even Xiao Mei sensed that Xiao Huo was no ordinary individual. Numerous disciples gazed at Xiao Huo, all eager to discern the extent of his prowess. What do you think? How formidable can Xiao Huo be? They mused. No matter how strong he is, he cannot surpass Xiao Sun. Indeed, Sun was a 9th-tier Do Qi master, the pride of the Xiao clan. A chorus of voices filled the air, laced with anticipation. Should Xiao Huo prove lacking in strength, they would not hesitate to mock him. In the realm of cultivation, the strong reign supreme while the weak are scorned. This has been the unyielding truth since time immemorial. If Xiao Huo were to display strength, they would revere him. If he faltered, he would surely be targeted. Let the test commence. The presiding elder cast a glance at Xiao Huo, a hint of arrogance tinging his gaze, devoid of any expectation. After all, Xiao Huo was merely an ordinary disciple of the Xiao family. Famous? He had never garnered renown in recent years. The elder held little faith in Xiao Huo's abilities. If Xiao Huo were truly a genius, I would stand on my head and eat dung. I see no sign of exceptional talent. In Wutan City, only Sun is a true prodigy, while the rest are mediocre, remarked Xiao Zhan, unable to discern any remarkable prowess from Xiao Huo. The three elders nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying a lack of impression toward Xiao Huo. If he were a true genius, he would have already shone brightly. He was merely an ordinary disciple. On the testing platform, Xiao Huo placed his palm upon the stone tablet, closing his eyes to regulate his energy. There was no need for overwhelming strength, nor did he require the peak energy of a Do Huang to strike the tablet. No one was aware that he had reached the pinnacle of Do Huang. Such strength was extraordinary. In Wutan City, and even the Jiama Empire, he would be among the most elite. Should he approach the Yunlan sect, even Yun Yun herself would come to greet him. For now, Xiao Huo could not reveal his true capabilities, especially with Sun present. He merely wished to be with her, gradually earning her affection, practicing alongside her, rising with the sun and resting with the sunset, cherishing each day spent in her company. That was enough for him. When wearied from training, how delightful it would be to recline upon Sun's soft legs. When the time was right, he would reveal to his beloved Sun just how powerful he truly was. Moreover, a mere hint of his abilities would undoubtedly astound the entire Xiao clan. As he placed his hand upon the stone tablet, a golden radiance erupted forth. Moments later, the tablet shone with brilliance, illuminating the entire sky. All eyes were drawn to the golden light, a wave of astonishment washing over them. Just what level of cultivation did Xiao Huo possess? Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Xiao Huo's figure. Inscribed upon the stone tablet were a few words. Xiao Huo's cultivation level has manifested before all. 3 stars of Doja. The presiding elder gazed in shock at the tablet, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. He had never anticipated that Xiao Huo had already attained the level of 3 stars of Doja in the present Xiao family. This was the mark of a true super genius. In fact, it even surpassed Xiao Yan's record. He was even stronger than Xiao Suner. At such a young age, to have achieved 3 stars of Doja, who could have imagined? Young master, you are a true genius. The presiding elder bowed deeply towards Xiao Huo's direction, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Xiao Huo's future was incalculable. Such a prodigious youth. How could he, as the presiding elder, afford to offend him? Heavens! 3 stars of Doja. Xiao Zhan leaped up, joy radiating from his gaze as he looked at Xiao Huo. What he cared about most was whether the Xiao family had a genius. If the Xiao family possessed such a talent, what immense pride it would bring. And how strong they could become in the future. How splendid it would be if Xiao Huo were his son. Xiao Zhan's face flushed with excitement as he regarded Xiao Huo, as though he were a treasure. As for the 3 elders, they stood in stunned silence. What did 3 stars of Doja signify? This was the first super genius to emerge from the Xiao family in centuries. If this were the case, to what heights could the Xiao family ascend in the future? Xiao Huo's cultivation level far surpassed that of Xiao Yan. The surrounding disciples were equally astonished, gazing at Xiao Huo's silhouette with a hint of reverence. Oh my heavens, Xiao Huo is 3 stars of Doja. How could this be? With such cultivation, he is destined to be a future genius. Brother Xiao Huo, please allow me to pay my respects. A throng of disciples surged forward, encircling Xiao Huo, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. A youth of such caliber would undoubtedly grow immensely powerful in the future. How fortunate it would be to align themselves with him. Many young women gazed at Xiao Huo with yearning eyes. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, Xiao Huo radiated an unparalleled brilliance, naturally drawing the attention of these maidens. For such a genius, should they become his partner, would they not secure a worry-free future? It would be wise to cultivate a connection with Xiao Huo. 3 stars of Doja, just like Sister Xiao Yu. Xiao Mei gazed at Xiao Huo, overwhelmed by the depth of her astonishment. Xiao Yu is already a disciple of the Jianan Academy, having achieved 3 stars of Doja, but that was a result of rigorous training at the academy. Yet Xiao Huo had reached this level independently. What anomaly! Xiao Mei gasped in wonder, unable to fathom that Xiao Huo's innate talent far surpassed her own. The memory of Xiao Huo complimenting her beauty and holding her hand caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Had Xiao Huo been deliberately ignoring her these past few days, leaving her in a state of uncertainty? Meanwhile, Suner, with her captivating eyes like autumn waters, looked at Xiao Huo, her smile radiant and sweet. Even she had not anticipated that Xiao Huo would be so powerful. In a world filled with remarkable youths, he stood out as exceptional. At this moment, her gaze was solely fixed upon Xiao Huo, with no one else in her thoughts. Chapter 21, Xun feels jealous. Xiao Huo possesses the strength of 3 stars of Doja, making him the undisputed number 1 in the Xiao family. All present were engulfed in disbelief. They had presumed that Xiao Suner was the sole genius of the Xiao family, a 9th-tier Do-Chi master, capable of surpassing everyone in the Xiao clan and even in Wu-Tan City. To reach such a feat at such a tender age, one could only imagine that perhaps only a member of the Yunlan sect could achieve it. The sect leader, Yun Yun, had once set such a record, and yet, Xiao Suner maintained such an impressive standing, solidifying her position as the pride of the heavens. No one had anticipated this except for one. Xiao Huo was a unique existence, unparalleled throughout the entire Jia Ma Empire. In his first test, he had achieved 3 stars of Doja, something no one could rival. Even the most talented disciples of the Yunlan sect could not attain such a level. Miss, young master Xiao Huo's talent is indeed formidable, Ling Ying exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated that anyone could surpass the young lady in strength. Even the esteemed daughter of the ancient clan could not rival Xiao Huo. Of course, Sun Er's intuition could not be mistaken. A gentle smile graced Sun Er's lips, enhancing her purity, while a pair of fitted trousers beautifully accentuated her slender and graceful legs, revealing their exquisite curves. The young lady is so perceptive, if young master Xiao Huo diligently cultivates. His future is boundless, Ling Ying remarked, reflecting on his prior belief that Xiao Huo was but a wastrel, only to realize that his cultivation talent was unparalleled. If he were in Zhongzhou, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a genius. At the very least, in present-day Zhongzhou, Xiao Huo stood out as a remarkable figure, a coveted talent by various sects, and with a bit of nurturing, he could become a formidable leader in the future. Alas, within the confines of Wutan City, No matter how extraordinary one's talent, one ultimately could not reach higher realms. Ling Ying sighed, pondering that even the most exceptional talent is inconsequential without the resources for cultivation. Sun standing still, understood the implications of Ling Ying's words. How could Xiao Huo ever connect with the ancient clan? Ling Ying was subtly advising Sun to maintain her distance from Xiao Huo, to harbor no feelings for him. After all, the disparity between Sun and Xiao Huo was insurmountable. A fighter of 3 stars, what could that truly signify? Zhongzhou was not lacking in geniuses. Many talented individuals had faltered along the way. Only those who could reach the pinnacle, the most outstanding youths, could aspire to be with Sun. The difficulty of such a feat was immense. Could Xiao Huo truly achieve this? Ling Shi, I sense that young Master Xiao Huo is far from an ordinary person. In the future, he may even surpass Sun whispered. Indeed, Ling Ying sighed, glancing at Sun who had unwittingly begun to speak in Xiao Huo's favor. Could it be that Sun had already developed feelings for him? Ling Ying chuckled bitterly, realizing that if anything were to transpire between Sun and Xiao Huo, the clan leader of the ancient clan would never let him off easily. Ling Ying shook his head, despite Xiao Huo's commendable talent. How could he possibly be worthy of a young lady? Merely a fighter of 3 stars. Little did they know how many formidable challengers in Zhongzhou sought to marry her. Xiao Huo's results had incited cheers from the upper echelons of the Xiao family. The 3 grand elders of the Xiao clan displayed their excitement, nearly rushing to embrace Xiao Huo. They knew only that he was a disciple of the Xiao family, having lost his parents at a young age. Regardless of circumstances, Xiao Huo was one of them. From this day forth, Xiao Huo shall be the core disciple of the Xiao family, receiving a monthly stipend of 2,000 gold coins. With unrestricted access to the martial arts hall, and all resources of the Xiao family shall be devoted to him. The grand elder rose, surveying the crowd with fervor. All disciples of the Xiao family shall respect Xiao Huo. His standing within our clan is unparalleled. From today onward, all disciples shall regard Xiao Huo with utmost respect. The grand elder proclaimed, his voice resonating with gravitas. Although Xiao Sun possessed considerable talent, it was evident to all the nature of her relationship with Xiao Huo. Together, they would surely lead the Xiao family to unprecedented glory. Xiao Zhan also nodded in agreement. At this juncture, even if he wished to favor Xiao Yan, he could not. Xiao Yan's cultivation was simply too weak. Were it not for their familial ties, he might have been expelled from the Xiao family long ago. As the grand elder's words echoed, the disciples of the Xiao family erupted into cheers, for Xiao Huo was undeniably a prodigy, a future legend of the Xiao clan. Such a formidable individual would undoubtedly earn the admiration of all disciples. Many young men and women gazed at Xiao Huo with reverence, and soon, all disciples approached. Kneeling in unison, rows of Xiao family disciples knelt before him, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The appearance of Xiao Huo today was nothing short of astonishing. His cultivation completely eclipsed theirs. If they could earn Xiao Huo's favor, they would spare no effort. Additionally, many young women from the Xiao family looked upon him with adoration. Some bolder girls were already contemplating how to win Xiao Huo's affection, aspiring to become his partner. Should they receive even a fraction of his guidance, their own cultivation would surely advance significantly. More importantly, with Xiao Huo being valued by the Xiao family, he could assist them in acquiring martial techniques or even financial support. Being associated with Xiao Huo was a symbol of status. I shall not kneel before you. Did you not once praise my beauty? Xiao Mei did not kneel before Xiao Huo. Instead, she took the initiative to step onto the testing platform, standing before him. In that moment, countless onlookers were left bewildered. What was happening? Was Xiao Huo close to Xiao Sun? Now, even the stunning Xiao Mei approached him. Could it be that Xiao Huo was engaging in a double romance? This was simply too much for many young men, their eyes filled with envy. Had they possessed Xiao Huo's cultivation and talent, they could have done far more than just double date. Indeed, as Xiao Huo regarded Xiao Mei, a hint of unease washed over him. He had only intended to showcase a modicum of flair, never expecting to incite such a commotion. If he were to reveal his emperor-level cultivation, would it not send the 3 elders of the Xiao family into a faint? To his surprise, Xiao Mei had also taken the stage. Sun was still observing him. Even if he wished to flirt with Xiao Mei, this was not the right moment. Although Xiao Mei was indeed beautiful, Sun was still by his side. Xiao Huo had not anticipated this twist. If Sun discovered his indecision, it would spell disaster. I am not that kind of person. The little medical fairy remained in Qingshan town, while Nail and Yan ran. Yun were at Yunlan's sect. And there were also Ye Fei, Xiao Yu, Queen Medusa, and Qing Lin. The system lady had yet to reach her peak. To describe him as indecisive was far too simplistic and did not align with his status. I do not care. You must teach me how to cultivate and take responsibility for me, Xiao Mei declared, disregarding the presence of 1,000 disciples, as though Xiao Huo had truly done something to her. Many onlookers were left astonished by this scene. Responsible for Xiao Mei? Is he truly engaged in a double romance? They could hardly believe Xiao Huo's prowess. While he could teach her cultivation, the notion of taking responsibility was a delicate matter. Xiao Huo pondered how to respond and how to explain himself to Sun Er later. Just then, Sun Er approached Xiao Huo, gently lifting her hand to link her arm with his, casting a smile over her shoulder at Xiao Mei. Sun Er and young master Xiao Huo have matters to attend to. If you have something to discuss, sister, perhaps you might return to find him another time? Sun Er smiled sweetly at Xiao Mei, exerting a slight pull on Xiao Huo's arm, and before the eyes of all, departed from the scene. Xiao Xunia. Xiao Mei watched as Sun Er departed with Xiao Huo, her foot stomping in frustration, her chest heaving slightly, her silver teeth clenched in anger. That scoundrel Sun Er had deliberately intertwined her arm with Xiao Huo's before her eyes. Not far away, Xiao Yan observed this scene, his expression darkening. Xiao Sun Er, unexpectedly, took the initiative to entwine her arm with Xiao Huo's. It is worth noting that Xiao Sun Er had never before displayed such boldness. Not even once holding his hand. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Chapter 22. A temporary farewell, Zenito Yunnan sect. In that moment, when Xiao Sun Er grasped his arm, a soft sensation enveloped him. He could feel her warmth and a delicate fragrance wafting from her, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of pride and contentment, all while being the object of envious glances from the surrounding disciples. Xiao Huo felt blissful, yet somewhat uneasy, as if an undercurrent of danger lingered nearby. Sun Er, please don't misunderstand. I'm not that sort of person, he thought, bewildered by the predicament. After all, he and Xiao Sun Er had yet to define their relationship. While she harbored some affection for him, she had not completely moved on from Xiao Yan. Even if they shared moments of intimacy, it was far from a committed bond. What transpired next was beyond Xiao Huo's expectations. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself led by Xiao Sun Er to the mountain's peak. What is this feeling? Came her gentle voice, prompting him to involuntarily respond. Soft. Shameless. I shall ignore you. Xiao Sun Er retorted, her cheeks flushed as she released his arm with a playful pout. She then sat upon a stone, gazing at the clouds drifting across the horizon. Feeling a sense of peace, she wished to avoid mentioning Xiao Yan, despite the lingering memories that clung to her heart. Yet, what did Xiao Yan's affairs have to do with her? He had cruelly told her to leave 3 times, shattering her heart in the process. As a daughter of an ancient clan, she had never endured such humiliation. She was willing to suffer for Xiao Yan, but could not accept his degrading treatment and perception of her. She was not that kind of person, nor the one he had described. Xiao Huo zetlit besiegt Xiao Xunia, also staring at the clouds, inhaling the unique fragrance that surrounded her. As he gazed at her from head to toe, he mused that if only he could be with her, he wouldn't need to merely watch from a distance. He could rest in her embrace or allow her to nestle in his. Alas, this was already the limit of their closeness. Neither spoke, and Xiao Huo felt a pang of anxiety at her silence. When she shot him a glance filled with exasperation, he sensed the system's sister was also inclined to comment. Host, are you emotionally inept? Even if you were single in your past life, you should understand that it is seldom the girl who takes the initiative. At that moment, Xiao Huo attempted to explain himself. My lord, there is no need for explanations with Sun Er. She smiled gently, her gaze meeting his. He felt a flicker of disappointment. He had presumed her action was born out of jealousy. Now it appeared there was no need for an explanation. This is your reward, she stated softly, though her demeanor remained somewhat aloof. Despite sitting in front of him, her attitude was distant. Oh, Xiao Huo felt somewhat unfulfilled. Their brief journey had ended too soon. Nonetheless, he had experienced genuine happiness, especially under Xiao Yan's watchful gaze, while Xiao Sun Er had taken the initiative to link arms with him. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Sun Er turned her beautiful eyes toward him, pouting, so you truly won't explain anything to me? Xiao Huo's eyes lit up as he asked, if I explain, will there be a reward? Her gaze drifted toward the horizon as she replied softly, that depends on how you explain. I have nothing with Xiao Mei. I only regard her as my sister, Xiao Huo declared, filled with a sense of urgency, knowing they had yet to establish their relationship. Even if Xiao Sun Er were to overlook the notion of a harem in the future, she still held reservations at present. Moreover, Xiao Sun Er was demanding an explanation, which implied that her feelings for him had grown deeper. If there were no feelings, Why would she seek clarification? All right, I understand, Xiao Suna replied with a sweet smile. I merely wish to see how you would explain yourself. It seems acceptable. You have passed. Is there a reward? Xiao Huo inquired, amused. The astute Xiao Suna was gradually beginning to accept him. Even if the process was slow, it signified progress. His significance in her heart was deepening, while Xiao Yan's presence was fading. Now, Xiao Huo could sit beside Xiao Suna and converse with her. Previously, she would have likely pushed him away, seeking solitude. Always thinking of rewards. What do you desire? She teased. What just transpired cannot be repeated. Xiao Xun, adorned in elegant dress, stood gracefully, welcoming the gentle breeze that danced around her, subtly accentuating her perfect curves. Her exquisite face turned toward Xiao Huo, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, rendering her utterly enchanting. Her bright, clear eyes gazed at him with an innocent purity, laced with anticipation. She was open to considering whatever was proposed, as long as it was not too excessive. Sooner, I wish to take you to a place, though not today, Xiao Huo said, breaking into a smile as he admired the beauty and grace of the girl before him, stirring a deep desire to embrace her. All right, she nodded in agreement. Tomorrow, I must depart from here, Xiao Huo stated, gazing into the distance, feeling the thin barrier that still separated him from Xiao Suna. Winning her heart would be an arduous journey, not to be accomplished in haste. He needed to gradually capture her affections to fully win her over. If he were to vanish for several days, it would undoubtedly create ripples in her heart. However, Xiao Huo would not be idle during his departure. Soon, the esteemed young lady of Yunlan's sect, Nalan Yinran, would arrive to annul her engagement with the Xiao family. Xiao Huo could seize the opportunity to meet Nalan Yinran. What would Xiao Yin feel if his fiancée were to become Xiao Huo's woman? Huh, you're leaving? Xiao Suna gazed at him with surprise, not having anticipated his departure. Was it because she had not given him a promise? Yet, their relationship had not yet reached that profound level. She still bore the imprint of Xiao Yin in her heart. How could she easily forget him? When will you return? She asked, her eyes reflecting her reluctance. She could sense that Xiao Huo genuinely intended to leave. Perhaps I will return, perhaps I will not, Xiao Huo sighed. Please give yourself some time, Sooner. I promise you will work hard. You must come back. You promised to take me to that place, she insisted, lowering her head, feeling a sudden pang in her heart. Her emotions a tempest, unsure of what to say or do. Then, I shall take my leave, Xiao Huo smiled, wanting to reach out and touch her hair, but hesitating, ultimately letting his hand fall. Between him and Zuner, they ultimately had not reached that stage. In Zuner's heart, there still lingered the presence of Xiao Yan. Unless Xiao Yan was expelled from her affections, it would forever be impossible to win her back. It was only right to grant Zuner some time. Xiao Huo departed, leaving nothing but a silhouette, not even glancing back. If you do not return, Zuner shall never forgive you for the rest of her life. Zuner spoke, realizing only as Xiao Huo was about to leave how significant he had become in her heart. Chapter 23. Xiao Huo's Cultivation, Ling Ying's Kneeling. As Xiao Huo turned to leave, a twinge of reluctance stirred within him. Yet, he could not remain. The bond between him and Zuner had not yet evolved to that point. Departure was imperative. He must also seek out Nalan Yinran. Should he delay, Nalan Yinran would come to Xiao Yin to call off their engagement. Xiao Yin remained oblivious to the fact that his sole belief, Nalan Yinran, would never consent to marry him. A mere daydream. Zuner, I truly wish to embrace you just now. In the future, I shall ensure your happiness and bring you joy. Xiao Huo mused. He did not wish to leave this place. If only he could stay by Zuner's side, watching the clouds roll by. Living sweet days together, it would be splendid. However, he must go to Yunlan's sect, and must part ways with Zuner. Without separation, how could one appreciate the beauty of reunion? One only learns to cherish what is lost. He simply did not want to reveal his cultivation before Xiao Yan. Yao Lao had awakened early, his strength formidable. The next encounter would deliver the final blow to Xiao Yan, leaving Zuner utterly disappointed in him. At that moment, Xiao Huo sensed a powerful aura descending from the heavens. This presence surpassed all others. An aura of the Do Huang level enveloped him entirely. A flicker of wariness crossed Xiao Huo's gaze. The newcomer could only be Ling Ying. The bodyguard beside Zuner, Ling Ying was immensely powerful, possessing Do Huang level cultivation. What could he want with him? You possess decent talent and experience, yet alas, the gap between you and Miss Zuner is insurmountable. An aged voice thundered into Xiao Huo's mind, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Ling Ying's combat prowess was terrifying. At least among peers of the Do Huang level, none could rival Ling Ying. Xiao Huo's gaze lifted slightly, a trace of coldness evident. He rarely revealed his cultivation. Not even Zuner was aware of it. Yet Ling Ying had pursued him directly. You need not know who I am. I am here solely to warn you. Distance yourself from the young lady. You are but a mere disciple from Wutan City, laboring under delusions of affection towards her. Do you even grasp who she is? With your humble status, how could you possibly be worthy of her? Ling Ying declared, his eyes glinting with arrogance. He had not anticipated the rapid development of the relationship between Xiao Huo and Zuner. Was this truly the bond of good friends? If Xiao Huo and Zuner were to become involved, it would be a dereliction of his duty. Should Zuner's heart soften, and Xiao would take her to his quarters. Ling Ying feared he would face severe repercussions from his family. You want me to leave, Zuner? Xiao Huo's gaze rose to meet Ling Ying's. Do you refuse? If you distance yourself from the young lady, I can offer you these pills and techniques as compensation. Ling Ying replied, tossing Xiao Huo several pills and techniques, the least of which were advanced Xian-rank techniques. Now you understand the chasm between you and the young lady, do you not? In places like yours, how many can even present Earth-ranked techniques? In her family, Earth-ranked techniques are hardly regarded. Ling Ying said nonchalantly, his eyes shimmering with pride. He did not wish to exert pressure on Xiao Huo as a Do Huang, but Xiao Huo was simply unworthy of Zuner. A mere fighter, albeit with some talent, proved nothing. And what if I do not leave? Xiao Huo's gaze remained steady, fixed on Ling Ying. Despite Ling Ying being a Do Huang powerhouse, he had no qualms about demonstrating to Ling Ying what true strength entailed. Should you not leave, death awaits. Ling Ying stated flatly. As a Do Huang, he had never concerned himself with a mere fighter. He could kill at will. What could the Xiao family, or even the Jiama Empire do to him? Any ancient clan warrior would support his decision. How amusing indeed. You claim I am unworthy of Zuner? Do you even know who I am? A golden pair of wings began to manifest behind Xiao Huo, his aura rising exponentially, unleashing a peak Do Sheng-level presence that enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, a terrifying tempest erupted, centered around Xiao Huo. His aura grew immensely powerful, instantaneously surpassing Ling Ying. Xiao Huo stepped forward, for it was Zuner he cherished. Ling Ying was merely a servant, unworthy to utter such words to him. A faint smile graced Xiao Huo's lips as he raised his hand, unleashing a formidable aura that bore down upon Ling Ying. Ling Ying's eyes widened in horror, his expression shifting drastically. The disbelief in his gaze was palpable. How is this possible? You, a Do Huang at such a young age? Impossible. Ling Ying's face drained of color. He had never expected the Xiao Huo he had underestimated to possess such cultivation. A Do Huang in his teens? Ling Ying's complexion turned ashen. At such a young age, to reach Do Huang, who could compare? Even among ancient clans, such a talent was truly exceptional. Xiao Huo was a Do Huang powerhouse, his strength even greater than Ling Ying's. A Do Huang? Since when did a mere servant of an ancient clan dare to confront me? Xiao Huo smiled lightly, his aura continuing to strengthen, evolving further. Do Zong, Do Zun, Half-Sage, Do Sheng. Xiao Huo's aura surged to the pinnacle of Do Sheng. He stood at the apex of the Duqi continent, a figure whom all would look up to. Xiao Huo, in the current continent, a peak Do Sheng was an absolute powerhouse. With an air of superiority, Xiao Huo emanated the aura of a Do Sheng, a force rooted in the ancient desolation. Descending upon Ling Ying with overwhelming pressure, Xiao Huo did not possess Do Sheng-level cultivation. It was merely the result of the system's assistance, endowing him with the aura of a Do Sheng, while his actual combat strength remained at the Do Huang level. A Do Sheng? How could this be? Ling Ying's face turned pale, genuinely feeling the pressure from heavens. This pressure surpassed even that of the clan leader. Xiao Huo was astonishingly a youth more formidable than the leader of the ancient clan. With a thud, Ling Ying, having lost the will to fight, collapsed to his knees, prostrating himself on the ground in reverence. Before the Do Saint, he possessed not a shred of defiance. Ling Ying understood that he had inadvertently offended a great deity. Xiao Huo stood as a paragon of strength, having reached the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, Xiao Huo was aware of Ling Ying's lineage as a member of the ancient clan. Even Gu Yuan would not dare to speak so freely in the presence of this esteemed figure. Were it not for your role in protecting Zuner, I would have ended your life today, Xiao Huo stated calmly, an imposing thought descending upon Ling Ying. He lay flat on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in fear and trepidation, too terrified to look up at Xiao Huo, who even knew the clan leader's name. Could it be that Xiao Huo was a being deserving of reverence, even from the clan leader? Ling Ying felt as though he were trapped in a dream, overwhelmed with regret for having provoked such a formidable individual. Chapter 24. Lord Xiao Huo, truly terrifying. To Ling Ying, he seemed to have provoked a deity. Xiao Huo hovered above, imprisoning the very space around him, rendering it invisible to all but Ling Ying. A resplendent golden light emanated from Xiao Huo, a desolate aura permeating the air. With an air of indifference, Xiao Huo traversed the void, effortlessly stepping through space, radiating the aura of a Do Saint. The world should tremble in fear. Should he unleash the full extent of his Do Saint energy, even the Xiao family and Wutan City would be but trifles. The entire Jia Ma Empire could be obliterated at a mere thought. No one could withstand such an overwhelming force, instilling dread and terror. What a powerful being he was. Should his aura be revealed, millions in the Jia Ma Empire would inevitably kneel in submission. Do Saints seldom tread upon the lands of the Jia Ma Empire lightly. Their arrival heralded destruction. With a mere thought, they could annihilate all existence. Such was the current might of Xiao Huo. With the assistance of the system, he could unleash the aura of a Do Saint, though the disparity between him and a true Do Saint remained vast. Yet, only Ling Ying could grasp the magnitude of Xiao Huo's power in this moment. Kneeling on the ground, Ling Ying felt a flicker of despair. He recalled a remark from Miss Sunner, who had said that Lord Xiao Huo was no ordinary individual. "My lord, I realize my error. I was unaware of your true cultivation level." Ling Ying's face turned pale. How could he have imagined that the person he had sought to harm possessed such formidable strength? Shinra's intuition was remarkably precise. No wonder she was the eldest daughter of the ancient clan, possessing such keen judgment. Meanwhile, Ling Ying, like a fool, had sought out Xiao Huo and now found himself ensnared in this predicament. How could he face Miss Sunner upon returning? In a fleeting moment, Xiao Huo descended from the heavens, retracting his Do Saint aura, leaving an air of tranquility as if nothing had transpired. This was not due to any particular reason, but rather because the system's assistance had waned. Its level too low to maintain the Do Saint aura for more than a few seconds. Though Xiao Huo appeared calm on the surface, internally he felt a hint of anxiety. With only the cultivation of a Do Huang and little practical experience, he would surely fall short against Ling Ying in a real confrontation. As of now, without having trained in any Do techniques, he remained unable to best Ling Ying. Ling Ying remained kneeling, frozen in place, his mind filled with thoughts of Xiao Huo's terrifying presence. Not only was he fearsome, but his connection with Gu Yuan also elevated his status far beyond that of an ordinary person. "Lord Xiao Huo, it is my fault. I should not have provoked you. I beg you, do not hold Miss Sunner accountable." Ling Ying trembled uncontrollably, unable to suppress his shivers. He could scarcely fathom the consequences if Xiao Huo were to take his anger out on Sunner. No one could protect her. A Do Saint could eliminate anyone they wished. There was no exaggeration in saying that even 100,000 strong forces of the ancient clan could not shield Sunner from such a threat. In Ling Ying's eyes, Xiao Huo was a figure far more formidable than the clan leader. If Xiao Huo desired to harm Sunner, he would be utterly powerless to intervene. "To take out your ire on Sunner? How could I ever bring myself to harm her? She is to be my woman," Xiao Huo replied coolly. Having come here to cherish Sunner, never intending to cause her any harm, he could not bear the thought. How fortunate it would be for her. If she were to marry you, her future would be limitless, Ling Ying said with reverence. His attitude shifting dramatically in just over a minute, from initially being imperious to now kneeling in supplication. A mere Do Saint held little significance. Sunner's future extended far beyond that of Do Saint, Xiao Huo remarked nonchalantly, causing Ling Ying to feel a deeper chill. "I wish for Sunner to remain unaware of all this. Should she learn of my cultivation, it would place a great burden upon her. I do not wish to add any pressure to her life. I simply desire to be with her. If she wishes to cry, let her cry. If she wishes to laugh, let her laugh. If she wishes to cultivate, let her cultivate. If she wishes to sleep, let her sleep. Seeing her happy is enough for me," Xiao Huo expressed, his thoughts drifting to Sunner's visage, his demeanor radiating affection. What purpose would it serve to flaunt his cultivation before Sunner? It would only create pressure for her. He did not desire that. If Sunner could live carefree, that would suffice. As for his woman, she could do as she pleased. He would bear the weight of the world for her. Who would dare to bully his woman? Not even Xiao Yan, nor the Soul Emperor, nor even heaven itself. As long as he stood, he would shield her from all harm. Were it not for Ling Ying's initial provocation, he would not have acted thusly. No one could obstruct his path with Sunner, neither Ling Ying nor Xiao Yan, nor anyone else. Lord Xiao Huo has every right to speak thus. In this realm, who would dare offend Lord Xiao Huo? Ling Ying gazed at Xiao Huo with respect, feeling that this youth genuinely cared for Miss Sunner, surpassing Xiao Yan by an immeasurable margin. "Today's events, I can forgive you. However, you must ensure the safety of Sunner, my woman. I do not wish for her to suffer even the slightest harm. Xiao Huo fixed his gaze upon Ling Ying, his eyes still holding a trace of pressure. Ling Ying's initial intent to kill stemmed solely from a desire to protect Suner. After all, if any random fighter could effortlessly win over Suner, would that not be utterly ludicrous? Adhering to the master's command, safeguarding the young lady, is my duty. Ling Ying nodded, his gaze imbued with a sense of determination. He found himself somewhat fond of Xiao Huo's approach, always considering the young lady's well-being. Your cultivation is far too weak. Take this pill. It will assist you in breaking through to the 3 stars of Do Zone, with no adverse effects whatsoever, Xiao Huo stated, casually handing Ling Ying a pill he had obtained from the system's sister, who had lamented the extravagant expenditure, calling her host wasteful. This pill can truly help me break through to the 3 stars of Do Zone? Ling Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. He was acquainted with numerous alchemists, and even the most elite among them could not concoct such a pill. At best, they might facilitate a breakthrough from the peak of Do Huang to the 1st star of Do Zone, often accompanied by numerous side effects. Forcibly breaking through was exceedingly difficult. Yet, the pill Xiao Huo gifted him was of such high caliber. Is the 3 stars of Do Zone truly formidable? Xiao Huo gazed at Ling Ying, incredulous. Ling Ying nodded vigorously. How could one of Xiao Huo's cultivation level concern himself with something as trivial as Do Zone? Opening the jade vial, Ling Ying beheld the pill within, once again engulfed in shock. Could this truly be a pill refined by Master Xiao Huo? The grade of this pill was astonishing. Ling Ying knelt, overwhelmed by the realization of Xiao Huo's extraordinary capabilities. Holding the pill in his hands, he was filled with disbelief. This pill had the potential to elevate him to the 3 stars of Do Zone. Although to Master Xiao Huo, 3 stars of Do Zone might be akin to ants. For Ling Ying, it represented a qualitative leap. How many years had he lingered at the peak of Do Huang, unable to progress even a fraction? Countless strong individuals found themselves stymied at certain levels, and while some pills might aid them, such elixirs were not easily come by. High-level alchemists were exceedingly rare, and even Ling Ying would find it nearly impossible to meet one. Not to mention, he could scarcely afford the materials necessary for alchemy. Yet, Master Xiao Huo had directly bestowed upon him a pill. The grade of this pill left Ling Ying utterly astounded. Historically, the path to becoming an alchemist was fraught with stringent conditions. Not everyone had the opportunity to pursue alchemy. The journey of an alchemist was marked by immense hurdles, and crossing each threshold felt akin to a rebirth. How could Master Xiao Huo possess such a pill? This pill was far too precious. In Ling Ying's experience, he had never encountered anyone capable of refining such a pill. One that could enhance 3 levels of strength without side effects was non-existent on the continent. If one could rely solely on pills to elevate their strength, who would still engage in cultivation? Master, do you realize the uproar this pill would cause if it were spread? Millions would compete desperately for it. Ling Ying remarked with a bitter smile, his hands still trembling, while Xiao Huo brushed off the pill's significance. Master Xiao Huo, are you truly an alchemist? Ling Ying ventured to inquire, struggling to fathom Xiao Huo's prowess. It extended beyond mere cultivation. If his alchemical skills were also of the highest caliber, that would be terrifying, given Master Xiao Huo's excellence. It was no surprise that noble ladies from influential families sought to wed him. Ling Ying felt a surge of emotion welling within him. He could see that Master Xiao Huo genuinely cared for Suner. Otherwise, a Doshing powerhouse could easily attract countless suitors, yet he had chosen only Suner. As for the alchemist identity, Ling Ying could only smile wryly. If Xiao Huo were indeed a superior alchemist, even the clan leader would treat him with utmost caution. To offend a top-tier alchemist was tantamount to incurring the wrath of the entire world. Is this what you call an alchemist? Xiao Huo chuckled, offering no explanation, leaving Ling Ying's astonishment at its zenith. Ling Ying gazed at Xiao Huo's retreating figure, feeling an urge to worship him. Did this imply that Master Xiao Huo's alchemical proficiency transcended his comprehension? Or perhaps, Master Xiao Huo was not of this world? A complex expression crossed Ling Ying's face as he contemplated a terrifying possibility. Master Xiao Huo's strength was surely beyond that of a mere Dosheng peak. Ling Ying stared at the pill in his grasp, swallowing hard. He could not discern the true grade of this pill. Was it a 9-rank pill? No. In Ling Ying's understanding, a 9-rank pill was already of exceptional quality. Yet this pill radiated a rich aura and a fragrant essence, indicating it was of superior grade. It surpassed even that. He had never encountered such a pill, nor had he heard of its existence. This pill's rank was beyond the 9 rank. As for its exact grade, Ling Ying had no idea. He He glanced at the pill he had intended to gift to Xiao Huo, feeling it was utterly worthless in comparison. You shall consume the pill here while I guard you, Xiao Huo stated, preparing to depart. From this moment onward, having won over Ling Ying, he could expedite his pursuit of Sun Er. Thank you, Master Xiao Huo. Ling Ying respectfully looked toward Xiao Huo and consumed the pill, fully aware of the importance of not wasting the master's time. The pill was delicious and fragrant, and the moment it entered his mouth, he felt an influx of heavenly spiritual energy flooding into his dantian. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Ling Ying's cultivation surged, breaking through. Dozong 1 star. Dozong 2 stars. Dozong 3 stars. In a heartbeat, he had directly ascended to the 3 stars of Dozong. Ling Ying was dumbfounded. He looked at his own body, feeling as though he were in a dream. How could this be possible? Previously, breakthroughs during seclusion had taken at least 10 days or half a month, and that was considered a short duration. Today, he accomplished it in merely 30 seconds. Master Xiao Huo, I truly am a Dozong 3 star, exclaimed Ling Ying, his voice quivering with excitement as tears welled in his eyes. Once a Do Huang, he had been relegated to a position of insignificance within the ancient clan, dispatched merely to protect Sun Er. How could he possibly compare to the ancient clan within the Xiao family? For over a decade, Ling Ying's cultivation had not progressed in the slightest. He had resigned himself to this fate, content merely to watch Sun Er grow. Who could have foreseen that today, his cultivation would ascend to Dozong 3 star? The wish he had harbored for a lifetime had finally been fulfilled. All of this was due to Xiao Huo. Master Xiao Huo, your might and authority are unparalleled, transcending time itself. Xiao Huo merely smiled at Ling Ying, saying nothing in return. Master Xiao Huo, you have bestowed upon Ling Ying a new lease on life. Any command you have, I shall not hesitate to fulfill. With a resounding thud, Ling Ying kneeled on the ground, bowing his head multiple times before Xiao Huo, his voice echoing with sincerity. Whether Xiao Huo required his assistance was of no concern. Ling Ying's kneeling was a declaration of his unwavering loyalty. It is time for me to take my leave. You must protect Sun Er well. Do not allow Xiao Yin to approach her again. Let her remain oblivious to today's events. I wish for her to remain untouched by such matters. All I desire is for her to be happy, Xiao Huo stated. Taking his leave, leaving Ling Ying kneeling in place. Ling Ying remained bowed, knocking his head to the ground once more in the direction of Xiao Huo's departure. At this moment, Xiao Huo's image in Ling Ying's heart soared to the highest pinnacle. Ling Ying's expression was complex, filled with respect, admiration, and a hint of bitterness. Only after Xiao Huo had departed did Ling Ying rise, walking towards Sun Er, shaking his head as he softly murmured, Master Xiao Huo, if you are not here, how can a young lady find joy? Outside the Xiao family S-mountain, atop the peak, stood Xiao Sun Er in a light green silk dress. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon her delicate figure, reflecting her exquisite beauty. Her autumn-like bright eyes gazed into the distance, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. There lingered a trace of longing within her beautiful gaze. He has, after all, departed. Yet, where has he gone? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Huo had already etched a profound impression in her heart. Sun Er's smile was captivating, her beauty unparalleled, untouched by dust, radiating an allure that drew attention. A unique, youthful voice drifted through the air. Ling Shi, have you returned? I have returned. Ling Ying, just back from his excursion, remained enveloped in joy. In response to Sun Er's inquiry, he spoke casually. Ling Shi truly went? Sun Er's bright eyes turned cold, reflecting her growing apprehension. Miss, I was mistaken, Ling Ying hastily admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. He had gone out and unexpectedly made a breakthrough. If Miss Sun Er were to discover this, it would expose everything. Did he agree? If he did, Sun Er would be left with no friends. Tears glimmered in her beautiful eyes as she could easily guess Ling Ying's intentions, to threaten Xiao Huo to stay away from her. But who could fathom the depth of her feelings for Xiao Huo? After being scorned and disregarded by Xiao Yin, she had lost all hope in him. In Wutan City, Xiao Huo was her only friend. Now, even he intended to leave. What remained for her? A tear slipped down Sun Er's cheek. He did not agree. Young Master Xiao Huo possesses extraordinary talent and unwavering resolve. How could he be compared to ordinary individuals? Perhaps it would be beneficial for you to be with young Master Xiao Huo. Ling Ying quickly interjected, fearing that Sun Er might be saddened for a long time if he remained silent. Young Master Xiao Huo, Sun Er inquired, slides me the gracing her lips, enhancing her beauty. Ling Shi, you did not hold such a view of him before. Miss, young Master Xiao Huo is capable of assessing Dozong 3 stars. He is the true genius of the Xiao family. With an immeasurable future, Ling Ying declared respectfully. All right, I understand. Ling, sure. Please rest for now. I shall bathe shortly. Suner nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, her beautiful eyes drifting towards the clouds beyond the mountain. The clouds on the horizon were beautiful indeed. How wonderful it would be to gaze upon them endlessly. Alas, now they seemed less enchanting. What significance was there in viewing them alone? Do not be disheartened, miss. I believe young Master Xiao Huo will surely return, Ling Ying assured her before transforming into a shadow and dissipating. He needed to cultivate. Having just broken through to Do Zone 3-star, it was essential to stabilize his aura. As for Miss Suner bathing, he would never dare to intrude. His focus lay solely on cultivation. After Ling Ying departed, Suner revealed a faint smile, her gaze fixed on the scenery ahead, her spirits lifting. Conspiring together to deceive me. Next time, I shall demand an explanation. She pouted softly, her exquisite figure illuminated by a radiant smile. Returning to her chamber, she slowly removed her silk dress, revealing her long, fair legs as she stepped into the wooden tub filled with warm spring water. Even she could not comprehend why she reacted so strongly when Xiao Mei approached her. Closing her beautiful eyes ever so slightly, she savored the water's warmth. Yet a thread of anticipation lingered in her heart. What attire should she wear when next she encounters Xiao Huo? No matter how long it takes, she would wait for his return. Ding. Congratulations, host. Miss Suner's affection for you has increased. You have gained 1,000 skill points and 20,000 experience points. Affection level, 79. The voice of the system resonated, and Xiao Huo's eyes brightened. Progress had finally been made. Suner had developed a modicum of fondness for him. But the presence of Xiao Yan hindered any advancement. Should her affection reach 80, he could successfully hold her hand. Host, affection levels are merely a reference to hold hands. It ultimately depends on your performance in the moment, the system's voice conveyed, tinged with a hint of exhaustion. I can't shake the feeling that you're being insincere. Xiao Huo remarked. Woe is me, it's so difficult. With a host like you, how could I not feel overwhelmed? Although I'm a system, I'm still a girl. You should be more understanding. The system's voice expressed, laced with grievance. Xiao Huo stared in astonishment. The system had begun to act adorably and coquettishly. Was this a sign of impending doom? Oh dear host, I have only just reached level 2. And you immediately unleashed a Do Sheng pinnacle aura. I can only sustain it for a little over 20 seconds, the system lamented. You also gifted Ling Ying a pill. That was actually a mid-autumn festival present prepared specifically for you. The system's sister sighed in exasperation. Host brother, let's not forget that you are also at the pinnacle of Do Huan. Oh, it seems I did forget. Xiao Huo chuckled, then comforted the system's sister. It's all right. As long as you are here, these pills are inexhaustible. Who told you they are inexhaustible? I am also human. Is my host brother not aware of this? If so, then he is indeed fortunate. The system's sister's sweet voice chimed in. Xiao Huo was taken aback. Is the system's sister really that suggestive? Moreover, he considered himself a dignified host. How could he ever act inappropriately towards the system's sister? I don't care. Host brother is too extravagant. I will need to rest for the next few days. As long as you don't provoke Queen Medusa with your Do Huang strength, you should be safe. The system's sister said helplessly. She feared that one day Xiao Huo might feel overly confident and approach Queen Medusa, given her unparalleled beauty. That won't happen, so don't worry. Although Queen Medusa is beautiful, without assurance, I wouldn't dare to approach her. You just rest well. I will handle everything from here, Xiao Huo replied with a smile. Fully aware of what actions were prudent and which are not. A warmth spread through Xiao Huo's heart, while the affections of Yafei and Xiao Mei fluctuated. The system's sister's affection remained unwavering at a perfect 100, never changing. Just how stunning must the system's sister be with such a sweet voice? I shall take my leave to rest now. If a host brother needs anything, just call me. Also from now on, you are only permitted to utilize the powers of Do Zone, not Do Sheng, the system's sister said softly. In a place unseen by Xiao Huo, a delicate young girl gracefully stepped out of a wooden tub, droplets of water cascading down her slender legs. Soon after, an extraordinarily beautiful girl, with a somewhat pale complexion, lay down on the bed and peacefully drifted off to sleep, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. Whatever the host brother desired, she would strive to provide. Even if this time's excessive use of Do Sheng's peak aura had drained her vitality, she cared not, because she was willing to give everything for her brother Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo nodded, appreciating the thoughtfulness of the system's sister. It was time for him to officially set off towards Yunlan sect to meet Nalan Yenran. Of course, before seeing Nalan Yanran, he needed to visit Yafei once more. It had been many days since he last saw her, and he wondered if she had grown even more beautiful. Xiao Huo had no intention of flirting with Yafei or Sonair. However, for the sake of the system sister, he found himself compelled. With such innate handsomeness, if he did not embrace the challenge, who would? Chapter 27, Yafei's Oats. At the miter auction house, a stunning figure donned in a red robe gracefully moved, her curves accentuated, exuding the elegance of a refined lady. Every smile, every gesture possessed an enchanting charm that could captivate hearts and ensnare souls, as people came and went in the bustling hall. Yafei was diligently managing the medicinal herbs within the auction. After a long while, her beautiful eyes gazed towards the sky, a flicker of nostalgia crossing her features. She had been here for several years. Having never received her family's recognition since childhood, she could only remain here, diligently performing her duties. She yearned to prove herself. Even if she could not cultivate, she would strive to become exceptional, ensuring that her family would not look down upon her. Her gaze gentle as she looked towards Guanai. Guanai sighed. The rare treasures sent by Xiao Huo have all been embezzled by family members. I had hoped they would value you more upon seeing such treasures. It seems I was mistaken. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Yafei's beautiful eyes. The treasures were indeed remarkable, yet in the eyes of the Miter family, they held little significance, no matter how outstanding her efforts were. Would she never gain her family's regard? She could not cultivate and was a woman. She could have leveraged her beauty to rise easily. Yet that was not the life she desired. What she wanted was merely to prove herself. She was Yafei, uniquely herself. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Guanai, Yafei nodded, her bright eyes lifting with unwavering determination. No matter how many setbacks she faced, she would strive to prove her worth. Ah, Yafei, should you meet Xiao Huo again, you might as well consider yielding, Guanai remarked, understanding Yafei well, yet feeling powerless. Within the Miter family, he was of little significance. Yafei's fate must be altered by her own efforts. In this realm, lacking cultivation ultimately placed one at a disadvantage, unless one could marry a powerful youth. And Xiao Huo was the best candidate. Uncle Guanai, please do not speak so recklessly. Yafei's cheeks flushed as she softly replied. You know I do not wish to be looked down upon by others. If that were the price, it would only invite further disdain. I understand. Yet what do matters of the heart have to do with cultivation? Guanai observed Yafei, knowing her well. You've been distracted without news of Xiao Huo. Your focus during the auction has waned. Not at all. Yafei protested, her face reddening further. I have news of Xiao Huo, Guanai said with a resigned smile. Noting her denial. Where is he? Yafei's eyes brightened as she turned to Guanai. Recently, during the Xiao family test, Xiao Huo, with his 3-star doja cultivation, overwhelmed everyone, Guanai informed her. 3-star doja? Yafei shook her head. How could he possibly be merely a 3-star doja? In her heart, he was at least a Do Wong powerhouse. Such a young Do Wong. In terms of talent, no one in the Jiama Empire could compare to him. She recalled the image of Xiao Huo, soaring into the sky with his Do Chi transformed into wings, an awe-inspiring sight. Heoni glanced at Yafei, recognizing her unwavering support for Xiao Huo. Truly, Xiao Huo was a genuine genius. Even Guanai could not help but marvel at the thought of Xiao Huo. Even within Yunlan's sect, he would be highly regarded, perhaps even personally welcomed by the sect leader, Yun, to recruit a 5th-tier alchemist. Yunlan's sect might even offer any female disciple in their ranks to Xiao Huo. One could imagine the significance of being a 5th-tier alchemist. To attain such a status, one must be at least at the Do Wong level. With a bitter smile, Guanai could foresee the emergence of a true super genius within the Jiama Empire. One who would shine brightly. He might even surpass Yun, the sect leader herself. A teenage Do Wong, unmatched in the Jiama Empire. As for Do Huang, Guanai dared not even dream. If one became a Do Huang in their teens, they would dominate the Jiama Empire. Yafei's discernment is truly remarkable. Guanai sighed, reflecting on how many powerful individuals had sought to pursue Yafei, yet she had deftly navigated their advances, never allowing herself to be compromised. This was because she had no affection for those suitors. But Xiao Huo was indeed someone worthy of admiration. His future was boundless. Yafei, do you truly harbor feelings for Xiao Huo? Guanai inquired, casting a glance at Yafei. Yafei's beautiful eyes met Master Guni's gaze. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Uncle Guanai was remarkably different from his usual self. Typically, he would protect her from the bullying of formidable individuals. Yet today, Uncle Guanai had posed the same question to her multiple times. What difference does it make if she likes him or not? He is a once-in-a-century genius. While Yafei is merely an ordinary girl abandoned by her family, she and he ultimately inhabit disparate worlds. Yafei lowered her head, her delicate teeth nibbling on her lip. No matter how hard she tried, her efforts could only shine within the confines of the auction hall. The future world of Xiao Huo was one she could never tread upon. Gu and I shook his head and said, "Miss, if you truly have feelings for him, you should pursue them. There are countless exceptional women in the world. If you let this opportunity slip away, it would be a genuine loss. Xiao Huo has come personally for you. How could he possibly be indifferent to you? Do not underestimate yourself. Your talents are equally remarkable. Love is love, and cultivation is cultivation. If you let him go, you may live a life filled with regret and longing." Yafei looked at Gu and I with bright eyes, her heart fluttering violently. If she were to miss this chance, it would indeed be a loss. But how should she choose? Ultimately, she is just a girl. Could she really take the initiative to seek out Xiao Huo? Even if he is Xiao Huo, she feels incapable of doing so. I will think this through carefully, Yafei said softly, her gaze drifting to the distant landscape. She thought of Xiao Huo, and her radiant smile graced her lips. Whether she was in love or not felt inconsequential. All she desired was to see him once. If only he could come, that would be enough. She merely wished to lay eyes upon Xiao Huo, nothing more. But where was he? Would he, that godlike youth, truly come to the humble middle auction to meet her? Yafei's heart was as clear as a mirror. She was acutely aware of how distant her reality was from Xiao Huo's. The disparity between a Do Wang powerhouse and her was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Even if she possessed extraordinary beauty, a Do Wang could have any woman he desired, let alone someone like Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo's future would undoubtedly eclipse those ordinary Do Wang powerhouses. Besides her beauty, what other allure did she possess? She dared not harbor extravagant hopes. She only wished to be a good friend to Xiao Huo. To know such a young man was already a source of profound satisfaction for her. She had once yearned for a sweet romance, to hold hands and grow old together. But could a forsaken girl like her still qualify for such love? Chapter 28. Xiao Huo, you are utterly shameless. With Guni's departure, Yafei found herself alone. Her solitary silhouette appeared forlorn as she stood there, feeling a tinge of melancholy. How wonderful it would be if he could come. Yet, how could she dare to wish for his presence here? Meanwhile, Xiao Huo had already arrived at the middle auction, having observed for a considerable time. Miss Yafei is indeed a lonely girl. However, with him around, she would no longer be so. Xiao Huo descended gracefully, unwilling to witness Yafei's sorrow any longer. He approached, gazing at the enchanting crimson figure before him, her slender waist like that of a water snake, exuding an ethereal beauty that seemed far too exquisite for such a modest auction. Her future held vistas far beyond this realm. All of this was the fault of that scoundrel Xiao Yan. How amusing that he would toy with hearts without a care. Yet, it was perhaps fortunate that he was irresponsible. Yafei remained pure, and her future would still belong to him. No, she would be as even now, although he had yet to win her heart. Xiao Huo could no longer endure the weight. At that moment, Yafei heard familiar footsteps, her delicate form trembling slightly. She hesitated to turn around, her beautiful eyes shimmering with surprise. Had he truly come? When she beheld Xiao Huo, she could no longer hold back the tears that welled in her eyes. He had truly arrived, standing before her. It really is you. I thought you would never come to see me again. Yafei looked at Xiao Huo, her eyes glistening with tears, and a captivating smile graced her features. Still as enchanting as ever, she felt the warmth radiating from him, her mind momentarily blank, enveloped in a sense of bliss. My dear Yafei is so beautiful. How could I not come to see you? With me here, you must not cry anymore, understand? Xiao Huo gently tousled Yafei's long hair, still holding her waist. I haven't cried, Yafei retorted softly, casting a glance at Xiao Huo, feeling as if this moment were dreamlike. For so long, she had been unaware of Xiao Huo's whereabouts. And now, seeing him again, her heart swelled with happiness. Was this the feeling of love? How wonderful it would be if it could remain like this forever. Yet, the disparity between her and Xiao Huo loomed ever larger. How could a girl of her status ever be deemed worthy of him? Have you had enough of hugging? Yafei teased, her playful smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Xiao Huo. Not at all. I cannot bear to let go, Xiao Huo replied with a grin. Enough of that. We aren't in any sort of relationship. Yafei laughed lightly, gently extricating herself from his embrace. There is a connection. After all, I am a distinguished guest of the middle auction. Shouldn't I be treated with the utmost care? Xiao Huo jested, though he did not continue to embrace Yafei. Despite the lingering desire to do so, their relationship had not yet developed to that level. Welcome, young Master Xiao Huo, to the middle auction. Is there anything Yafei can assist you with? Yafei inquired sweetly, her voice melodic as she slightly bowed, her enchanting eyes fixed on Xiao Huo, radiating joy. Assistance? Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled. The middle auction offers numerous services. How would you like to be of service? Yafei smiled innocently, unaware of the myriad implications behind Xiao Huo's words. May I borrow you for a day? I promise I won't bully you, Xiao Huo said with a smile, fearful that Yafei might misunderstand him. For he was a man of integrity and would never truly harm her. All right, sister will indulge you, Yafei replied, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Huo, curiosity piqued. Xiao Huo wanted to borrow her for a day. As long as he did not intend anything inappropriate, being with him would suffice. Even if their relationship was not defined, it would not dampen her spirits. She simply enjoyed the feeling of being with Xiao Huo. Come, I will take you to a place, Xiao Huo declared. Golden wings sprouting from his back, radiating brilliance. Where does young master wish to go? Yafei blinked her beautiful eyes, gazing in awe at the wings behind Xiao Huo. This was a manifestation of Do Qi into wings, a true mark of a Do Wang. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Huo's cultivation had already surpassed that of a mere Do Wang. Allow me to show you the enchanting scenery outside. Xiao Huo said with a smile, extending his hand. I've indulged you once more. Do refrain from fidgeting, or I may choose to ignore you henceforth, Yafei replied, walking ahead of Xiao Huo, permitting him to embrace her once again. After all, Xiao Huo possessed the ability to fly. While she could not harness the power of fighting spirit to sprout wings or soar through the skies. So, in your heart, I am perceived as such, Xiao Huo mused, holding Yafei's slender waist as his golden wings fluttered behind him, lifting them into the sky, swiftly departing from Wutan City. This spectacle was witnessed by but a few, most notably Master Gu and I, who observed with a hint of satisfaction. The lady's happiness is assured, he thought. Lord Xiao Huo is indeed a celestial being among mortals. With such prowess, the future of the Jiama Empire shall undoubtedly be graced by legends of Lord Xiao Huo. Wow, so this is what it feels like to fly? Yafei gazed down at the ground, her heart brimming with joy rather than fear. For with Xiao Huo by her side, what could she possibly dread? Indeed, the world is vast, Yafei. You should not confine yourself to the trivialities of the middle auction house. Should you desire, I shall personally visit the middle family, and from that moment on, they shall think twice before treating you in such a manner, Xiao Huo declared, savoring the warmth of her presence. How do you know this? Yafei inquired softly, her eyes wide with surprise. Such matters were known only to her and Master Gu and I. Yet Xiao Huo seemed to be aware of it all. How could I not know about my woman? Xiao Huo chuckled. Who is your woman? Yafei tilted her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her heart swelling with warmth. Had Xiao Huo spent his time away gathering information about her? You are in my embrace. That makes you my woman. Even if you are not now, you will be in the future, unless you manage to break free, Xiao Huo asserted, tightening his hold on her. My lord. Yafei playfully glared at Xiao Huo. We are high above the ground, and I cannot fly. How could I possibly escape? She had not anticipated Xiao Huo's audacity. Yet, she found herself utterly charmed by him. Chapter 29. Yafei's astonishment. Ding. Congratulations, Yafei. Your affection for the host has risen to 70. The host should seize this opportunity. Ding. The main storyline task is officially released. The host is requested to proceed to Yunlan's sect by tomorrow to gain the affection of Nailin Yanran. Friendly reminder, Nailin Yanran is quite difficult to pursue. The host must exert effort and seize every opportunity. As Xiao Huo held Yafei in his arms, he received the notification from the system. He furrowed his brow, for he was engrossed in conversation with Yafei. Yafei gazed at Xiao Huo, playfully glaring at him. How long did he intend to hold her? Since the beginning, he had not moved, seemingly relishing the moment. How shameless! Despite her intelligence, she found herself unable to escape his grasp. Just as she contemplated speaking, Xiao Huo descended gracefully, landing on the ground and reluctantly releasing her slender waist. Before them lay a picturesque landscape, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, where streams flowed gently across the earth. Clad in a crimson dress, Yafei was captivated by the beauty surrounding her. May I borrow your hand? Xiao Huo smiled. Looking at Yafei, her bright eyes met his, and her face flushed crimson. She stood still, glaring at him once more. After all, she was merely a girl. How could she consent? Let us consider it as your implicit agreement. Xiao Huo chuckled, stepping forward to take her hand, strolling along the brook's edge. The red fabric of her dress danced in the wind, and her long hair flowed gracefully, exuding a unique and captivating fragrance that was refreshing to the senses. It felt warm and soft. Yafei did not resist. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, her heart racing. The sounds of flowing water, rustling leaves, and even her own heartbeat resonated clearly in her ears. Young master, bringing me to such a place. You wouldn't intend to. Yafei's beautiful gaze subtly flicked toward Xiao Huo. If he desired something, with his formidable strength as a Dowang, she could hardly resist. What would you say our relationship is at this moment? Xiao Huo asked, gazing at the girl beside him, savoring the feeling. Although he was puzzled as to why Yafei's affection level was only 70, he felt content simply holding her hand. What do you think? Yafei raised her bright eyes to meet Xiao Huo's gaze. Foolish girl, regardless of your identity, status, or cultivation, none of it matters to me. What I care for is you alone. Whatever relationship you wish for, we shall have, Xiao Huo asserted, tightening his grip on her delicate hand to prevent her from breaking free. Upon hearing this, Yafei looked at Xiao Huo with a touch of emotion, but shook her head. Young master, I appreciate your kindness, but Yafei and you ultimately belong to different worlds. I cannot cultivate. How can I stand by your side? Struggling to break free, her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. As she had said, she lacked the talent for cultivation, and their worlds were too disparate. What meaning was there in forcing a union? Then, do you harbor feelings for me? Xiao Huo inquired with a smile. Yafei regarded him, tilting her head away. I do not fancy those who take advantage of others. Not at all. I'm not that kind of person, Xiao Huo insisted earnestly, patting his chest. Yafei cast a skeptical glance at him, unconvinced. The sunlight cascaded upon her delicate figure as they both admired the scenic horizon. Beneath the shade of the trees, a brilliant vista unfolded. After a long moment, Yafei's gentle voice broke the silence. Young master, your world is vast and expansive. If possible, I would like to be your good friend, watching you grow. As long as you remember that I exist, that would suffice. Yafei smiled, not seeking anything extravagant, merely wishing for Xiao Huo's strength to flourish. Yet, she could not cultivate. What significance would their relationship hold? Did she truly deserve him? No, she would only hinder his progress. What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Xiao Huo playfully tapped her forehead. I did not come here to hear such things. You are my woman, whether today or in the future, that will remain unchanged, he declared with an air of authority. Yafei sighed, disappointment evident in her beautiful eyes. How could she know that Xiao Huo was such a determined individual? What qualities did she possess that warranted his affection? Even the middle family did not regard her highly. You lack the talent for cultivation? I can bestow that upon you. In this world, my woman can achieve whatever she desires, Xiao Huo said with a smile, producing a pill. Yafei's eyes widened as she looked at Xiao Huo. Her heart filled with shock. She recognized this as yet another exquisite pill, but was unaware of its grade, which even Master Gu and I would struggle to discern. The 5th grade elixir possesses the remarkable ability to unblock all meridians within the body, endowing its user with a prodigious talent for cultivation, enabling them to ascend directly to the 9th star of the fighter realm. Xiao Huo smiled faintly. 5th grade? Yafei gazed at Xiao Huo with wide, astonished eyes, questioning whether he was indeed human. Uncle Gunny had mentioned that an alchemist capable of refining 4th grade elixirs could also produce supreme grade elixirs, thus qualifying as at least a 5th grade alchemist. Yet here stood Xiao Huo, capable of concocting 5th grade elixirs, and of exquisite quality at that. Such a potion would be considered an invaluable treasure in the Gamma Empire. Young master, are you a 6th grade alchemist? Yafei inquired, her beautiful eyes fixated on Xiao Huo. She felt utterly bewildered by the young man before her. Xiao Huo's alchemical talent was unparalleled. There were no 7th grade alchemists in the entire Gamma Empire. Xiao Huo was indeed the foremost individual in the Gamma Empire. A 6th grade? How could a mere 6th grade alchemist compare to me? Your man, amongst the masses. How many can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Xiao Huo replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride glimmering in his gaze. Though the Dopa realm was formidable, it was ultimately but a small plane in the vast cosmos, and he could still lead Yafei to the pinnacle of the world. I have yet to agree to you. Yafei lowered her head, her cheeks flushing once more. Being someone of self-respect, how could she casually acquiesce to Xiao Huo? Nevertheless, his words left her feeling as if she were in a dream. Even a 9th grade alchemist could not compare to Xiao Huo. What kind of person was he truly? Yafei had no doubts regarding Xiao Huo's assertions. Whatever he proclaimed, she would trust without question. Young master, are you at the Fighter King level? She asked. For within her understanding, the Dou Emperor was already the pinnacle of the Gamma Empire, and the Fighter King was an unattainable existence. She had never even heard of what lay beyond the Dou Emperor realm. Merely a Dou Emperor is nothing extraordinary, Xiao Huo remarked, seemingly disappointed. Yufei stood there, stunned, her heart racing as she looked at the young man before her. A Dou Emperor. She had initially thought Xiao Huo to be merely a fighter king. After all, fighter kings could become among the top 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire. As a fighter king, one would be respected wherever they went. No faction would dare offend a fighter king. Rather, they would actively seek to win their favor. The Dou Emperor, however, stood atop the Gamma Empire. Even the royal family would spare no effort to court a Dou Emperor. In Yufei's beautiful eyes, there was only disbelief. The young man before her was a figure standing at the highest peak of the Gamma Empire. Xiao Huo was far more exceptional than she had ever imagined. Gazing at him, she felt a flicker of admiration. Such a young man had already become a Dou Emperor, and it would not be long before he ascended to become the foremost figure in the Gamma Empire. At that time, no one in the entire Gamma Empire would be capable of rivaling Xiao Huo. Chapter 30. The Heavenly Thunder Tribulation he could annihilate with a single strike. Xiao Huo looked at Yufei, a smile gracing his lips. Such a woman was indeed a paragon of beauty. She could have been a formidable force in her own right, yet she ultimately remained just another face in the crowd. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan also missed her. However, in this life, Xiao Huo had entered Dou Pe and would not let Yufei slip away again. Her future was immeasurable. She merely lacked cultivation talent. But Xiao Huo could assist her in achieving her aspirations. Whatever heights she wished to reach in her cultivation, he would guide her there. Consume this elixir, and from this moment forth, you shall possess the prowess of a 9-star fighter, with exceptional talent, and together we can explore the vast wonders of this world. Xiao Huo declared, having already placed the elixir in Yufei's hand, awaiting her decision. Such a breathtaking woman. If she could also reach the pinnacle of power, her future would be unparalleled. Yufei could not change her fate, but Xiao Huo was here to alter it. In this lifetime, she would ascend to heights she had never before envisioned. Thank you for your kindness, young master, but I wish to try relying on my own efforts, Yufei replied. Her bright eyes meeting Xiao Huo's, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Faced with such a supreme elixir, anyone would be tempted, and even she was no exception. Having been abandoned by her family since childhood, Yufei aspired to prove herself to the world through her own strength. With a smile, she turned her gaze toward the horizon. After conversing with Xiao Huo for so long, her convictions had shifted somewhat. If she were to consume the elixir, perhaps she could soar to new heights. But was that truly what she desired? She believed she could achieve greatness through her own efforts. Xiao Huo, upon hearing her words, smiled as well. Yufei, you are indeed still Yufei. Such a woman was not one to be compared with the ordinary. If it were anyone else, even Xiao Yan would likely have accepted the elixir without hesitation. Yet, Yufei had chosen to decline. I believe in you. One day you will succeed. However, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone other than myself to bully you, Xiao Huo asserted, turning to face Yufei with an air of authority. In this world, only you would dare to bully me. Yufei nodded slightly, her captivating smile illuminating her face. Yet, your lack of cultivation talent is a grave injustice dealt by the heavens. Today, I shall defy fate and restore what you have lost, Xiao Huo stated calmly. His gaze fixed upon the vast sky. Though he was not yet capable of defeating Xiao Yan, he could still enact change. In the original narrative, the plot was set. Nalan Yanran would come to annul their engagement, and no one could alter that course. Her fate had been sealed from the very beginning, destined to be humiliated by Xiao Yan, casting a shadow over her life. Yet, she was not at fault. The little medical fairy was born with a cursed physique, and Yufei was a weak girl devoid of cultivation talent. If this was the decree of the heavens, then he would shatter it. Yufei could indeed cultivate, and the little medical fairy's cursed body could also be healed. As long as they wished for it, he would do everything in his power to assist them. Yufei gazed at Xiao Huo, her eyes wide in disbelief. How could she have ever imagined that the young man before her would defy the heavens with such audacity? Changing one's talent may be painful. You must endure it. If you do not defy this fate, no matter how hard you strive, you will ultimately be unable to cultivate. Xiao Huo said with a smile, a twinge of concern evident. This was a path that belonged solely to Yufei. If she succeeded, she would eventually transform into a phoenix. With you by my side, I am unafraid, Yufei replied softly, her eyes shining with determination. She had once resented the heavens. She yearned for cultivation, and now that the skies had granted her an opportunity, how could she fear? Moreover, Xiao Huo was right there beside her. Xiao Huo chuckled, raising his hand. Golden battle aura illuminated the surroundings, enveloping Yufei in a radiant glow. Her delicate form ascended into the air, surrounded by an array of battle aura. as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth accompanied her. With a single thought, Xiao Huo absorbed all the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred kilometers. As my cultivation was on the verge of breaking through to the third stage of Do Qi, suddenly the spiritual energy vanished, my aura reversed, and I spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly reverting my cultivation back to the first stage of Do Qi. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth enveloped Yufei, solely to alter her bloodline, enabling her to cultivate in the future. How could he not defy the will of the heavens? He is the true master of this realm. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Xiao Huo's pupils as sounds echoed around him, with boundless spiritual energy converging at this point. Yufei, donned in a crimson robe, had her beautiful eyes gently closed, her long hair flowing gracefully in the air, exuding an ethereal charm, as a pure, sanctified aura surrounded her. Her internal meridians were gradually being opened. A gentle breeze caressed her, causing her red gown to dance, as she was encircled by a pillar of golden light. Her gossamer skirt fluttering, radiating an otherworldly vibe. In that moment, her destiny was being subtly transformed. Xiao Huo stood on the ground, gazing upward at the enchanting Yufei. Her beauty captivating, her snow-white, elongated legs appearing even more alluring beneath the golden glow. She exuded an air of nobility, like a regal queen, elevated above all. Thunder rumbled across the firmament as the will of the heavens descended. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning spiraled in the sky, while dark clouds loomed ominously over the city. A dreadful suppression palpable in the atmosphere. A will from the heavens surged forth from the void, charging towards Yufei. Xiao Huo force feliolter ja fez brodrine, reshaping her fate. Yet, the heavenly tribulation would not permit this. Tremors filled Yufei's beautiful eyes as she sensed her very soul quaking in fear. This was an attack from the heavens, terrifying to the utmost, as if it could obliterate a person entirely. At that moment, Xiao Huo soared into the air, his golden wings radiating even more brilliance as he shielded Yufei from the impending heavenly will. He couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. His strength was insufficient to eradicate Xiao Yan, and he could not avert the consequences of the heavenly obliteration. However, he was determined to alter Yufei's destiny. What could a mere heavenly tribulation amount to? Xiao Huo raised his hand, boundless golden dough, chi swirling around him, fiercely striking at the heavenly tribulation. I shall change her fate. What can a mere thunderbolt do? He declared, with his voice resonating. The bolt of lightning instantly disintegrated into dust in the air. Xiao Huo hovered in the void, a chilling smile upon his lips. If he were to kill Xiao Yan, it would likely summon not just a single thunderbolt, but countless ones. To withstand such a tempest, he would need to at least attain the strength of a Dou Emperor to break through this realm. What could the heavenly tribulation do to him? Golden light flooded into Yufei's being, instigating a monumental transformation in her bloodline. Yufei had officially attained a sacred bloodline. Her future would be immeasurable, and all of this was bestowed upon her by Xiao Huo. As she descended, her beautiful eyes met Xiao Huo's, glistening with tears. She had never anticipated someone would shield her from such a lethal blow, and that savior was Xiao Huo. Just as he had declared, with him around, no one could bully her again. Thank you. Yufei finally comprehended that it was the heavens preventing her from cultivating. Yet, why should her fate be shackled by the heavens? She gazed at the sky, unwavering in her belief that she could defy destiny, placing her trust in herself. From now on, she had one more person to believe in, Xiao Huo, the man of her future. Chapter 31. Nailing Yanran, he has come. Ms. Fei, you have become even more beautiful. Xiao Huo observed the woman before him, a smile gracing his lips. After unlocking her sacred bloodline, Yufei's figure had become even more graceful, her legs appearing longer, radiating an ice-cold purity and unparalleled beauty. All thanks to you. What reward would you like, dear sister? Yufei smiled, walking alongside Xiao Huo by the babbling brook, enjoying the melodious sound of the water amidst the lush greenery, which brought her immense joy. Is there a reward? Xiao Huo's eyes brightened. Anything you desire, sister can consider it. Yufei chuckled, her voice softening. Could I offer myself? Xiao Huo laughed, gazing at the enchanting woman before him. He was no paragon of virtue, nor a saint. The admiration for beauty is inherent in all, especially for someone as captivating as Yufei. Would you want that? Yufei's delicate face flushed, her pearly teeth nibbling her lip as her beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Huo. I would, but I'm not that kind of person. As handsome as you are, who wouldn't want you? However, I yearn to be with you in the manner you desire. Xiao Huo smiled earnestly, expressing that he sought Yufei's genuine heart. not merely her gratitude for his assistance. Even if she was willing to share her body now out of gratitude, he desired her to willingly stand by him in the future. Although he might be a bit unscrupulous, he held his principles. If he truly wanted to possess a woman, he could have done so with his formidable strength, but what meaning would that hold? As Xiao Huo was about to say more, he caught a whiff of her unique fragrance and a warmth enveloped him. I know your nature. Sister hugs you. As a reward. Jia Fei left, gathering her courage to embrace Xiao Huo, feeling a mix of gratitude and reluctance, knowing he would soon depart. Xiao Huo affectionately ruffled Yafei's hair, saying, "Silly girl, focus on your cultivation from now on, understood?" "I understand. When you return next time, you will be utterly astonished." Yafei smiled softly. "Did you foresee that?" Xiao Huo chuckled. Yafei truly was sharp-witted, akin to his treasured Suner, both intelligent women. "Ah, you came to bid me farewell, didn't you? No matter how long it takes, sister will await your return at the auction." Yafei's gentle voice resonated. She could not be with Xiao Huo simply because she still had unfinished business in her heart. Despite her innate talent for cultivation, she lacked the requisite power. She was determined to strive for strength within the Maitel family, fulfilling her deepest aspirations. Moreover, with her current low cultivation, how could she walk side by side with Xiao Huo? Only by reaching his level could she rightfully stand beside him. This was her own conviction. She was strong, confident, proud, and self-loving. Even though she cherished Xiao Huo, she would diligently cultivate and not merely remain a pampered young lady in his gentle embrace. "Indeed, I have come to bid farewell. Perhaps my departure will be prolonged, but I promise I will return to find you." Xiao Huo smiled, feeling a twinge of reluctance. He had to leave. He must go to Yinlan's sect. Nalan Yinran must also be met. The main quest of the system, of course, must be fulfilled. If she does not meet Nalan Yinran, there lingers a sense of impending unease within Xiao Huo. Very well. Yafei nestled against Xiao Huo's chest, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of longing. How wonderful it would be to remain in his embrace indefinitely. Yet, they are destined to part ways. Each has their own mission. Have we embraced enough? Yafei lifted her exquisite gaze, speaking softly. "Not yet. May I hold you a little longer?" Xiao Huo replied indulgently, aware that after this farewell, he could not foresee when they would reunite. "Humph. Then I shall indulge you for a while longer." Yafei's delicate face flushed deeper. Yet her smile radiated happiness. After a prolonged moment, atop the mountain peak, Xiao Huo stood with Yafei by his side. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon them. Ultimately, they were not yet a couple. Xiao Huo had his own affairs to attend to, and Yafei, too, had her mission. "It is time to depart, during my absence. Take care of yourself." Xiao Huo's golden wings fluttered behind him as he turned back to smile. "I understand. You need not worry," Yafei replied softly. Subsequently, Xiao Huo said nothing further, soaring into the sky towards the distant horizon. Yafei remained rooted in place, watching the direction of his departure, a sweet smile gracing her lips. In her beautiful eyes, there was also a flicker of determination. From this day forth, she would become a new Yafei, with a renewed sense of purpose and direction. "I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. When we meet again, I shall be strong beyond measure," Yafei declared before leaving the scene. Yet, no one noticed the glimmer of tears in her enchanting gaze. In the vastness of the world, it seemed only Xiao Huo and Yafei's silhouettes remained, one heading north, the other south, each with a different destiny, yet connected by a shared intersection. If that intersection could converge, what a splendid life it would be. Xiao Huo's golden wings concealed his presence. Unsettled about his precious Suner, he returned to the mountains outside the Xiao family, where he beheld a breathtaking figure. The pride of the heavens, Xiao Suner. She was diligently cultivating, showing no signs of slackness. Her azure skirt danced with the wind. Her form agile, yet focused on her training. What a beautiful silhouette, what a lovely girl. Xiao Huo smiled, yearning to embrace Suner. However, what identity did he possess to do so? Suner was not yet his woman. She seemed even more earnest in her cultivation. Had she perhaps intuited something? Xiao Huo was uncertain whether Suner was aware of his strength. "Suner, wait for my return. Next time, I will catch up to you and ensure you face no more grievances." Xiao Huo murmured, ultimately refraining from approaching Suner. He discreetly departed, leaving no trace behind. With the system's assistance, even Ling Ying could not detect his presence. He wished for no one to know, especially not Suner. This was enough for him. Standing atop the mountain, Suner gazed towards the horizon, sensing something elusive. Was it merely an illusion? Suner whispered, unaware of when Xiao Huo would return. Yet she knew she must strive diligently to match his pace. Xiao Huo's gaze shifted towards the direction of the cloud mist sect. a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Nalan Yinran would soon arrive at the Xiao family to annul their engagement. He ought to visit the Cloud Mist sect first and meet Nalan Yinran. Nalan Yinran, I am on my way. Chapitre 32, Danger, Xiao Huo émergé. The Cloud Mist sect, a revered sanctuary for cultivation within the empire of Jiamu, is a place where countless cultivators aspire to tread. Within this esteemed sect, Nalan Yinran shines as a radiant jewel. As the epitome of beauty, wherever she ventures, she draws the gaze of many. What further captivates is her unblemished status as a single maiden, pure and innocent. Within the surrounding monster beast forest, Nalan Yinran diligently trains alongside numerous disciples, hunting magical beasts. Clad in a pristine white gown, she remains untainted, exuding an ethereal grace. A ribbon accentuates her delicate waist, outlining her enchanting curves, while verdant jade ornaments dangle from her tender earlobes. She is indeed the cherished daughter of the Cloud Mist sect. Noble and resplendent, wind spirit's splitting sword, Nalan Yinran grasped her sword, channeling her fighting spirit into the blade, striking down upon a magical beast before her. With a single swing, a first-tier magical beast met its demise. Nalan Yinran descended gracefully, her toes barely touching the ground, a gentle breeze caressing her flawless eyes. Resembling a true celestial being, countless disciples gazed at her with fervent admiration. Nalan Yinran was simply too beautiful. Not only was she stunning, but her strength was formidable as well. In their hearts, they held a sense of reverence. Who among them could possess such a woman as Nalan Yinran? Whispers erupted among the disciples, for they were acutely aware that Nalan Yinran was already betrothed to Xiao Yan. They had received the shocking news long ago. Xiao Yan, as Nalan Yinran's fiancé, was deemed a waste. What a pity it was that such a stunning Nalan Yinran was to be wed to a waste. Did you hear? Xiao Yan is merely at the first stage of fighting spirit. Ha! Can you comprehend what that signifies? Goodness, is he truly at the first stage? Even my family's old Sao is more impressive than him. Nalan Yinran is my goddess. She cannot marry Xiao Yan. Indeed, that wretched spawn of Xiao Yan was a waste 3 years ago, and now his strength has even regressed? It's utterly laughable. If he were worthy of Nalan Yinran, I would willingly sever my own. The chatter among the disciples persisted as Nalan Yinran sheathed her sword, her jade-like feet lightly touching the ground, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. Why should this be? She is Nalan Yinran, destined for greatness, while her fiancé has been predestined since her birth. She had never even met Xiao Yan, yet she was bound to such a fiancé. Why should her life be confined in this manner? I, Nalan Yinran, must forge my own path. Nalan Yinran raised her gaze towards the heavens, determination swelling within her heart. She would personally venture to the Xiao family to annul the engagement. Her destiny should be governed by her own will. Even if you are a genius, I shall still come to break off this engagement. Nalan Yinran spoke softly. Her life should have nothing to do with Xiao Yan. Since her birth, she had been labeled as the fiancée of a waste. She would not accept it, nor would she allow it. Continuing her trials, follow me in slaying magical beasts and gather the magic cores. Nalan Yinran commanded, proceeding deeper into the forest. Many disciples of the Cloud Mist sect gazed at Nalan Yinran, nodding in agreement. They naturally empathized with her plight. Nalan Yinran was indeed an exceptional woman. Did Xiao Yan truly deserve her? Today, Nalan Yinran sought to vent her frustrations, and they accompanied her in this endeavor. The magical beast forest held only second-tier magical beasts at its highest ranks. How could they possibly harm Nalan Yinran? Presently, her cultivation had reached the 5th star of Dome Master, far surpassing Xiao Yan's prowess. Indeed, she was Nalan Yinran, a beauty of unparalleled grace, rivaling even Sun'er in her allure. Xiao would cast a glance towards Nalan Yinran, a smile gracing his lips. Before his transmigration, he had always admired her. Today, he finally beheld her. Observing Nalan Yinran's retreating figure, he marveled at her youthful beauty. His mission, bestowed by the system, was to win Nalan Yinran's favor, a daunting task indeed. Nalan Yinran was no easy prize to win. However, for the sake of the system's lovely overseer, he was determined to pursue her. Nalan Yinran had endured countless grievances in the original narrative. Despite being a genius, she faced incessant criticism, bound by a 3-year agreement with the Xiao family. She was humiliated by Xiao Yan in front of countless onlookers of the Cloud Mist sect. From that moment on, her life spiraled into misfortune, marked by solitude. Ultimately, she became a stepping stone for Xiao Yan. Whoever cared about her feelings? Did Xiao Yan ever regard her at all? The mere thought of Xiao Yin caused Xiao Huo's gaze to grow colder. One day, he would overthrow Xiao Yin. Unbeknownst to him, they had already ventured deep into the magical beast forest. Nalan Yinran led the way, shielding all the disciples of the Cloud Mist sect behind her. Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the air, an overwhelming aura of pressure erupting forth, causing the very earth to tremble. From the depths of the forest emerged a sinister-faced spider, its 48 appendages towering over them, reaching heights surpassing even a rocky outcrop. The sinister-faced spider loomed ominously, surveying all the disciples of the Cloud Mist sect, its bizarre emerald eyes glinting with malice, powerful dough chi swirling around its form. The faces of all the disciples changed dramatically. This creature was a third-tier magical beast, and a pinnacle entity among them. Its venom was horrendous. Even formidable dome masters dared not confront the sinister-faced spider head-on, let alone Nalan Yinran and her fellow disciples. How could there be a third-tier magical beast here? Nalan Yinran raised her beautiful eyes, trembling slightly. Despite being the paragon of the Cloud Mist sect, she could not possibly contend with a third-tier beast. Miss, we must flee. This place is perilous. Heavens, a third-tier magical beast. Are we destined to perish here? Panic ensued among many disciples, their legs quaking as they gazed upwards at the colossal creature. Even Xiao Huo was taken aback. Had history truly shifted? If he were not present, would Nalan Yinran meet her demise in the magical beast forest? Cursed fate. One day, he would attain the realm of Do Emperor. Perhaps even surpass it, defying destiny itself. Flee at once. I shall hold it off. Nalan Yinran spoke softly, embodying the pride of her lineage. In such dire moments, retreat was not an option. Mystique intermédiate do technique, tous en wingad. Mystic tier advanced Do technique, setting sun radiance. Nalan Yinran's complexion paled, with her current Do chi. She could hardly unleash these formidable techniques. Desperate, she consumed several pills, forcing her energy to surge forth to buy time for all the disciples of the Cloud Mist sect to escape. A faint azure Do chi enveloped her, and the brilliance of her inner energy erupted forth. Yet, despite swallowing several pills, she found herself unable to unleash the full might of her techniques. If only she could hold out for a moment longer. Nalan Yinran offered a faint smile, consolidating all her energy to strike at the sinister-faced spider. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. However, the sinister-faced spider remained unscathed. At that moment, its 48 appendages lunged toward her from all directions, seemingly intent on piercing her body. Nalan Yinran's cheeks turned pale. She was too weak to flee or even maintain herself aloft, plummeting from the air. Was she truly no match for it? Would death bring unbearable pain? Just then, Xiao Huo's figure soared into the air, catching Nalan Yinran in his embrace. His gaze was calm as he directed it towards the sinister-faced spider. Little did he know, his arrival had altered the course of history. Nalan Yinran faced peril. Without him, she might have met a grim fate. Yet, with his presence, who could dare to harm her? Although he and Nalan Yinran had yet to forge any significant bond, he was determined to win her favor. Xiao Huo lifted his gaze to the sinister-faced spider, his expression turning frigid, imbued with murderous intent. In that moment, he resembled a sovereign, towering above all. His hand moved slightly, and a terrifying glow of Do Chi erupted forth, charging towards the sinister-faced spider with an unstoppable force. Chapter 33, Nalan Yinran, truly exquisite. Bang! The earth quaked violently, a resounding explosion echoing through the void. The 48 appendages of the sinister-faced spider were instantly obliterated. Xiao Huo soared into the air once more, delivering another powerful punch. The body of the sinister-faced spider crumbled, sent flying over 1,000 feet away. Mountains fractured in its wake, trees toppled, and the ground was scarred with deep, ghastly marks. In mere moments, Xiao Huo had repelled the third-tier magical beast. His formidable prowess left the onlookers in utter shock. All the disciples of the Cloud Mist sect stared at Xiao Huo in disbelief. This was beyond comprehension. The third-tier beast, the sinister-faced spider, had been defeated so effortlessly. Many disciples gasped in awe, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Huo, their expressions tinged with astonishment. They had been saved. My heavens! What did I just witness? He single-handedly sent the sinister-faced spider flying. Is he even human? When did our Cloud Mist sect acquire such a powerful disciple? As they witnessed the scene unfold, the disciples felt as if they were caught in a dream. Were it not for Xiao Huo, they would surely have perished. Even Nalan Yinran was left astounded. Had he not intervened, she would have likely faced a grim fate. From now on, refrain from recklessly using Do techniques, understood? Xiao Huo admonished, gazing at Nalan Yinran in his arms. Nalan Yinran, her mind blank, nodded in response. She wished to inquire of Xiao Huo when he would set her down. Yet, before she could speak, the situation remained unresolved. Xiao Huo chuckled, his gaze fixed ahead as the sinister face spiders charged once more. The malevolent creatures appeared exceedingly agitated, and behind them loomed two even larger spiders, each a third-tier magical beast. The recently dispatched spider seemed to be female, and now two male counterparts had emerged. The dynamics here appeared rather convoluted. Exercise caution. These beasts possess formidable strength. It would be prudent to seek my master, Nalan Yinran. Her bright eyes lifted, aware that even a spirit fighter would find themselves in peril when beset by three such fiends. If only my master Yin were here. Ultimately, they were but three magical beasts. What threat could they truly pose? Xiao Huo, with only one hand, maintained a slightly intensified aura. As he struck, a long sword materialized from a void, its azure blade radiating forth with a length exceeding 1,000 feet. The sword beam stood poised in the air, directly aimed at the trio of sinister face spiders. Slash! Xiao Huo's calm voice resounded, the heavens tearing asunder as the sword beam descended with overwhelming force upon the three beasts. The spiders, sensing the impending doom, fled in a frenzy, yet there was no escape. The air was cleaved asunder with a single stroke, and the three sinister-faced spiders were instantaneously vanquished by Xiao Huo's might. No one could have anticipated such strength from him. All the disciples of Yunlan's sect stared at Xiao Huo in stunned silence, utterly astounded. Had the trio of sinister-faced spiders truly been slain so effortlessly? Xiao Huo, despite being their peer, exhibited such earth-shattering prowess. Was he even human? His cultivation was utterly terrifying. Nalan Yinran gazed at Xiao Huo with wide eyes. The spider she could not contend with had been dispatched with a mere stroke of his sword. Enough. Xiao Huo reluctantly set Nalan Yinran down, savoring the softness of her touch, regrettably aware that she was not yet his. Their meeting today was merely the first. Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life. Nalan Yinran offered a slight bow, her manners impeccable. Here, take this pill. Ingesting it will hasten your recovery of Do Qi. Xiao Huo presented her with a recovery pill before turning to leave. Nalan Yinran, too, possessed such pills. She sought to decline, for as a disciple of Yunlan's sect, she surely had her own stock. The pill you possess pales in comparison to mine. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, sensing her slight pride. Pursuing her would not be an easy feat. Even saving her life would not suffice to win her over. Such a noble maiden, if successfully conquered, will be quite the achievement. My pill is brewed by Master Gu He. How can you make such a claim? Nalan Yinran retorted, her eyes gleaming with pride. For Master Gu, he was renowned as the foremost alchemist in the Jia Ma Empire. A fifth-tier alchemist, Gu He, among the top 10 powerhouses of the Jia Ma Empire. Countless individuals owed him favors, including even the sect leader Yun Yun of Yunlan's sect. Many disciples of Yunlan's sect nodded in agreement, acknowledging the unparalleled quality of pills crafted by Master Gu He. Indeed, it was Gu He, a figure of great renown. How enviable for Nalan Yinran to possess a pill personally refined by him. While this young master means well, he cannot possibly compare to Master Gu He. Such arrogance is unwarranted. Xiao Huo merely smiled at her words. And what of Gu He? Nalan Yinran's lovely eyes scrutinized Xiao Huo, perplexed by his demeanor. She approached him, delicately presenting the pill. This is a recovery pill crafted by Master Gu He. Observe closely, for it is a second-tier pill of high quality. Only Master Gu He can produce such high-quality pills in the Jia Ma Empire, and you are to show him respect for saving my life. Nalan Yinran asserted, somewhat indignant. For even her master would not dare speak so lightly of Gu He, yet Xiao Huo had the audacity to do so. The pill I gifted you is of a much higher grade, indeed of the finest quality. Xiao Huo chuckled. Finest quality? I hardly believe it. Nalan Yinran replied, her pride evident, for even Master Gu He could not concoct pills of the finest quality. She doubted Xiao Huo could achieve such a feat. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. However, you truly are quite beautiful. Xiao Huo remarked with a smile. You shameless rogue. You can't possibly intend to play the hero and rescue the damsel on purpose. Nalan Yinran glared at him, her chest slightly heaving. This fellow was rather direct. Indeed, those sinister-faced spiders were summoned by me. Had it not been for my intervention, you might have already fallen victim to them. Xiao Huo jested. Enough of this. I shall take my leave. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your assistance. Should you desire anything, feel free to visit me at Yunlan's sect. Nalan Yinran declared. fully aware that the notion of a hero saving a damsel was implausible. The sinister-faced spiders could not have possibly been conjured by Xiao Huo. Her decision to venture into the depths of the magical beast forest was her own and had no bearing on him. By the way, what is your name? And what is your cultivation level? Nalan Yinran inquired, her curiosity piqued, still clutching the pill Xiao Huo had given her. Xiao Huo, and my cultivation level? I am at the peak of Dohuang, he replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yinran shot him another incredulous glare. This fellow is utterly shameless. The peak of Dohuang? Impossible. Her Master Yin was only at the 3rd star of Dohuang, and he claims to be at the peak? How could that be? The peak of Dohuang? Surely, you jest, she huffed dismissively, having initially thought well of Xiao Huo, only to find him boastful. If you truly were at the peak of Dohuang, I, Nalan Yinran, would willingly serve as your maid. Nalan Yinran said, with a captivating smile, before turning to depart. Though Xiao Huo's strength was remarkable, how could he possibly surpass her master? A maid? Xiao Huo shook his head, having thought she might consider him a husband. He had not managed to ensnare Nalan Yinran, after all. This girl was quite clever, yet undeniably beautiful. Xiao Huo left without hesitation. After all, he was not a disciple of Yinlan's sect, and could not follow her back. Nalan Yinran's enchanting gaze lingered on Xiao Huo's retreating figure, then glanced at the jade vial in her hand. Could it be that the pill he had given her was truly of the finest quality? This fellow possessed some strength, yet reveled in boasting. Only a fool would believe his claims. It was best to return to the sect and consult her master. Nalan Yinran resolved, stowing the jade vial within her spatial ring before departing alongside the other disciples of Yinlan's sect. Chapter 34. The system's sister is quite considerate. Ding. Congratulations to Nalan Yinran for increasing her favorability towards the host brother. Nalan Yinran's favorability. 5. The sweet voice of the system's sister echoed. Xiao Huo felt a sense of despondency. After going through the trouble of saving Nalan Yinran's life, he had only garnered a mere 5 points of favorability. Alas, life is indeed quite challenging. The system's lovely assistant, however, is a source of comfort, with her affection steadfastly at a perfect 100. The mere thought of sharing a bed with her is enticing, yet I must dismiss such fantasies, for she requires a staggering 100,000 skill points to reveal herself. Where might I procure such an exorbitant sum? I am rather impoverished, you see. Worry not, dear host brother. Nalan Yinran has not yet opened your jade vial, nor does she believe in your cultivation prowess. Winning the hearts of young ladies is a gradual endeavor. One cannot expect instantaneous success. The sweet voice of the system assistant chimed in. Indeed, I recognize that my visit to the Yinlan sect is solely to catch a glimpse of her. Xiao Huo chuckled, for he had failed to win over both Suner and Yufei, and now his thoughts wandered to Nalan Yinran, which felt rather distant, especially since he had yet to confront Xiao Yan. The 3 essential elements for a traveler: flaunting, courting maidens, and confronting Xiao Yan. Of course, the foremost priority remains the latter, though Xiao Yan's low level fails to pique Xiao Huo's interest. Nevertheless, anticipation swelled within him. Xiao Yan's current objective is likely Nalan Yinran. How would he feel if he were to discover that she had come to annul their betrothal? Let me reiterate. I certainly do not require 100,000 skill points, the system assistant huffed, for she needs merely a fraction to level up and finally meet her beloved host brother. When shall I behold you? Xiao Huo mused, gazing into the vast expanse above, his yearning for the system assistant deepening. Her beauty is simply unparalleled, incomparable even to those who claim to be beauty streamers. After a moment of silence, the system assistant responded, Dear host brother, one day you shall meet her. At that time, you may do as you please. With a smile, she added that her affection remains unwaveringly at 100, regardless of Xiao Huo's actions. Even if he were to mistreat her or abandon her. A steadfast devotion. She exists as the system, and shall perish as the system, forever belonging solely to Xiao Huo. Is it truly permissible to do whatever I wish? Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled. This system assistant truly understands him, for he never considered himself a paragon of virtue. Nor did he regard himself as a good person. Certainly, as long as host brother desires it, I am willing to comply. Thus, let us strive for a brighter future. The system assistant declared with a smile. Yes, I shall strive. Xiao Huo nodded, a glimmer of determination in his gaze, motivated to exert effort for the sake of the system assistant. Ding. Today, host brother has been exceptionally wonderful. This system bestows upon you 3 techniques. Heavenly grade technique. Great wilderness prison sky, finger. Heavenly grade technique. Immortal thunder break law light. Heavenly grade technique. Great wilderness desolation sutra. Heavenly grade technique. Flame light. Heavenly grade technique. Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Heavenly grade technique. Heavenly movement 9 strikes. The system assistant's voice resonated as a series of heavenly grade techniques flooded into Xiao Huo's consciousness. But I was promised 3 techniques. How is it that 6 have been bestowed? Xiao Huo was somewhat bewildered. I like it. If you wish to give, then give freely, but do not take it back. For I have not claimed your skill points, the system assistant replied with a laugh, having inadvertently gifted a few extra. I shall accept them all. Xiao Huo chuckled. For he indeed lacked techniques, and was not a match for opponents of the same rank. That's the spirit. Furthermore, I shall gift you a divine artifact, the 5-element staff. However, host brother must reach the Do-D level to unleash its full power. I pondered what else you might need, and thus I shall also grant you a skill point, mastery of all things. This will allow you to comprehend all techniques in a remarkably short time. Additionally, I shall bestow upon you another divine artifact, the light of defense. Capable of withstanding a single fatal blow, it is effective against all below the Do-D level. The sweet voice of the system assistant rang out. Xiao Huo felt as though he had acquired one divine artifact after another, all while nestled in a gentle embrace. System assistant, you are simply too generous. Do these not require any skill points? Xiao Huo inquired, gazing at the artifacts and techniques within his consciousness, overwhelmed by their power. Moreover, the system assistant is exceedingly considerate. I adore it. If you wish to give something, then do so freely, the system assistant replied with a light huff. Unaware to Xiao Huo that her form had grown increasingly transparent with the acquisition of such treasures. A price must be paid, and she would bear that burden alone. As long as host brother is well, that is all that matters. She had vowed to provide him with whatever he desired. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Huo said, Thank you. I understand that you are not merely a system. If I can do anything for you in the future, I shall, and thus, I will not let you down. The system assistant smiled and said, All right, enough of the pleasantries. I have heard too many such words. Go and cultivate diligently. Your kindness towards me, could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Xiao Huo asked, a smile gracing his lips. This system assistant truly is the epitome of thoughtfulness. Who has feelings for you? I simply enjoy doing this. It's not that I fear for your life that I bestow upon you so many gifts. The system assistant replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, struggling to maintain her composure, for her essence had begun to wane. Do not disturb me. Go play. And unless there is something of great importance, do not disrupt my rest, the sweet voice of the system assistant echoed, attempting to mask her weakness. Understood. Xiao Huo nodded eagerly, for the system assistant had been extraordinarily kind today, though he could not fathom why she continually urged him not to disturb her. Perhaps her mood was not at its best. He too ought to dedicate himself to diligent cultivation. The system assistant has treated him so well, and how he would repay her would be a matter for another day. After all, he could not yet meet the system assistant. In a distant place, where she cannot be seen, the system assistant curled up, feeling rather cold. She possessed no skill points at all. As she drifted into slumber, she appeared so sweet. Pure, her skin as white as snow, devoid of any luster, her delicate form slightly translucent. Yet she was entirely unconcerned, finding some satisfaction in it all. As long as he is well, that is enough. Though she could issue system tasks, the true rewards could only be claimed through Xiao Huo's own efforts. The future rests solely upon him. What she could do was to stand behind him, watching the young man she cherished grow, to rise to the pinnacle of this world, perhaps even to the zenith of the entire universe. Afterward, Xiao Huo cultivated for 3 days, mastering all the heavenly grade techniques. If unleashed, their power would be boundless. Among those of the same rank, none could rival him. Even in battles against higher ranks, he now held a measure of confidence. It was time to visit the Yunlan sect and behold Nalan Yinran. If fortune favored him, perhaps he might also catch a glimpse of Yunyun. Chapter 35. Nalan Yinran is quite upset with the shameless Xiao Huo. The Yunlan sect is currently engaged in an internal competition among its disciples. Unsurprisingly, Nalan Yinran has claimed the top spot among the disciples. She is, after all, a prodigy and a direct disciple of Yunyun. Who could possibly surpass her? Many disciples of the Yunlan sect gazed at Nalan Yinran, their admiration deepening. Such a woman, if one could attain her, might revel in a lifetime of admiration. To win the affection of Nalan Yinran would elevate one's status within the Yunlan sect exponentially. Nalan Yinran, when she steps outside, embodies the very essence of the Yunlan sect. Who in the world is unaware of the stunning Nalan Yinran of the Yunlan sect? As for Xiao Yin, a mere waste. Many disciples of the Yunlan sect hardly regard him with any respect. A waste at the first stage of Douqi daring to propose to the Yunlan sect? He would likely be denied entry at the gates. Of course, these disciples remain oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yin has already reached the second stage of Douqi. Yet, in comparison to the first stage, he is still seen as a waste. Today, Nailin Yanran is particularly enchanting, clad in a pure, unblemished white gown. She appears almost ethereal, exuding an air of nobility with every graceful movement, embodying the poise of a distinguished lady. She is a unique gem, radiant and fragrant beyond compare. "Miss, there's a man outside claiming to be your master." Guyi approached respectfully, bowing slightly before Nailin Yanran. His expression bore a hint of surprise. How could an ordinary man possibly be her master? Moreover, Nailin Yanran's true master is Yunyun. Had it not been for Xiao Huo bearing Nailin Yanran's jade pendant, he would have been expelled long ago. "Is he seeking a beating?" he inquired, knowing well that Nailin Yanran's reputation must not be tarnished. A man openly seeking her out could only bring disgrace to her name. "I shall meet him," Nailin Yanran replied, her irritation palpable. Thankfully, that scoundrel did not claim to be her master. The pills sent by Xiao Huo could never surpass those crafted by Master Guyi. She need not even look to know the outcome. As for his boast of being at the peak of Douhuang, that was an even greater fabrication. At the entrance, numerous disciples gathered, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Huo outside. They were indignant. How dare Xiao Huo assert that he is Nailin Yanran's master? Clearly, he seeks to pursue her. Thus, more and more disciples congregated at the doorway, eager to confront Xiao Huo. "Xiao Huo, you seek a beating? What status does Nailin Yanran hold, that she could possibly know someone like you?" One disciple, Mo Bai, declared, his tone dripping with disdain as he stepped forward. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Yunlan's sect's pride, Mo Bai, at your service." "Very well," Xiao Huo replied nonchalantly. With a mocking laugh, Mo Bai charged at Xiao Huo. Then, with a resounding slap, Mo Bai was sent flying several meters away. This spectacle was witnessed by many disciples, who could hardly believe that Mo Bai was no match for Xiao Huo. What an embarrassment! A single individual had come to challenge the Yunlan sect, and he had been dispatched so easily. "Step aside, let me take my turn." Another disciple, Mei Naiku, sneered. "You are rather weak. Where is Nailin Yanran?" Xiao Huo casually knocked Mei Naiku to the ground, leaving him trembling. Xiao Huo's strength was overwhelming. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. "Waste. I shall take my turn." Yet another disciple's words were cut short, as Xiao Huo sent him flying as well, though he only sustained minor injuries. Had he killed someone, it would have surely drawn the ire of Yunyun. "Save your names. They are forgettable," Xiao Huo remarked lightly, waving his hand dismissively. One by one, Yunlan sect disciples fell to the ground, moaning in despair. They were simply no match for him. How had Xiao Huo managed to challenge the sect so successfully? What was his origin? His prowess was astonishing. "Nailin Yanran? Where's my disciple? Where is my precious apprentice?" Xiao Huo inquired, stepping boldly through the gates of the Yunlan sect, unimpeded, as the skirmish was not fierce enough to draw the attention of the sect as higher-ups. "Your precious apprentice?" Some disciples, hearing this, felt a pang of jealousy. How could Xiao Huo dare claim Nailin Yanran as his precious apprentice? Any objections? Xiao Huo shot a glance at the envious disciple, who immediately feigned unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the situation. When Guyi arrived, he was taken aback. He unleashed his third star of Dome Master's power to shield Nailin Yanran, wary of the audacity of someone daring to intrude upon the Yunlan sect. Upon witnessing this, Nailin Yanran's anger flared. How shameless of Xiao Huo to bully the disciples of the Yunlan sect and to claim to be her master. When had she ever had a master like him? Thankfully, the disciples had only sustained minor injuries. One by one, they looked to Nailin Yanran as if she were their savior, rushing to report their grievances. "Miss, look at him bullying us disciples. Miss Yanran, avenge us. Defeat this Xiao Huo, who claims to be your master and says you are his precious apprentice. Let's have our revenge." Many disciples seethed with anger, eager to see Xiao Huo punished for this affront to Nailin Yanran's dignity. Meanwhile, numerous elders of the Yunlan sect had taken note of the commotion at the entrance, with thousands of disciples gathering to watch Xiao Huo. Initially, only a handful had fallen, but soon the crowd swelled to thousands, all eyes on Xiao Huo. Nailin Yanran's chest heaved with rage, trembling with indignation. How infuriating! What did she do? Xiao Huo was her benefactor, and if she said nothing, he might face punishment from Elder Yinshan. Even if Xiao Huo was powerful, he could not contend with the Yunlan sect's might. What could she say? She could not repay kindness with malice and allow Xiao Huo to be punished. She would let this scoundrel off the hook this once. Nailin Yinran bit her lip, surveying the surrounding disciples. With a delicate step, she approached the forefront, all eyes upon her, awaiting her decision. Should she give the order? Every disciple of the Yunlan sect would spring into action. Nailin Yinran possessed this kind of charisma. He is indeed my new master, and here is my token. It is you who have obstructed him, thus the fault lies with you. My master merely taught you a lesson, and it seems none of you have been grievously harmed. Nailin Yinran stated, her teeth clenched as she stepped before Xiao Huo, bowing slightly. Master, may I accompany you to train? Nailin Yinran blinked her beautiful eyes. Indeed, my precious disciple has made progress once again, Xiao Huo remarked with a smile, strolling alongside Nailin Yinran as they meandered toward a secluded area. Nailin Yinran shot him a glare. Precious disciple? Who do you think you are calling precious? How shameless. I have never encountered such audacity. Xiao Huo, you are doomed. Nailin Yinran huffed, her anger palpable. Had it not been for Xiao Huo saving her life, she would not have gone out of her way to assist him. Xiao Huo merely smiled faintly, saying nothing, as he sensed the gazes of numerous disciples upon them, calculating everything in his mind. After all, it was Nailin Yinran who suggested being his maid. He could hardly claim to be her master, thus he settled for being her teacher instead. The thousands of disciples present at Yunlan's sect, including Gu Yi, stood in stunned silence at this scene. Chapter 36, Shock. Outside Nailin Yinran's chambers at Yunlan's sect, the courtyard was picturesque, with verdant waters and ample spiritual energy, adorned with numerous heavenly materials, making it an ideal place for cultivation. As a direct disciple of Yunyun, Nailin Yinran's dwelling was indeed unique, conveniently devoid of other sect disciples. Within the courtyard, Nailin Yinran glared at Xiao Huo, her delicate hand grasping his collar, clearly infuriated. Xiao Huo, while you may have saved my life, that does not grant you the right to be so shameless. She huffed, feeling the weight of her noble status. Yet having to feign a charade with Xiao Huo today. Now, she had unwittingly acquired a master. What would the other disciples think? How am I shameless? I can't very well claim to be your master, can I? Xiao Huo replied with a grin, gazing at the striking Nailin Yinran. This was indeed outside her private quarters, and he would never take advantage of such an opportunity. I am a man of integrity and charm, far from being that sort of person. You dare. When did I ever become your maid? I shall remind you, I am a disciple of Yunyun. Should you dare to bully me, I will ensure my master does not spare you. Nailin Yinran clenched her delicate fists, a true daughter of the Yunlan sect and a disciple of Yunyun. How could Xiao Huo even contemplate becoming her master? The audacity was outrageous. Yunyun's cultivation is still beneath mine. Xiao Huo chuckled lightly, his tone indifferent. He had now attained the pinnacle of Dohuang, while Yunyun was merely a 3-star Dohuang. In a confrontation, Xiao Huo was entirely capable of defeating her. How dare you speak ill of my master? Show disrespect again, and I shall expel you. Nailin Yinran's chest heaved slightly, her hand gripping her sword. Were it not for Xiao Huo's superior strength, she would have relished the opportunity to strike him. All right, your master is the best, Xiao Huo shrugged, knowing he would eventually seek Yunyun's favor. After all, they were family, and such matters were trivial. Now, what brings you to my presence? Nailin Yinran entered her spacious room, gracefully settling into a chair, her long, fair legs elegantly positioned, a sight to behold. Your room is quite expansive, Xiao Huo remarked, casting a glance at a particular area of Nailin Yinran's room, a smile playing on his lips. An important part is how large it is. As for which part was large, that remained unspoken. Ah, have you never witnessed such grandeur? If you possess Do Ling cultivation, I could recommend you to join Yunlan's sect, Nailin Yinran stated, her gratitude evident, yet she would not allow herself to develop feelings for Xiao Huo. Having just met him, your sect leader's cultivation is still beneath mine, Xiao Huo replied with a calm smile, producing a jade vial from his possession. How dare you? My master is a 3-star Dohuang, Nailin Yinran retorted, her beautiful eyes reflecting admiration for Yunyun, the person she respected most in her life. Should you have any requests, I will do my utmost to fulfill them, Nailin Yinran said, still incredulous that Xiao Huo could surpass her master, Yunyun. Any request? Xiao Huo's eyes brightened. If that were the case, then? Nailin Yinran raised her beautiful eyes, skeptical. She doubted Xiao Huo had the audacity to act so boldly within Yunlan's sect. I have come to Yunlan's sect for you. These elixirs are all for you, Xiao Huo proclaimed, casually producing several jade vials and placing them upon Nailin Yinran's desk. For me? I have already stated I possess Master Gu Hi's elixirs. How can yours compare? Nailin Yinran picked up a jade vial and opened it, curious to see what kind of elixirs this rogue could concoct. Suddenly, Nailin Yinran's body trembled slightly as she gazed at the elixirs within the vial, her eyes widening in shock. This elixir is actually a fourth-grade elixir. The Qi Recovery Pill. Most importantly, it is of exceptional quality. Meanwhile, Master Gu He's Qi Recovery Pill is merely a second-grade one, and of high quality at that. The difference between high and exceptional quality may only be a word, yet it is a chasm of disparity. An exceptional grade elixir far surpasses 10 high-grade elixirs, and most significantly, exceptional quality elixirs have minimal side effects. How is this possible? A fourth-grade elixir, and of exceptional quality? How could you possibly refine a fourth-grade elixir of such quality? Nalan Yinran's gaze lifted to meet Xiao Huo's, completely exceeding her expectations. If Xiao Huo were indeed a formidable alchemist, she must inform Master Yunyan. Yunyan often required numerous elixirs, and had no choice but to seek Master Gu He's assistance. If Yunlan's sect could have a powerful alchemist, there would be no need to plead with Gu He. Such a young alchemist held boundless potential. At this moment, despite her astonishment, Nalan Yinran still bore a hint of skepticism. Fourth-grade elixirs are quite rare, are they not? I have mentioned that Master Gu He's elixirs are worthless in my eyes. Xiao Huo replied nonchalantly, casually revealing a fourth-grade elixir, while refraining from producing higher-grade ones, knowing they could pose a danger to both Nalan Yinran and Yun if ingested forcefully. Such boasting. Surely, you did not buy these elixirs, Nalan Yinran retorted, grasping for a reason to dismiss his claims. She refused to believe Xiao Huo's words. Yet she could not deny that acquiring these elixirs would be a feat even Yun could not achieve. If you do not wish to accept them, then I shall take my leave, Xiao Huo said, smiling. Nalan Yinran stood still, watching him as she opened all the jade vials. The astonishment in her beautiful eyes deepened. Each vial contained exceptional grade elixirs. Healing pills, Qi recovery pills, every one of them was a fourth-grade elixir, and without exception, all of exceptional quality. Not even Master Gu He or anyone from the imperial family could accomplish such a feat. All right then, I shall accept your offer. Nalan Yinran gazed at Xiao Huo with newfound delight. She had never anticipated that Xiao Huo would indeed prove to be an exceptionally powerful alchemist. Moreover, he was at least of the fourth rank or higher. And you want me? Xiao Huo's gaze brightened as he cast a glance at Nalan Yinran's exquisite legs. A slight smile gracing his lips. No impure thoughts, you shameless fool. Nalan Yinran's cheeks flushed crimson. Where had Xiao Huo's thoughts wandered this time, fixated solely on such matters? You are a formidable alchemist. Might you remain by my side in the future? I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. Nalan Yinran blinked her beautiful eyes, imbued with a sense of ethereal grace, as she approached Xiao Huo, pure and unblemished, her gaze sparkling with clarity. Regardless of the circumstances, today, she would not allow Xiao Huo to depart. After all, he was a more powerful alchemist than Master Gu He. How wonderful it would be if he could stay by her side. Her master would surely commend her. In that fleeting moment, Nalan Yinran found that Xiao Huo was not as repugnant as she had initially thought. There's no sincerity here. Perhaps I should just leave. Xiao Huo shook his head. Nalan Yinran, feeling a touch of pride, pondered the audacity of this man. She had personally extended an invitation, yet this rogue still refused. If you dare to leave, I shall inform my master that you have bullied me. Nalan Yinran's fair face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words, as she grasped Xiao Huo's garment, determined not to let him go. You little minx. Xiao Huo regarded Nalan Yinran, noting her innocence. She truly lacked the finesse to persuade others. I don't care. You're not permitted to leave, simply not allowed to leave. Nalan Yinran stood defiantly at the door, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of pleading. After all that, what more could Xiao Huo desire? Did he truly expect her to offer herself up? Xiao Huo observed Nalan Yinran as she blocked the entrance. Very well. I shall not leave. I shall remain by your side from now on. A smile broke upon Xiao Huo's face as his hand gently brushed through Nalan Yinran's long hair, savoring the delicate fragrance of the girl before him. Really? Nalan Yinran's eyes lit up with surprise. Of course, but it comes with conditions, Xiao Huo replied. That condition being you must heed my commands. I cannot be expected to follow yours. He spoke coolly, gazing at the stunning girl before him. All right then. Disciple Nalan Yinran pays her respects to her master. Without hesitation, Nalan Yinran knelt on one knee, performing the traditional bow of a disciple. After all, she had publicly declared Xiao Huo to be her master. She had originally thought he might impose some unreasonable condition, but it turned out to be this. Xiao Huo looked at Nalan Yinran, who knelt before him. Where had the proud girl gone? Why had she submitted so readily? Moreover, this posture could easily lead to misunderstandings. Master, I don't care. I am your disciple now. You won't cast me aside, will you? Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. As long as she could forge a connection with Xiao Huo, being his disciple would suffice. I would never. Xiao Huo smiled, taking hold of Nalan Yinran's wrist. Even he had not anticipated becoming Nalan Yinran's master. However, this identity was indeed the only way to draw closer to her. Master is so kind. Then I shall accept all these pills. Nalan Yinran blinked her lovely eyes at Xiao Huo, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Although she was now Xiao Huo's disciple, he remained her peer, and being led by him still made her heart race. Yes, take them all. They are merely trifles, Xiao Huo replied. Master, in your eyes, these pills may be trifles, but each one is a priceless treasure in the outside world. Nalan Yinran exclaimed, each fourth-rank pill is worth a fortune, and they are of the highest quality. Xiao Huo gazed at the girl before him, unable to suppress a knowing smile. Pills could be refined anew, but Nalan Yinran was irreplaceable. His precious disciple, Nalan Yinran, being able to take her as a disciple was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Affection could be nurtured gradually. Today, as I take you as my disciple, I shall also bestow upon you a gift. It must not be shown to anyone else, not even to Yun Yun. Xiao Huo said with a smile. All right. Nalan Yinran nodded, her spirits lifted. Her master was indeed generous, although he was rather dashing. He was also somewhat shameless and prone to boasting. Xiao Huo stepped closer, affectionately tousling Nalan Yinran's hair. Nalan Yinran gazed at Xiao Huo, thinking him a shameless master, who not only gifted her a present, but also took liberties. This gift is called the Azure Phoenix Fire. I can unravel myriad laws and even predict a person's fate. Your future shall be extraordinary, Xiao Huo proclaimed, casting his gaze toward the heavens, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nalan Yinran, how could she be ordinary? Master, I have been betrothed since childhood. My life should not be predetermined from such a young age. Nalan Yinran lifted her bright eyes, her gaze resolute. Regardless of whether Xiao Yin was a waste, she would not accept the destiny of subjugation. My disciple's fate cannot be confined. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Today, I shall grant you the Azure Phoenix Fire, awakening your Phoenix bloodline. Your innate talent shall surpass your current self tenfold, eclipsing all within the Yunlan sect. However, it will entail some pain and heat. Only by enduring the Phoenix's trials can you transform into a Phoenix, Xiao Huo stated. As a spirit of the Phoenix ignited in his palm, causing the room's temperature to surge. Master, Yinran fears nothing. Nalan Yinran understood. To transform into a Phoenix, she must grow stronger. Furthermore, she could not disappoint her master. Such a precious gift was likely unparalleled in the entire Yunlan sect. In that moment, Nalan Yinran began to believe Xiao Huo's words. Could it be that her master truly was at the pinnacle of Do Huang? Yet within the Yunlan sect, even Yun Yun was only a 3-star Do Huang. Was it possible that her master was deceiving her about even being at the peak? Perhaps his cultivation had already surpassed Do Huang. What lay beyond Do Huang? Nalan Yinran, being merely a Do Shi, had yet to encounter such distant realms. You may remove the outer dress. I shall not look. The spirit of the Phoenix will cause you considerable discomfort if ignited, Xiao Huo chuckled. Fine. As long as you don't peek, for I am wearing something beneath. Nalan Yinran's lovely face flushed as she regarded Xiao Huo, feeling the warmth of the Azure Phoenix Fire. If she wished to become a Phoenix, how could she succeed without undergoing the trials of rebirth? Xiao Huo turned away, his eyes gently closed. Though shameless, he would never take advantage of another's vulnerability. That was his principle. Only if Nalan Yinran willingly permitted it in the future would he consider indulging in his desires. Nalan Yinran smiled radiantly, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Xiao Huo. Her master was rather charming in this moment. It seemed her master was not entirely shameless after all. As Nalan Yinran's white silk dress fell away, revealing her slender, snow-white legs, she smiled coyly, her heart racing even faster. She placed her trust in Xiao Huo. Moreover, if Xiao Huo truly wished to do anything, he could easily do so in this room. This chamber is uniquely hers. Regardless of what transpires, no one else shall intrude. As for peril, this is the Yunlan sect. How could danger possibly lurk here? Master is not that kind of person. All right, Master, Nalan Yinran gently murmured, her head slightly nodding as she stood behind Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo nodded, feeling a stir of emotion, yet he kept his eyes closed, not turning around. In truth, Master wished to take a glance, but it would be inconsequential. A faint blush adorned Nalan Yinran's jade-like cheeks. After all, she was sufficiently clothed, ensuring that Xiao Huo would not truly behold anything improper. Do not look, Xiao Huo replied coolly. He was not a sage, were he to turn and gaze. He might lose control in an instant and commit actions he would regret. Is Master made of wood? Nailin Yinran whispered to herself, beginning to doubt her own allure. What are you mumbling about? Prepare yourself. Soon you shall merge with the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix, Xiao Huo instructed. This was a splendid gift bestowed by the system. One that could not be squandered. Nailin Yinran nodded, a glimmer of determination igniting in her eyes. No matter the challenges, she would strive to embrace the gift bestowed upon her by Master. Just as Master declared, her future would not be ordinary. She would seize her destiny. Xiao Huo's hand moved slightly, and the spirit of the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix instantly fused with Nailin Yinran's being, akin to a blazing inferno. The temperature within the room surged dramatically, a fiery light shooting skyward. Nailin Yinran's long hair billowed outward, dancing in the air. Heavenly Tao locked down. Xiao Huo's indifferent voice echoed, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying force that sealed off Nailin Yinran's courtyard completely, ensuring that no matter what transpired within, the outside world would remain oblivious. An excruciatingly intense heat blazed within Nailin Yinran's mind. The pain was profound, yet she refrained from uttering a sound. Waves of flames engulfed her, and Nailin Yinran ascended into the air, embracing the wind. She resembled a goddess, soaring high above, undergoing a transformation. The essence of the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix gradually merged with her will. The bloodline of the Fire Phoenix was on the verge of awakening. Xiao Huo withheld the knowledge that, in the original narrative, despite Nailin Yinran's considerable talent, she would have amounted to little beyond the borders of the Jiamai Empire. Her life would have ultimately reached a standstill. Yet today, he would alter Nailin Yinran's fate. He would awaken her bloodline, ensuring that from this moment forth, she would never be inferior to anyone. How could his disciple be anything but exceptional? In the future, Xiao Huo would lead Nailin Yinran to realms far beyond the stars. She must transcend the Do Emperor realm to have a chance at escaping this domain. All of Xiao Huo's focus was on Nailin Yinran. Should she falter even slightly, he would be there to rescue her. Nailin Yinran, however, ultimately persevered. With her resolute spirit and a hint of pride, how could she possibly falter? Xiao Huo could not help but steal a glance at Nailin Yinran. Her long, graceful legs, still enchanting beneath the heat waves, and her visage, even more striking than before, radiated nobility akin to a phoenix perched high above, stunning the world. Her beauty surpassed all previous measures. She had succeeded. A smile graced Xiao Huo's lips. Nailin Yinran opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at Xiao Huo, sensing a tremendous transformation within her being. Her cultivation had instantaneously surged to the level of a 3-star Do Shi. She had broken through an entire realm. Master, look at my cultivation, Nailin Yinran exclaimed, leaping into Xiao Huo's embrace, her lithe form directly colliding with him as she clutched his arm, overwhelmed with joy at having advanced to Do Shi. First, put on some proper clothing. Wearing so little is inappropriate. Others might see. Xiao Huo chuckled, tousling Nailin Yinran's flowing hair. This girl was far too exuberant. I know. Besides, no one could see me. Nailin Yinran's cheeks flushed as she reluctantly released Xiao Huo's arm and darted into another room. Master, you mustn't peek. Am I such a shameless person? Xiao Huo shrugged. Am I that kind of man? The system sister could confirm it. Master has been watching his disciple for quite some time. Nailin Yinran teased with a smile, quickly shutting the door behind her. After her bloodline breakthrough, her senses had sharpened considerably, allowing her to detect changes in her surroundings even with her eyes closed. With a hint of playful pride, Nailin Yinran hid behind the door, her heart racing. Master is incredibly powerful, even more so than Master Yunyun. Given Master S prowess, did he deliberately come to save her life and arrive at the Yunlan sect? Though formidable, Master is still shameless for peeking, standing before the mirror in her boudoir. Nailin Yinran marveled at her enhanced figure and beauty, now elevated to celestial levels. If before she was merely a beautiful young lady, now she was akin to a fairy, a vision of unparalleled grace. I'm the most beautiful. Nailin Yinran twirled around, pleased with her appearance, her cheeks flushing deeper. Not only would Master be captivated, but she would likely attract countless gazes wherever she went. Master is indeed a block of wood. Had I been in Master S position, I would have devoured myself first. Nailin Yinran let out a soft hum, her heart fluttering with a hint of anticipation. However, should Xiao Huo truly act upon his intentions, her standing in his heart would plummet drastically. Conversely, if he refrained from such actions, she would experience a tinge of disappointment. After a brief moment, the door creaked open. Nailin Yinran emerged, adorned in a flowing azure gown that accentuated her graceful figure, her silhouette enchanting and delicate. The slender waist was cinched with a matching ribbon, sculpting a flawless curve, while her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, emanating a gentle fragrance reminiscent of youthful innocence. Beneath the gown, her alabaster calves peeked coyly into view. Golden earrings dangled from her tender earlobes, producing a melodious chime that exuded an air of nobility. Master, do I look beautiful? Nalan Yinran blinked her captivating eyes and smiled. Indeed, you are beautiful, Xiao Huo nodded in affirmation. His precious disciple was already strikingly lovely, and after the transformation of her bloodline, she had become even more radiant. As long as Master likes it, Nalan Yinran replied with a gentle smile, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Huh? Xiao Huo gazed at her. If even Master likes me, others will surely admire me too, Nalan Yinran hastily clarified. In the future, I may not always be by your side. Your path of cultivation will largely depend on your own endeavors. When you are alone, you must not dress too revealingly for others. Do you understand? Xiao Huo cautioned. For Nalan Yinran's love for beauty was well known, and as his cherished disciple, he could not allow others to feast their eyes upon her. Is there anything else? Nalan Yinran inquired, glancing at Xiao Huo. If anyone else had made such demands, she would have flatly refused. Do not get too close to other men. My disciple must not be trifled with by others, Xiao Huo added, still harboring concerns. Oh, is that all? Nalan Yinran chuckled lightly. That is all. Xiao Huo replied with a smile. I would never take a liking to anyone else so easily, Nalan Yinran said playfully. Xiao Huo's restrictions on her attire brought her a sense of delight. It was clear that her master cared for her deeply. Master, does that mean in the future I shall only show myself to you? Nalan Yinran purposefully stepped closer, tilting her head to gaze at Xiao Huo. What are you looking at? Xiao Huo asked, feigning indifference. Whatever Master wishes to see, he shall see. Do we not already see everything today? Nalan Yinran's voice was soft, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Her beautiful eyes still fixed upon Xiao Huo. You little minx, daring to tease even your master. Xiao Huo shot a glance at Nalan Yinran, easily discerning her playful pretense. I was wrong, Master. May I treat you to a meal? Nalan Yinran lifted her enchanting gaze, smiling sweetly. Very well, Xiao Huo nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. Walking alongside Nalan Yinran would surely draw envious glances from countless onlookers. Typically, Nalan Yinran was never seen in the company of other men, and Xiao Huo was the sole exception. In the bustling market of Yunlan's sect, Xiao Huo and Nalan Yinran walked side by side, drawing the attention of numerous admirers. It was solely due to Nalan Yinran's extraordinary beauty that made it clear that anyone who stood beside her must share a significant bond. Many disciples were well aware that Xiao Huo was Nalan Yinran's master, a fact that had spread throughout the entire Yunlan sect. Is this the infamous Xiao Huo? How can he be walking with my goddess? I cannot tolerate this. Come on, brothers, let us confront him. Confront him? Who dares? He single-handedly defeated so many at the entrance of Yunlan's sect. Fear lurked in the eyes of many disciples, for Xiao Huo's cultivation was indeed superior to Nalan Yinran's. Furthermore, as her master, who would dare to provoke him? After dining, Nalan Yinran took a sip of wine, a rosy blush adorning her cheeks, and she felt elated. There were no worries or burdens weighing on her mind. In her heart, both Master Xiao Huo and Master Yunyun held equal esteem. Perhaps, indeed, her master was at the pinnacle of Dohuan. With such a powerful master by her side, who would dare to bully her? Save for her master, no one would dare to impose upon her. The warmth of being protected felt exquisite. By the lake surrounding Yunlan's sect, the night was resplendent, stars twinkling in the sky, and the moonlight bathed Nalan Yinran's delicate figure. Thank you for the gift, Master. I too have a present for you, Nalan Yinran said. Her cheeks flushed as she gathered her courage and stood before Xiao Huo, her voice softening. She knew that such serene and blissful days could only last for today. This gift is Chapter 39. A test. Xiao Huo gazed at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, a smile gracing his lips. What could Nalan Yinran possibly wish to gift him? She gently removed a jade pendant from her waist and carefully placed it into Xiao Huo's hands. This pendant, named the Jade of Tides, is a family heirloom of mine. There are two in total, one for Master and one for myself. Nalan Yinran's eyes sparkled like water, her smile enchanting. These two pendants, one representing the sun and the other the moon, were treasures of immense value, and without hesitation, Nalan Yinran bestowed one upon Xiao Huo. This pendant must be quite precious, Xiao Huo remarked with a smile. Not too bad. Originally, I intended to present this pendant to my future husband, but Master would not allow it. Besides, I have no desire to marry anyone else. Nalan Yinran pouted slightly, her demeanor adorably proud, though the pendant was indeed valuable. It paled in comparison to the gifts Xiao Huo had given her. I have never forbade you from marrying anyone, Xiao Huo replied. Nalan Yinran blinked her beautiful eyes, her strikingly lovely face breaking into a gentle smile. Master had forbidden her from associating with other males so stringently. How could she possibly marry anyone else? All right, Master. You must accept this gift. In the future, if I miss you, I can use this pendant to find you. And if you miss me, you can come find me too, Nalan Yinran said with a cheerful smile, showing her indifference to the constraints. I only wish for you to remain by my side. How can we ever be apart? Xiao Huo chuckled softly, gently brushing back Nalan Yinran's long hair. Humph, Master is just trying to keep me by his side, clearly not wanting me to marry anyone else. Nalan Yinran's cheeks flushed lightly. Surely no master could be so foolish. Focus on your cultivation these days to stabilize your foundation. In a few days, I will accompany you to Wutan City to call off your engagement, Xiao Huo said with a smile, surprised to find Nalan Yinran so flirtatious. A departure from her character in the original narrative. Nalan Yinran, being well-educated and a refined young lady, certainly understood the nuances of etiquette. However, having been designated as Xiao Yan's fiancée from birth, it was only natural that she would feel discontent. Moreover, with her pride, how could she accept a fiancé weaker than herself? Understood. Then, Master, I shall see you tomorrow. You are my master and must teach me cultivation. You are not to instruct anyone else, Nalan Yinran declared, having just broken through to the rank of Doshi. Without guidance, she feared she might struggle to stabilize her cultivation. And what of your master Yunyan? Xiao Huo asked with a smile. Master has been cultivating outside for many years. Not present in the sect. Master, are you perhaps interested? I can introduce you. Nalan Yinran lifted her beautiful eyes, her pure and flawless smile directed at Xiao Huo, eagerly awaiting his response, filled with a hint of anticipation. Yun, however, is the true first beauty of the Yunlan sect, her grace and beauty rivaling that of anyone else, and she is also her master. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Huo looked at Nalan Yinran, his gaze solemn, expressing disinterest. I have stated my purpose. I came for you. Anyone else from the Yunlan sect is inconsequential to me, Xiao Huo declared, driven by a powerful instinct for survival. Was his precious disciple testing him? If he were to agree, it would only reveal to Nalan Yinran that his feelings were merely those of a master to a disciple. To refuse, however, might imply he harbored other intentions. A dilemma indeed. Nalan Yinran's intelligence was akin to that of his precious Sun'er, though Sun'er would only keep her thoughts to herself and cooperate silently, whereas Nalan Yinran was more outspoken. Master, next time, do act a bit more convincingly. You inquired about Yunyun's news, yet claimed disinterest. Your rejection seems rather decisive, Nalan Yinran said with a light smile, noting that others might have believed him. No need for argument. Of course, Yunyun is also quite beautiful. Who wouldn't he admire her? Nalan Yinran remarked. Silly girl, regardless of what the future holds. What matters to me is you. Before you, I have never acted, Xiao Huo asserted, continuing to deny any interest. Nalan Yinran gazed at him with delight, asking, Master, do you truly have no interest in Yunyun? Seeing the stunning young woman inching closer, Xiao Huo felt a stir in his heart. He stepped forward and embraced Nalan Yinran's slender waist, pressing his lips against hers. Nalan Yinran's eyes widened in surprise, her mind blank. She instinctively wanted to push him away, her heart fluttering, yet she ultimately refrained from raising her hand. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Huo released Nalan Yinran, asking, do you understand now? I don't care. Master, you are bullying me. Nalan Yinran's pretty face flushed with indignation as she dashed away to her room, her heart racing. This was her first test, and though Master denied it the first time, he did so again on the second attempt. It was only on the third that he could no longer resist. Inside her room, Nalan Yinran buried her face in her blanket. Master, so you're not as wooden as I thought. Could it be that you are genuinely uninterested in Yunyun? I refuse to believe it. The thought of the earlier scene made her furious. Shameless master, I shall never speak to you again. Even if I cease my cultivation and starve at home, I will never acknowledge you again. Nalan Yinran clenched her delicate hands, her resolve solidifying. Xiao Huo watched Nalan Yinran depart, unable to suppress a smile. His fondness for his precious disciple had indeed grown. As for the extent of that fondness, he remained unaware. Where has the system sister gone? No response, Xiao Huo mused, shaking his head with concern for the system sister. He wondered if she had endured any grievances on his behalf. It appeared he must strive to fulfill his system tasks. He could no longer accept all the benefits the system sister provided. Her absence left Xiao Huo feeling uneasy. System sister, please rest well. I will diligently complete my tasks, aiming to elevate you to the highest level, so I may see you with my own eyes. Xiao Huo smiled, convinced that the system sister could not possibly be compared to any mere pretty streamer. The system sister's voice was sweet, and her beauty was surely remarkable. Outside Nalan Yinran's room, Xiao Huo devoted himself to his cultivation, closing his eyes in meditation. He aimed to stabilize Nalan Yinran's cultivation over the next few days, planning to take her to the Xiao family to annul their engagement. He wondered what changes had transpired in the Xiao family since. Xiao Yan might have already reached the third stage of Douqi. Xiao Huo glanced at the jade pendant in his hand, one side yin and the other yang. It could ostensibly be used to locate one another. However, was the jade pendant Nalan Yinran gifted him truly that simple? Chapter 40. The Proud Nalan Yinran. The following day, the Yunlan sect was already in an uproar. News of Xiao Huo being Nalan Yinran's master had spread among all the disciples. The elders of the Yunlan sect, upon hearing it, remained silent. What concerned them was Nalan Yinran's cultivation. The Yunlan sect had always welcomed talented individuals. If Xiao Huo truly possessed such cultivation, they would be eager to recruit him. Moreover, with sect master Yun Yun absent and grand elder Yun Lung not present, and Nalan Yinran's own admission, who dared to speak against it? However, many of the Yunlan sect's talented disciples were displeased. They were deeply dissatisfied. Why should he be Nalan Yinran's master? What cultivation did he possess? It was evident that Xiao Huo had merely dealt with a few ordinary outer disciples of the Yunlan sect. How could that be considered impressive? Indeed, our senior brothers and sisters have returned. Let's challenge Xiao Huo. Many disciples exclaimed with fervor, a hint of envy in their eyes. The entire day prior, Xiao Huo had been seen walking alongside Nalan Yinran, engaged in lively conversation. A master-disciple relationship? Did they truly believe they were oblivious? The silence from the elders further fueled the discontent among the disciples. Was it possible that Xiao Huo had a special relationship with Nalan Yinran? They speculated that perhaps they were in a romantic relationship, disguised as a master-disciple dynamic. It was crucial to remember that Nalan Yinran's master was Yun Yun. In the entire Jia Ma Empire, how many could surpass Yun Yun? Yet here was Xiao Huo, a mere fledgling disciple who looked even younger than many of them, walking alongside Nalan Yinran. Nalan Yinran even defended Xiao Huo. Did they truly think them foolish? Among them stood a young man, his gaze icy, dressed in black. He was a prodigy of a Yunlan sect, older than Nalan Yinran, a seasoned talent with impressive cultivation, already having reached the 8th star of Douqi. He was Mei Nangku's older brother, Mei Hohat. You are Xiao Huo? Mei Hohat regarded Xiao Huo with a detached gaze, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Standing on the battle platform, he had already publicly challenged Xiao Huo. As Nalan Yinran's master, how could he lack competence? Indeed, Xiao Huo replied with a smile, finding the name amusing. Although it had not appeared in the original work, it was certainly a rare supporting role. Master, what cultivation do you possess? Today, I wish to see for myself. Nalan Yinran hid in a secluded corner, secretly observing Xiao Huo. Despite her claims of indifference, her body was undeniably honest. Xiao Huo, his eyes slightly closed, beamed brightly. Nalan Yinran, that girl, was watching him from the shadows. Did she think he was unaware? His cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor realm. Not only was he aware of Nalan Yinran's movements, but he was also keenly attuned to the entire stir within the Yunlan sect. Xiao Huo, do you dare accept my challenge? Mei Hohat declared, radiating the brilliance of a dome master at the 9th star, an impressive feat among the disciples of Yunlan sect. Upon witnessing his younger brother, Mei Naiku, being beaten, his ire intensified. Xiao Huo had the audacity to flirt with Nalan Yinran. Wasn't that inciting the wrath of many? The goddess of their sect was being courted by another. Various elders of the Yunlan sect observed this battle with keen interest. Mei Hohat must possess considerable strength. But what about Xiao Huo? If he truly has any connection to Nalan Yinran, it must be reported to Elder Yun Shan and Sect Master Yun Yun. Gu Yi, too, scrutinized Xiao Huo, his gaze complex. He had spent the most time beside Nalan Yinran, and sensed that her emotional fluctuations were far from a mere master-disciple relationship. Ah, my precious disciple is absent. How dull it is, Xiao Huo remarked as he stepped onto the platform, keen to catch Nalan Yinran's attention. Who is your precious disciple? Nalan Yinran silently scoffed. Master is as shameless as ever. Mei Hohat, the genius of the Mei family, please enlighten me. Mei Hohat's expression darkened. Was he flaunting affection before him? He stepped forward, his fist crackling with energy as he unleashed a powerful blow. This strike sent tremors through the hearts of many disciples. A Dome Master at the 9th star, terrifying indeed. As an esteemed disciple of the Yunlan sect, Mei Hohat's strength was formidable. The force behind his punch could easily exceed 100 pounds. Xiao Huo merely smiled, casually gesturing. Boom! A wail erupted, and it was none other than Mei Hohat, who was sent crashing off the stage, trailing wisps of smoke and pallor. Despite being a Do Master of the Ninth Star, the renowned genius of the Yunlan sect could hardly withstand a single strike from Xiao Huo. He didn't even see how the blow was executed. How could this be possible? You are simply too weak. Xiao Huo glanced at Mei Ho Hot with indifference. A Do Master at the Ninth Star. So what? Ultimately, still vastly inferior. Mei Ho Hot's face turned ashen as he lay on the ground, struggling to rise, his expression despondent. How could he, with the cultivation of a Do Master of the Ninth Star, be deemed too weak by Xiao Huo? The two prominent disciples of the Mei family, Mei Naiku and Mei Ho Hot, were left questioning their very existence. Xiao Huo's strength was astonishingly formidable. The surrounding disciples of the Yunlan sect were left in stunned disbelief. Their strongest youth, Mei Ho Hot, had been effortlessly vanquished. Who would dare provoke Xiao Huo now? Master is truly remarkable, Nailin Yinran murmured softly. For even she had not discerned how Xiao Huo had made his move. Master, is it true that you are at the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm? Nailin Yinran shook her head, still skeptical. In her mind, she believed that Yun had cultivated tirelessly to barely reach the third star of the Do Emperor realm. Her master, Yun, had once mentioned that few might ever reach the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm in their lifetime. Even Yun required extensive time for training. But her master, so young and already at the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm, was her mentor truly so exceptional? The Qing Wan bloodline was beyond Nailin Yinran's comprehension, and she had yet to encounter higher realms. She only knew that in the Gamma Empire, the Do Emperor represented the utmost pinnacle. Was her master truly standing at the summit? If her master was so powerful, why had he sought her out? Was it truly because, no matter how strong you are, you're still shameless? Even if I starve today, I won't acknowledge you, shameless master, Nailin Yinran huffed, feeling slightly displeased. It was already midday, and Xiao Huo had yet to approach her. He hadn't even acknowledged her, despite her grievances. Who are you calling shameless? A languid voice echoed, and before she knew it, Xiao Huo appeared beside Nailin Yinran. Nailin Yinran turned to leave. Today, I prepared a feast that surpasses anything the Yunlan sect offers, Xiao Huo smiled. I won't eat. You can eat it yourself, Nailin Yinran retorted angrily. Don't be mad. Xiao Huo stepped forward, taking her delicate hand, the soft warmth of his touch radiating through her. You weren't like this when you bullied me last night, Nailin Yinran recoiled, her cheeks flushing slightly as she gazed at Xiao Huo. Master, if you dare bully me again, I truly won't acknowledge you, she declared, strutting away. A triumphant smile gracing her lips, her hand still warmed by Xiao Huo's grasp. Shameless master, always taking advantage, and in front of so many people, Nailin Yinran thought, feeling a flicker of happiness within her. Dressed in an elegant green gown, she made her way toward her courtyard. Xiao Huo trailed behind, knowing that winning over a girl required patience, especially when it came to his beloved disciple. The thousands of disciples of the Yunlan sect stood in awe, watching the scene unfold. Although they could not discern the words exchanged between Xiao Huo and Nailin Yinran, they could see her expression. They even witnessed Xiao Huo holding her hand. How enviable. In the entirety of the Yunlan sect, no other man could approach Nailin Yinran. Yet Xiao Huo was the sole exception. Nailin Yinran wasn't even angry. When had the noble young lady ever shown such vulnerability before Xiao Huo? Many disciples were astonished by this public display of affection. Could it be that Nailin Yinran, the esteemed daughter of the Yunlan sect, had developed feelings for Xiao Huo? Chapter 41. The Elder's Wrath, targeting Xiao Huo. At the summit of the Yunlan sect, Nailin Yinran stood beside Xiao Huo, emanating the brilliance of her Do Qi. She had attained the first star of the Do Master realm, her strength unparalleled. Master, what do you think of your disciple's cultivation? Nailin Yinran inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Huo as she held her sword, adorned in a pristine green gown, her gentle smile captivating. Not bad, Xiao Huo replied with a slight smile. Master, is it really true that you are at the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm? Nailin Yinran tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Regardless, it doesn't matter. You are my sole master, she mused aloud. Indeed, in this lifetime, you shall be my only disciple, Xiao Huo chuckled. Do you think the disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect might misunderstand us? He joked. If others misunderstand, that's their concern. They have no idea I possess such an extraordinary master, Nailin Yinran beamed, unconcerned about others' opinions. Master, since childhood, I have been someone else's fiancé, named Xiao Yan. How could I marry Xiao Yan when I have my own destiny? Nailin Yinran wrapped her arms around her legs, sitting on the ground, gazing at the horizon with unwavering determination. I shall not marry. I will accompany you to the Xiao family to annul the engagement. But let us keep it low-key to avoid humiliating him. My precious disciple embodies the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Xiao Huo chuckled, remarking that in the original narrative, Nalan Yinran faced widespread disdain for her attempt to annul the marriage. Ah, Yinran would never wish to bring embarrassment to Uncle Xiao Zhan. He added. A faint smile graced Nalan Yinran's lips. Despite her pride as a disciple of the Yunlan sect, she harbored no intention of humiliating others, especially the weak. When you go to the Xiao family to withdraw from the engagement, please grant me one request, Xiao Huo said, gazing intently at the young maiden. What request? Nalan Yinran leaned in closer. Pretend to be my girlfriend in front of Xiao Yin, Xiao Huo proposed. Master, you are quite mischievous, Nalan Yinran laughed. Realizing that her master shared a distaste for Xiao Yin. I shall reluctantly agree to your request, but you mustn't bully me, she huffed playfully. And I'll prepare a gift for Xiao Yin on your behalf. Xiao Huo smiled as he produced some green items. Very well. Nalan Yinran's beauty shone as she laughed, though she remained puzzled by the green garments and hats, assuming they were a reflection of her master's good nature. I will go train now and visit you in the afternoon, Xiao Huo said, gently brushing past Nalan Yinran's silken hair. After his departure, Nalan Yinran gazed at his retreating figure. Her heart stirred. Unbeknownst to her, her master was leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. She glanced at the jade pendants in her hand. 2 pieces, one yin and one yang. Master, you truly are a blockhead. If ever I forget you, or forget everything, as long as you hold on to the other piece of jade, you will be able to find me, and I shall marry you. This is the true gift I wish to give you, Nalan Yinran said with a gentle smile, carefully storing the jade away. With such a wonderful master, how could she possibly forget? Her gift was merely a token of her feelings. In the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, the elder Yunling returned with a grim expression, slamming his palm upon the table in anger. Preposterous. Such an important matter was not reported to me. He bellowed. Nalan Yinran, our sect's paragon, has been seen daily in the company of a male, even sharing a room. The elder's demeanor was icy, his authority palpable. Elder, Miss Yinran has personally confirmed that Xiao Huo is her master. How could we, as elders, dare to question that? One elder stammered. Xiao Huo, his talent is commendable. He might qualify as an inner disciple of the Yunlan sect, but what makes him worthy of being Nalan Yinran's master? Do you know who her true master is? Yinling's voice dripped with disdain. Who within the Yunlan sect possesses the qualifications to be Nalan Yinran's master? The legendary woman of our sect, the sect leader herself. Yin Yun, who could possibly compare to her? Xiao Huo? A heavy silence enveloped the hall. None dared to speak. What would happen if Yun Yun were to learn of this grave situation? Nalan Yinran was clearly smitten. Yet the paragon of the Yunlan sect was not permitted to indulge in such trifles. Bring Nalan Yinran to me and see Xiao Huo as well. Thankfully, the sect leader is absent. If any harm comes to Nalan Yinran, you shall all face the harshest of penalties, Yun Ling declared coldly. Upon hearing his words, the other elders turned pale. What might transpire with Xiao Huo and Nalan Yinran alone in a room? The implications were dire. Before long, Nalan Yinran was brought into the hall. She had not anticipated Elder Yun Ling to be so decisive, directly confronting her. Nalan Yinran, do you understand your crime? Have I not instructed you to refrain from frivolous romances? Even with Xiao Yin of the Xiao family, you were to annul the engagement. If you confess the truth, I might consider sparing Xiao Huo. Otherwise, his demise is certain. The elder's voice reverberated with fury. In the center of the hall, Nalan Yinran faced the elder's wrath, having openly displayed affection before the entire sect. Xiao Huo is my master, she asserted. A stifled atmosphere pervaded the hall. Even Guyi, standing nearby, sighed heavily. Miss, at this juncture, why insist on a futile explanation? Your master is the sect leader, a peak Dohuang expert. How could any ordinary individual qualify as your master? Guyi shook her head. Very well, very well. At this point, still attempting to defend yourself? If sect leader Yun Yun were to discover this, would she not be profoundly disappointed? Elder Yun Ling remarked. Elder, I am not defending myself. He is indeed my master, Nalan Yinran replied, uncertain how to clarify the situation. As the world believe her master to be Yun Yun, now complicated by the emergence of Xiao Huo. The elders in the hall sighed collectively. Miss Yinran, at this point, you should just admit it. Indeed, what is Xiao Huo to be your master? How can he ever compare to the sect leader? They scoffed, all eyes fixated on Nalan Yinran. Elder Yun Ling, where is your jade pendant? He inquired, his expression growing colder. You gave it to Xiao Huo, did you not? All eyes in the hall turned to the pendant at her waist. Only one remained. Where had the other piece gone? These pendants were profound artifacts, and she had given one away so easily. Yun Ling stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura that resonated throughout the Yunlan sect. Do you harbor feelings for Xiao Huo? If you shake your head, I may spare him. If you nod, I shall mobilize all of the Yunlan sect's forces to hunt him down. At that moment, the hall echoed with Yun Ling's proclamation. The Yunlan sect was prepared to wage war against Xiao Huo. Nalan Yunran's delicate form trembled, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes. Would her refusal truly save her master? She remained unaware of her master's cultivation level. What if he were to be harmed? Choosing silence, are we? Very well. All powerful members of the Yunlan sect, heed my command. Set a trap, and when Xiao Huo returns, execute him on the spot. Furthermore, summon the sect leader back. With a present, I shall see where Xiao Huo might escape. Yun Ling ordered coldly. Chapter 42, Do Huang. The enforcement team of the Yunlan sect, the guard unit, and numerous powerful members sprang into action. As the elder of the Yunlan sect, Yun Ling commanded their loyalty in the absence of the sect leader. Such a display of strength had not been witnessed in years, all aimed at eliminating Xiao Huo. Nalan Yunran's affection for an ordinary man was a reality the upper echelons of the Yunlan sect were unwilling to accept. No, you shall not lay a finger on my master. He is my mentor, the esteemed Xiao Huo, and I will choose my own master as I see fit, declared Nalan Yunran, feeling a profound sense of helplessness in the face of the numerous formidable individuals from the Yunlan sect, unable to mount any resistance. Lady Guyi shook her head once more, sensing that Nalan Yunran had completely succumbed. She had never been swayed by any of the outstanding disciples of the Yunlan sect. Yet today, inexplicably, she felt compelled to fiercely defend Xiao Huo. Today, I shall witness who dares to harm my master. With resolve, Nalan Yunran stepped forward, fully aware of the machinations of the Yunlan sect, to ensnare her master in a trap, awaiting his return. Once he returns, he would confront the mighty force of the Yunlan sect. If her master truly was at the pinnacle of Do Huang, then all would be well. She would have no cause for fear. Nalan Yunran did not wish to defy the Grand Elder, yet her master held paramount importance in her heart. Did she harbor feelings for Xiao Huo? She was unsure. Nevertheless, she simply could not bear the thought of him coming to harm. Stop her, Yun Ling commanded, and immediately, numerous powerful figures began to encircle Nalan Yunran. Within the Yunlan sect, aside from my master Yun, who dares to obstruct me? Nalan Yunran gripped her sword, pressing it against her own throat. At that moment, the hall fell into a profound silence. With Yun absent, who could halt Nalan Yunran? No one. In the end, Yun Ling was merely a Do Huang. He could not restrain Nalan Yunran with a mere thought, nor could he bear the weight of such responsibility. Nalan Yunran was the most cherished disciple of Yun. Nalan Yunran, do you dare to defy me? The Grand Elder, Yun Ling, trembled with fury, his fists clenched. He believed he was acting in Nalan Yunran's best interests, yet she was willing to threaten her own life. I apologize, Grand Elder. I hold you in great esteem. But Xiao Huo is my master. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. As his disciple, how could I stand by and watch you seek to harm him? At the very least, I deserve an opportunity to prove myself. Nalan Yunran's beautiful eyes lifted, her delicate hand still firmly gripping the sword. A trickle of crimson had begun to seep from her throat. She dared not lower her weapon. To do so would invite subjugation, leaving her powerless to act. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. First, lower your sword, Yun Ling said, his palms trembling. If anything were to happen to Nalan Yunran, he could not bear such a burden. What would the sect master say upon his return? Everyone step back. The enforcers, the guards, and all the elders retreated. Today, I shall allow Yunran this one act of defiance. In the future, I shall certainly acknowledge my errors. Xiao Huo is Yunran's master, and that shall never change. Nalan Yunran stated, bowing slightly, yet her sword remained steadfast against her throat. A slight increase in pressure would mean the end. Step back, Yun Ling commanded, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. The more resolutely Nalan Yunran acted, the deeper she seemed to plunge into her predicament. What was it about Xiao Huo that could incite such devotion in Nalan Yunran? This was the first time he had witnessed such a fervent side of her. Xiao Huo must be eliminated. Once Yun returns, even if Nalan Yunran holds her sword, it will be of no consequence. A Do Huang could easily strip her of her control with a mere thought. Nalan Yunran ascended to the battle platform of the Yunlan sect, her eyes fixed on Yun Ling, sensing the murderous intent radiating from him. Even so, must you still seek to kill my master? Grand Elder, why must I not have someone I cherish? Standing upon the platform, she questioned Yun Ling, eager to understand why her closeness to her master warranted such hostility. You are a disciple of the Yunlan sect, and more so, a cherished disciple of the sect master. Your future bears the weight of the Yunlan sect's mission. Everything is for the sake of the Yunlan sect. Even if you harbor feelings for each other, you cannot be together, Yunling replied. But I have not betrayed the Yunlan sect. Xiao Huo is my master. Is even this not permissible? Nailin Yunran's expression was one of despair. She simply wished to pursue her own happiness, yet she faced rejection from the Yunlan sect. If only Master Yin were present. Had she been here, these injustices would not have befallen her. Master Yin was the one who understood her best. Grand Elder, must I sacrifice my own happiness for the sake of the Yunlan sect? Nailin Yinran implored. Yunling gazed at Nailin Yinran, ultimately shaking his head. You are still young and do not comprehend these matters. I act for your own good, and for the good of the Yunlan sect. Your stage lies in a much grander world ahead. Xiao Huo is but an ant, unworthy of your regard, he asserted. How can my master be an ant? Without him, who would I be today? He saved my life. Nailin Yinran gripped her sword, her aura steadily rising. She was unsure how to prove herself, relying solely on what her master had taught her. In this world, cultivation was everything. They spoke incessantly of the Yunlan sect's interests. Yet, could they truly offer her what she desired? He saved her life. So what? Allowing him to be an outer disciple of the Yunlan sect is already a grand concession. Yinling retorted coldly, having never heard of Xiao Huo. What is he, really? Is this not enough? What about this? Nailin Yinran raised her beautiful eyes, stepping forward as her body emanated the glow of Do Qi. Her strength was evolving continuously. In less than a moment, her cultivation reached the level of Do Shi. Just weeks ago, she had been merely a 4-star doja. Today, she had ascended to Do Shi. Everyone watched in astonishment. Even Grand Elder Yunling was taken aback. Nailin Yinran had become a Do Shi. Moreover, she was the youngest Do Shi within the Yunlan sect. No other disciple could compare to her. Without my master, how could I have advanced to Do Shi? My master is far from an ordinary person. Nailin Yinran's eyes gleamed with admiration as she recalled her master's figure. Her heart stirring. She simply did not wish for him to endure any harm. She knew that if her master were present, he too would not allow her to suffer any injury, for she was Xiao Huo's only treasured disciple, irreplaceable. Is this sufficient? Nailin Yinran's gaze bore into Yunling, resolute and unwavering. Just then, a gentle voice resonated, piercing through the heavens, emanating from the distant sky. The people of the Yunlan sect are quite audacious. My disciple, whom I would not dare to mistreat, is being bullied by you. Do you believe you are worthy? A figure descended from the heavens, standing amidst the void. Behind the youth, adorned with a pair of golden wings that exuded an overwhelming aura of power. This was the Do Huang. Chapter 43. Is this the stance of the Yunlan sect? A Do Huang powerhouse has arrived at the Yunlan sect. Xiao Huo hovered in the air, his cold gaze sweeping over all present at the Yunlan sect, emanating a murderous intent. He had declared that he came here solely for the sake of Nalan Yinran. After only a brief moment, his precious disciple was already being bullied by so many. Truly quite amusing. Xiao Huo's figure descended from a void, flicking his hand effortlessly, sending the sword from Nalan Yinran's grasp flying thousands of meters away. A trickle of blood marred her neck. Does it hurt? From now on, you must not harm yourself. Xiao Huo's expression softened as a gentle white light enveloped his hand, healing the wound on Nalan Yinran's neck. A hint of tenderness in his demeanor. Master, you have come. Nalan Yinran whispered, feeling reassured by her master's presence, alleviating her pain. With master here, I shall feel no discomfort. She had not yet stabilized her cultivation, and now, forcing herself to activate the 1st star of Do Shi was proving difficult. Even to stand upright. I have arrived late. Henceforth, I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Xiao Huo wrapped his arm around Nalan Yinran's slender waist, holding her close. She seemed so fragile, no matter how strong she appeared outwardly. She was still just a young girl. Master, you truly are at the pinnacle of Do Huang. How remarkable. Nalan Yinran blinked her beautiful eyes, basking in the warmth and affection radiating from Xiao Huo, allowing a smile to grace her lips. Her master was indeed immensely powerful. It was clear that he had not been boasting. What a privilege it was to be his disciple, for he was a peak powerhouse of the Jiama Empire. How many could rival him in this world? Foolish girl, leave the matters ahead to me. Xiao Huo chuckled, stepping forward, his aura becoming even more formidable. Master, those people are Yinran's elders, Nalan Yinran interjected, a hint of difficulty evident on her face. What I care about is you. Had they not been your elders, in that fleeting moment, they would have already become corpses, Xiao Huo replied, casting a glance at Yunling and the numerous elders, including Gu Yi, his eyes flashing with a trace of murderous intent. They should be grateful that Nalan Yinran was a disciple of Yunlan's sect. Thank you, Master. Nalan Yinran smiled gently. You truly are magnificent. Xiao Huo's voice echoed in the ears of Yunling and the elders, causing their faces to change dramatically. They could feel the pressure and aura emanating from Xiao Huo, even sensing his murderous intent. Within the great hall, all present went pale, their expressions marked by disbelief, mingled with awe and fear. Heavens! How can he truly be at the pinnacle of Do Huang? The master of Nalan Yinran, a Do Huang at the peak, is indeed this powerful. How could it be? Such cultivation ranks amongst the highest in the Jiao Ma Empire, perhaps even rivaling that of the Medusa Queen. If our sect leader were here, he would surely not be able to contend with Xiao Huo. The elders trembled in fear. Xiao Huo was simply too strong. Such prowess completely overshadowed them. The law enforcement and guardian teams of the Yunlan sect had already knelt before him, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of his might. Even if they wished to resist, they had no choice but to bow. That was the realm of a Do Huang. The weight of his presence could obliterate the Yunlan sect at a mere thought. Who could have imagined that Xiao Huo had reached such heights? Even the Yunlan sect could only plead for mercy before him. Within the borders of the Jiao Empire, no one would dare offend a Do Huang powerhouse. No faction would risk their ire. Young Master Xiao Huo, please allow me to pay my respects. An elder stepped forward, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Young Master Xiao Huo, I too offer my reverence. Another elder followed suit. The remaining elders soon emulated their actions, bowing deeply to Xiao Huo. Is this the stance of the Yunlan sect? Do you truly believe that just because you are Nalan Yinran's elders, I would hesitate to slay you? Xiao Hui's gaze remained calm as he surveyed all present, an overwhelming murderous intent enveloping everyone in the hall. To bully his precious disciple would not be settled with mere bowing. Many elders' expressions shifted as they realized that the Xiao Huo before them was a figure standing at the pinnacle of power. His concern for Nalan Yinran did not extend to them. Xiao Huo could establish his own sect. Why would he fear the Yunlan sect? All the elders turned their gazes towards Elder Yunling, for only he could make a decisive judgment. Elder Yunling raised his head to glance at Xiao Huo, then quickly lowered it again. What a young man, unparalleled. Having reached the pinnacle of Do Huang, his background must be formidable. Today, even if the sect leader were present, none could stop Xiao Huo if he wished to take a life. At this moment, Yinshan finally comprehended why Nalan Yinran would go to such lengths to defend Xiao Huo. The one she cherished could never be ordinary. With a heavy sigh, Yinling knelt before Xiao Huo without hesitation. Great Master Xiao Huo, I have the honor of meeting you, he proclaimed, kneeling before Xiao Huo, trembling with fear. Your arrival at the Yunlan sect to accept Nalan Yinran as your disciple is a blessing for our sect. We have 3,600 female disciples. Whoever Great Master Xiao Huo wishes to take as a disciple may take them all. Yunling knelt, prostrating himself on the floor, his body quaking with trepidation. For he was merely a Do Huang, no match for Xiao Huo. He could only bow in submission. It was his only means of survival. No one would dare offend a Do Huang powerhouse. Even if Yinshan were present, he would not risk inciting Xiao Huo's wrath for Yunling's sake. Previously, I was in error. I implore Great Master Xiao Huo for forgiveness. I only sought the happiness of Miss Yinran. A girl of such noble standing should not be allowed to casually engage with ordinary people. Miss Yinran is destined for Great Master Xiao Huo. Should you wish it, upon your withdrawal from the engagement with the Xiao family, the Yunlan sect will gladly arrange a wedding for you and Miss Yinran. Seeing Xiao Huo remain silent, Yunling continued to bow, discarding all sense of dignity. In the face of such overwhelming strength, what use was dignity? All the elders knelt in unison, their faces awash with reverence, not daring to utter a word. Even the grand elder bowed before him. How could they dare speak out? Xiao Huo stepped forward, his golden wings unfurling behind him, radiating a golden light, his gaze cold and unyielding. With Yunling kneeling, and all the elders prostrating themselves, what significance did it hold? His precious disciple had been coerced to such an extent. Was mere kneeling sufficient? The Yunlan sect, with its over 3,000 disciples, would he not choose whom he desired to take as his own? My might demands that you offer Nalan Yinran to me. If I were weak, would you not have consented? All in the name of the Yunlan sect? The grand elder of the Yunlan sect. Is it merely to sacrifice others in order to curry favor with the powerful? What I truly cherish is only Nalan Yinran. The Yunlan sect is of no consequence. With a subtle movement of Xiao Huo's hand, an overwhelming brilliance of fighting spirit erupted. In that moment, countless flames manifested in the sky, consuming the entire horizon in a blaze. Above the Yunlan sect, Innumerable flames surged forth, encircling the entire sect. The searing heat instilled a sense of despair in every member of the Yunlin sect. What an immense pressure, what an overwhelming presence, and a fleeting thought. The Yunlin sect could be annihilated. All the elders of the Yunlin sect turned pale, drained of color. Such a formidable being utterly crushed everyone within the Yunlin sect. Just moments ago, they had dismissed Xiao Huo as insignificant. Now, they were awakened to the true definition of power. A cold, indifferent voice reverberated, sending tremors through Yunling and all the elders, instilling an abyss of despair deep within their souls. Heavenly tier fighting techniques, the brilliance of flames. Xiao Huo's voice descended from the heavens, imbued with tremendous authority. The members of the Yunlin sect were left in astonishment, and Yunling, in particular, spat out blood, filled with boundless regret for having offended such a powerful entity. Upon hearing Xiao Huo's voice, Yunling collapsed to the ground. How could it be? Xiao Huo wielded such a fighting technique. It far surpassed the capabilities of the Yunlin sect, and even eclipsed the entire Jia Ma Empire. Heavenly tier fighting techniques. Chapter 44, Master. How incredible. Heavenly tier, indeed, a heavenly tier fighting technique. When Yunling heard these words, he nearly fainted from fear. The highest level fighting technique in the Yunlin sect was merely of the Xian tier advanced rank. What Xiao Huo casually unleashed was a heavenly tier fighting technique. The Xiao Huo before him had transcended the realm of the Jia Ma Empire. The atmospheric phenomenon was terrifying. Is this the power of a heavenly tier fighting technique? Yunling's face went pale as he beheld the flames in the sky, which had completely enveloped the Yunlin sect. He prostrated himself on the ground, utterly incapable of resisting. The terror was too overwhelming. Heavenly tier fighting techniques could swallow mountains and rivers, obliterating all. If the strike were unleashed, the entire Yunlin sect would be obliterated. Who could stand against Xiao Huo within the Yunlin sect? No one. In this moment, Yunling was engulfed in remorse. Why had he offended Xiao Huo? Why had he meddled in Nalan Yunran's affairs? Now, what awaited him would be doom. The other elders of the Yunlin sect were also rendered speechless, kneeling upon the ground. Trembling, countless disciples of the Yunlin sect gazed at Xiao Huo in the sky, their souls quaking with fear and dread. Is this what a heavenly tier fighting technique entails? Xiao Huo's strength is so formidable. No wonder he is Nalan Yunran's master. They had never perceived it before. It is over. We are all doomed. All the disciples of the Yunlin sect fell to their knees in unison. What constitutes true power is precisely this. With a mere gesture, Xiao Huo could obliterate all the strong within the Yunlin sect. Yunling struggled to raise his head and said, Lord Xiao Huo, I acknowledge my mistakes and am willing to accept any punishment. Please spare the Yunlin sect. This matter had originated from him. If his actions led to the destruction of the Yunlin sect, how could the sect master Yun Yun ever forgive him? From now on, within the Yunlin sect, apart from Yun Yun, no one shall interfere with Nalan Yunran. Xiao Huo's calm voice resonated as he waved his sleeve, dissipating the heavenly tier fighting technique. This was the home of Nalan Yunran and Yun Yun. How could he recklessly destroy it? Moreover, Nalan Yunran was still cultivating within the Yunlin sect. What he valued were his beloved disciple, Nalan Yunran. As long as she was unharmed, that sufficed. His display of power was merely to instill fear in the Yunlin sect. Otherwise, with a single strike, the Yunlin sect would be reduced to rubble. Obey the Lord's command. Yunling reverently replied, still too fearful to lift his head. Feeling the suffocating pressure gradually dissipate, many elders raised their heads, witnessing Xiao Huo, a youth of unparalleled elegance. He was willing to obliterate the Yunlin sect for the sake of Nalan Yunran alone. Were it not for her, the Yunlin sect might have truly faced annihilation. Today, I spare the Yunlin sect, Xiao Huo declared. Should I discover anyone bullying my disciple in the future, the Yunlin sect will undoubtedly pay the price. His voice remained indifferent as the golden wings on his back vanished, placing him at the center of attention. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Huo, their gazes filled with reverence. Such a youth, who could command respect from all under heaven. Yunling felt a genuine sense of admiration swell within him. Thank you, Lord Xiao Huo, for your mercy. He bowed deeply, his eyes reflecting profound respect. The numerous elders also bowed in reverence, gazing toward Xiao Huo with astonishment. A pinnacle Do Huang expert should indeed possess such grandeur. Lord Xiao Huo, at such a young age, has already reached the pinnacle of Do Huang. His talent is unparalleled. Yunling remarked, with a hint of flattery, and even a glimmer of joy in his eyes. For Nalan Yunran was a disciple of the Yunlin sect. equivalent to securing the protection of a Do Huang powerhouse for the sect, perhaps even stronger than the sect master. Enough with the flattery. What matters to me is Nalan Yinran, Xiao Huo replied, striding toward the graceful figure ahead, where Nalan Yinran gazed at him with wide, beautiful eyes. Her figure exquisite and perfectly curved. Such a maiden, captivating enough to topple kingdoms. How could he not care? The Yunlan sect meant little to him. As long as Nalan Yinran was content, that was sufficient. Lord Xiao Huo, our sect master will soon return. Upon her arrival, I shall inform her, so that she may personally welcome you. Yunling bowed, acknowledging that had Yun Yun been present, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Although Nalan Yinran was beautiful, she could not yet compare to Yun Yun in terms of grace. Yun Yun's elegance was unmatched within the Jiama Empire, her beauty and charm surpassing all others, a key reason the Yunlan sect could ascend to the pinnacle of the Jiama Empire. It was best that Yun Yun remained unaware of today's events. Xiao Huo chuckled, revealing no desire to meet Yun Yun. He had yet to resolve matters with his cherished disciple and the likes of Sun and Yufei. Another encounter with Yun Yun would be overwhelming. Moreover, he had yet to take Nalan Yinran to the Xiao clan to annul their engagement, and the system had not issued any tasks regarding Yun Yun, making it unnecessary to meet her now. There would be time for that in the future. Understood. I shall keep the news from spreading. Yunling respectfully bowed. Although he did not fully comprehend why Xiao Huo wished to keep Yun Yun in the dark, it was of little consequence. Lord Xiao Huo's relationship with Nalan Yinran was strong. Should they succeed, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the Yunlan sect. Master Xiao Huo, Yunlong spoke respectfully. Our Yunlan sect will undoubtedly devote ourselves to nurturing Miss Yinran. However, Master Xiao Huo, Miss Yinran has been betrothed since childhood to a worthless member of the Xiao family. His gaze was earnest as he continued. It is evident that Master Xiao Huo holds an interest in Nalan Yinran. Thus, the annulment of the engagement is imperative. I am aware, Xiao Huo replied nonchalantly. Tomorrow, I shall take her to annul the engagement. He turned his attention to the girl beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nalan Yinran's potential is boundless. How could Xiao Yin ever be worthy of her? Master. Nalan Yinran gazed at Xiao Huo with her beautiful eyes, her fair face slightly flushed. Her heart raced at the realization of her master's remarkable prowess. Capable of wielding heavenly-tier combat techniques, truly unparalleled in the world. Admiration shone in her eyes, solidifying her master's irreplaceable status in her heart. Master is so formidable. Possessing even-litière combat technique. Nalan Yinran exclaimed, entwining her arms around Xiao Huo's, her expression affectionate and tinged with admiration. I shall teach you in due time, Xiao Huo chuckled. Feeling the softness beside him, Nalan Yinran had become even more endearing, undoubtedly increasing her fondness for him. Tomorrow, I will come to escort you to the Xiao family to annul the engagement. He gazed into the distance, contemplating that after such a long time, it was finally time to confront Xiao Yin. Understood, Nalan Yinran nodded gently, watching Xiao Huo's departing figure with a glimmer of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Master is not only a master alchemist, but also a peak Do Huang powerhouse. Is such a formidable figure truly my master? With golden wings unfurling from his back, Xiao Huo soared through the air, departing into the distance, determined to cultivate further and grow stronger, refusing to become complacent. Most importantly, he had received the latest news and main quest from the system. Nalan Yinran's fondness for him had finally blossomed. Chapter 45, the system's new task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for earning Nalan Yinran's affection, unlocking a new identity as her master. You have gained 20,000 experience points and 500 skill points. Host, you are truly remarkable. The sweet voice of the system echoed in his mind. However, it seems slightly weaker than usual. What is her affection level? Xiao Huo's eyes brightened. For Nalan Yinran was his cherished disciple. His status in her heart would only ascend, and although they were merely master and disciple for now, that would inevitably change in the future. I won't tell you, the system replied with a playful huff. Host, you revealed your cultivation level by becoming Nalan Yinran's master, making it more challenging to pursue her. The system sighed. Though you are kind-hearted, you can be a bit foolish at times. Me? Difficult to pursue Nalan Yinran? What nonsense. I could consummate things tonight. Xiao was scoffed. But am I really that kind of person? Host, Nalan Yinran respects you greatly, and as a strong-willed young woman, she will likely only be with someone as strong as you in the future, the system explained. After all, how could Nalan Yinran allow any disparity between herself and Xiao Huo? You have placed considerable pressure on Nalan Yinran. However, it will only accelerate her growth. A little advantage here, and there is acceptable. The system giggled, seemingly delighted. As long as she grows stronger, that suffices. After all, she is my precious disciple. Eventually, she will belong to me, Xiao Huo replied with a smile, unhurried, content to maintain their master-disciple relationship for now. Precious disciple? The system teased. Are you feeling jealous? You're still my precious system. Xiao Huo chuckled, unwilling to let the system feel slighted. I'm not jealous. Whatever you do, host, I'll always be there. The system affirmed, her purpose being to serve Xiao Huo, ensuring her affection would forever remain at 100. Am I also your precious system? She wondered, as her unwavering gentleness and sweetness mirrored that of an elder sister, never holding anger toward him. Really? No matter what I do. Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled at the thought of sharing his vast experiences with the system, though that would have to wait until she took on a human form. As long as you are happy, nothing else matters, the system replied sweetly, ready to sacrifice anything for him, even her life. System, may I see your picture? Xiao Huo inquired, yearning to catch a glimpse of her. Sure, but you'll have to wait until I reach level 5. I'm currently at level 2. The system responded. Do you want me to wear clothes? Am I that kind of person? Xiao Huo jested. All right, I shall comply with your wishes. I will wear the most beautiful attire for you, but that will have to wait until I reach level 5, the system giggled. Xiao Huo felt a twinge of grievance. System, you don't understand me. Yet what could he do? If she were to be censored, he might not even hear her voice again. What must I do to reach level 5? He asked, filled with anticipation. Based on the original storyline, you must secure Sun Nailin Yanran, Xiao Yixian, Yunyun, and Medusa, at least after conquering Queen Medusa. I might just reach level 5 then, the system smiled. Queen Medusa. Xiao Huo recalled the icy queen and felt a headache coming on. How could it be that easy to win her over? My precious disciple is the best. He sighed, contemplating that once he reached Dozong, he would seek out Queen Medusa. For now, he was no match for her. Perhaps I cannot even defeat Yunyun. A mere Do Huang at the 3rd star level. Not that I couldn't, but any heavenly tier combat technique would be too much for Medusa and Yunyun to withstand. It's just that I cannot bear to hurt her. What if I injure her? System, can we switch to a weaker combat technique? Xiao Huo asked, sighing. No. All I possess are the most luxurious combat techniques. If you want something weaker, you'll have to figure it out yourself, the system replied helplessly, wondering why he would ask her to find something of lower grade. Ding! Congratulations, host, for once again earning Nailin Yanran's affection, which has increased further. The main quest has been released. Please go to the Xiao family and assist Nailin Yanran in annulling her engagement. Requirements. Do not offend the Xiao family members. A Xiao Yu has yet to return. When dealing with Xiao Yin, exercise restraint and do not be overly violent. Also, please ensure Xiao Yin wears a green hat, which is a mysterious grade. Upon completion of the task, you will receive 30,000 experience points and 2,000 skill points, the system announced. Violent? Am I that kind of person? Xiao Huo shook his head, knowing he was not unreasonable. The 3 essential elements of a time traveler: flaunting, charming, and confronting Xiao Yin. He was merely delivering a gift to Xiao Yin. Surely, he would not refuse it. The green hat, a treasure of the profound rank, held significant sentimental value for Xiao Yin. One wonders what expression Xiao Yin will wear upon receiving it. It is likely to be quite spectacular. Xiao Yu is yet to return to the Xiao family. System sister, you wouldn't expect me to charm Xiao Yu in the future, would you? Xiao Huo chuckled, recalling the woman blessed with heavenly long legs and an unparalleled beauty. He had not anticipated that the system sister would frequently assign such tasks. This system acts for the benefit of the host brother, the system sister replied. That is a matter for another day. I have yet to win over Suner. Xiao Huo sighed, still unable to secure his precious disciple, let alone Xiao Suner. Host brother, you must strive to complete this task. Furthermore, when you go to the Xiao family to annul the engagement, do not be too ostentatious. It would not be wise if Xiao, Suner, and Nailin Yanran were to cross paths, especially since you have yet to win over one of them. The system sister's voice chimed in. Xiao Huo's gaze drifted forward, filled with a flicker of anticipation. Currently, Xiao Suner still harbored a faint attachment to Xiao Yin. After all, it remained a challenge to help her completely forget him. This visit to the Xiao family should finally resolve this matter. Meanwhile, far away in the Xiao family, Xiao Yin sensed a chill descending upon him, as if foreboding something unpleasant was approaching. Chapter 46. The Elders of Yunlan Sect, shocked again. The Yunlan Sect. All elders gazed at Nailin Yanran with an air of reverence. Today, her status within the sect was unparalleled. This was solely due to her being a disciple of Yunyun. Moreover, she was also a disciple of Xiao Huo. There was no one in the Yunlan sect who could rival Xiao Huo. His arrival at the Yunlan sect cast a shadow over all, and from this moment forth, he would become a legend. Excellent. Our Yunlan sect has gained another pinnacle Do Huang powerhouse. Yun Ling marveled, feeling no bitterness despite having knelt and begged for mercy. Instead, he was filled with awe and elation. Yinran, you must take the initiative and seize this opportunity, Yun Ling suggested, seemingly unable to contain his excitement. It would be wonderful if Nalan Yinran could genuinely win over Xiao Huo. However, merely relying on a master-disciple relationship might not suffice. Elder, you must not speak carelessly. Nalan Yinran's cheeks flushed slightly. Elder, urging her to seize the opportunity, had completely reversed his attitude toward her since her master had only recently emerged. Lord Xiao Huo is so exceptional. He will undoubtedly have no shortage of remarkable women by his side in the future. Young lady, grasp this chance. Some opportunities once missed may never arise again, Yun Ling advised, fully aware of Xiao Huo's immense potential and formidable background. At the very least, within the Jiangma Empire, no one could rival Xiao Huo. Even in any location, Xiao Huo could astound all. His cultivation was simply too powerful. Furthermore, with his heavenly ranked combat skills, Xiao Huo was no ordinary individual. Elder, would Yinran ever stoop to such depths for fame and fortune? I am different from others, Nalan Yinran asserted, her beautiful eyes gazing ahead. She possessed her own pride. That which she did not favor, she would reject, while that which she desired, she would pursue. Xiao Yin was a worthless individual, and she would annul the engagement. The world presumed that Nalan Yinran valued fame and fortune. Hence her decision to sever ties with the useless Xiao Yin. Little did they know, even if Xiao Yin were a genius, it would matter not. She would still choose to annul the engagement. She did not love Xiao Yin. Why should she marry him and become his woman? Even if Xiao Yin were a powerhouse of the starry skies, her decision would remain unchanged. This was solely because she was Nalan Yinran. Her master was so admirable. Though somewhat shameless, how could a disciple like her ever be worthy of him? Nalan Yinran spoke, a hint of melancholy in her bright eyes. The brilliance emanating from her master was far too dazzling. Although she was the pride of the Yunlan sect, before Xiao Huo, she felt insignificant. Young lady, do not belittle yourself. Your future will be equally remarkable. Lord Xiao Huo harbors unique feelings for you, Yun Ling remarked, casting a glance at Nalan Yinran. Such an exquisitely beautiful maiden, a marvel within the entire Yunlan sect, could not fail to leave a lasting impression on the world. Elder, you do not understand. My master is also a powerful alchemist. Nalan Yinran chuckled lightly, still clutching the pills Xiao Huo had given her. Each pill was of exceptional quality. Should others catch sight of these, it would incite chaos. These pills were simply too precious. Even in the Jiangma Empire, not even Master Gu he could compare. Yun Ling's expression was one of astonishment, staring incredulously at Nalan Yinran. Lord Xiao Huo is also an alchemist? This seems improbable. Young lady, while Lord Xiao Huo possesses unparalleled talent, he may not necessarily achieve great accomplishments in alchemy. After all, a person's energy is ultimately limited. Yun Ling shook his head. Every alchemist he had encountered was of considerable age, having dedicated years to the study of alchemy. Despite Xiao Huo's extraordinary talent, he was still a young man in his 20s. How could he possibly possess the energy to balance both alchemy and cultivation? Wasn't he that mere fantasy? Within the hall, many elders nodded in agreement with Yun Ling's perspective. Indeed, while Lord Xiao Huo was exceptionally gifted, if he were truly an alchemist, it would be unlikely that he would reach the heights of Master Gu He. Such a notion seemed impossible, while Lord Xiao Huo's talent was undeniable. If he were truly a master alchemist, I would stand on my head and eat excrement. Nalan Yinran glanced at the multitude of elders. Although they acknowledged Xiao Huo's capabilities, they still doubted his talent in alchemy. The strength of her master was beyond their imagination. I shall also commence my cultivation now. Tomorrow, I shall wait for my master to come and fetch me, Nalan Yinran declared, her beautiful gaze lifted as she exited the grand hall. She did not wish to explain nor engage in dialogue with Yun Ling. One wondered when Master Yin Yun would return. Would she be upset with me if she were here? Nalan Yinran smiled gently, turning to leave, leaving behind an enchanting silhouette. She felt a flutter in her heart, a hint of joy. Did her master truly harbor other thoughts for her? Nalan Yinran recalled the day her master had taken her first kiss. Perhaps it was indeed so. Though he is my master, he cannot bully me at will, Nalan Yinran asserted. With her beauty, how could her master not be fond of her? Nonetheless, she must strive to reach the same level as Xiao Huo. Within the grand hall, Many elders gazed at Nalan Yinran's retreating figure, shaking their heads in disbelief. Shouldn't Nalan Yinran at least clarify things for them? It seemed that Xiao Huo truly was not an alchemist after all. Even if he were, he could never compare to Master Gu He, for every discipline has its specialization. No matter how gifted Xiao Huo might be, ultimately, he was merely a practitioner. Yinling also watched as Nalan Yinran departed. Nalan Yinran heard a sigh behind her. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she turned back, placing a jade vial upon the table. This is a potion crafted by my master. You may examine it. Had it not been for your offense towards him, he would have intended to bestow it upon you. The corners of Nalan Yinran's lips curled upward slightly as she turned to leave, choosing not to linger in the grand hall any longer. She sought to cultivate her skills. No, she also wished to bathe. One must always smell delightful and maintain their most exquisite appearance. Even with her stunning beauty, she could not be certain it would surpass that of Master Yunyan. Should Xiao Huo encounter Yunyan, what if her allure faltered, diminishing her standing in the master's eyes? Home first, then a bath. Nalan Yinran lifted her enchanting gaze and walked toward her courtyard. At the same time, Xiao Huo had completed his training and desired to meet Nalan Yinran to surprise his precious disciple. Within the grand hall, all the elders fixated their gazes on the jade vial resting upon the table. The young lady truly did leave behind a potion. Xiao Huo's concoction was likely of the first or second rank. How potent could it be? Could it truly compare to that of Master Gu He? Yunling chuckled, expressing disbelief that someone of Xiao Huo's age could produce any remarkable elixir. The art of alchemy requires more than mere talent. It demands experience, temperament, and considerable time devoted to honing one's craft. The other elders shared their curiosity as they looked towards the vial. Yinling opened the jade bottle and beheld the potion inside. The next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, a profound shock reflected in his gaze. And even his hands trembled. He stared intently at the vial, waves of tumultuous emotion surging within him. Impossible. This cannot be. Yunling muttered, utterly dumbfounded by the potion within the vial. It had been many years since he had encountered such an elixir. The fragrance of the potion wafted through the grand hall in an instant. All the elders were left in awe of its scent. In less than a moment, the aroma permeated the entire Yunlan sect. Every disciple of the sect could perceive the enchanting fragrance of the potion. It was truly a scent that traveled for miles. Yunling collapsed to the ground. Even with his composure, he found it hard to maintain control. This potion was, Chapter 47, truly a treasure, Nalan Yinran's unique creation. A 6th rank potion. The grade of this potion had reached the 6th rank. A thick aura of alchemical brilliance enveloped the potion, clearly marking it as a supreme grade elixir. The rich fragrance was intoxicating, refreshing the hearts of all the elders, some even feeling an urge to break through. The sheer power radiating from a single potion was astounding. Good heavens! What caliber of potion is this? A 6th rank supreme grade. Does the Yunlan sect truly possess such an extraordinary alchemist? Yunling cradled the jade vial protectively, glancing around at the other elders, who wore similar expressions of disbelief. Let alone a 6th rank alchemist. Master Gu, he was merely a 5th rank alchemist. During this time, Master Gu, he had been in seclusion, striving to break through to the 6th rank. Even so, it was inconceivable that he could concoct such a potion. This potion is destined for the sect leader. If the leader were to consume it, surely they could advance to the 4th star of the Dohuang stage. Yunling asserted, his admiration for Xiao Huo deepening. Truly, Master Xiao Huo is akin to a deity, effortlessly crafting 6th rank potions. Unfathomable, genuinely unfathomable. Could Master Xiao Huo be at the pinnacle of Dohuang? Yunling chuckled bitterly, fearing that Master Xiao Huo's prowess might surpass even that level. The surrounding elders appeared dazed, particularly the elder who had previously been ready to make an unwise move, now retreating in disarray. In their minds, Xiao Huo's reputation soared to new heights. It was likely that his cultivation was not merely that of the Dohuang pinnacle. They could only hope that sect leader Yunyan would return soon. How splendid it would be if she could meet Master Xiao Huo. With sect leader Yun's charisma, perhaps she could forge a connection with him. Yunling smiled, appreciating the fortunate opportunity for the Yunlan sect to align with such a powerful figure. If Yunyan were here, she would undoubtedly spare no effort to cultivate that relationship. The presence of a superlative powerhouse could elevate the Yunlan sect to unprecedented heights. Miss Yinran, our future in the Yunlan sect rests upon your shoulders, Yunling remarked, a bright smile illuminating his face as he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Xiao Huo had become a household name among the disciples of the Yunlan sect. even idolized by many young women. Numerous maidens aspired to be Xiao Huo's disciples, yet none could attain that honor. Some even wished to be his romantic partner. As Xiao Huo traversed through the Yunlan sect, he couldn't help but reflect. The quality of young ladies was commendable, yet there remained a stark difference compared to the sisters of the Xiao family, particularly when compared to his beloved son when juxtaposed against Nailin Yinran. They were simply not of the same caliber, not even as captivating as Xiao Mei. Xiao Huo continued his path toward Nailin Yinran's chamber, preferring the company of his precious disciple. Before he could reach his destination, a young girl dashed in front of him and knelt upon the ground. "Please, Master Xiao Huo, accept me as your disciple. I am a disciple of the Yunlan sect, willing to diligently follow you in my training." Another girl followed suit, kneeling before Xiao Huo, her gaze earnest, tinged with a plea. "I too wish to be a disciple of Master Xiao Huo. Please accept me." Yet another girl approached, her low-cut gown somewhat loose. And from Xiao Huo's perspective, she exclaimed, "You are already a young lady of status. Do not compete with me for Master Xiao Huo. I have never been in love, and my most treasured possession is still intact. My most treasured possession is too. Do not covet it from me." Many young ladies chimed in, their eyes filled with admiration for Xiao Huo. The scene was utterly overwhelming. As Yin Ling noted, countless women sought to win over a Do Huang, willing to do anything to be with a powerful man. More and more girls gathered around Xiao Huo. Naturally, some women chose not to partake in the spectacle. Merely this gathering of ladies was enough to ignite envy among many disciples. Numerous young men watched Xiao Huo with hungry eyes, wishing they could devour him. Strength is indeed an advantage. Being powerful attracts women. "I only have one disciple. You need not trouble yourselves," Xiao Huo stated. Though he was shameless and would not shy away from fulfilling his mission, he could not entertain every woman who approached him. "Master Xiao Huo, I can serve you tonight. I would be honored to be your maid. I humbly request your acceptance." Many young maidens continued to feign frailty in the presence of Xiao Huo. Shaking his head, Xiao Huo mused that next time, he need not make such a flamboyant entrance. It would be far better to seek out Nailin Yinran directly. Not far off, Nailin Yinran had just emerged from her bath, clad in a simple white gown. The gentle breeze caressed her cheek, revealing her exquisite features. Her pristine attire remained unblemished, and her bright, clear eyes reflected a hint of annoyance upon witnessing the scene. With measured steps, Nailin Yinran approached, observing the throng of girls around her. She uttered no words, yet gracefully linked her arm with Xiao Huo's, pouting slightly. "Master, you promised to teach me cultivation tonight. You all should focus on your training. Anything else can wait until you see my master again." A delicate smile graced her lips as she tightened her hold on Xiao Huo's arm. How could her master be taken away by anyone else? That was simply unacceptable, even though their relationship was merely that of a mentor and disciple. This sight still stirred a sense of discontent within her. Many young maidens clenched their teeth, watching Nailin Yinran and Xiao Huo depart, their hearts filled with envy. To be a disciple of Xiao Huo was a privilege that few could attain. Only Nailin Yinran could entwine her arm with his. "Just finish your bath?" Xiao Huo chuckled, inhaling the fragrance that wafted from the girl beside him, occasionally sensing a hint of softness. Indeed, taking on such a precious disciple was a wise decision. "Master, are you harboring any unsavory thoughts?" Nailin Yinran glanced at Xiao Huo, her cheeks tinged with crimson. She could naturally sense that her master was rather shameless. "Is your master that kind of person?" Xiao Huo shook his head. "Who will believe you? If I hadn't come, would you have truly taken on another disciple?" Nailin Yinran, clearly displeased, remarked, "I saw a group of girls encircling you. Naturally, I was furious. My master is mine alone." "Never," Xiao Huo reassured her. Turning to gaze into her eyes, his resolve solidified. He had come here for Nailin Yinran, and having won her favor, it was time to return to the Xiao family. As for accepting other disciples, he held no interest. With Yin Yun absent, his sole purpose for being here was Nailin Yinran. Master, stay with me tonight and teach me how to cultivate properly." Nailin Yinran's smile broadened as she looked at Xiao Huo. "Tonight?" Xiao Huo's eyes sparkled as he regarded her. "I too wish to grow stronger, to match your prowess, master." Nailin Yinran nodded slightly, leading Xiao Huo to a secluded peak devoid of others. A gentle breeze swept by, causing Nailin Yinran's white gown to dance gracefully, revealing her stunningly beautiful legs. In that moment, even Xiao Huo felt a stir in his heart. If he were to pursue Nailin Yinran in the future, what splendid vistas might await. However, that day was not far off. Chapter 48, Xiao Yin Unworthy. On the summit of Yunlan's sect, Nailin Yinran, adorned in her white dress, gazed at the unfolding scenery. Her profile, strikingly beautiful. "Master," she began, Once I annul my engagement with the Xiao family, I shall no longer be anyone's fiancé. Who do you think I should marry? She raised her bright eyes to meet Xiao Huo's, a gentle smile illuminating her face. Shall I arrange someone for you to marry? Xiao Huo teased, moving closer to her, catching a whiff of her faint, refreshing scent. Master, you truly are generous, Nalan Yanran replied. Generous or not, what can be done? Perhaps you should simply remain by my side and forego marriage altogether, he suggested playfully, lifting his hand to take her delicate one. If he could grasp her hand, it would signify a deepening of their bond. Do not touch. Master, you are incorrigible, Nalan Yanran retorted, her face flushing as she evaded him. I never wish to marry anyone else. No one in this world is more exceptional than you, Master. She spoke softly, her resolve strengthened by the desire to bridge the gap between her and Xiao Huo. Silly girl, there are many who surpass me, Xiao Huo chuckled. Nalan Yanran turned to him, her smile sweet as she replied, Yet in my heart, you are the most outstanding of all. After this annulment, I cannot return to Yanlan's sect with you, Xiao Huo stated, now holding both of her hands, feeling their cool softness. Why not, Master? Have I done something wrong? Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, sensing the gravity of his words. You have done splendidly, Xiao Huo assured her, intertwining their fingers, their warmth contrasting with the chill of the evening. Nalan Yanran's cheeks flushed, and she offered no resistance, allowing him to hold her. Yet, gatherings cannot last forever, and the peak of the Dou Emperor is but a stepping stone to a greater empire, insignificant elsewhere. I too must grow stronger, to protect you, Xiao Huo declared, affectionately ruffling Nalan Yanran's hair. Master, if you're not here, who will guide my cultivation? Nalan Yanran's eyes fell, saddened by the thought of her joyous days with Xiao Huo coming to an end. You still have Yun Yun as your master, Xiao Huo replied with a smile. Nalan Yanran shot him a sidelong glance. Master, are you truly as dense as a block of wood? No matter how good Yun Yun is, she will always be a woman. What I desire is for you to be by my side. No one can replace you. Master, do you like me? Nalan Yanran asked with a captivating smile, inching closer to Xiao Huo. She felt that if she did not act soon, Xiao Huo would remain merely her master, with no other relationship to follow. And you? Xiao Huo returned her smile, his response needing no further inquiry. I. Nalan Yanran's heart raced, and the world around them seemed to still as she blushed, nodding slightly while gazing at her toes. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Huo wrapped his arms around her slender form, enveloping her in warmth. I like you, he confessed, his voice a gentle whisper in her ear. Nalan Yanran beamed, knowing that she loved her master and that he loved her in return. That was enough. For so many years, she had never experienced such a reassuring feeling. Today, she finally did. From now on, be my woman. My Yanran is too beautiful to merely be my disciple, Xiao Huo said warmly, his gaze brightening with hope that perhaps today he could win her heart. Don't. Nalan Yanran shook her head, her ethereal eyes locking onto his. You are my master, and you always will be. You are such a rascal. Master, trying to bully me again, aren't you? Nalan Yanran teased, finding his behavior intolerably charming. How could I bear to? Xiao Huo replied, affectionately tousling her hair once more. Master, please wait for me. My cultivation is still too weak. If one day I can become as formidable as you, then I will gladly be your woman, Nalan Yanran declared, her pride shining through. She was determined to strengthen herself, deserving to stand beside Xiao Huo with confidence. Very well, I shall wait for you, Xiao Huo agreed, drawing her closer, wrapping his arm around her waist. Master, do not take advantage of me. We are merely teacher and disciple, she huffed, skepticism clouding her thoughts regarding his sincerity. You must exercise patience and wait for me to grow stronger. With a radiant smile, Nalan Yanran freed herself from his grasp. With your beauty, how can I be patient? Xiao Huo remarked, his gaze fixated on her. Though you are indeed formidable, you are no saint. Xiao Huo pondered where his precious disciple had acquired such alluring charm, leaving one yearning yet unattainable. I knew it. Master harbors ulterior motives, Nalan Yanran teased, echoing the sentiments of her mentor, Yun Yun. Men are all the same, and you, Master, are no exception. The only difference is, I have feelings for you. With a gentle kiss upon Xiao Huo's lips, she instantly withdrew. Is this enough, Master? You must promise not to bully me or be harsh. Wait until I am as strong as you. With that, she hastily retreated to her chamber, fearing that her actions might bring her shame if witnessed by others. Xiao Huo, watching her retreating figure, touched his lips in disbelief. It had transpired too swiftly for him to fully grasp the moment. Yet, he realized that his relationship with Nalan Yanran had irrevocably changed. She would undeniably become his woman in the future, as long as he waited for her to grow strong. Perhaps Nalan Yinran was not yet prepared for such declarations, but he was willing to wait indefinitely. You will eventually marry me. You will be mine, he affirmed, feeling a transformation within himself, with his cultivation ascending toward a breakthrough. In the empire of Jammu, Nalan Yinran was the first to truly capture his heart, even if she had not yet been won over completely. This realization brought him solace, for in her heart there would only be him. Regrettably, Xiao Huo found himself powerless, merely an observer, yearning for a day that seemed far off. He sighed, dismissing such concerns. Tomorrow, he would venture to Wutan City to surprise Xiao Yan. How would Xiao Yan react upon learning that Nalan Yinran intended to annul their engagement? Within her chamber, Nalan Yinran pressed her hand to her chest, her cheeks flushed. Thankfully, she had escaped swiftly. A sense of joy filled her, reinforcing her resolve to break off the engagement. The person she wished to love and marry was a decision solely hers to make. Xiao Yan was unworthy. Chapter 49. Departure to annul the engagement. Ding. Congratulations, host brother. You have gained Nalan Yinran's affection. Nalan Yinran's affection level, 88. The voice of the system's sister echoed softly, tinged with an unusual frailty. Host brother, you must strive to win over Nalan Yinran soon, so that I may upgrade my skill points, she added with a sweet smile. As Xiao Huo meditated, he heard her voice, warming his heart. His system's sister was quite charming. Yet, why did her voice seem weak? What troubles you? He inquired, concern lacing his tone. How could anything be amiss with his system's sister? I'm fine. I didn't know you cared for me. Host brother, came her sweet reply. Of course you are mine. I simply wish for the day when I can bring you home. He smiled, considering his system's sister an invincible presence, albeit one bound by limitations. I'm perfectly fine, but host brother should hasten to complete his tasks. You still haven't won her heart, she reminded him. Xiao Huo nodded, beaming. If only his system's sister could take human form. The prospect of spending each day with a stunning beauty was indeed appealing. He hoped that day would come sooner rather than later, which is why he was determined to fulfill his tasks. His cherished disciple, Nalan Yinran, was also on her path of growth. Soon, he would accompany Nalan Yinran to the Xiao family to annul the engagement. System sister, are you truly all right? If anything is wrong, please tell me, he urged, patting his chest. I am fine. Host brother, do not worry about me. I only wish for you to thrive. I would give everything as long as you do not forget me, she replied with a smile. How could I forget you? I promise to complete my tasks swiftly. He assured her. Yay, you're the best, host brother. She cheered, though her weakened state was a result of her offering him numerous high-tier combat techniques, exacting a significant toll that required her frequent rest. As long as he remained within the empire of Jammu and avoided encounters with Yun Shan and the Soul Clan, she would be fine. If trouble arose, she would be there to protect him. For his sake, she was willing to sacrifice everything. Xiao Huo continued his cultivation. Deep in thought, could it be that the system's sister had paid a price to aid him? Surely not. Perhaps he was overthinking. He hoped it was not so. He gazed skyward, realizing he could not rely entirely on his system's sister in the future. Ding. Main task reminder. Successfully annul Nalan Yinran's engagement at the Xiao family. Main task 2. Raise Xiao Sunner's affection for host brother to above 90 and ensure she completely forgets Xiao Yan. If successful, I can level up to level 3. Main task 3. Host brother must remember to level me up to level 5. Then I can reveal pictures. Options include daily life photos, sweet school uniform pictures, and stockings. The system sister's calm voice resounded. Xiao Huo scratched his head, chuckling. What if there are no clothes? Unacceptable. Shameless host brother. Your affection level decreases by 0.01. The system's sister seemed flustered. She had never encountered such a host brother, who was utterly brazen. He had thought the system's sister was understanding. It appeared she still did not comprehend him. I'm quite beautiful. Once you level me to 10, will pictures even be necessary? Xiao's eyes sparkled at the thought. Then, I shall obey your every command. I will complete the task swiftly, he said, leaping off the mountain, feeling elated at the prospect of finally meeting his system sister. The next day, outside Nalan Yinran's chamber, stood an elderly man with the prowess of a great Dome master. Guyi had been waiting there for quite some time. Today was the day of the annulment. The illustrious daughter of the Yunlan sect. How could she possibly wed a useless scion of the Xiao family? Furthermore, Nalan Yinran is a disciple of both Xiao Huo and Yun Yun. With boundless prospects ahead of her, marrying anyone but Xiao Yan is utterly inconceivable. Elder Yun Lung has expressly instructed that the engagement be terminated, and it must be executed successfully. Clad in a flowing white gown, with a ribbon cinched at her waist, Nalan Yinran glides gracefully, emanating an enchanting aura. She embodies the true essence of a Yunlan sect lady, untouched by the mundane, exuding an air of nobility. Such a woman would inspire reverence in any ordinary man, who would hardly dare entertain the thought of pursuing her. Mississippi Guyi cast a glance, lowering his head, daunted by her formidable presence. The grace of this noble lady is overwhelming, sophisticated and poised, well-versed in propriety. Uncle Gu, has Master not arrived? Nailin Yinran inquired, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, failing to detect Xiao Huo's presence. Not yet, Guyi affirmed with a nod. I donned this exquisite attire to showcase to my master, and yet he is tardy. Nailin Yinran expressed, a hint of irritation coloring her tone. She had intended to reward Xiao Huo upon their meeting, but with him absent and surrounded by people, her plans were thwarted. With a smile, Xiao Huo descended gracefully from above, appearing before Nailin Yinran. The attire is stunning, but the person is even more so. Who says I'm late? He chuckled, gently brushing aside Nailin Yinran's silken locks, marveling at the multitude of garments she adorned. Each piece was unlike any he had ever seen, and she looked exquisite in all of them, especially after awakening the Qingluan bloodline, which rendered her even more captivating. Hee. Master, it is time to depart. Nailin Yinran nodded slightly. The other disciples gazed at her with a tinge of envy. They felt no surprise at the closeness between Xiao Huo and Nailin Yinran. In their hearts, the bond between them transcended mere master and disciple. Even if a grand wedding were to occur tomorrow at the Yunlan sect, they would readily accept it. Such innocent affection is truly enviable. Guyi too wore a smile, content that the young lady could find her happiness. Well then, we should take our leave, Xiao Huo said, turning to Guyi. Will you accompany us alone on this journey? Guyi bent slightly, his demeanor respectful as he replied, Lord Xiao Huo, I have brought several formidable Grand Dome Masters to ensure the young lady's protection. Xiao Huo glanced at Nailin Yinran, his smile radiant. With him present, who could ever harm Nailin Yinran? The journey to Wutan City would take merely 3 days. If we proceed at a leisurely pace, 10 days should suffice. Furthermore, Nailin Yinran and I shall set off first. With my care, that will be ample. We shall reconvene at the city gates of Wutan City in 10 days. He declared with a grin. Nailin Yinran looked at Xiao Huo in surprise, realizing that her master intended to share a world of their own, leaving Uncle Gu behind. Many disciples gazed enviously at Xiao Huo and Nailin Yinran, imagining the picturesque scenery of their 10-day excursion together, spending days and nights in each other's company. How blissful it would be. Master, is 10 days sufficient? Nailin Yinran asked softly, aware that Xiao Huo would depart after the engagement was annulled. Then let it be half a month. Any longer would be imprudent, Xiao Huo replied with a smile. All right, half a month it is. Nailin Yinran agreed with a charming smile, readily accepting his proposal. Guyi, the formidable protectors escorting Nailin Yinran, openly flaunting their affection before them, unable to fight back or flee. What to do? Waiting online for assistance. Chapter 50. Xiao Yan ecstatic, he has broken through. Numerous disciples of the Yunlan sect witnessed this scene, with several displaying faint smiles. Lord Xiao Huo openly took Nailin Yinran out on a date, extending for half a month. Many elders of the Yunlan sect observed this spectacle, nodding in approval, their hearts slightly buoyed. The Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect was especially pleased. Splendid, truly splendid, Yin Lung exclaimed, his attitude having undergone a complete transformation. I knew Lord Xiao Huo must have feelings for the young lady. This outing presents a wonderful opportunity. My dear, seize this chance. Yin Lung chuckled, realizing that a mere master-disciple relationship would likely not suffice to draw Xiao Huo in. If something were to blossom between them, culminating in marriage, it would undoubtedly elevate the Yunlan sect status, inviting the world's powers to witness, thus enhancing the sect's prestige once more. All factions would come to regard the Yunlan sect with trepidation. Elder, the sect master might be displeased. What if something occurs and a child is conceived? One elder interjected. If it is just once, a child might not necessarily result. But this outing lasts half a month. Isn't that even better? Should a child come of it, they would only cultivate within the Yunlan sect. After a decade or so, our sect would gain yet another prodigy. Yin Lung laughed heartily. Let Nailin Yinran train for an additional year. It is no great matter. As for the sect master, should she meet Lord Xiao Huo, who knows what might unfold? Yin Lung chuckled. After all, the sect master is also single, and her charisma is certainly not inferior to Nailin Yinran's. The most beautiful woman in the Yunlan sect is undoubtedly Yun Yun, unmatched in grace, beauty, cultivation, and character. I understand. It is the elders like Gu Yi and the others who escort her that will bear the brunt of it, another elder remarked. What is there to lament? Such an enviable task, I would gladly take it. Do you know that any trinket bestowed by Lord Xiao Huo would be priceless? Not to mention, if Lord Xiao Huo and the young lady do not venture out alone, flaunting their affection daily before Guyi, how could they endure that? Yunlong mused, envious of such pure affection. Alas, he was already too old to partake in such escapades. As for Guyi, he too had aged, longing for the vibrant lives of the youth. Sigh, though I'm a Douang, I have grown old. Why is Lord Xiao Huo, at the pinnacle of Douang, still so youthful? It is a disparity in talent that cannot be bridged. I remember my own youth when I charmed many young maidens. Yunlong reminisced about his past exploits. The other elders exchanged exasperated glances, witnessing Yunlong's musings once more. Can one compare to Lord Xiao Huo? The young maidens he's charmed are none other than Nalan Yunran, the daughter of the Yunlan sect. In a not-so-distant future, he may even win over our sect master as well. But that is a tale for 100 chapters hence. Uncle Go, we shall take our leave now. Nalan Yunran smiled softly. Go ahead. With Lord Xiao Huo's protection, I feel reassured, Elder Guyi replied, lamenting only his own status as a single man. Master, let us go. Nalan Yunran extended her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Huo. With a smile, Xiao Huo did not hesitate to take her hand, their fingers intertwining. As warmth surged into his heart, behind Xiao Huo, golden wings unfurled, radiating a luminous glow as they ascended towards the heavens. With his Picto Huang prowess, reaching Wutan City would take but a fleeting moment, though such swiftness felt rather excessive. Master, henceforth, do not casually take my hand, nor bully me at your whim. Today, it is only because I cannot fly that you are permitted such liberties. Our relationship is strictly that of a master and disciple. You must not overstep your boundaries. Nalan Yunran said with a gentle smile, leaning against Xiao Huo's shoulder, her demeanor revealing a hint of affection. Overstep? Do you think your master is such a person? Xiao Huo chuckled, tightening his grip on Nalan Yunran's hand. The exhilarating feeling of soaring freely was truly delightful. What do you say, master? Came her soft voice. Indeed, I am that kind of person, Xiao Huo replied with a grin, pulling Nalan Yunran closer into his embrace. Master, with so many watching, how can you be so mischievous? Nalan Yunran's cheeks flushed. She could hardly comprehend that her master was deviating from the norm, especially since he had not hinted at such behavior before. Entrapped in the air, her true nature was laid bare. What would she do but comply? Humph. Once she reaches the rank of Do Wang and learns to transform her fighting energy into wings, she would swiftly evade her master's pursuit. Before the numerous disciples and countless elders of the Yunlan sect, Xiao Huo held Nalan Yunran's waist. Even Yunshan, who was in the midst of his cultivation, caught sight of this scene. Fury surged within him as he thought, who has stolen away the little angel of the Yunlan sect, Nalan Yunran? Yet, upon assessing Xiao Huo's prowess, his wrath was instantly quelled. The peak of Do Huang. He was formidable, indeed. Moreover, Xiao Huo's strength surpassed his own. Such cultivation was truly otherworldly. With a sigh, Yunshan acknowledged how far he still had to go. When would he break through to Do Zong? He pondered, then resumed his secluded training. In the sky, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Huo smiled and remarked, so, do you understand? From now on, do not believe the words of any man, except for me. I am merely helping you practice. If I were a villain, you would face dire consequences. One can trust no one's words, except for that of the master. Nalan Yunran pouted, realizing she had been taken advantage of. Yet her master had a point. Where would you like to go in these next 2 weeks? Xiao Huo inquired, releasing Nalan Yunran from his hold. He would not overstep. After all, his character was upright, and he was strikingly handsome, akin to a deity. Anywhere is fine, as long as I can be with you, she replied. In the future, I will not be able to see you. This memory shall be forever cherished in my heart. Nalan Yunran smiled, knowing that after breaking off her engagement, she would retreat into seclusion to strive for a higher realm. The days spent with her master would become increasingly scarce. I shall take you to explore the mountains and rivers, to witness this world, Xiao Huo responded, soaring beyond the boundaries of Yunlan sect. Strolling alongside Nalan Yunran as they headed toward Wutan City, Nalan Yunran nodded gently, following closely beside Xiao Huo, her annoyance evident as he indeed refrained from holding her hand. Wooden-headed master. When a girl says no, it truly means no. Xiao Huo beamed, his gaze directed toward the direction of Wutan City. Xiao Yan, do not be anxious. In half a month, clean yourself up and prepare for a beating. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, under the guidance of Yao Lao, was experiencing a meteoric rise in cultivation through a certain secret technique. Master, I, Xiao Yan, have finally broken through to the 9th stage of Do Qi. With my pace of advancement, Defeating Xiao Huo will be a matter of moments. Once I have vanquished him, I shall journey to Yunlan's sect to find my fiancée. Nalan Yinran. She must be extraordinarily beautiful. With the support of Yunlan's sect and my master, what do I have to fear? When the time comes, I shall make Xiao Suner regret not choosing me. That would be her greatest mistake, Xiao Yin declared, embodying the essence of a protagonist. Initially suppressed by the antagonist Xiao Huo, he would soon unlock his potential and turn the tables, a classic narrative. Little did he know that his fiancée had already been embraced by Xiao Huo. Soon, she would even annul their engagement before Xiao Yin's very eyes. The passage of half a month was swift and silent. Xiao Huo and Nalan Yinran practiced together. Today, Nalan Yinran donned a lovely pink gown, her beauty striking. With her jade-like hand grasping a sword, the glow of fighting energy emanated from her as she released an aura of power, her cultivation once again surging forth. Master, I have reached the 5th star of Do Shi, Nalan Yinran said with a gentle smile, sheathing her sword. She had not anticipated such rapid progress in merely 15 days, far surpassing the average individual. Very impressive, Xiao Huo replied, his hand brushing lightly through Nalan Yinran's hair. How swiftly time passes in these 15 days. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly as she lowered her head, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Master, I have been very happy these past 2 weeks, she softly confessed. The brief time spent together was filled with joy, yet soon they would part ways, and she did not know how long their separation would last. Indeed, I am also quite happy, Xiao Huo smiled in response. Master, let us not dwell on that. We shall go to annul the engagement now. I refuse to marry anyone else, Nalan Yinran declared, her voice cheerful as she walked alongside Xiao Huo, taking the initiative to link her arm with his. Then who do you wish to marry? Xiao Huo asked. Well, I shall not marry anyone. I will remain by Master's side as his most outstanding disciple. Nalan Yinran replied. This period of companionship had deepened her appreciation for her master. Very well, Xiao Huo replied with a smile as they walked toward Wutan City. Nalan Yinran gazed at Xiao Huo, her heart fluttering. Master, do you truly understand my feelings? She glanced at the jade pendant hanging at her waist. Her intentions were clear, and her master surely understood. Master, I will strive diligently to keep pace with you. If I ever do marry, it will only be you in this lifetime. Nalan Yinran whispered, careful that Xiao Huo did not hear. What are you saying? Xiao Huo looked at her curiously. Nothing. Master is the best, Nalan Yinran replied. Moving closer to him. Today, she would personally go to the Xiao family to annul her engagement. She was determined to take charge of her own destiny. How could Xiao Yin ever compare to her master? Master, after the annulment, you truly cannot accompany me to Yunlan's sect? Nalan Yinran inquired, feeling lonely within the sect. Despite being a celebrated daughter, few were willing to draw near. Do you not wish for me to accompany you? Xiao Huo gently grasped Nalan Yinran's hand. Not at all. She playfully retorted, casting a coy glance at him. Xiao Huo laughed, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Looking at the girl before him, he said, If I am by your side, you may be distracted and unable to focus on your cultivation. Dedicate yourself to your training at Yunlan's sect and wait for me. His gaze was resolute. How could he bear to part from his precious disciple? It was a difficult choice. Now, he would accompany Nalan Yinran to Yunlan's sect to annul her engagement, surprising Xiao Yan. You should go with Guyi to annul the engagement first. Xiao was said with a radiant smile. As a disciple of the Xiao family, he held considerable prestige among them, and more importantly, he wished to see Suner. All right, master. Wait for me. Nalan Yinran smiled, leaning forward to plant a kiss on Xiao Huo's cheek, her face turning crimson as she quickly turned and departed. She intended for her annulment to pass quietly, informing only the higher-ups of the Xiao family. What she desired was simply that. Throughout her life, she remained untainted. Marked since childhood as Xiao Yan's fiancée, and now, she encountered her master. She was the beloved disciple of her master, destined to be his woman as well. Nalan Yinran departed, following Guyi towards the Xiao family hall. Xiao Huo observed Nalan Yinran's retreating figure, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Surely, the favor of his precious disciple would have increased a notch. Ding! Congratulations, host brother, you have gained Nalan Yinran's favor. The system's voice chimed. Nalan Yinran's favor towards host brother. 89. Xiao Huo felt a twinge of confusion. Despite this, was her favor still only 89? Elevating favor was exceedingly challenging. Host brother, the higher the favor, the more difficult it becomes to elevate it. Moreover, you have yet to win Nalan Yinran's heart. Only by truly capturing her affection will the favor rise above 90, the system's voice asserted. In time, I shall surely pursue her. She is my disciple, and one day, will also be my woman. Xiao Yin is unworthy of her, Xiao Huo declared, ascending into the air towards Suner, his cherished one. It had been over a month since he last beheld Suner. He wondered how she fared. Winning Suner's heart was a daunting task, as her feelings still bore remnants of Xiao Yin. Yet this time it would inevitably change. Suner's heart would no longer harbor thoughts of Xiao Yin. Atop the mountain, Xuan had diligently practiced. Though she seldom exerted herself, she had been particularly industrious over the past month, advancing to the rank of Do, 7 stars. Suner presented an exquisite silhouette, graceful and enchanting, adorned in a flowing purple gown reminiscent of a blooming blue lotus, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Suner, once the engagement is annulled, I shall seek you out. This time, I shall ensure you endure no further grievances, Xiao Huo contemplated, casting a distant glance at Suner before turning away. Their relationship remained that of mere friends. This annulment would shatter Xiao Yin completely. He would ensure Xiao Yin lost everything. Within the Xiao family hall in Wutan City, Xiao Zhan and 3 elders occupied the throne at the hall's apex. Nailin Yinran's beautiful eyes were fixed on Xiao Zhan, awaiting his response. Niece Yinran, do you truly wish to break the engagement? Xiao Zhan inquired, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. He had once believed that with Nailin Yinran as Xiao Yan's fiancée, his future was boundless. Reality, however, was starkly cold. With only the strength of a doja, Xiao Yin commanded no respect within the Xiao family. And what merit did he have to claim Nailin Yinran as his wife? Uncle Xiao, I am truly sorry. Yinran seeks only her own happiness. Even if Xiao Yin is a genius, I must still annul the engagement, Nailin Yinran replied, slightly bowing, her demeanor refined and exuding the grace of a young lady of wealth. The 3 elders exchanged glances with Nailin Yinran, sighing, their cold gazes momentarily resting on Xiao Zhan. It is only fitting. Xiao Yin has always been a waste, squandering the Xiao family's resources. Thus, the annulment is only just. Uncle Xiao, I possess many medicinal pills from the Yunlan sect that can aid disciples in their cultivation, as well as 3 gathering chi pills. Let this be considered as Yinran's compensation to the Xiao family. I kindly request your agreement to the annulment, Nailin Yinran stated, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. As she produced the medicinal pills, the entire hall fell into silence. The 3 elders looked at Nailin Yinran with astonished eyes. These pills were worth a fortune. They were indifferent to her breaking the engagement, for if these pills could be used to cultivate Xiao Huo, how splendid that would be. The Xiao family had indeed produced a true genius. Xiao Huo was the core of the entire Xiao clan. Even the 3 elders and Xiao Zhan regarded him highly. I consent to the annulment, Xiao Zhan nodded. Despite the reluctance in his heart, he had no choice but to agree. After all, Xiao Yin had profoundly disappointed him, being merely a waste with only the strength of a doja. Chapter 52. Fiancé, Nailin Yinran. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, Nailin Yinran replied with a faint smile. She did not disturb the entire Xiao family nor sought to meet Xiao Yin. She only wished to be with her master after the annulment. That was sufficient. Niece Yinran, are you departing already? Xiao Zhan asked, glancing at the pills on the table, saying nothing further. Perhaps if Xiao Yin were given some, he might improve a little. Uncle Xiao, is there anything else? Nailin Yinran inquired, turning back with a captivating demeanor. Even the 3 elders of the Xiao family swallowed hard at her beauty. In Wutan City, Suner was exceptionally striking, yet Nailin Yinran was in no way inferior. It is a pity that our Xiao family has another talented youth who is not present. If he were here, he would certainly wish to meet and be acquainted with you all, Xiao Zhan lamented. He sighed, considering that if Xiao Huo could pursue Nailin Yinran, it would be a boon for the Xiao family. Uncle Xiao, I have someone I admire, Nailin Yinran chuckled lightly, indifferent to the talents of the Xiao family, as they bore no relevance to her. What a shame that Xiao Huo is not here. Xiao Zhan shook his head, a wry smile creeping onto his face, understanding Nailin Yinran's clear stance. How could such a beautiful woman already have someone she admired? Just how exceptional must that young man be? Perhaps no ordinary individual could ever compare. Xiao Huo. Nailin Yinran's eyes sparkled as she thought of her master. Was her master not the genius of the Xiao family? Yes. During the recent family test, Xiao Huo had already reached the rank of Doja 3 stars and has been out training for over a month, having yet to return. Xiao Zhan explained. Doja 3 stars. Nailin Yinran nodded, pouting slightly. Her master was evidently at the pinnacle of Do Huang, yet these individuals were clearly unaware. However, that mattered little. She had finally completed the annulment and could now seek out her master. She wondered where he might be. Before she could exit, Xiao Huo entered the hall. His gaze fell upon Nailin Yinran, a smile gracing his lips. My precious disciple, you are as beautiful as ever, he greeted. I pay my respects to the clan leader and the three elders. Xiao Huo smiled. Xiao Zhan and the three elders looked upon Xiao Huo with expressions of delight. Presently, Xiao Huo was the true genius of the Xiao family. No one could compare. Xiao Huo has returned. This is marvelous news. Niece Yanran, this is Xiao Huo. Xiao Zhan announced, rising to his feet, for the hopes of the Xiao family rested upon Xiao Huo's shoulders. The other three elders also appeared pleased. For Xiao Huo's return was indeed timely. If he could establish a connection with Nalan Yanran, it would be an immense advantage for the Xiao family. Hee Uncle Xiao. So the genius you mentioned is actually brother Xiao Huo. Nalan Yanran stepped forward, taking the initiative to link her arm with Xiao Huo's. At the Xiao family, she was to pretend to be her master's girlfriend. There was a glimmer of joy in Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes. Her master was indeed quite mischievous, always taking advantage of her and teasing her. You all, Xiao Zhan's breath quickened as he gazed in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Nalan Yanran was the pride of Yunlan's sect, adored and admired by countless individuals, and she had come specifically to the Xiao family to annul her engagement. Yet here she was voluntarily entwining her arm with Xiao Huo's. What was the nature of their relationship? The three elders also looked on in astonishment, tinged with a hint of elation. This relationship was undoubtedly complex. They had merely intended for Xiao Huo and Nalan Yanran to meet, never anticipating that Xiao Huo would already have won her heart. Xiao Huo, you have already established a connection with Miss Yanran. The eldest elder's expression mirrored the shock of his companions. He could hardly believe that Nalan Yanran would so readily link arms with Xiao Huo, a gesture reserved for lovers. What is your relationship? Xiao Zhan, too, appeared dazed, observing Xiao Huo and Nalan Yanran with a smile gracing his lips. It was precisely the kind of relationship that Uncle Xiao had envisioned. Nalan Yanran smiled sweetly, slightly bowing her head, a faint blush adorning her lovely face. Acting with her master was indeed delightful. Patriarch, Yanran is my woman, Xiao Huo declared with a grin, casting a glance at Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran playfully glared at Xiao Huo, exclaiming, Master, are you being serious? You want me to sign a marriage contract? She felt somewhat ensnared by her master's schemes. However, if it were to be 3 years, she would surely elevate her cultivation to match her master's. Is that true? Xiao Zhan's face lit up with excitement, the negative emotions from the annulment dissipating entirely. The fact that he had definitively broken off the engagement with Xiao Yan, yet Xiao Huo had advanced their relationship to such a stage, was remarkable. Xiao Zhan and the three elders regarded Xiao Huo with a newfound admiration. In just a month, he had established a relationship with the most esteemed daughter of Yunlan's sect, and now he was to marry her. Nalan Yanran's cheeks flushed as she gently nodded. Pretending to be her master's girlfriend had taken an unexpected turn. She had not anticipated that her master would truly desire a marriage contract. If it were to be signed, she would not only remain her master's disciple, but also become his fiancée. A surge of inexplicable happiness filled her heart, her gaze dropping to her toes, blushing with joy. How wonderful! Ha! So you went out of train just to seek out Yanran, huh? Treat her well. If she suffers even a bit, I won't let you off easily, Xiao Zhan said, looking at Xiao Huo with a beaming expression, a sentiment echoed by the three elders. Of course, Xiao Huo replied with a smile, glancing at the girl by his side. This time, his status would indeed undergo a transformation. In 3 years, he would hold a grand wedding at Yunlan's sect. Humph. You wicked master, always picking on me. Nalan Yanran pouted softly, muttering, how can there be such a cruel master? He always bullied her, time and again. In 3 years, she would truly become her master's woman. Yet, she had no immediate plans to marry him. But could she refuse now? Does Elder Guyi also agree? Xiao Zhan directed his gaze toward Elder Guyi, recognizing that such a significant matter required his approval, as his stance would represent Yunlan's sect's position. Elder Guyi stared blankly at Xiao Huo and Nalan Yanran, his demeanor respectful. This was far beyond mere agreement. If the Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect were present, he would eagerly desire for Xiao Huo and Nalan Yanran to wed without delay. Such an opportunity was impossible to decline. Elder Guyi's heart brimmed with elation. Finally, it was happening. 3 years, merely 3 years, and Yunlan's sect would host an extraordinarily grand wedding. The illustrious daughter of Yunlan's sect, Nalan Yanran, would marry Lord Xiao Huo. What a magnificent spectacle it would be. That day, Elder Guyi looked forward to it with immense anticipation. Once he gave his nod, a genuine contract would be established with the Xiao family. Nalan Yanran would become Lord Xiao Huo's fiancé. Chapter 53. Xiao Yan's triumph. His fiancé has arrived. Nalan Yanran's stance reflected Yunlan's sect's position. Elder Guyi smiled and promptly agreed. Excellent. Xiao Zhan nodded, his face radiating joy as he looked at Xiao Huo. his heart swelling with happiness. From this moment forth, the Xiao family and Yunlan sect would truly become in-laws, and in 3 years, a marriage would unite them. Here is the marriage contract, Xiao Huo said with a smile, producing the document. Nailin Yanran, standing beside him, gazed in astonishment at Xiao Huo. Her master had even prepared the marriage contract. He truly knew how to tease her. Then I shall sign it, Xiao Zhan said, grinning as he inscribed his name on the contract, signifying the Xiao family stance. Nailin Yanran softly replied, her cheeks turning crimson as she realized how swiftly events had progressed. Holding the marriage contract in her hands, her resolve solidified, and she penned her name. After all, there were 3 years to go, and if her master continued to bully her, she simply wouldn't marry him. Could he possibly force her? After signing her name, Nailin Yanran turned her beautiful eyes toward Xiao Huo, revealing a hint of smile. Regardless of how exceptional her master might become in the future, she would always be his fiancée. She could marry Xiao Huo if she wished, and if she chose not to, her master would have no leverage over her. Xiao Huo beamed brightly, having finally established his relationship with Nailin Yanran. Soon, he could bring her home as his bride. If he were to charm her a little more, perhaps he could enjoy some intimate moments with Nailin Yanran before their wedding. He couldn't possibly wait 3 years. The system's notifications should also reflect a boost in their affinity, right? As long as their relationship was confirmed, the affinity should rise above 90. Yet, the system's prompt didn't arrive, indicating that their affinity had not yet reached the desired level. Uncle Xiao, I have signed a marriage contract. I will step out for a moment, Nailin Yanran said with a gentle smile before walking out. And Xiao Huo immediately followed her. Dear disciple, you're upset, are you? He had unilaterally produced the marriage contract without consulting Nailin Yanran. Outside the room, there were no other individuals, just Xiao Huo and Nailin Yanran. Are you angry? Xiao Huo took the initiative to grasp Nailin Yanran's hand. Nailin Yanran looked at Xiao Huo with a smile, saying, Humph, master is too wicked, always bullying me. You only asked me to pretend to be your girlfriend, and now you've even signed a marriage contract. What do you propose we do, master? She pouted slightly, feeling somewhat proud. How could she have possibly refused just now? In the future, I will take responsibility for you, Xiao Huo declared with a smile. But who needs you to take responsibility? You only know how to bully me. Nailin Yanran shook her head. Regardless, the marriage contract is already signed, and master must not go back on his word. In 3 years, if you continue to treat me well, remember to come to Yunlan sect and marry me. Nailin Yanran gazed at Xiao Huo with sparkling eyes, making an important promise. Yes, I will marry you. Xiao Huo nodded, gazing at Nailin Yanran. For a girl, such a promise bears immense significance. Once a promise is made, it must be fulfilled. So, what is our relationship now? Xiao Huo chuckled, wishing to embrace Nailin Yanran, his girlfriend. After all, he should be able to hold her however he pleased. We are nothing of the sort. Do you think a marriage contract can simply deceive me into returning home? Let us see how master performs in the future. Nailin Yanran deliberately evaded him, her laughter enchanting. How unfortunate. I am already betrothed, yet our romantic relationship remains unconfirmed, Xiao Huo remarked. It's not my fault. Master is the one who bullies me. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't let them off so easily, Nailin Yanran replied. Her willingness to sign the marriage contract stemmed solely from the fact that it was Xiao Huo. Were it anyone else, she would never have consented. Master, wait for me. 3 years will be sufficient for me to grow stronger. As formidable as you are, she murmured, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. She believed she would become powerful enough to stand beside Xiao Huo. Silly girl, Xiao Huo smiled, taking Nailin Yanran's hand once more. Even if we have yet to truly define our relationship, at the very least, within the Xiao family, you are still my girlfriend. Xiao Huo grinned, leading Nailin Yanran back into the grand hall of the Xiao family. Nailin Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly as she allowed Xiao Huo to hold her hand, her heart racing. Next, she would surprise Xiao Yan. Xiao Huo glanced at Nailin Yanran beside him, a smile breaking across his face. He, too, should prepare a surprise for Xiao Yan. His objective was to dismantle Xiao Yan's inner defenses. In the original tale, Xiao Yan had bullied Nailin Yanran, openly injuring her at Yunlan sect. In this life, with him present, no one would dare to harm Nailin Yanran again. Xiao Yan, unworthy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was training in his room when he received the news. Nailin Yanran had personally arrived at the Xiao family. Master, my fiancée has come to see me. How splendid. She is the pride of Yunlan sect. She must be extraordinarily beautiful. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. After training for so long, he had anticipated seeking Nailin Yanran at Yunlan sect, yet here she was, having come to him instead. Truly, The heavens favored him by granting him a fiancée like Nalan Yinran. Perhaps her visit signified that he should propose sooner rather than later. After all, she is my woman, undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world. Her status far exceeds that of Xiao Suner. Xiao Suner betrayed me this time. I shall make her regret it, teaching her the dire consequences of treachery. A cold glint appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes as he strode toward the grand hall, his anger intensifying the thought of Xiao Huo. Both Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner were utterly detestable in his eyes. If Xiao Huo were to learn of my fiancé, wouldn't he be envious? A faint smirk graced Xiao Yan's lips as he envisioned Nalan Yinran's visage. As the radiant jewel of Yunlan's sect, she must indeed be breathtaking. At the entrance of the hall, Xiao Yin beheld a stunning figure. Nalan Yinran, clad in a pink gauze dress, exuded a graceful elegance, her figure enchanting and ethereal, akin to a celestial maiden descending to earth. Her beauty was unmatched, especially after awakening her Qingwan bloodline. Upon seeing Nalan Yinran's silhouette, Xiao Yin was momentarily stunned. One exquisite woman, she stood out remarkably. Just the sight of her back had him entranced. A smile crept onto his lips as he anticipated meeting Nalan Yinran, longing to take her hand before everyone in the Xiao family, ensuring Xiao Suner witnessed it. After all, Nalan Yinran is my fiancée, and that is an undeniable truth. Such an extraordinarily beautiful maiden shall be mine. Xiao Suner, Xiao Huo, prepare to regret your decisions. Soon, everyone shall recognize just how exceptional my fiancée, Xiao Yin, truly is. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, Xiao Huo temporarily withdrew. Nalan Yinran stood at the center, her captivating silhouette drawing the gazes of the three elders and Xiao Zhan, who regarded her with anticipation. Surrounded by an abundance of medicinal pills and treasures, they felt fortunate to be in the presence of the Xiao family. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Yin was overjoyed. Nalan Yinran, his fiancée, had arrived. From this moment forth, his life would be irrevocably transformed. Father, esteemed elders, Xiao Yin entered the hall, greeting them with elegance, dressed in a long black robe, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman, all to leave a favorable impression on Nalan Yinran. This is my niece, Yinran. This is Xiao Yin, Xiao Zhan awkwardly introduced, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His son, Xiao Yin, was merely at the first stage of Douqi, subject to the ridicule of the world. The three elders cast disdainful glances at Xiao Yin. Had it not been for Nalan Yinran's presence, they would have left long ago. A waste is a waste, and Xiao Yin would forever remain a mere insect beneath their feet. Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes held indifference. She glanced at Xiao Yin before averting her gaze. You are the pride of Yunlan's sect, Nalan Yinran, aren't you? A look of delight crossed Xiao Yan's face as he beheld the young woman before him. Feeling a surge of happiness, his fiancée was indeed so stunning. She rivaled even Xiao Suner and Xiao Yu in beauty. Such an exquisite maiden, possessing both grace and charm. Who could compare? Most importantly, she was his fiancée. How fortunate! Xiao Yin exclaimed, admiration evident on his face, his heart soaring at the thought of securing Nalan Yinran as his own. Yinner, I summoned you here to convey an important matter. Xiao Zhan cleared his throat, fully aware of Xiao Yan's intentions. It was a pity that such an outstanding woman as Nalan Yinran could never be with him. Father, this is a bit sudden. I have only just met Nalan Yinran today, Xiao Yin replied, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. The thought of taking Nalan Yinran out would incite envy and jealousy among many. Most importantly, it would make Xiao Suner see, and perhaps she would feel jealousy and return to his embrace, but by then, he would no longer care for her. Marriage? Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes turned toward Xiao Yin, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. How could Xiao Yin ever compare to Master? We could start as friends. Xiao Yin smiled, his confidence in his looks unabashed. Yinner, that is enough. Nalan Yinran is here to withdraw from the engagement. You are unworthy of her now. Xiao Zhan coughed, stating plainly. Withdraw from the engagement? Xiao Yan's expression shifted, turning icy as he regarded Nalan Yinran, his gaze suddenly cold. He had often fantasized about what it would be like to win the heart of Nalan Yinran. Little did he expect that she would want to annul their engagement. Was the young lady of the Yunlan sect truly so short-sighted, merely because he was at the first stage of Douqi? Why would she wish to sever their bond? Xiao Yin gazed at Nalan Yinran, his fists clenched tightly. He had believed that she would be his, yet this was the outcome he faced. Xiao Yin, do we even know each other? Nalan Yinran's voice was frosty, her icy gaze briefly assessing him. She had long been enamored with her master, and regardless of her master's presence, she would still choose to annul the engagement with Xiao Yin. Excuses were merely that, excuses. Was it solely because he was at the first stage of Do Qi? 3 years ago, he had become the top talent of Wutan City. Why had she not sought to annul their engagement then? Xiao Yan stepped forward, his demeanor resolute and cold as ice. He could not accept it. Such a beautiful woman, her beauty rivaling that of Xiao Suner, was to be taken from him. Nailin Yinran, with her Qilin bloodline, was exquisite, yet she was intent on breaking their engagement. Xiao Yan felt as though his heart had been mercilessly torn apart. Xiao Yan, cease your words. You are merely at the first stage of Do Qi. Within the Xiao family, your status is even lower than that of Pig. The martial world respects strength, and the weak are preyed upon. Do you comprehend this? The elder spoke with indifference, noting Xiao Yan's apparent lack of decorum. How could you possibly know what heights my future may reach? Xiao Yan retorted, his gaze steady upon Nailin Yinran, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He had to win her back. Only by regaining Nailin Yinran's affections could he secure the support of the Yunlan sect and confront Xiao Suner. He believed that his inadequacies were merely a matter of strength. With the assistance of Yao Lao, how could he falter? Xiao Suner had already turned against him, and now, even Nailin Yinran sought to annul their engagement. He could not accept this. Nailin Yinran, do not break our engagement. My future will be splendid. Stay by my side, and I shall show you the breathtaking vistas beyond the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan spoke softly, for he had learned through Yao Lao that the Yunlan sect was but a small force in the grand scheme of things. Nailin Yinran, what do my future prospects have to do with you? She replied, her graceful steps revealing her beauty. Moreover, I, Nailin Yinran, already have someone I cherish. Xiao Yan's gaze widened in disbelief. Was this the reason for her desire to break their engagement? Who had stolen Nailin Yinran from him? Was it a disciple from the Yunlan sect? If so, he felt a profound disappointment. With his innate talent, how could his future possibly be inferior to those of the Yunlan sect's disciples? The three elders of the Xiao family exchanged knowing smiles. Even Xiao Zhan shook his head in resignation. The one Nailin Yinran loved was none other than the Xiao family's top genius, Xiao Huo. Only Xiao Yan remained oblivious to this fact. At that moment, Xiao Huo entered the hall, striding confidently towards Nailin Yinran, taking her hand in his and affectionately tousling her hair, smiling at Xiao Yan. She is my woman, Xiao Huo declared with a gentle laugh, feeling warmth in his heart as he looked at Nailin Yinran. With her by his side, life would surely be filled with happiness. Xiao Yan stood frozen, dumbfounded. His fiancée, Nailin Yinran, how could she belong to Xiao Huo? By the way, Xiao Yan, 3 years from now, I will marry Nailin Yinran at the Yunlan sect. Here is the invitation. Remember to come witness it, Xiao Huo said with a smile, placing the invitation into Xiao Yan's hands and patting his shoulder. Xiao Huo then wrapped his arm around Nailin Yinran's slender waist, savoring her softness. Nailin Yinran blushed, casting a glance at Xiao Huo. Master, you're so bad, bullying me. Xiao Yan stared at the invitation in his hands, feeling as if his entire world had collapsed. No. Why was this happening? Nailin Yinran was meant to be my fiancée. His hands trembled, his complexion pale, consumed by a tide of unrestrained rage. So this was Nailin Yinran's reason for seeking to break their engagement. Nailin Yinran had someone else. Her man was Xiao Huo. Not only that, but Xiao Huo was Nailin Yinran's betrothed. 3 years from now, they would wed, which meant their bond was already solidified. She loves me. Xiao Yan's cousin mockingly chimed in. Don't be too heartbroken. Shall I introduce you to someone new? There's a beautiful girl at the village entrance. Xiao Mei, quite popular. Xiao Mei. Xiao Huo, are you insulting me? Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent radiating from him. If it weren't for Xiao Huo, how could he find himself in such a desolate predicament? Xiao Huo chuckled, transmitting his voice across the distance. What if I insult you? If you're unhappy, come at me. Let me let you in on a little secret. Holding my Yinran feels wonderful. Also, during the night with Suner, she kept begging me. Xiao Huo laughed, using his voice transmission technique, rendering everyone else oblivious. Only Xiao Yan could hear. Xiao Huo, I will kill you, Xiao Yan roared, launching a furious punch at Xiao Huo. At that moment, Xiao Zhan and the three elders were left utterly dumbfounded. Xiao Yan had suddenly struck at Xiao Huo. Interpersonal relationships were inherently uncontrollable, especially when Xiao Huo, with such magnanimity, offered to introduce women to Xiao Yan, only to face retaliation. Moreover, Xiao Huo had reached the 3rd star of Do Qi a month prior. Cousin, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. I understand you are upset. These green tier pills are all for you, Xiao Huo said nonchalantly, effortlessly deflecting Xiao Yan's attack while feigning generosity. Look, this is a green qi pill, which can restore your spiritual energy. This one is a green vitality pill, beneficial for health. And this is a green dragon pill, which strengthens the body. Xiao Huo continued. opening box after box of pills before Xiao Yan, each one a verdant hue. The three elders and Xiao Zhan were unexpectedly moved by this scene. The genius of the Xiao family, Xiao Huo, truly stood apart, displaying remarkable magnanimity. In the face of Xiao Yan's aggression, he remained unperturbed, even offering him an abundance of pills. The genuine and exquisite first-grade elixir holds immense value. The beautiful eyes of Nailin Yinran gazed at Xiao Yan, and though she could not fathom why her master consistently gifted green elixirs, she still regarded him as a good person. The comparison to Xiao Yan was unequivocal. The voice of the medicine elder resonated, stating, "Little one, these elixirs are indeed top tier. While they may only be of the first grade, they are still commendable." Xiao Yan's countenance darkened to a sullen shade, for those present were oblivious to the implications of the green elixirs, yet he comprehended them all too well. "You do not understand," Xiao Yan shouted at the medicine elder, his emotions evidently in shambles. The humiliation of being insulted to such an extent was unbearable. His gaze turned icy as he swept the entire table of elixirs aside, having lost all semblance of reason. "I will kill you today. Who can stop me?" A long knife materialized in Xiao Yan's hand, aimed directly at Xiao Huo. In that moment, the speed was unparalleled, clearly indicating that Xiao Yan had long been prepared for this. "Kill Xiao Huo." The atmosphere in the grand hall transformed into an icy chill. The three elders of the Xiao clan looked at the overturned table of elixirs with fury. These were precious elixirs, now tossed aside by Xiao Yan. "Xiao Yan, how despicable!" The eldest elder lamented. "Xiao Zhan, your son is formidable indeed. If these elixirs had been given to the disciples of the Xiao clan, who knows how many would have progressed?" Yet all were cast aside by Xiao Yan. His heart bled at the sight, his expression dark as night. "This son of yours still harbors thoughts of killing the Xiao clan's foremost talent. Even if it is jealousy, it should not reach such extremes. I am truly disappointed," the second elder remarked as he rose to his feet. The third elder's expression was equally grim. The prodigal son of the Xiao clan had brought such disgrace upon them. Xiao Zhan's face was a mixture of astonishment and rage. "Rebellious son, cease this at once. Truly a rebellious son, daring to act under our very noses?" Xiao Zhan approached, seizing Xiao Yan's wrist, his fury palpable. The actions of Xiao Yan that night, if disseminated, would incite the ire of countless disciples. Xiao Yan had effectively shattered their futures. Nailin Yinran gazed at Xiao Yan, her disappointment deepening. "Return at once. For 1 month, you are forbidden from stepping outside your room." Xiao Zhan's demeanor was cold as he regarded Xiao Yan. "Father, you do not understand. I must kill him. Help me." Xiao Yan's voice grew hoarse, trembling with unbridled rage. "Speak not another word." Xiao Zhan's gaze turned serious. Xiao Yan dared to defy him? At that moment, Xiao Huo approached with a look of contrition, bowing slightly to Xiao Zhan. "Patriarch, this matter is ultimately my fault. I was unaware that Nailin Yinran had a prior engagement with Xiao Yan. I implore you, do not punish him," Xiao Huo said with a smile. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of Xiao Zhan and the three elders. Xiao Huo, not only the Xiao clan's most talented, possessed a demeanor and grace that Xiao Yan, the waste, could never hope to rival. "Are you still pretending? How dare you?" Xiao Yan bellowed, striking a nerve. "I have no parents. Xiao Yan, please do not harm him. For your sake, I sought out the Yinlan sect, presenting you with a treasure. This artifact is of high-grade, mysterious rank. I must bestow it upon you today." Xiao Huo produced a green hat and approached Xiao Yan. "This hat, known as the Divine Hat, when worn, renders you impervious to harm from those below the Dome Master Realm," Xiao Huo explained, placing the green hat upon Xiao Yan's head. The three elders and Xiao Zhan were left astounded. A high-grade, mysterious artifact. Such an item was truly priceless, capable of fetching millions of gold coins throughout the entire Jia Ma Empire. The generosity of the Yinlan sect was staggering. In their hearts, Xiao Huo's status soared to unprecedented heights. Despite Xiao Yan's 2 attempts on his life, he still insisted on gifting the artifact. Such magnanimity was unparalleled. Xiao Zhan felt tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Huo was indeed the genius of the Xiao clan, exerting tremendous effort for Xiao Yan's growth. The medicine elder's eyes also brightened. Though a high-grade, mysterious artifact was not particularly remarkable, it was ultimately a token of Xiao Huo's intentions, and in his heart, he deemed Xiao Huo's character far superior to that of Xiao Yan. "Little one, regardless of the circumstances, this artifact is indeed a high-grade, mysterious artifact. You should accept it, as it will greatly aid your cultivation." Xiao Yan, gazing at his reflection in the bronze mirror, was incensed by the green hat upon his head. The humiliation was unbearable. Even the medicine elder was urging him to accept it. "This is an absolute disgrace, an unparalleled disgrace." unable to contain himself any longer. Xiao Yan seized the green hat and hurled it violently to the ground, shattering it into pieces. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Detestable. Utterly detestable. Xiao Yan could no longer endure. Today, he would ensure Xiao Huo's demise. Chapter 56. Xiao Yan, in a state of frenzy, the future Flame Emperor, to kneel today? At the moment the hat shattered, every individual in the hall was rendered dumbfounded, completely and utterly stunned. The high-grade mysterious hat, worth a fortune, incomparable in value, akin to a protective artifact, and a rare treasure bestowed upon Xiao Huo from the Yunlan sect, had been shattered by Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Yan himself stared in disbelief at the remnants of the hat. Was this truly the high-grade mysterious artifact? Just like that, it lay in ruins? A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. One could almost hear the sound of hearts breaking. Xiao Huo chuckled nonchalantly. A high-grade mysterious artifact could hardly be so easily destroyed. He had anticipated Xiao Yan's reaction and had prepared accordingly. The three elders rose simultaneously, trembling as they gazed at the shattered hat on the ground, their eyes burning with fury. Who would not covet such an artifact? Xiao Yan had obliterated it, effectively offending the Yunlan sect. Who would dare cross the Yunlan sect? Xiao Zhan felt the fury of the three elders resonate within him. Xiao Yan, the artifact is in ruins. If word of this were spread, Xiao Yan would become a pariah in Wutan City, reviled by all. The disappointment in Xiao Zhan's heart was profound. Xiao Yan had committed an act of unparalleled treachery. Xiao Huo, gazing at the shattered artifact, displayed an expression of anguish, lifting his trembling finger to point at Xiao Yan, his performance akin to that of a seasoned actor, leaving Nalan Yinran utterly spellbound. Xiao Yan, do you realize how many days I begged the leader of the Yunlan sect for this artifact? Each step Xiao Huo took appeared laborious, as if he were on the brink of collapsing into Nalan Yinran's embrace. The high-grade mysterious artifact was valued at 3 million gold coins, a treasure possession of the Yunlan sect. Had Nalan Yinran not been willing to marry him, would the Yunlan sect have granted him such a boon? My dear, I am sorry. This was meant to be your dowry. I wish to give this treasure to cousin Xiao Yan, yet he shattered it. I am deeply sorry to you and to the Yunlan sect. Xiao Huo's voice trembled as he feigned immense pain, collapsing against Nalan Yinran's bosom. Nalan Yinran gazed at Xiao Huo with a hint of compassion in her beautiful eyes. The performance of her master was truly remarkable. Had she not already been fully aware of the circumstances, she might have believed every word Xiao Huo uttered. Such is the mark of a true cinematic master. You, of the Xiao family, dare to conspire against my husband? Nalan Yinran declared, her gaze resolute and her delicate face tinged with a faint blush, recalling how her master had affectionately called her treasure just moments ago. Her stance was unequivocal. Beside her, Guyi knelt in the direction of the Yunlan sect, dread washing over him. This is disastrous. If the sect master finds out, Xiao Huo will surely be punished. What if the sect master, in a fit of rage, forbids Xiao Huo from marrying the young lady? Guyi voiced his fears, his compliance with Xiao Huo palpable. The performances of Xiao Huo, Nalan Yinran, and Guyi utterly captivated everyone present. Xiao Huo, the grand elder, soared into the air, rushing to Xiao Huo's side, his eyes betraying urgency. This was the hope of the Yunlan sect, now rendered unconscious due to Xiao Yan's provocation. Xiao Zhan, if anything happens to Xiao Huo, or if there are any complications regarding the marriage with the Yunlan sect, can you bear the responsibility for that? The grand elder glared at Xiao Zhan, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Xiao Huo, indeed a prodigy of the Xiao family, despite being a genius, remained deeply concerned for the so-called waste of the family. Xiao Yan, he had bestowed pills, artifacts, and even the dowry from the Yunlan sect upon Xiao Yan. Yet, Xiao Yan had shown ingratitude, shattering the artifact. Such behavior was intolerable. Xiao Zhan, your son has truly committed a grave misdeed. The second elder hastily produced pills, intent on administering them to Xiao Huo. But Nalan Yinran firmly refused, preventing anyone from approaching him. This matter is far from over. The third elder directed a stern look at Xiao Zhan. Infuriated, Xiao Zhan yearned to administer a severe punishment to Xiao Yan. Are you attempting to define me in this household? Kneel before me. Xiao Zhan roared at Xiao Yan, his terrifying aura erupting as he exerted pressure upon his son. Xiao Yan stood bewildered, observing the chaos unfolding before him. The artifact lay shattered. Xiao Huo was unconscious. Nalan Yinran was furious, and even Guyi had knelt. Xiao Huo is merely acting, he thought, incredulous that even the Yunlan sect was in on the charade. What incensed him most was that this high-grade artifact was shattered before his eyes. How could Xiao Huo dare to call Nalan Yinran treasure in my presence? Nalan Yinran addresses Xiao Huo as her husband, and he even faints in her embrace. Do you take me for a fool, unable to discern your theatrics? Xiao Yin exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. Father, Xiao Huo is merely pretending. How could a high-grade artifact be so easily destroyed? I implore you to see through this farce. Nalan Yinran's expression turned frosty. Is this the attitude of the Xiao family? This artifact only functions when worn. Once removed, it is exceedingly fragile. To witness a green jade artifact shattered by Xiao Yan, and he dares to slander me? She retorted, Hubid you son. Even in the face of impending doom, you dare to speak such falsehoods? Xiao Zhan thundered, delivering a resounding slap to Xiao Yan. The latter cried out in pain, his face swelling rapidly, a crimson handprint marring his visage. No, it hurts. Father, he is acting. He is truly acting. Xiao Yan screamed, clutching his face as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair, both cheeks bruised. Acting? These pills are genuine. You not only discarded them, but shattered a high-grade artifact and still dare to argue? I command you to kneel. Kneel before Xiao Huo. Xiao Zhan's fury was unquenchable, wishing nothing more than to see his rebellious son perish. Nalan Yinran, closely tied to the Xiao family through Xiao Huo, was incensed at the treatment he received. Even if she refrained from holding the Xiao family accountable, what the Yunlan sect? The sect master, Yun Yun, was a formidable Dohuang. How could the Xiao family afford to offend such a powerhouse? At that moment, Xiao Huo finally regained consciousness, still nestled in Nalan Yinran's soft embrace. Struggling to bow to Xiao Zhan. Patriarch, Xiao Yin merely erred in judgment. How can one demand he kneel before me? Xiao Huo said, coughing to feign weakness. Remaining in Nalan Yinran's arms, unable to rise, Nalan Yinran shot him a playful glare, recognizing her master's intentionality. Bully me once again, you shameless master. Xiao Zhan and the three elders were touched by Xiao Huo's selflessness. In light of these events, Xiao Huo still spoke up for Xiao Yan, a testament to a character that Xiao Yan could never hope to match. Enough, Xiao Yan. Will you kneel or not? Xiao Zhan's voice was cold and commanding. He looked down upon Xiao Yan. A hint of envy for Xiao was surfacing in his heart. How wonderful it would be if Xiao Huo were his son. Unlike the rebellious Xiao Yan, if Xiao Yan did not learn his lesson today, he would continue down the path of wrongdoing. Xiao Yan's face, swollen and bruised, glared at Xiao Huo, his fists clenched tightly. Xiao Huo had taken away his suner, his betrothed, usurped his standing within the Xiao family, and even had him slapped twice. Now, he was being asked to kneel before Xiao Huo. Chapter 57, Master, wait for me. To kneel or not to kneel? Endless hatred simmered in Xiao Yan's gaze. Why should he be forced to kneel before Xiao Huo? It was utterly inconceivable. He had lost Suner, lost Nalan Yinran, and now he was to lose his dignity as well? Without hesitation, he crushed the green hat beneath his feet. At this point, what is there to fear? A surge of fighting spirit erupted from him. Xiao Yan's cultivation had already reached the 9th stage of Doqi. In the hall, Xiao Zhan's eyes brightened, while the three elders of the Xiao family looked at Xiao Yin in disbelief. When did Xiao Yin break through to the 9th stage of Doqi? The 9th stage of Doqi was a sign of genius within the Xiao family. With the assistance of Yao Lao, he had transformed into a prodigy. How could he possibly beg for mercy from Xiao Huo? Father, I, Xiao Yin, kneel to heaven, kneel to the earth, kneel to my parents. But I will never kneel to Xiao Huo. How could you possibly understand me? I have acted without remorse. Xiao Yin declared coolly, stepping forward. His eyes filled with disdain and a hint of coldness. Xiao Huo, prepare to pay with your life. 8 extremes burst, he proclaimed, launching a swift assault directly at Xiao Huo. His punch was accompanied by a sonic boom. The 8 extremes burst had been honed to perfection, and he had awaited this day. Even if Xiao Huo were a fighter, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured by this blow. The hall fell silent, everyone watching Xiao Yin with disappointment. Xiao Huo, who had offered him pills and artifacts, was now met with betrayal from Xiao Yan. The three elders cast indifferent glances toward Xiao Zhan. Should he fail to resolve the matter today, it would be unlikely for him to assume the position of clan leader. What kind of person is Xiao Huo that Xiao Yin would dare to attempt his assassination? Xiao Yin, cease this at once. If you dare to harm Xiao Huo, I shall ensure you do not leave this threshold today, Xiao Zhan declared coldly. Though Xiao Yin is his son, Xiao Huo is also a member of the Xiao clan. Should Xiao Yin inflict harm upon him, the Yunlan sect would undoubtedly not spare Xiao Yin. Father, are you truly going to oppose me today? I am your son. Your son, not a waste, Xiao Yin retorted, his gaze lifting defiantly. There were many things he found difficult to explain, nor did he wish to. All he desired was to eliminate Xiao Huo. Xiao Zhan gazed at his son, a hint of solace reflected in his eyes. Despite Xiao Yan's transgressions, he perceived a glimmer of hope. Xiao Yan, you possess the strength of the 9th stage of battle qi. I do not stand against you. Today's events are indeed your fault. Kneel and acknowledge your mistake, he urged. If Xiao Yan were to comprehend the gravity of the situation, it would be far better. The future held promise, and if he would simply kneel, Xiao Zhan could assist him in navigating this crisis. Otherwise, the 3 elders would not easily relent. Not a chance. Xiao Huo, dare you take on my challenge? With but a single strike, I shall teach you humility. Xiao Yan smirked as he stepped forward, exuding an air of control. The revelation of his cultivation level had shifted Xiao Zhan's demeanor. Had Xiao Yan still been a mere waste at the 1st stage of battle qi, perhaps Xiao Zhan would have intervened and dealt a severe blow to him. However, with Xiao Yan's breakthrough, a new hope emerged for Xiao Zhan. You are all prodigies of the Xiao clan. Xiao Huo, perhaps this matter can be overlooked today. I sincerely apologize for the prior events. I shall confine Xiao Yan for 3 months to reflect upon his actions, Xiao Zhan said. For even though Xiao Yan had erred, he ought not to be made to kneel. It would be too humiliating. Xiao Zhan, this is mere favoritism. What does it matter if he is at the 9th stage of battle qi? Are you aware of how much Xiao Yan has destroyed, shattering the hopes of so many in the Xiao clan? The Grand Elder glared at Xiao Zhan in fury. Did Xiao Zhan intend to protect Xiao Yan merely because of his recent breakthrough? Xiao Huo is a genius of the Xiao clan, and we shall cultivate him to the fullest. The future of our clan will prioritize all resources for Xiao Huo. Xiao Yan has committed an error. I'm more than capable of punishing him in any manner I see fit, Xiao Zhan stated, feeling helpless. He could not truly strike down his own son. As the clan leader, if he could not even protect his own child, Xiao Yan cast a cold glance at Xiao Huo, a faint smirk gracing his lips. What did it matter if Xiao Huo played the part well? Indeed, he had succeeded, though the 3 elders were furious. The revelation of his cultivation level ensured that his father would remain on his side. What was Xiao Huo in comparison? His standing in the Xiao clan could not be compared to someone like Xiao Huo, who was without parents. Indeed, he is the protagonist, Xiao Huo mused inwardly. In the original tale, no matter how perilous Xiao Yan's situations became, he always managed to turn the tide, even striking back. And Xiao Zhan, as his father, would ultimately align with his son. Xiao Huo shook his head. He remained in the Xiao clan for the sake of Xiao Suner, who was still within its confines, and for Xiao Yu, who had yet to return. Should Xiao Zhan continue to protect Xiao Yan, Xiao Huo would remain silent. He would merely ensure that Xiao Yan paid a more painful price. As for the resources of the Xiao clan, I have no need for them. Having grown up without parents, I shall never compare to one who has a father, Xiao Huo stated flatly, turning his gaze back to Xiao Yan. At the 9th stage of battle qi, you think you are worthy of a duel with me? You, do not compare. Xiao Huo held Namlan Yinran's hand, preparing to depart from the Xiao clan. 3 years ago, I was the genius of the Xiao clan, and I shall remain so. 3 months from now, during the grand contest of the Xiao clan, I shall challenge you. By then, do not attempt to flee, Xiao Yan replied with a calm smile. With Yao Lao by his side, surpassing Xiao Huo would be a trivial matter. 3 months would suffice. The 3 elders exchanged anxious glances toward Xiao Zhan, realizing the gravity of the situation. It is over. For the sake of protecting Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan has directly offended Xiao Huo. Namlan Yinran, following closely behind Xiao Huo, spoke with a hint of chill in her tone. Uncle Xiao, does the Xiao clan disregard the alchemical resources and artifacts, showing no respect for our Yunlan sect? The clan leader represents the Xiao clan, does he not? If that is the case, we, the Yunlan sect, understand. Xiao Zhan turned to Namlan Yinran, hastily declaring, Niece Yinran, allow me to explain. I shall certainly punish Xiao Yan. How could the Xiao clan dare to disrespect the Yunlan sect? Namlan Yinran let out a light laugh. Uncle Xiao, is this truly the form of punishment you have in mind? Xiao Zhan glanced at Xiao Yan and continued. Then, Niece Yinran, how would you like to punish Xiao Yan? This matter was indeed his fault. Namlan Yinran's beautiful eyes turned toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, you claim to be a genius of the Xiao clan. Now that you are at the 9th stage of battle qi, I wonder if you can withstand a single strike from me. If you can endure it, then the Yunlan sect shall not pursue today's matter. Upon hearing this, a trace of mockery flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. Resist a strike from Namlan Yinran? How can a mere girl possibly harm him? As for being adversaries of the Yunlan sect, he, Xiao Yan, felt no fear. With Yao Lao's support, he had ample time to cultivate. Why would he genuinely fear the Yunlan sect? Xiao Yan looked at Namlan Yinran, grinning. You are merely a woman. Even if you are the pride of the Yunlan sect, I am not afraid. Strike when you are ready. Remember your promise. Xiao glanced at the girl beside him. Merely a woman? His beloved disciple, Namlon Yenran, was hardly weak. Today, Xiao Yin would pay the price. He would not intervene, should he truly wish to act. He might lose control and annihilate Xiao Yin on the spot, drawing the wrath of the heavens, and thus would be unable to remain by Namlon Yenran's side. Be cautious. Xiao Huo gently kissed Namlon Yenran on the forehead, his consciousness heightened. Should Xiao Yin attempt to draw upon Yao Lao's power, he would intervene to protect Namlon Yenran. Master, wait for me. Your disciple shall not be bested by another. Namlon Yenran flashed a captivating smile, leaving behind a stunning silhouette. She turned her gaze toward Xiao Yin, determined to show him the meaning of disparity today. Chapter 58. Xiao Huo strikes. Time stands still. Xiao Yin smiled faintly. Would he truly fear Namlon Yenran? Absurd in the extreme. He was the genius of a Xiao clan. How formidable could Namlon Yenran truly be? Come forth. I shall stand here for you to strike. Xiao Yin sneered, remaining there, his eyes slightly closed, utterly dismissive of Namlon Yenran. Namlon Yenran's beautiful eyes locked onto Xiao Huo, a white light forming in her hand. Hurtling toward Xiao Yin, she would only unleash a single strike. That one strike would suffice. Xiao Yin underestimated her to such a degree. Just as she reached halfway, Xiao Yin abruptly opened his eyes. Ha ha ha. Namlon Yenran, did you truly believe I would stand idly by for you to strike? You betrayed me. You shall pay the price. Master, lend me your strength. Today, I shall make Namlon Yenran pay. Earth-ranked battle skill, flame-splitting devouring wave. In Xiao Yan's grasp, a profound, heavy ruler manifested, radiating with a fiery, crimson aura of Do Qi, igniting the very air around it as if it were ablaze. Originally, he would have been incapable of wielding such a Do technique due to his insufficient strength. It was only with the assistance of Yao Lao that he could barely execute it. Xiao Yin cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Huo, his heart swelling with pride. With this move, he would surely inflict pain upon Xiao Huo. He would mar the visage of Namlon Yenran, the woman Xiao Huo could never possess. This was initiated by Namlon Yenran herself. Even if she were harmed, the Yunlong sect would not dare to voice their objections. Namlon Yenran herself did not anticipate Xiao Yan's decisiveness in taking action. The atmosphere was thick with a dreadful presence and oppressive heat. Yet, with her Dome Master cultivation, she faced Xiao Yin without trepidation. As Xiao Huo's cherished disciple, she would not cower before Xiao Yin. Simultaneously, Xiao Yin charged towards Namlon Yenran. Both adversaries prepared to clash with a singular technique. The distance dwindled rapidly. 3 zhong, 2 zhong, 1 zhong. Xiao Yin erupted into a boisterous laugh, his aura intensifying exponentially. In that pivotal moment, his cultivation surged to its zenith, intent on inflicting harm upon Namlon Yenran with an overwhelming force. Feigning weakness at the onset, he allowed Namlon Yenran the illusion of an opportunity, only to shift tactics at the last crucial moment, unveiling his ultimate strategy, revealing his Do Emperor prowess. No one could fathom his intentions. As he unleashed his power in that final instant, even if Namlon Yenran wished to retreat, it was already too late. Ha ha ha. To confront me, Namlon Yenran, is your gravest error. I shall not kill you, but you will pay a steep price. His cold, mocking laughter echoed as he relinquished control of his body to Yao Lao, and an unexpected upheaval surged through the hall. No one could react in time. Xiao Yan's ruthless scheme had been directed at Namlon Yenran from the very beginning. Her complexion turned pale. She had no time to react, only instinctively sensing the imminent danger. The overwhelming power between them was palpable, with less than a zhong separating them. Xiao Yin could easily claim her life. The distance continued to close in an instant. The profound, heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand sliced toward Namlon Yenran's face with blinding speed. While words might describe it slowly, the reality unfolded in the blink of an eye. Heart racing, Namlon Yenran shut her eyes, unable even to retreat. A chilly voice resonated, and the world around them froze. Space stood still. Time halted. Flames were suspended. Behind Xiao Huo, golden wings unfurled as he soared into the air, an explosion of radiant golden light emanating from him. Xiao Yan's speed was swift, yet Xiao Huo's was even swifter. Suspended in the void, he embraced Namlon Yenran's slender waist, shielding her behind him. Everything in existence was momentarily frozen by his will. No one could comprehend what transpired, as if all space and time had been stilled by Xiao Huo. Only Namlon Yenran and Xiao Yin understood. No, even now, Xiao Yin was oblivious. Only Yao Lao and Namlon Yenran were aware of the true nature of the events unfolding. Master, Namlon Yenran found herself in Xiao Huo's embrace, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of attachment. She had intended to act, but did not foresee such a turn of events. I have vowed that while I am here, no one shall harm you. Xiao Huo smiled, gently brushing Nalan Yanran's silken hair, savoring the warmth of her presence. Nalan Yanran's cheeks flushed, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Xiao Huo. She did not comprehend the source of Xiao Yan's formidable strength, yet she recognized that her master, Xiao Huo, was the mightiest in the realm. No one could rival him, not even Yun Yun. How much less so Xiao Yan? Xiao Huo's gaze turned toward Xiao Yan, who still approached him with a smile, while the world around them seemed to slow to a crawl. Begone. Xiao Huo's indifferent gaze fell upon Xiao Yan. A surge of ancient pressure erupted from his palm. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Xiao Yan was sent flying 1,000 zhang away, unfeeling and in excruciating pain. Yao Lao had assumed control of his body. Shock coursed through Yao Lao's eyes. How could this be? He had already made his move, yet he felt utterly outmatched. Xiao Huo could manipulate everything, even the very fabric of time and space. Impossible. Xiao Yan let out a pained cry, crashing to the ground 1,000 zhang away. With a mere thought, Xiao Huo summoned him back with effortless ease. How amusing that the Yao Zun resides within the vessel of a mere human. Xiao Huo observed from his elevated position, regarding the Yao Lao within Xiao Yan's body, lifting him with ease. Yao Lao was powerless to resist, kneeling before Xiao Huo. Trembling in fear, he sensed the Do Saint-level aura emanating from behind Xiao Huo. The presence of an ancient Do Saint sent shivers through Yao Lao's soul. He had encountered a being of unparalleled strength, completely transcending him. Even knowing his name, Yao Zun, added to his dread. My lord, Yao Lao gasped, blood trickling from his lips as he felt utterly weakened. Xiao Huo's earlier strike had nearly obliterated his spirit. Too powerful, too terrifying. Though Xiao Yan was injured, Yao Lao suffered even more dire consequences. Although Xiao Huo was not inherently a Do Saint, he could momentarily channel the aura of one. However, Xiao Yan's actions had provoked Xiao Huo, inciting the system's ire as well. Without hesitation, the system halted everything, even manifesting the aura of a Do Saint. Having ascended to level 3, it was impervious to harm, even while attached to Xiao Yan. You dare to lay a hand upon Nalan Yanran? Do you not know she is mine? Xiao Huo's gaze fixed upon Yao Lao with immense authority. If he were absent, what fate would befall Nalan Yanran? Yao Lao Chemba. Kneeling on the ground, too fearful to speak or even to gaze up at Xiao Huo. He had never anticipated encountering such a powerful being in this place, an existence of unparalleled might, capable of locking down time and space. Pale and trembling, Yao Lao prostrated himself, repeatedly bowing his head, acutely aware of Xiao Huo's murderous intent, which left him in despair. He could only resent himself for having acted against Xiao Yan, who had already disappointed him beyond measure. Having embarked on this path, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. C'est le level combat technique. Unleash the heavenly thunder to shatter the laws. Xiao Huo gently raised his palm, the formidable power of celestial techniques coalescing within his grasp, directly enveloping the soul of Elder Yao. In that fleeting moment, Elder Yao's gaze lifted, revealing a glimmer of despair. A Do Saint, the pinnacle of power in this world. Was he, the revered master of medicine, destined to fall in such a manner? Chapter 59. Xiao Yan's anguished cries echoed as he was struck once more. My lord, I beseech you to spare my life. This misfortune is entirely my fault. I should not have aided Xiao Yan, should not have intervened on his behalf. Elder Yao knelt on the ground, his eyes pleading as he regarded Xiao Huo. He had acted out of desperation. Confronting Nalan Yanran had never truly been his intention. Tremors coursed through his body, for a Do Saint stood before him, an existence of unparalleled power, a figure of sheer terror. Lord Xiao Huo, I harbor thoughts of the world, merely wishing to survive. As a master of medicine, my sole desire has been to protect the common folk, yet I have been betrayed by my disciple Han Feng. And now I confront Xiao Yan. Should you grant me death today, I shall die without regret, Elder Yao proclaimed, his voice heavy with despair. He had been utterly disillusioned. He once believed Xiao Yan might prove to be a commendable disciple, only to discover that Xiao Yan was not as he had hoped. His temperament and character had sunk to such depths. If my life is spared, I vow to obey your every command, my lord. I only wish to protect the world and contribute my share, Elder Yao implored, his eyes glistening with a desperate plea. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes turned toward Xiao Huo, then back to Elder Yao. This situation was ultimately not Elder Yao's fault. It was Xiao Yan who had caused this turmoil. Master, Nalan Yanran said, her lovely eyes gazing at Xiao Huo, a faint smile gracing her lips. She could not bear to end Elder Yao's life, sensing the sorrowful past that clung to him. Xiao Huo gently brushed aside a strand of Nalan Yinran's hair. In a mere thought, he could extinguish Elder Yao's life. Yet, with a heart for the people, he decided, I shall spare your life. However, should you ever assist Xiao Yan in harming the innocent, I shall not show mercy. Xiao Huo's indifferent gaze fell upon Elder Yao. He wished to refrain from taking a life in Nalan Yinran's presence, not wanting to reveal a darker side to her. My lord, may I follow you? Xiao Yan's character is too flawed. I do not wish to be associated with him. Elder Yao pleaded, bowing deeply before Xiao Huo. What use is there in remaining by Xiao Yan's side? Stay by Xiao Yan's side for now. Assist him in locating the rare flame, and afterward, I shall reclaim all that he obtains. Consider it a means of helping me gather the rare flames. Xiao Huo replied with a smile. In this realm, Xiao Yan would ultimately be under his heel. How amusing it would be if Xiao Yan, after striving so hard to acquire the rare flame, found it snatched away by Xiao Huo. A subtle smile played on Xiao Huo's lips. He had no intention of allowing Xiao Yan to flourish. For every rare flame Xiao Yan obtained, Xiao Huo would simply take one in return, seizing all of Xiao Yan's opportunities and ultimately driving him to despair. Though he could not kill Xiao Yan, he could certainly lead him to his demise by frustration. If you perform well in the future, I may one day assist you in reconstructing your physical form. Xiao was stated with a gentle smile, surprised at how easily he had swayed Elder Yao. Your orders shall be obeyed, Lord Xiao Huo. Elder Yao replied respectfully, a hint of elation evident in his demeanor. He longed for a disciple, hoping to restore his body. Lord Xiao Huo was an unparalleled existence, standing atop the continent. Who could compare? If he could be reborn, he would have hope once more. However, do not assist Xiao Yan in any confrontation. All intelligence concerning him must be reported to me, Xiao Huo instructed with a light smile. Elder Yao nodded dutifully, uncertain of Xiao Huo's motives toward Xiao Yan, yet committed to obeying his commands as it pertained to his own future. My lord, this is the burning decision. Should you come into possession of any rare flames in the future, you may attempt to cultivate it. However, the dangers of the burning decision are exceedingly high. Elder Yao stated, without hesitation, presenting his unique technique to Xiao Huo. Merely rare flames. Even without the burning decision, all rare flames that come before me shall kneel. Xiao Huo replied with a calm smile, though he accepted the burning decision, acknowledging its considerable power. The system's gentle voice sighed in exasperation. Host brother, you remain unchanged. However, whatever you wish to do is of no concern to me. With my presence, no one can harm you. In this life, Xiao Yan shall have no opportunity for redemption. Even now, as a Dou Emperor, I could obliterate him in an instant, albeit with a slight cost. The system observed the subjugation of Elder Yao, allowing her to comfortably rest on her bed, her long legs visible as a smile crept across her face. Perhaps when host brother sees me, he will take a liking to me? Given his nature, he might. Even Elder Yao nodded, bowing deeply once more in the direction of Xiao Huo. Lord Xiao Huo. He glanced at Xiao Yan, then savagely stomped on him a few times. Were it not for Xiao Yan, how could I have come so close to being eradicated by Lord Xiao Huo? Let not this incident reach Xiao Yan's ears. Time and space have been frozen by my will, allowing us to revert to the moment Xiao Yan intended to strike, Xiao Huo said with a light smile. He would not allow Xiao Yan to uncover such knowledge, ensuring he would taste despair bit by bit, robbing him of everything he held dear. Thank you, Lord Xiao Huo. I shall ensure that Xiao Yan remains oblivious, Elder Yao replied, astonished by the overwhelming capabilities of Lord Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo beamed brightly as he effortlessly repaired the hall that had been damaged moments before. As for Xiao Yan's injuries, they too were automatically mended. Time flowed backward, moving at a leisurely pace. Nalan Yinran faced off against Xiao Yan, this time without Elder Yao's assistance. Xiao Yan, after all, was merely at the 9th stage of Dou Qi, while Nalan Yinran was a Dou master. Yinran, go forth and teach Xiao Yan a lesson. He shall learn just how formidable my precious disciple truly is. Xiao Huo smiled, gently embracing Nalan Yinran. Now that Elder Yao had submitted to him, it was time to truly confront Xiao Yan. Understood, master. You were quite impressive just now. Nalan Yinran smiled softly, her beautiful eyes glancing at Xiao Huo, a hint of admiration in her gaze. Master, are you truly a Dou saint? What level does a Dou saint represent? She was bewildered, knowing only that her master was the strongest in her heart. Thank you, master. Nalan Yinran softly spoke, her flowing gown dancing with the wind as she reappeared before Xiao Yan, poised to launch an attack. Around them, the flow of time gradually resumed, reverting to the moment when Xiao Yan sought to strike. As for what had just transpired, he retained no memory. All he knew was that he must harness the strength of the medicine elder to vanquish Nalan Yinran. Drawing ever closer to her, 3 paces, 2 paces, 1 pace, Xiao Yin burst into laughter, entirely oblivious to the preceding events. With the cultivation of a 9th stage Do Qi, he called out to the medicine elder deep within his soul, "Master, lend me your strength. Today, I shall make Nalan Yinran pay the price." Upon hearing this, the medicine elder replied, "Young lad, I am in urgent need myself. You must manage on your own for now." "What? Master, you are in urgent need at this moment?" Xiao Yan's complexion drastically changed, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was Xiao Yan, and even without the medicine elder, he would not cower before Nalan Yinran. "It matters not. I alone am sufficient to defeat you," Xiao Yin declared with a serene smile, confidence radiating from him. "Is that so? Is your 9th stage Do Qi truly enough?" Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes regarded Xiao Yin, and with a casual wave of her hand, a torrent of white Do Qi surged forth, shaking the very air around them. It struck directly at Xiao Yan's chest. Xiao Yan's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Nalan Yinran, a wave of terror washing over him. How is this possible? Nalan Yinran's power is astonishing. This was no mere Do Qi or Do Master. She had ascended to that formidable realm. As Xiao Yin attempted to flee, he was caught off guard as the Xian heavy ruler in his grasp was sent flying. His body, too, was struck with a blow, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away. With a cry of agony, Xiao Yin spun 360 degrees, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. How could he have anticipated that Nalan Yinran had already achieved the level of a Do Master? Chapter 60. Xiao Yan's anger, deceived yet again. "No, it hurts so much. I cannot accept this." Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed in fury as he glared at Nalan Yinran, resentment swelling within him. How could he possibly be defeated by her? He had always believed himself to be the prodigy of the Xiao clan, only to now realize the vast chasm that lay between him and Nalan Yinran. A 1-star Do Master towered above him in power. "Xiao Yin, if it weren't for you, Nalan Yinran would have been mine. Xiao Suner is also my woman. All of this is because of you." A deep loathing consumed Xiao Yin as he pondered his dismal fate. Xiao Suner had betrayed him, Nalan Yinran had forsaken him, and now he found himself utterly incapable of contending with her. The 3 elders of the Xiao clan gazed at Nalan Yinran with a mixture of awe and admiration. Nalan Yinran was indeed a prodigy of the Yunlan sect, possessing an extraordinary cultivation of a 1-star Do Master. Such a breathtaking woman, with an unlimited future, was still entangled with Xiao Yin. The elders cast furious glances at Xiao Zhan. Should they offend both Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran, it would spell disaster for the Xiao clan. Xiao Zhan stood frozen, grappling with the realization of the disparity between himself and Nalan Yinran. Witnessing the affection between Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran, he felt he had missed out on something profound. Xiao Yin, the foremost genius of the Xiao clan, unparalleled in brilliance, was now walking alongside the most esteemed daughter of the Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, he had chosen to side with Xiao Yin, which would undoubtedly leave Xiao Yin disheartened. With a smile, Xiao Yin stepped forward and said, "Cousin Xiao Yin, though your talent is commendable, it would be unwise to challenge Nalan Yinran. You are a disciple of the Xiao clan, and regardless of the difficulties you face, I will always stand by you." Xiao Yin chuckled, producing a glowing green hat from his spatial ring. "Fortunately, I managed to procure this hat from the sect leader of the Yunlan sect, known as the Ultimate Divine Hat. This hat ensures that any formidable opponent below the Great Dome Master tier cannot harm you." Xiao Yin smiled, feeling like a benevolent benefactor. "No, stay away from me." Xiao Yin recoiled in horror at the sight of the Ultimate Divine Hat. Not only was it green, but it also emitted a radiant glow. "Cousin Xiao Yin, this hat is worth 600,000 gold coins. You simply must wear it. The benefits are numerous. It cannot be broken." Xiao Yin approached Xiao Yin with a kind expression and slowly placed the Ultimate Divine Hat atop his head. The 3 elders were deeply moved, their eyes reflecting a fervent admiration. Heavens! This is a low-grade artifact, exceedingly rare within the Yunlan sect. It is likely that the entire Xiao clan combined could not afford such a treasure. Xiao Yan's selflessness in gifting such a valuable artifact to Xiao Yin was commendable. Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that Xiao Yin was truly the first among the Xiao clan. In terms of character, intellect, and virtue, he far surpassed Xiao Yin. "No, no, get away!" Xiao Yin screamed, his eyes bulging with rage as he attempted to struggle, only to find himself utterly immobilized. "Master, help me!" Xiao Yan's face turned pale as he sought assistance from the medicine elder. "Young lad, This is a genuine low-grade artifact. Why would you refuse it? The medicine elder shot Xiao Yin a disdainful glance, unable to comprehend his reluctance. With a sigh, Xiao Yin remarked, I would rather the world turn against me than betray the world. Cousin Xiao Yin, I do this for your own good. This low-grade artifact is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. With a grin, Xiao Yin placed the ultimate divine hat firmly on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's complexion was ashen, his body trembling as he became painfully aware of the reality of the green hat adorning his head. No, my head. Xiao Yin howled in despair, grappling with the indignity of having lost his woman and now, even the last vestige of his dignity. Cousin Xiao Yin, this ultimate divine hat is not removable. No matter how reluctant you are, it will ensure your safety for life. Xiao Yin chuckled, admiring the sight of Xiao Yin before him. A perfect match indeed. Not removable? Xiao Yan's gaze dulled as he felt the overwhelming weight pressing down from the hat. He truly could not remove this green hat. This defies logic. Xiao Yin produced a bronze mirror and placed it in Xiao Yan's hands. Cousin Xiao Yin, take a look. Does it not suit you? As Xiao Yin gazed into the mirror, he beheld the glowing green hat perched atop his head. In the depths of night, it would emit light, a constant reminder of his humiliation. No, I cannot accept this. Xiao Yin, on the verge of madness, could hardly fathom the extent of his disgrace. Xiao Yin, this time, I will certainly kill you. A dagger materialized in Xiao Yan's hand, aimed directly at Xiao Yan. Before he could strike, Xiao Yan's arm was seized by the Grand Elder. Xiao Yan, you have gone too far. Do you truly believe that being the chieftain's son renders you untouchable? The Grand Elder grasped Xiao Yan's hand, forcefully wresting the dagger from him. Xiao Huo and you both belong to the Xiao family. He has bestowed upon you pills and artifacts, and yet you repay his kindness with such treachery? The Grand Elder cast a frigid glance at Xiao Yin before delivering a resounding slap. Crack! A vivid palm print quickly manifested on Xiao Yan's face, igniting a stinging pain across his cheek. Xiao Zhan, will you continue to shield him today? If you persist in this, then let me teach Xiao Yin a lesson. The Grand Elder emanated a formidable aura, fixating his gaze upon Xiao Yin. The other two elders stood behind the Grand Elder, having witnessed Xiao Huo bestow a ground-level artifact, only for Xiao Yin to resort to murder. Was it merely because Xiao Huo was involved with Nalan Yanran? The revelation that Xiao Yin harbored such vindictiveness was utterly unexpected. Tison, do not think that the Grand Elder will spare you. Even I shall not forgive you. Xiao Zhan regarded Xiao Yin with profound disappointment, stepping forward as if to deliver judgment. Father, listen to me. This entire affair is Xiao Huo's scheme. He has deceived me. Xiao Yin protested. Xiao Huo looked at Xiao Yin with a pained expression and said, Cousin Xiao Yin, you have taken my artifact and yet accuse me of plotting against you. Nalan Yanran added, Xiao Yin, have you sunk to such depths of shamelessness? Xiao Zhan struck Xiao Yin once more. A scheme? Deception? You truly are a disobedient son. Another slap followed. No, please. Xiao Yin shielded his already bruised cheek, unable to fathom that he was caught in such a predicament. Still refusing to admit your faults? Guards, drag Xiao Yin away and beat him until he confesses. Xiao Zhan commanded coldly, calculating that perhaps this punishment would suffice. If Xiao Yin were to be rendered unconscious, he might still salvage his reputation today. Unbeknownst to them, with the artifact bestowed by Xiao Huo, Xiao Yin would only feel pain, without the risk of losing consciousness. Xiao Huo, I hate you. Despair flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he was forcibly removed from the hall, followed by anguished cries. Xiao Yin was dragged across a wooden table, enduring strikes from the Xiao family's guards. Xiao Huo observed him, a smile breaking upon his face as he communicated telepathically. Cousin Xiao Yin, enjoy yourself. I'm off to find my precious Sonaire. She would surely delight in witnessing this scene. Xiao Yan's complexion turned pale upon hearing this, and he shouted at Xiao Huo, no, please don't. Xiao Yin understood Xiao Huo's intentions. He wished to publicly display Xiao Yan's humiliation before the entire Xiao family. If he were exposed in such a state, how could he ever face anyone again, especially Sonaire, in the midst of his torment? Xiao Yin could only feel the searing pain upon his rear, a stark contrast to the dignity he once held. He had the assistance of Yao Lao, yet he had lost all contact with him. Yao Lao had mentioned an urgent matter and had not returned since. Master, save me. I am in so much pain. I will kill Xiao Huo to exact my revenge. Xiao Yan's cries echoed, yet there was no response from Yao Lao. He continued to be beaten, howling in agony. The green hat bestowed upon him by Xiao Huo, though a protective artifact, could not shield him from the sheer torment he endured. With the artifact in place, Xiao Yin could not succumb to unconsciousness. The relentless blows continued, and he was left to wonder whether Sun Er had arrived. He feared that if she witnessed his disgrace, he would irreversibly lose her. Sun Er is truly the best, he lamented. Xiao Huo, if it weren't for you, Sun Er would never have left me. I shall reclaim her, without fail. His cries grew more desperate, echoing like a wounded animal. Moments later, Xiao Yan lay limp upon the wooden table, his consciousness fading. Even the guards had grown weary from their exertions, yet he remained in torment. A group of wild boars regarded Xiao Yan with disdainful glances. Under Xiao Huo's lead, these wild boars gradually entered the room. Xiao Huo, what do you intend to do? Despair clouded Xiao Yan's eyes as he felt a chill at the sight of the boars. What purpose do you have for so many wild boars? To have fun with you, Xiao Huo replied with a grin. No, please spare me. I have no enmity with you. You have taken my woman. Why must you pursue me further? Xiao Yan pleaded, fear evident in his voice. Cousin Xiao Yan, this is for your own good. Your cultivation is too weak. So I brought these wild boars for you to train against. However, they have been single for quite some time and might find you rather appealing. So do be cautious, Xiao Huo chuckled, patting Xiao Yan's head, which glowed a sickly green. The three elders outside, along with Xiao Zhan, nodded in agreement. Without experiencing the trials of life and death, one could not anticipate the dangers that awaited them in the world. After all, these were merely wild boars. Xiao Huo truly is a genius of the Xiao family. He goes to great lengths for Xiao Yan's growth. This child is suffering greatly. Xiao Yan, you have deeply disappointed me, Xiao Zhan remarked, baffled by Xiao Yan's repeated attempts to harm Xiao Huo despite his undeniable merits. Patriarch, from now on, all resources of the Xiao family must be allocated to Xiao Huo. He is our true hope, the Grand Elder declared, standing with his hands clasped behind him. The other elders agreed, recognizing Na Lan Yin Ran's genuine affection for Xiao Huo, a sentiment that could not be feigned. Indeed, Patriarch, we must never offend Xiao Huo. In 3 years, he will wed Na Lan Yin Ran. This is our chance to change the fate of the Xiao family. The second elder expressed, placing immense value on Xiao Huo, asserting that even if Xiao Yan were to recover his powers, he would not measure up to Xiao Huo. The third elder nodded in agreement, adding, Miss Xiao Sun Er also harbors unique feelings for Xiao Huo. Her background is even deeper, and it is quite possible that Xiao Huo and Xiao Sun Er will find themselves together in the future. Xiao Zhan nodded, his thoughts drifting to Xiao Sun Er, which stirred an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. A girl like Xiao Sun Er was someone even Xiao Zhan dare not say much to. With a smile, he addressed the three elders, stating, I shall surely discipline Xiao Yan in the future, and the resources of Xiao clan will prioritize aiding Xiao Huo. For he is the genius of our family. In time, our clan will take pride in him. The elders exchanged glances at Xiao Yan, shaking their heads in disappointment. Xiao Yan, who even shied away from confronting a dozen wild boars, was so cowardly that he even begged Xiao Huo for mercy. In the courtyard, Xiao Yan continued to plead with Xiao Huo, truly feeling a profound sense of fear. These wild boars were terrifying. If he were to falter, would he not be at their mercy? Of course, all of this was merely Xiao Yan's imagination. Xiao Huo was a good person, a truly good person. Was he the type to act malevolently? Xiao Huo genuinely considered Xiao Yan. Yet, his cousin always believed him to be wicked. Life was indeed difficult for him. With a sigh, Xiao Huo produced a treasure, a pair of green shoes, placing them in Xiao Yan's hands. Cousin Xiao Yan, these shoes are called the Boots of Swift Movement, a profound grade artifact. If you wear them, with a stroke of luck, you may evade the pursuit of these wild boars. You only need to endure for half an hour. I must seek out Sun Er, for it has been quite some time since I last saw her. Xiao Huo said with a smile. Xiao Huo. Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with rage, loathing Xiao Huo for mentioning Sun Er in front of him. Striking at his most painful spot, a deadly glint flickered in Xiao Yan's gaze. Xiao Huo had not only wronged him, but had also repeatedly brought it up. Was he to be adorned with a green hat and green shoes, and next, would he receive green clothing? What is the matter? You don't want them? Then I shall take them back, Xiao Huo chuckled, observing Xiao Yan with the green shoes in hand. Xiao Huo, let us settle this between us. 3 months hence, at the Xiao clan's grand competition, I will personally challenge you before the entire clan, Xiao Yan declared, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, sensing Xiao Huo's deliberate targeting of him. However, Xiao Yan was not one to be trifled with. Very well, but first survive today, Xiao Huo replied with a smile, unleashing a horde of wild boars that charged at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan struggled to stand, still unable to comprehend the situation, before being knocked down by a wild boar. In quick succession, the remaining boars surged forward, overwhelming him. Behind Xiao Huo, the anguished cries of Xiao Yan echoed. Xiao Huo, come back. Don't go. Yet, Xiao Huo paid him no heed. All that transpired today was of Xiao Yan's own making. He had already extended opportunities to Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan could not withstand these wild boars, he was unworthy to be his opponent. What would become of him should he fail against these beasts? Even Xiao Huo could not foresee. Xiao Huo was indifferent to the fact that Xiao Yan was the protagonist of the Dopi universe. No matter the trials he faced, he would ultimately endure. Yet, what did that have to do with him? Even if Xiao Yan grew stronger, he would never be able to rival him. What mattered to him were the treasures of Sun Er and his precious disciple, Nalan Yinran. These girls were the ones Xiao Huo missed dearly, and most importantly, he yearned for the system's sister. Only by completing the system's tasks could he transform her into a real person. Xiao Huo gazed up at the sky, pondering Nalan Yinran, who must be waiting for him. Beloved disciple, I am coming. Today would also mark the last day he spent with her. The next meeting was uncertain. He only hoped that Nalan Yinran's future would be filled with joy and happiness. His precious disciple must not suffer any indignities in this world. Chapter 62. Farewell. Nalan Yinran departs. Standing atop the mountain, Nalan Yinran donned a flowing white dress, standing against the wind, her skirt fluttering as the breeze tousled her hair. Today, she had finally annulled her engagement with the Xiao clan. She should have felt elated, yet today, she felt no joy whatsoever. Tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes as she thought, Master should be returning soon. It would be their last meeting before they parted ways. From now on, they would be worlds apart. She could not cry. She must not shed tears before her master. I am Nalan Yinran, the young mistress of Yunlan's sect. How could I weep? I must present a beautiful visage to my master, leaving him with the best impression. Nalan Yinran smiled charmingly, her lovely eyes gazing towards the horizon. Their first meeting had been in the monster forest, where her master had come to her aid and provided her with pills. The day spent at Yunlan's sect and the half-month of the Xiao clan had been carefree and joyous. Yet, must they truly part? But she and her master had yet to establish their true relationship. She had not yet agreed to be her master's girlfriend. Should she agree? Would she regret not doing so? If she did agree, would it only bring her more pain? Just when they had confirmed their relationship, they were to be separated. Yinran, I have returned, Xiao Huo said with a smile, standing atop the mountain and gazing at the girl before him, feeling a surge of emotion at the thought of their days together. Master, Nalan Yinran turned back, her beautiful eyes locking on Xiao Huo's, longing to leap into his embrace. Disciple, I must depart, she said softly, her gaze fixed on Xiao Huo. Do not speak of that. You leave tomorrow. Today, I will spend time with you. Xiao Huo replied with a smile, standing beside Nalan Yinran as they watched the sunset. As the sun gradually descended, they sat atop the mountain, enjoying the picturesque view of the landscape and the vibrant twilight. Master, how vast is this world, truly? Nalan Yinran tilted her head, looking at the boy beside her, feeling a rare sense of peace within her heart. Such tranquility was a rarity for her. This world is immense, and we are but tiny beings. Do you see the sky? Beyond the stars, countless beautiful worlds await, Xiao Huo replied with a smile. The Great Path has 3,000 realms, and the beauty of the world is truly magnificent. Indeed, Master, wait for me. I will strive to cultivate diligently, so that I may accompany you to see the beautiful world beyond, Nalan Yinran said with a light laugh, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. If she did not keep pace with her master, how could she hope to be his woman? Very well, Xiao Huo smiled, gazing at Nalan Yinran, feeling a flutter of emotions. Yinran, may I make an unreasonable request today? Nalan Yinran's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head slightly. Today, Master does not wish to simply lie in my precious disciple's embrace and enjoy a peaceful slumber. Such opportunities may be rare in the future, Xiao Huo smiled, revealing his true intentions. He had not come to this world for slaughter. Such endeavors were meaningless. Taking lives, was it truly entertaining? What he cherished was emotion, the ability to care for those dear to him. As the cool night breeze caressed the surroundings, resting upon the long legs of Nalan Yinran, he listened to her play the piano and sing, inhaling the subtle fragrance that lingered on his cherished disciple, while the gentle sound of the flowing stream and the fresh air enveloped him. Witnessing the warm sun gradually descend and the stars slowly rise. What a delightful life it was. Though it may seem excessive, your refusal matters not, Xiao Huo chuckled. Excessive? As long as it is my master, nothing is excessive. Nalan Yinran whispered, her cheeks flushed, appearing even more enchanting under the sunset's glow. Hearing this, Xiao Huo quietly rested on Nalan Yinran's long legs, savoring the warmth. The sight of her blushing was truly that of a beautiful fairy. His precious disciple was indeed breathtaking. Master, allow me to sing for you. Nalan Yinran said with a gentle smile. Xiao Huo nodded, closing his eyes to immerse himself in her melodious voice. Today had been a tranquil and blissful day. Gradually, the night deepened. Xiao Huo chose to sit up, engaging in conversation with Nalan Yinran instead of continuing to rest on her legs. Feeling weary, Nalan Yinran gently leaned against his shoulder. There were no hand-holding or embraces, only the warmth and emotion of their shared presence. Master, please take good care of the ocean tide jade I gifted you, Nalan Yinran softly remarked, for this gift held special significance. Of course, Xiao Huo nodded. Master, are you serious about your promise to come to Yunlan sect to marry me in 3 years? Nalan Yinran inquired. Then you must marry me as well. Xiao Huo replied with a smile. Humph, I wouldn't agree so easily, Nalan Yinran said, feeling a hint of shyness, her face reddening. Tomorrow, I must depart. Take these elixirs and practice diligently to protect yourself. At Yunlan sect, you are only permitted to follow Yun Yun, and if she is absent, you are not allowed to leave the sect, Xiao Huo advised with a grin. Oh, master, I'm merely your disciple. Why are you so strict with me? Nalan Yinran pouted, feeling aggrieved. Their relationship was purely that of a master and disciple, yet she accepted the elixirs. Of course. What if my precious disciple is taken by someone else? Xiao Huo smiled. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yinran's face turned crimson as she retorted, if master were to take me. Wouldn't he that make him a pig? You little rascal, Xiao Huo chuckled. Nalan Yinran giggled, swinging her legs with delight. That night, they did not discuss their relationship. Xiao Huo refrained from bringing it up, and Nalan Yinran dared not mention it. If they were to fall in love, separation would inevitably follow, leading to the anguish of longing. Together, they gazed at the moonlight. Time slipped by quietly throughout the night. As dawn broke, Nalan Yinran rested peacefully against Xiao Huo's shoulder. Likewise asleep, at some point, she gently pulled away, her beautiful eyes lingering on Xiao Huo, filled with reluctance and fear of waking him. After a long moment, her soft lips brushed against his. Master, our promise of 3 years is ours to keep. You must remember to fulfill it. I will wait for you at Yunlan sect. When we meet again, I will agree to be your girlfriend, and then we shall be in love. Master, I'm sorry, but I must leave first. Nalan Yinran wished not to disturb Xiao Huo, fearing that if he awoke, she would find it hard to depart. With every few steps, she glanced back at him, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Goodbye, master. Remember to find me in 3 years. She would be waiting for him at Yunlan sect, always waiting. Turning away, a tear slipped down her luminous cheek as she left, leaving behind a stunning silhouette. When she departed, Xiao Huo slowly opened his eyes. Silly girl. One day, I will come to find you, he smiled, feeling a hollow ache in his heart. There are no feasts that do not end. And this parting only heightened his anticipation for their next meeting. In the future, he would go to Yunlan sect to marry Nalan Yinran. Ding! Congratulations, host brother. You have gained Nalan Yinran's favor. Her fondness for you is quite high, chimed the system's voice. Xiao Huo, hearing the system's words, remained silent, his gaze still fixed ahead. Host brother, do you find it difficult to part with Nalan Yinran? The system asked with a sweet smile. All right, from now on, I will accompany you. Do not be disheartened. You must strive to complete your tasks to help me level up. The system's gentle voice resonated. My system sister is as sweet as ever, Xiao Huo beamed. It's a pity I cannot see you, he mused, wishing to elevate the system to its highest level. You will see me, he just went over Sooner and Little Medicine Fairy, and you'll be set, the system whispered. Ding, Reiswing main quest, within a month. Host brother must earn Sooner's favor and completely win her heart. Current favorability, 79. If not improved within a month, you may indeed fail to win her over. The system informed. Xiao Huo nodded, acknowledging that winning Sooner's heart would be challenging. However, once he captured her affection, her heart would remain steadfast. Host brother, Xiao Yan may try to win Sooner back. You must exert yourself, the system cautioned. Xiao Yan wishes to reclaim her? This time, it will only solidify Sooner's feelings against him, Xiao Huo remarked, his gaze resolute. Presently, there was no bond between Sooner and Xiao Yan, only misunderstandings. Xiao Huo soared into the skies. Now that his precious Yanran had departed, it was time to seek Sooner. The matter of marrying Nalan Yanran would take at least 3 years, a secret known only to the elders of the Xiao family, while Sooner remained unaware. It had been a long time since he last saw his beloved Sooner. Although he had yet to win her heart, he was determined to do so soon. Lying on Nalan Yinran's long legs felt wonderful. If only I could lie on Sooner's legs and let Xiao Yan witness that scene. Xiao Huo mused with a faint smile, turning to the system. What is Yinran's favorability toward me? 92, the system sweetly replied. 92. If I had just asked her to be my girlfriend, she would have agreed. Xiao Huo chuckled, envisioning his precious disciple's image. With her favorability rising, he felt more at ease. In the future, he would go to Yunlan's sect to pursue Nailan Yanran. However, Sun'er's favorability was still only at 79, so he needed to put in the effort. If he did not complete the task, the system could not level up, and more importantly, he genuinely liked Sun'er. With a smile, Xiao Huo descended and flew toward the direction where Sun'er resided. In the city of Wutan, Sun'er stood gracefully in a flowing purple gown, embodying an air of elegance and aloofness, her beauty unparalleled. Ling Shi, has he not yet returned? Sun'er inquired softly, a hint of disappointment flickering in her enchanting eyes. Not yet, Ling Ying sighed. What could Lord Xiao Huo be so occupied with? It has been over a month since he last saw Miss Sun'er. Had he acted swiftly in the beginning, perhaps he would have won her heart by now. I see. Sun'er nodded gently, her lips pursed, her gaze drifting towards the sky. Will Xiao Huo not return? Should I have accepted him back then? Yet, what brother Xiao Yan? A shadow of melancholy crossed her exquisite features as she diligently trained, striving to forget these entanglements. Xiao Huo was a dear friend, while brother Xiao Yan occupied a profound and indelible place in her heart, making it difficult for her to resolve her feelings. Xiao Huo observed Sun'er from a distance, a smile gracing his lips. It had been a month since they last met, and she had grown even more beautiful. It was time to initiate his plan to completely erase Xiao Yan from her heart. Sun'er, he called with a smile. Appearing beside her, the familiar fragrance of the young maiden wafting through the air. Sun'er turned to see him, her eyes shimmering with a touch of grievance. All right, no need to feel that way. I am back, Xiao Huo reassured, yearning to tousle her hair, but halting, aware that their relationship had yet to deepen. Sun'er tiptoed slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears as she delicately brushed her hair against his hand. It's all right, you are my good friend, she offered with a gentle smile. Indeed, Xiao Huo mused, ruffling her hair. He had no desire to remain merely friends. Becoming Sun'er's boyfriend would be far more delightful. Everyone should have dreams. Even a salted fish could turn over. Just friends? Had I known, I might not have returned, he joked. You dare. Sun'er huffed, her cheeks tinged with pink. After a month apart, her heart brimmed with joy at his return. This time, you must not leave again. Stay and train with me. I am eager to witness your prowess. Her curious gaze lingered on Xiao Huo. Will you truly surpass Ling Shi? If I do not leave, then where shall I sleep? My home has been dismantled by Xiao Yan, Xiao Huo replied, revealing that he had no home to return to, having carelessly let Xiao Yan take the blame. Brother Xiao Yan demolished your home? How could he? Sun'er exclaimed, her eyes growing cold at the thought of Xiao Yan's disdain for Xiao Huo. Do not confront him. I shall simply sleep in your room, Xiao Huo suggested with a grin, looking at Sun'er. How shameless. I shall ignore you, Sun'er retorted, her cheeks aflame. A month had passed, yet Xiao Huo remained as audacious as ever. Sun'er, this time I returned to resolve some conflicts with Xiao Yan. After all, we are both disciples of the Xiao family, he explained, revealing treasures he had prepared for Xiao Yan. Green spirit pills, the divine hat, and a green veil. Each a treasure of profound quality. Xiao Huo's consciousness expanded, sensing Xiao Yan's presence nearby. Without hesitation, he grasped Sun'er's delicate hand, showing her the treasures within his spatial ring. Sun'er raised her bright eyes, touched by his generosity. She had not anticipated such magnanimity from him. Sun'er, will you accompany me to help Xiao Yan untangle his burdens? Xiao Huo smiled, channeling his acting prowess. Could you please release my hand? There's so many watching. Sun'er murmel, her cheeks flushed. The gazes of the surrounding disciples were almost ravenous, wishing to devour Xiao Huo for publicly displaying affection towards the goddess, Sun'er. Just a little longer, Xiao Huo grinned, wanting nothing more than to draw her into his embrace. At that moment, not far away, Xiao Yan approached, intending to reconcile with Sun'er, only to witness this intimate scene. Xiao Huo, how dare you hold Sun'er's hand before everyone? Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with fury, turning cold as ice. He watched in disbelief as Xiao Huo not only held Sun'er's hand, but also embraced her in front of the crowd. Sun'er belongs to me. Dare to steal my woman, and I shall end you. Vengeance surged within Xiao Yan as he stormed towards Sun'er and Xiao Huo. Xiao Yan could no longer endure. He was utterly green with envy. Chapter 64. Xiao Yan's despair, completely losing Sun'er. Many disciples witnessed the embrace between Xiao Huo and Sun'er, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Sun'er is so beautiful. How splendid would it be if I could win her heart? Is Miss Sun'er now Xiao Huo's girlfriend? Have they confirmed their relationship? Oh, my goddess. Enthralled gazes fixated on Xiao Huo. It had been years since anyone had held the goddess Sun'er so closely. Today, Xiao Huo had publicly claimed her, inciting envy among many. Xiao Huo beamed, ruffling Sun'er's hair. It has been a while. I simply wish to hold you, nothing more. Let go. What if others misunderstand? Sun'er playfully chastised, her cheeks aflame. Though the embrace brought her comfort, she had yet to agree to Xiao Huo's affections. Misunderstandings are others' concern, Xiao Huo laughed, releasing her soft waist, captivated by her beauty, envisioning how magnificent she would appear once her bloodline awakened. Then no more embraces, Sun'er pouted, gently pushing him away. Her heart stirred. She gazed into the distance, pondering the identity of the one she truly cherished. She was uncertain. All she knew was that being beside Xiao Huo brought her immense joy. No more hugs, no more. My Sun'er is angry, Xiao Huo chuckled. I am not your Sun'er. She retorted softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Deep down, she remained oblivious to her feelings for Xiao Huo. Perhaps one day she would come to understand. Xiao Huo has taken my Sun'er. I genuinely wish to kill you. Xiao Yan seethed, veins bulging, feeling as though his very essence was being siphoned away. This was a privilege that should have been his alone, now usurped by Xiao Huo. From a distance, he watched the scene unfold, rage coursing through him as he beheld their intimate connection. Embraces, hand-holding, treatments he had never enjoyed, all snatched away by Xiao Huo. Why? Why is this happening? Xiao Huo. Do you revel in my torment? With my Master S assistance, who can stand against me? Xiao Yan's gaze grew icy, tinged with hatred. Had he been more devoted to his training, he would have ensured that Sun'er belonged to him, completely and utterly. Even if she chose to forsake him, he would not suffer loss. If only he could have her bear his child, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Sun'er was once mine. I shall reclaim her, and you shall never possess her. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to rein in his fury. For he was inherently patient and would not easily erupt. As long as I can reclaim Sun'er's heart and subsequently possess her, it would be splendid indeed. A sinister smile played at the corners of Xiao Yan's lips. Sun'er, what brings you here? He approached her, concealing the fury that simmered within, donning a facade of tranquility while forcing himself to endure. Brother Xiao Yan, Sun'er's enchanting eyes reflected a tangle of emotions at the sight of him. Instinctively, she yearned to break free from Xiao Huo's grasp, yet his hold remained unyielding. Sun'er, I understand your feelings for me. I acknowledge my past faults. So please return to my side. I promise to treat you well this time. Grant me this chance, Xiao Yan implored, his earnest gaze fixed upon her, convinced that his profound affection would surely win her back. Sun'er gazed at Xiao Yan, her autumn-like eyes clouded with melancholy. A faint affection lingered for him, an inexplicable emotion that had long entangled her heart. Over a month ago, her refusal to Xiao Huo was rooted in her feelings for Xiao Yan. Will you come back to me? He extended his hand towards her. Sun'er hesitated, lowering her gaze, while Xiao Huo, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, was taken aback. Xiao Yan, what wickedness do you intend? Do you think you can simply snatch Sun'er from my side? She is my woman. How could she return to you? Xiao Huo's smile was radiant as he embraced Sun'er, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pressing his lips against hers. Sun'er's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing. Xiao Huo claimed her first kiss. Gradually, he released her lips, gripping her delicate hand tightly. Cousin Xiao Yan, one must learn to let go. If you genuinely seek romance, there are many suitable girls in the village, like Xiao and Kai from the Xiao family. I can introduce you, Xiao Huo jested, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder. Sun'er and I are already together. Xiao Huo's certainty about Sun'er's loyalty to him only deepened his conviction that even if Xiao Yan attempted to win her back, she would remain steadfast. Is this true? Sun'er, speak to me honestly. Xiao Yan's expression turned frigid, disbelief and unwillingness clouding his heart. Brother Xiao Yan, perhaps it is best if Sun'er and you remain friends. She gently shook her head, standing beside Xiao Huo, her voice barely a whisper. She was uncertain of the sincerity behind Xiao Yan's intentions. Having endured much suffering at his hands, could he truly expect her to return after saying just a few words? Moreover, Xiao Huo had already carved out a significant place in her heart. Friends? Is that all? Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy, a flicker of malice directed towards Xiao Huo as he suppressed his rising fury. Sun'er sensed the murderous intent emanating from him. After all this time, Brother Xiao Yan, you have not changed, she thought, her disappointment deepening. Her feelings had once been innocent, but perhaps she had misdirected her affections. The one she truly longed for was not Xiao Yan. In this past month, she had only missed one person. Now that Xiao Huo had returned to her side, what choice should she make? Brother Xiao Yan, While your innate talent is commendable, your strength still leaves much to be desired. Here are treasures gifted by Xiao Huo: a green spirit pill, a green silk dress, a green hat, and an array of green elixirs. If you utilize them, perhaps you may yet become a genius, Sun said, her eyes brightening as she hoped to foster a friendship between Xiao Huo and Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan's eyes darkened with a sinister glint. He now harbored an aversion to anything green. You dare to insult me, Xiao Sun, after all I have done for you. He bellowed, clenching his fists in fury, unable to restrain himself any longer. He aimed to seize the treasures from her grasp, intending to hurl them away in indignation. These gifts felt like a profound affront to his dignity. Xiao Huo chuckled. Finally, the opportunity has arrived. He swiftly stepped in front of Sun. Boom! Xiao Yan's punch, initially aimed to snatch the treasures, inexplicably collided with Xiao Huo's back. Xiao Huo's clothes tore apart at the impact, collapsing to the ground in a performance so convincing it left no room for doubt. Not only Sun, but many of the Xiao family disciples were taken aback. Xiao Yan had brazenly attacked Xiao Huo before the eyes of the clan, blatantly disregarding their familial rules. After hitting the ground, Xiao Huo communicated with the medicinal elder through thought. Instantly, a strange black aura emerged from Xiao Yan's fist. Bewildered, Xiao Yan stared at his own hand, incredulous that such force could have resulted in Xiao Huo's fall. That rascal is acting again, he thought, feeling his composure shatter. Xunia, bezidik Xiao Huo, observed with tearful eyes as she anxiously assessed his injuries. In truth, Xiao Huo was unscathed, having previously coordinated with the system as assistant. However, to ensure the act was believable, the assistant had fabricated wounds that would dissipate in 3 days. Xiao Huo, your injuries, Sun's eyes reflected her concern, unsure of how to respond to such a grievous sight. It's nothing. I just wish to protect you. No one will bully you while I'm here, Xiao Huo coughed, feigning weakness, unable to rise. To deceive Sun, he even experienced genuine pain from the simulated injuries inflicted by the assistant. Enough, it will hurt too much, Sun said, witnessing the unfolding scene, realizing that the one who would always shield her was Xiao Huo. With tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, she tended to Xiao Huo's wounds, noting that Xiao Yan's strike had even torn a hole in his shirt. With you here, it doesn't hurt, Xiao Huo reassured, holding her hand firmly. Sun offered no resistance, allowing him to guide her hand. Despite the tremors that coursed through his body, she could see through his facade. Even if Xiao Huo was a genius, he could not withstand the force behind Xiao Yan's strike. That blow, infused with a dark and sinister aura, was evident to her. Xiao Yan, how truly desperate you are, she thought, realizing he would resort to malevolent means to harm Xiao Huo. Meanwhile, Xiao Huo still contemplated reconciling with Xiao Yan, offering him treasures. The disparity between them was clear. Xiao Huo and Xiao Yan were ultimately two wholly different individuals. At this moment, her heart was resolutely fortified. No talking. Wait for Sun for a moment. Sun bestowed a gentle smile, tenderly kissing Xiao Huo's forehead, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of determination. Be careful. Brother Xiao Huo, your Sun is quite formidable. Sun glanced back with a smile, as if time itself had frozen. Her grin exuding extraordinary sweetness, her beautiful eyes brimming with deep affection. Xiao Huo's radiant smile illuminated his face. It was the first time in so long that Sun took the initiative, and moreover, it was her first time calling him Brother Xiao Huo. Sun rose gracefully, revealing her lithe figure, her autumn water-like bright eyes fixed upon Xiao Yan, tinged with an icy demeanor. Deep within her pupils, a flicker of golden flame quietly arose, instilling fear. No, Sun, let me explain, I didn't mean to, Xiao Yan stammered, flustered. Sun cast a cold glance at Xiao Yan, exuding an aura that kept him at bay. Xiao Yan, from this day forth, let us sever all ties. Sun's frigid voice pierced through Xiao Yan's ears. He stood rooted to the spot, watching Sun, feeling as though the girl before him was drifting further away. Severing ties? No. Xiao Yan's gaze bore an angry intensity. The Sun before him was once his woman. Now, she wished to cut him off completely. Sun, please let me explain. Xiao Huo is truly acting like me. You must believe me. Xiao Yan's eyes turned icy as he glared at Xiao Huo, filled with overwhelming hatred. He desperately wanted to reclaim Sun, yet it seemed utterly impossible today. Even the chance to befriend Sun was irrevocably lost. Xiao Sun looked back at Xiao Yan, her demeanor growing even colder, stating at this point, is there any need for explanations? If I see you harm Brother Xiao Huo again, Sun will not let you off. Her gaze was imbued with indifference. She wished to hear no more from Xiao Yin, nor see him again. A fleeting flicker of golden flame appeared in her bright eyes, but ultimately quelled. Today, she would not kill Xiao Yin. Xiao Suner, I never expected you to be this kind of person. I came to you so humbly, and yet, you reveal your true nature, Xiao Yin remarked, his eyes reflecting coldness as he looked at Xiao Suner. You treat him this way solely because he is a waste. Even if he regained his cultivation, the gap between him and Xiao Huo would remain vast. Xiao Suner, 30 years on the West Bank, 30 years on the East. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. One day, I, Xiao Yin, will rise to heights that you will look up to, and by then, it will be too late for regrets. Xiao Yin laughed toward the sky. He had lost Suner, but so what? He cared not in the least. In his heart, Suner was merely a woman, a childhood sweetheart. What significance did that hold? His future was not confined to this small city of Wutan. Lady Fei of the Mitre Auction House was captivating. With his current strength and the assistance of his teacher, he could surely win her heart. As for Xiao Suner and Nalin Yinran, what did they matter to him? A faint smile graced Xiao Yan's lips as he turned to leave. His visit was merely an experiment. If he could not win Suner back, it was of no consequence. A tainted woman was not worth his desire. Jia Fei, with her unique grace in Wutan City, could not be compared to anyone else. If he made his move, he could undoubtedly win her affections. Xiao Yin thought to himself, his mindset having undergone a significant transformation, long since free from any lingering attachment to Xiao Suner or Nalin Yinran. He believed that with diligence, he would encounter even more exceptional women. No matter how beautiful Xiao Suner was, her status would forever remain that of a girl from the Xiao family. His future was limitless. As Xiao Yan's words fell, many disciples of the Xiao family turned their gazes toward him. Would he truly grow to a level that commanded respect? It was utterly laughable. Even Xiao Ning chuckled aloud. Ling Ying, who had been observing from the shadows, regarded him with disdain. Xiao Yin had caused such heartache for the young lady, yet now he had the audacity to return with a smug face. Had he acted, he would have long since put an end to Xiao Yin. Xiao Huo smiled faintly, casting a murderous glance at Xiao Yin, remarking, 30 years on the West Bank, 30 years on the East. The tale is indeed riveting. Once, Xiao Yin had spoken this phrase to Nalin Yinran, sealing a 3-year agreement to break off their engagement with Yinlan sect. Now, had he uttered it to Suner? Xiao Huo's gaze turned skyward. He too would strive to cultivate, to protect Suner. Once he reached the Do Emperor level, he would possess the capital to confront the heavenly laws and eradicate Xiao Yin. Suner had already taken the initiative to link her arm with Xiao Huo's, no longer paying attention to Xiao Yin. She even wished to hear nothing more from him. All right, brother Xiao Huo, let's not dwell on others. You are still injured, Suner softly said, affectionately standing beside Xiao Huo, her cheeks slightly flushed. This is the first time you've called me brother Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo chuckled, reveling in the fragrance of the girl beside him and the faint, youthful aura she exuded. Do you not like it? Suner zitsit her head, gazing as you, pouting her lips. I like it, Xiao Huo replied with a smile, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and gently brushing through her hair. Had they confirmed their relationship? Yet, Suner's fondness for him had yet to reach 90. Perhaps, with the rift between her and Xiao Yin, Suner still harbored some unexpressed sorrow. Let us go, brother Xiao Huo, do not overthink it. No matter how exceptional others may be, Suner will not cast them a glance, nor will she regret it. Suner proactively linked her delicate hand with Xiao Huo's arm, departing with him under the watchful eyes of many Xiao family disciples, leaving Xiao Yin standing alone in place. Xiao Yin had anticipated that Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner would exchange harsh words. Instead, he was met with utter disregard. He, Xiao Yin, had been completely overlooked. Furthermore, he had heard Suner's words. Ah, no regrets. My woman, Xiao Yin, will be far more outstanding than you. Teacher, assist me. I wish to exchange some elixirs at the Mitre Auction House to expedite my ascent to the Doja realm, and perhaps I may encounter Yafei again. Who knows? In the future, she may even become my woman. A smile graced Xiao Yin's face as he envisioned Yafei, stirring his heart. He would strive diligently, and in due time, he would strike back at Xiao Suner and Xiao Huo. He would also seek out beautiful women to prove to Nalin Yinran and Xiao Suner that he was the most exceptional. The women by his side would not fall short of Xiao Suner and Nalin Yinran. Indeed, young lad, keep at it. The voice of Yao Lao echoed, subtly conveying Xiao Yan's thoughts to Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo beamed brightly, never expecting Xiao Yin to be so eager, already harboring thoughts of Yafei. Little did he know that Yafei had already embarked on her cultivation journey. Though he had yet to win her heart, she was already his woman. How could Xiao Yin possibly pursue her? Xiao Huo pondered within himself, contemplating the exquisite beauty of Yafei an enchanting woman, astute and wise, possessing an allure that could captivate nations. Could Xiao Yan, in his aspirations, truly hope to win her heart? It seemed he might not even qualify for the honor of her presence. Yet, Xiao Huo remained unfazed. Brother Xiao Huo, what are you thinking about? Sun Er's beautiful eyes turned towards him, her voice laced with joy. The companionship of Xiao Huo brought her a profound sense of security. Xiao Huo, gazing at the young lady before him, gently took her hand. Brother Xiao Huo, do you have something to say to Sun Er? Sun Er's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing as she allowed him to hold her hand. A month ago, I mentioned I want to take you somewhere. Today, I shall take my dear Sun Er to see it, Xiao Huo said, his smile radiant, his eyes shimmering like stars, filled with determination. The pursuit of Sun Er was no trivial endeavor. Without effort, how could one hope to win such a precious gem? He had been preparing for this moment for a month. Sun Er had kept this in her heart all along. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Huo. With a smile, he led her toward a secluded valley. Today was the day he aimed to truly capture the heart of his beloved Sun Er. Chapter 66. Brother Xiao Huo, what is your cultivation level? Within the valley lay a world akin to a sea of flowers. It stretched endlessly, resembling a paradise untouched by time, a celestial realm. The fragrant blossoms surrounded them as Xiao Huo held Sun Er's hand, immersing themselves in the vibrant hues and the refreshing essence of nature. In the midst of the blooms, Sun Er stood adorned in a delicate lilac gown, her beauty striking and unparalleled. Her radiant eyes turned towards Xiao Huo, a smile gracing her lips. Is this where you wanted to bring me? She mused, delighted by the scenery. Closing her eyes, Sun Er felt butterflies flitting around her, dancing in the air, embodying her uniqueness and exquisite beauty. After a long moment, she opened her eyes, her clear gaze meeting Xiao Huo's. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Huo playfully tumbled her onto the soft grass and flowers beneath them. Brother Xiao Huo, Sun Er's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering as she felt his breath nearby. My dear Sun Er, you are truly beautiful, Xiao Huo remarked with a grin. Humph. Brother Xiao Huo, do not tease Sun Er, she replied, her face still flushed. As she felt his grip on her arm, thoughts raced through her mind. Did he truly intend to tease her here? Promise me one thing, nod, and I shall let you up, Xiao Huo said, his smile lingering as he held her hand. Allelicht, Sun agreed, her eyes sparkling with expectation as she looked at him. Then, will you marry me? Xiao Huo declared. Sun Er's face turned crimson, and she playfully glared at him. Brother Xiao Huo, what nonsense are you speaking? Xiao Huo gazed skyward, stating, we are in a romantic relationship now, are we not? Sun Er's beautiful eyes widened as she felt her cheeks heat up further. Brother Xiao Huo, are you serious? I'm still so young. Yes, I am serious. I wish to take you home, to protect you, to be with you through the storms of life, to witness your tears and your laughter, to cherish every moment with you, Xiao Huo professed earnestly. A shadow of disappointment flickered in Sun Er's eyes as she regarded him, gently shaking her head. Brother Xiao Huo, Sun Er cannot yet be with you, but my feelings for you will never change. Her voice was soft, revealing her identity as a daughter of an ancient clan, while Xiao Huo was merely a common disciple of the Xiao family. If their love were to be discovered by her family, she feared she could no longer remain in the Xiao household, let alone accompany him. Her father and the clan would never approve of her romantic involvement. Is it truly because of your family that we cannot be together? Xiao Huo inquired. How do you know this, Brother Xiao Huo? Sun Er's eyes lifted. A hint of helplessness reflected within them. She dared not agree, fully aware of the potential repercussions. Ling Shi was there to protect her, but also to monitor her. How could she put Xiao Huo at risk? If her father found out, she feared she would be unable to safeguard him. Xiao Huo brushed a strand of her hair aside, saying, Foolish girl, how could someone as exceptional as you possibly belong to the Xiao family? I care not for your lineage or background. I only wish to be with you and protect you. His gaze was resolute, despite his mere Do Huang cultivation, which fell far short of the Do Sheng level, and even further from contending with the ancient clan. Yet, his determination to protect Sun Er was unwavering. My dear Sun Er is mine, now and forever. The ancient clan could not shake his resolve. Sun Er smiled brightly, yet her heart felt heavier. How could she not understand his feelings? Brother Xiao Huo, I believe in you. But my family, she lowered her head, feeling the weight of her destiny. Come with me. Let's face this together. The one I love is you, and no one can change that, Xiao Huo declared, extending his hand towards her. Sun Er's laugh was enchanting, and her heart fluttered. Brother Xiao Huo, you are truly wonderful. Brother Xiao Huo, I will face this with you. However, I still cannot be your girlfriend. But I will wait for you to become strong enough, she said with a radiant smile, her affections for him unwavering. Am I still unable to win over my dear Sun? Xiao Huo sighed, releasing her hand. The might of her family loomed large. Winning her heart would be an arduous task. Even if she agreed, her family would never consent. A mere flicker of Ling Ying's presence was enough to intimidate him with the might of a dosheng. Should a member of the ancient clan come personally, it would be far from easy to navigate. With a gentle smile, Sun slipped her hand into Xiao Huo's, leaning affectionately against his shoulder. All right, brother Xiao Huo, do not be sad. Sun will always be yours. Except for not being able to agree to be your girlfriend, you may ask for anything else. Her smile was soft, yet she dared not give a direct answer, aware that Gu Yuan had placed restrictions upon her. If she agreed, he might sense it. For caution's sake, she could not give her consent. The consequences of her family discovering this could be dire. Xiao Huo's eyes brightened as he looked at Sun. Anything I want, is that so? Sun shot him an exasperated glance. Brother Xiao Huo, you are still as shameless as ever. No teasing, Sun. Brother Xiao Huo, let us cultivate together and grow stronger, she said softly, her smile captivating. Brother Xiao Huo, I have already reached the 7 stars of Doja. With a little more effort, I can advance to Doshur. Xiao Huo gazed at Sun, astonished. His precious Sun had progressed so rapidly in her cultivation. The 7 stars of Doja, a level that far surpassed Xiaoyan. This is still the unawakened Sun. If she were to awaken her bloodline, her cultivation speed would be nothing short of extraordinary. My Sun is truly remarkable. Xiao Huo chuckled, gently placing his hand on Sun's slender waist. Although he had not completely won her over yet, he had already captured her heart. In the future, all he needed was the approval of the ancient clan to bring Sun home as his bride. Sun arbeitet, casting auf vollen Glanz at Xiao Huo. She had never cared much for cultivation, thinking that if she wanted to cultivate, she would simply do so. However, she noticed that her brother Xiao Huo's strength seemed to be somewhat different. No matter how hard Sun tries, she still cannot catch up to her brother, Xiao Huo. She sighed, realizing that she was merely a 7-star fighter, still too weak. Not at all. My Sun is incredibly strong, with exceptional talent, Xiao Huo replied with a grin. Sun gently nestled against Xiao Huo's chest, her beautiful eyes gazing up at him. She was eager to know what level of cultivation her brother Xiao Huo had achieved. Her crimson lips parted slightly, for she understood that the young man she admired was undoubtedly extraordinary. Little did she know the true extent of Xiao Huo's power. Chapter 67. The affection for Sun increases. Sun's clear gaze met Xiao Huo's, radiating purity and innocence. At this moment, as she lay in his embrace, her heart brimmed with anticipation. She was certain that her brother Xiao Huo's cultivation would not be weak. When he had departed before, Master Ling had pursued him, only to return with a drastically altered demeanor. Perhaps her brother Xiao Huo was even stronger than Master Ling, though such a possibility was slim. In the Jiama Empire, individuals more powerful than Master Ling were exceedingly rare. How could her brother Xiao Huo possibly surpass him? Curiosity flickered in Sun's beautiful eyes. She merely doubted her own assumptions and wished to inquire about Xiao Huo. Xiao Huo gazed down at Sun in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. Though they were not yet in a romantic relationship, it felt nearly indistinguishable from one. However, the road to marrying Sun was still long. It might lead to failure or prove impassable. Nevertheless, Sun was already his, and that would not change. Yet, he felt it unwise to disclose his cultivation level to her. Sun was still young, with immense potential, and if she were to learn of his true abilities, it would undoubtedly place immense pressure on her to catch up. The chasm between a fighter and a Do Huang was vast and not easily bridged. Xiao Huo wished to spare Sun from such burdens. He simply wanted her to be happy, and that would suffice. My cultivation level is something I cannot yet share with you. However, you should know that your man possesses considerable strength and talent. One day, I shall reveal everything to you, Xiao Huo said with a smile, looking at Sun. For a moment, he struggled to find a compelling reason to convince her, yet he could not reveal his cultivation level. This past month, Sun had diligently trained to reach 7-star fighter status. If she were to learn of his true power, she would surely strive even harder. All right, I understand. Brother Xiao Huo, you need not explain. Sun knows that when the time comes, you will tell me, she replied with a charming smile, refraining from further inquiry. Her affection for Xiao Huo was enough. She cared little for his cultivation level, as long as he remained safe and sound. Yes, Xiao Huo nodded. Sun's character was truly admirable. I will ensure that no one bullies you, regardless of who they may be. They shall not take you from my side. He smiled at her, gently kissing her forehead. Sun's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she merely responded with a soft feeling blissful in her brother Xiao Huo's company. Sooner, you need not feel such pressure. If you wish to cultivate, then do so. If not, I will protect you. Xiao Huo said with a hint of tenderness. Sooner will also protect brother Xiao Huo, she replied cheerfully. In 3 months, there will be the Xiao family's competition. If brother Xiao Huo can secure the championship, there will be rewards. Her voice was soft and warm. What rewards? Xiao Huo inquired, feeling a sense of déjà vu. It seemed that Sooner shared his penchant for leaving others in suspense. You will find out when the time comes, Sooner replied softly. She understood that the upcoming competition was critical, determining a disciple's future. The resources of the Xiao family were insufficient for brother Xiao Huo's cultivation. If he could attend the Jianan Academy, that would be splendid. If brother Xiao Huo's cultivation were impressive, he would surely attract the Academy's attention. Indeed, I shall endeavor to cultivate diligently. For these 3 months, I shall stay by your side every day, Xiao Huo declared with a smile. Choosing not to visit Yinlan's sect, solely to accompany Sooner. How wonderful it would be to spend each day cultivating with Sooner and enjoying the scenery. Most importantly, Sooner could dance and play the piano, excelling in various arts and being both intelligent and charming. The thought of watching his precious Sooner dance and savoring the delightful dishes she prepared filled Xiao Huo with anticipation. In this realm of dopa, apart from cultivation and ensuring one's safety, he found no joy in taking lives. As for tormenting Xiao Yan, he was no sadist. He merely desired to cherish Sooner and the enchanting Nalan Yin Ran, wishing to shower affection upon all the lovely young ladies. As for Xiao Yan's fate, it mattered little to him. Xiao Huo was a reasonable person, even willing to introduce Xiao and Kai to Xiao Yan, achieving 2 goals at once. Yet Xiao Yan had rejected the offer. Had Xiao Yan not approached him first, Xiao Huo would have cared even less about him. Just when he thought he could enjoy some peace, Xiao Yan had set his sights on Yafei again. Xiao Huo shook his head. Initially, he had not intended to seek trouble with Xiao Yan, but who could have known that Xiao Yan would willingly put his head on the chopping block? He had no choice but to confront Xiao Yan once more to protect Yafei. Brother Xiao Huo, this is what you promised Sooner. These 3 months? You are not allowed to leave, she said softly, a hint of joy in her voice. All she wanted was to be with Xiao Huo. This period would undoubtedly become her most cherished memory. If, in the future, she were forced to leave brother Xiao Huo and return to the ancient clan, it would be a profound disappointment. Being with Xiao Huo was her greatest joy. Indeed, I shall not leave. May I sleep in your room tonight? Xiao Huo chuckled, for there were no spare rooms on mountain. He, too, required rest, and that meant he could only be with Sooner. Brother Xiao Huo, I knew you had ulterior motives, Sooner retorted playfully. For now on, let us see how you perform. With that, she turned and walked toward the valley, determined to cultivate alongside brother Xiao Huo. At the very least, she understood that his cultivation was indeed formidable. Brother Xiao Huo, regardless of your reasons for withholding your cultivation level, I will strive hard in my training, Sooner resolved internally, her gaze resolute. Her man was so powerful, she too must become stronger. Though brother Xiao Huo had not spoken, she could speculate. He was likely already a great fighter, or perhaps even stronger, perhaps a Do Ling. As for surpassing Master Ling, Sooner did not dwell on it, for Master Ling had already reached the pinnacle of Do Huang, and brother Xiao Huo was unlikely to rival such strength. Xiao Huo smiled and followed closely behind Sooner, stepping forward to take her hand. With a gentle smile, Sooner gazed at Xiao Huo, willingly allowing him to hold her hand. Even though she had not explicitly agreed to Xiao Huo's advances, it was merely due to the pressures of her family. Yet, the one she truly cherished was none other than Xiao Huo. The numerous disciples, witnessing the sight of Xiao Huo and Sooner walking side by side, hand in hand, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. From that moment forth, the Xiao family would be graced with a beautiful tale. The first prodigy of the Xiao family, Xiao Huo, had successfully won the affection of their most esteemed daughter, Xiao Xunia. These two might very well create a miracle for the Xiao family. Simultaneously, a familiar voice resonated from Xiao Huo's system. A smile crept onto his face, undoubtedly. Sooner's fondness for him had increased. He was eager to know just how high her affection level was. Chapter 68, The Xiao Family, Sister Xiao Yu. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host, for completing the task. Miss Sooner's fondness for you has risen, given that you are currently on a date. The specific value of her affection will be disclosed later. The system's gentle reminder chimed in. Dear host, do exercise restraint, regardless of how captivating Miss Sooner may be. You must not cross the final threshold, lest you provoke the ancient clan's wrath. Strive diligently, dear host, to reach the Emperor of Fighting as soon as possible, for then none from the ancient clan would dare speak ill of you. Additionally, A new main quest has been released pertaining to Miss Yafei and Miss Xiao Mei. The host must ensure equitable attention to both. Remember to check the tasks. The system's voice was soft and melodious. Xiao Huo beamed brightly. Equitable attention? That must remain a secret from his beloved Suner, lest she become jealous. He was not the type to engage in such behavior. Alas, the system continually issued tasks. Nevertheless, the increase in Suner's fondness filled Xiao Huo with joy. He pondered whether her affection surpassed that of the enchanting Yan Ran. Without having communicated with the system, he dare not speak while Suner was by his side. Suner smiled radiantly, turning to Xiao Huo. Thank you, Brother Huo. Without you, I would be at a loss. One day in the future, I will strive to cultivate and become as formidable as you. Xiao Huo tightened his grip on Suner's hand. Her disappointment and sorrow, due to Xiao Yan's presence, were evident. Had he not been there, Suner would have felt utterly isolated. Within the city of Wutan, Suner had few friends, most of whom kept their distance, leaving her in a state of monotony. Silly girl. Xiao Huo affectionately ruffled Suner's hair and led her up the mountain. That was where Suner secretly practiced in a quaint abode. From now on, they would cultivate together on the mountain. While Xiao Huo possessed great strength and fighting skills, he lacked combat experience and needed to train diligently, without utilizing fighting techniques. He would struggle against both Queen Medusa and Miss Yunyan. Many disciples observed Xiao Huo and Suner as retreating figures, their expressions filled with awe. Heavens! Look! Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner are heading up the mountain. They are destined to live a celestial life together. How enviable! Only a prodigy like Xiao Huo could win Suner's heart. They were indeed a perfect match. Did you hear? Yesterday, Xiao Yan was chased by a wild boar for quite some time, and in a moment of misfortune, he tumbled into a cesspit. How did he manage that? Xiao Yan is something else. The disciples whispered amongst themselves, keeping a keen eye on the latest happenings in Wutan City, particularly concerning Xiao Yan, whose plight seemed rather unfortunate. Naturally, many disciples were lost in their thoughts. What might transpire between Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner? This scene did not escape the notice of the higher-ups in the Xiao family. The Grand Elder, brimming with excitement, rushed into the hall, completely abandoning the composure expected of his position, for he had stumbled upon monumental news. Do you know? Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner are together, the Grand Elder exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable exhilaration, almost bordering on ecstasy. The second elder furrowed his brow slightly. Together? It's nothing unusual for the talents of a Xiao family to engage in sparring and cultivation. The third elder nodded in agreement with the second elder. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan, intrigued, wondered why the Grand Elder was so animated, given that Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner had little interaction. The Grand Elder turned to the others. It seems you are all unaware. Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner are indeed in love. The two great prodigies of the Xiao family are together. The second elder leapt to his feet, his breath quickening. Is that truly the case? The third elder was momentarily stunned, standing frozen in place. Xiao Suner's background and status were unfathomable, even to the three elders. Such a woman, her stature, was certainly not inferior to that of Nalan Yanran. Who would dare provoke her? Yet, the news of Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner being together was utterly unexpected. The Grand Elder nodded affirmatively. Absolutely true. This child, Xiao Huo, is incredibly impressive. First, he won over Nalan Yanran, and now he has captured Suner's heart. The second elder's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is wonderful. I believed Xiao Suner indifferent to anyone in the Xiao family. Now, if they are indeed in love, Xiao Suner and Xiao Huo will surely cultivate together, growing stronger and becoming the pride of our Xiao family. The third elder gave a thumbs up, a hint of admiration for Xiao Huo surfacing. Xiao Huo seems to be on a path to dual success, with Nalan Yanran in one hand and Xiao Suner in the other. Both are stunning beauties. Xiao Zhan remained silent, merely sighing. Xiao Yan had disappointed him, as he had never anticipated that it would be Xiao Huo who ended up with Xiao Suner. The Grand Elder continued, do you know? Many young women in the Xiao family now admire Xiao Huo. I also know that Xiao Mei has been in a rather poor mood lately. Xiao Huo's popularity is soaring. The second elder shook his head, patting his thigh. Grand Elder, you should not meddle in the affairs of the young ones. Focus on your own matters. The third elder sighed. What a pity, what a pity. The Mitre Auction House hold an unparalleled position in Wutan City, and among their ranks is a top-tier auctioneer named Yafei. I wonder if Xiao Huo is acquainted with her. The second elder glanced at the third elder. Xiao Huo already has two. How could he possibly pursue Yafei? Her standards surely extend beyond our Xiao family. Finally, Xiao Zhan interjected. It's nearly impossible to win over Yafei. Pursuing her is akin to scaling the heavens. Both Xiao Huo and Xiao Suner should focus on their cultivation to qualify for entry into the Jianan Academy as soon as possible. I wonder when Yuer will return. Xiao Zhan thought of Xiao Yu and felt a swell of pride. Xiao Yu was already cultivating in the Jianan Academy. On the mountain peak, Xiao Huo too thought of Xiao Yu, as the system sent him a new task regarding her. Could be to earn Xiao Yu's favor? That tall and elegant lady was not so easily won over. However, was he the kind of person to give up? Xiao Huo shook his head, casting a glance at the bathing Suner within the room, feeling a flutter of desire. Yet, he refrained from entering. Moreover, he had yet to encounter Xiao Yu. If only he could behold her beauty, he might reconsider. After all, his brother had ventured into the depths of hell solely to fulfill a mission. A radiant smile illuminated Xiao Huo's face as he found himself looking forward to the life ahead. Cherished Suner, beloved Yen Ran, and the ever-enigmatic Monsieur Fei. Alongside the absent Xiao Yu. Those thoughts seemed far off. For now, the paramount task was to firmly capture the heart of dear Suner. Together, they would cultivate their skills in anticipation of the Xiao family competition in 3 months. At that juncture, it would not be too late to confront Xiao Yan. Chapter 69, Xun truly enchanting. A fortnight slipped by unnoticed. Xiao was spent each day diligently training alongside Suner. Since their union in practice, he had genuinely experienced the joys of familial bliss. Although Suner had not verbally affirmed their relationship, her actions spoke volumes, treating Xiao Huo as her one and only. Much of her time was spent clinging to him, while during other moments, she would prepare delectable meals, craft garments, and accompany him on leisurely strolls through the Xiao estate, occasionally crossing paths with Xiao Yan. The latter's demeanor darkened upon witnessing Xiao Huo and Suner together, his gaze growing ever colder. Time slipped by without the pretense of grandeur. On the mountain summit, as the sun dipped below the horizon, warm rays bathed Suner's delicate form, accentuating the beauty of her youthful visage. Xiao Huo reclined on her long legs, indulging in a moment of serenity. Were Xiao Yin to witness this, he might very well be consumed by rage. What would you like to eat tonight? Xiao Huo ji. Suner ein quad sweetly, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. She had long ceased to shy away from him, though certain boundaries remained unbreached. I wish to feast upon you, Xiao Huo jested, a smile gracing his lips. In recent days, he had savored all of Suner's culinary creations, each dish more delightful than the last. Proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she exuded grace and charm. He never anticipated that Suner could be so incredibly sweet. Xiao Huo ji, if you continue this way, I won't let you lie down anymore, Suner replied with a gentle smile, pouting slightly. You're still as shameless as ever. You are already my beloved Suner, Xiao Huo declared. It was unbearable to merely gaze without indulging. He was no saint. I haven't agreed to that yet, Suner said softly, perplexed that Ling Ying had yet to approach her, let alone oppose a relationship with Xiao Huo. Thus, for the past fortnight, they lived joyously, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, dedicating each day to their training. My dear Suner is so sweet. Whoever marries her shall be exceedingly fortunate, Xiao Huo remarked, grasping Suner's delicate hand, his heart swelling with joy as he admired her flawless cheek. Is there anyone who praises themselves so? It has been half a month. We should truly dedicate ourselves to our cultivation, Suner pouted, noting Xiao Huo's lack of effort in training. Each day, he seemed more intent on teasing her, though she found happiness in this. She had never been one for rigorous training, and now, with Xiao Huo by her side, she had indeed become rather complacent. Xunia, let's cultivate together, Xiao Huo beamed, and they resumed their practice side by side. Unbeknownst to them, another fortnight passed by swiftly. Time spent with cherished Suner flew, and she had successfully advanced to the level of an 8-star Do fighter, her aura growing more stable. As night fell, observing the slumbering Suner beside him, Xiao Huo stepped outside, gazing at the moonlit sky, and opened a message from the system sister. A month had elapsed, and he had yet to peruse the task she had sent, for with Suner, he felt no passage of time. The beauty of dear Suner surpassed that of countless women in the modern world, pure, immaculate, and possessing a brilliance that was both enchanting and astute. Each day, she donned a different attire for his admiration. Ding. Host brother, you've finally opened the message. How does it feel to be with Suner? The system sister's voice chimed. Quite delightful, though I cannot engage in certain activities with Suner, Xiao Huo sighed, lamenting that he had yet to truly pursue her. Their relationship had grown intimate, yet remained undefined. He, host brother, seems to have a lot on his mind. You haven't sought me out in this past month, the system sister replied, a hint of grievance in her tone, though most of her time was spent in repose. Having bestowed so many gifts upon her host, she remained in a weakened state, only able to alleviate it through level upgrades, which felt like a mere drop in the ocean. Only by reaching level 5 could she attain a measure of safety, escaping her prolonged slumber. Feeling jealous? I'll elevate you to the highest level, so we can be together every day, Xiao Huo chuckled. Having sensed the system's sister's allure, he would protect her henceforth. Not at all. Host brother merely needs to focus on completing tasks, she replied. Ding. The main task has been issued. Would you like to check it? It concerns news about Miss Yufei and Miss Xiao Mei, as well as the impending return of Xiao Yu. Xiao Huo nodded affirmatively. Of course I must see it. Without completing the task, how shall I protect you? The system's sister smiled gently. Ding. Xiao Mei's favorability towards host brother stands at 79. You must strive to elevate it to 80, though it may prove challenging. Seeing Xiao Huo with Suner had left Xiao Mei disheartened, making it exceedingly difficult to raise that 1 point of favorability. Should the host complete the task, he could earn 500 skill points, allowing her to advance to level 4. Xiao Huo's eyes brightened. Did this mean the task was imperative? Elevating his favorability with Xiao Mei by just 1 point seemed trivial, yet it was of paramount importance. Reaching level 4 brought her closer to level 5. At level 5, he could finally behold the system sister's true beauty. If I elevate you to level 5, will I then get to see you? He inquired with a smile. The system sister nodded softly, though there was a time limit. She could only appear once a month for 10 minutes, provided the host was swift enough. Xiao Huo felt a sense of helplessness. Was he truly that kind of person? Having a 100 favorability with the system sister meant that upon reaching level 5, he could summon her for training. Training. 10 minutes hardly seemed sufficient. Of course, once I reach level 5, I can also lend you a hand, protecting you. The system sister's voice chimed in. Xiao Huo nodded in agreement. It seemed imperative to elevate the system sister to level 5 without delay, securing an additional lifeline for himself. If possible, he could even summon her for other activities. He doubted she would refuse. Ding. The second main task has been issued. Xiao Yan harbored intentions to pursue Yufei, and thus, I implore my esteemed host to thwart him, ensuring that Xiao Yan is deprived of any opportunity, particularly in successfully acquiring the Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid. Note, Xiao Yan's Foundation Establishment Spiritual Liquid differs from the original narrative, as it enables him to ascend from a fighter, bestowing him with 400 skill points. The sweet, melodic voice of the system sister resonated. Xiao Huo could not help but break into a radiant smile. Xiao Yan, you wish to woo Yufei? Is success truly within your grasp? It was high time for him to intervene, prompting the denizens of Wu-Tan City to administer a fitting lesson to Xiao Yan. Should Xiao Yan realize that Yufei is his woman, might he not be driven back to the fighter stage in a fit of rage? Chapter 70. Xiao Yan's Scheme. The following day, Sun Er remained on the mountain, diligently cultivating, while Xiao Huo arrived at the Xiao family residence ahead of her. Numerous disciples cast glances of reverence in his direction. Presently, Xiao Huo stood as the foremost genius of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan had spent the last few days sequestered in his chamber, practicing his skills, anxious about witnessing the affectionate displays between Xiao Huo and Sun Er. How might he elevate his rapport with Xiao Mei? It proved to be quite the challenge. Shaking his head, Xiao Huo recognized that his pursuit of the system's task and the acquisition of skill points compelled him to fulfill this mission. He regretted not having refrained from pursuing Xiao Mei previously. Xiao Huo chuckled, unable to foresee that his half-hearted attempts with Xiao Mei would lead to such a predicament. Although Xiao Mei possessed beauty, with delicate features and a clean disposition, she still paled in comparison to the treasure that was Sun Er. Should he falter this time, the prospect of upgrading the system sister would become exceedingly difficult. Xiao Huo contemplated. This time, he must succeed. Failure is not an option. With a mere 80 rapport, he could only cultivate a friendship with Xiao Mei. However, he had no desire to elevate their rapport to 90. After all, he could not risk bringing Xiao Mei home and facing the inevitable complications should Sun Er discover the truth. Moreover, should he indeed take her home, he would be bound by responsibility. Xiao Huo regarded Xiao Mei merely as a good friend, as he remained devoted to his treasures, Sun Er and Nalan Yanran. Uncertain of the rapport he shared with Sun Er, he inquired, "Is the system sister present?" He had forgotten to ask last time and received no response. Perhaps he would inquire again later. It was time to seek out Xiao Mei. With a smile, Xiao Huo concealed his presence, ensuring that ordinary disciples could not discern him. Within Xiao Mei's chamber, she was engrossed in her cultivation, striving to break through to the 9th stage of fighter. Despite the passage of time, she found herself unable to make the breakthrough. Lacking particularly outstanding talent, she was at a significant disadvantage in her cultivation journey. The mere thought of Xiao Huo and Sun Er would dim the sparkle in her beautiful eyes as she realized the vast chasm that lay between her and Sun Er. How could Xiao Huo ever harbor feelings for her? Xiao Mei's cheeks turned pale, her heart filled with frustration. She had failed yet again in her breakthrough. It had been so long, and she remained stagnant at the 8th stage of fighter. Sun Er had already advanced to fighter, while Xiao Yan had also achieved that status. And Xiao Huo had become a fighter 2 months prior. Only she had been unable to progress. Xiao Huo murmured softly, "When will I be able to catch up to your footsteps, Xiao Huo?" With her back straight and eyes resolute, she vowed to exert every effort despite her lack of talent. At that moment, Xiao Yan approached, casting his gaze upon Xiao Mei. He wore a faint smile, reminiscent of a protagonist feigning righteousness with an air of arrogance. "Xiao Mei, still hard at work with your cultivation?" he inquired, a smile creeping onto his face. After all, he was a transmigrator and had little concern for Xiao Mei. If he could win her over, it might be an enjoyable diversion. His teacher had informed him that employing such cultivation methods would expedite progress, particularly through dual cultivation. Traditional methods would render advancement exceedingly difficult. "Cousin," Xiao Mei replied with a slight bow, her beautiful eyes betraying her displeasure at Xiao Yan's uninvited intrusion into her chamber. "No need to call me cousin. I have come to assist you in your breakthrough," Xiao Yan replied with a nonchalant smile, producing a jade vial that could indeed aid her in her endeavor. However, unbeknownst to her, he had infused the vial with additional substances, ensuring that Xiao Mei would fall into a deep slumber, allowing him to clandestinely indulge himself. In this era devoid of technological oversight, he could freely pursue his desires. Even if Xiao Mei were to discover the truth later, she would never dare to voice it. A glimmer of fervor shone in Xiao Yan's eyes. This was truly an opportune moment. Yafei was notoriously difficult to pursue, but Xiao Mei was easily manageable. With no strings attached, Xiao Mei raised her beautiful eyes and said, "Thank you, but I must decline. I will strive to cultivate on my own." Her voice was soft yet resolute, as she remained determined to exert her utmost effort, despite the challenges. Xiao Yan, however, positioned himself in front of her, asserting, "Your cultivation methods are outdated. Observe me. I was once merely at the 1st stage of fighter, yet now I stand as a 2-star fighter." His pride was palpable, as he reveled in his rapid progression. Through a series of deceptive words, Xiao Mei hesitantly accepted the pill. After all, in her eyes, her cousin had a relatively good character. Indeed, there were no immediate repercussions, and Xiao Mei successfully broke through to the 9th stage of fighter. She gazed in astonishment at her newfound prowess, yet before she could utter a word, a wave of dizziness enveloped her, causing her to faint. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, observing the unconscious Xiao Mei upon the bed, a shadow of sinister glee crossing his features. One must always pay the price for their actions. Did you think this pill would come without a cost? Allow me to fully experience what it means to be a man. With a light chuckle, he mused that after their dual cultivation, his strength would surely amplify. Just then, a silhouette appeared behind Xiao Yan. It was Xiao Huo. "Xiao Yan, you truly surprised me. I never expected you would engage in such conduct. What do you suppose will happen if the clan leader and Sun Er discover this?" Xiao Huo remarked, his gaze cold as he scrutinized Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, in a fit of madness, had indeed crossed a line. Had Xiao Huo not arrived, Xiao Yan might have succeeded. "What are you doing here? Have you come to ruin my plans?" Xiao Yan glared at Xiao Huo, a flicker of anger in his eyes, harboring thoughts of retribution. He had intended to act upon Xiao Mei, but had not anticipated Xiao Huo's timely interference. "Do you truly wish to impede me? What makes you any better? Seeking Xiao Mei alone? Who's to say you don't harbor similar intentions? If you desire her, you may have her first." "I have no interest," Xiao Yan retorted, turning to leave. "Attempting to flee? Do you think everyone is as inept as you? Besides, I have Sun Er and Nalan Yanran. I can engage in whatever I desire daily." Xiao Huo replied coolly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "You're courting death." Xiao Yan's expression darkened further at the taunt, his rage boiling over as he felt the weight of the green hat upon his head, a source of profound resentment. Before he could finish his thought, Xiao Huo struck him with a forceful slap, sending him sprawling. Blood streamed from Xiao Yan's nostrils. With a single strike, Xiao Huo utterly defeated Xiao Yan, demonstrating a complete and overwhelming dominance. Xiao Yan, incapable of mounting any resistance, could only flee in disarray. "Do you truly believe that just because Xiao Huo has driven me away, you can lay a finger on Xiao Mei?" He retorted, "I shall report you to the Grand Elder, exposing your actions with Xiao Mei, and when Sun Er witnesses this, she will be thoroughly disillusioned with you." A smile played at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth, as he felt a surge of confidence that he would undoubtedly succeed this time. Chapter 71, Misunderstanding, Xiao Huo Maish Anger. After Xiao Huo expelled Xiao Yin, he returned to his room, only to be taken aback upon seeing Xiao Mei. Her skirt lay scattered on the floor, along with other feminine garments. Xiao Mei's cheeks were flushed, and she appeared to be in considerable distress. Yet, it was not Xiao Yin who caused this. Rather, it was a special ingredient in the pill that Xiao Yin had concocted, inflicting great torment upon her. Fortunately, I arrived in time, Xiao Huo mused, his gaze turning icy. How cruel Xiao Yin truly is, not even sparing a girl as innocent as Xiao Mei. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Huo draped his coat over Xiao Mei, shielding her modesty. You foolish girl, you must be more cautious. From now on, do not place your trust in Xiao Yin, he advised. Though it was evident that Xiao Mei could not hear his words at that moment, she instinctively embraced Xiao Huo, as if clinging to a lifeline. Her eyes shut tight as tears streamed down her cheeks. All shall be well. Though I am no saint, I would never take advantage of another's misfortune. Xiao Huo reassured her, recognizing that he could easily have taken advantage of her vulnerability, but it was unnecessary. His aim was merely to win her favor and fulfill the system's task. Moreover, Xiao Huo had principles. He would not exploit Xiao Mei while she was unconscious. In a short while, your suffering will cease, he promised, conjuring a faint white light in his hands, an aura seemingly capable of purifying the heart and cleansing the soul. The soft, pale glow enveloped Xiao Mei, and after what felt like an eternity, her breathing finally stabilized, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber. After some time, Xiao Mei slowly opened her beautiful eyes, feeling a chill in the air. Awakening with a start, she scanned her surroundings, only to glance down at her attire, and tears began to fall. No, At that moment, Xiao Mei found herself at a loss for words, her eyes reddening as she instinctively felt she had lost something of utmost value. In this realm, a girl's purity was her most treasured possession. Once lost, she would be subject to scorn and ridicule. Raising her gaze, Xiao Mei beheld Xiao Huo's silhouette, and upon noticing the coat he had draped over her, a surge of rage ignited within her. Why would you do this to me? She questioned him, her tone laced with frost. Despite any feeling she might harbor for Xiao Huo, she could not condone his actions. You're awake? Xiao Huo approached her, a smile unwittingly forming on his lips. Xiao Mei, you are truly quite beautiful and endearing. Do not come any closer. Woo. Xiao Mei lowered her head, sobbing. Though she longed to take revenge on Xiao Huo, she realized she was no match for him, rendered powerless to do anything but weep on the bed. It was Xiao Yin who did this, not I, Xiao Huo clarified, perplexed by her misunderstanding. I refuse to believe it. It was you. Otherwise, how could your coat be draped over me? I never imagined you would stoop so low, Xiao Mei retorted, her voice hoarse as she gazed at Xiao Huo with profound disappointment. Given what he had done, she vowed never to harbor any affection for him again. I drove away Xiao Yin for you. He intended to do unspeakable things, Xiao Huo asserted, casting a glance at Xiao Mei as he waved his hand, releasing a surge of fighting spirit that revealed the very scene that had transpired. Xiao Yin has done all this to me? Xiao Mei felt her mind go blank, as if struck by lightning, realizing she had lost all hope of life. The one who had wronged her was Xiao Yin, and now Xiao Huo was aware of it. How could she possibly continue to live with her dignity shattered? To have the one she admired know that she had been sullied by Xiao Yin left her feeling utterly mortified. If she were to place blame, it would only fall upon her own greed for believing in Xiao Yin's potion. Yet, she had only wished to enhance her abilities and draw closer to Xiao Huo. Woo-woo. Xiao Mei began to cry anew. Seeing her distress, Xiao Huo stepped forward, gently embracing her and caressing her hair, smiling as he said, Fear not. With me around, who could possibly harm you? Xiao Mei's cheeks flushed as she glanced at him. Feeling wronged as she murmured, Did he truly see nothing? If he did, I would rather not live. Xiao Huo chuckled softly. He saw nothing, save for my words. Xiao Mei recalled her attire, her face turning crimson as she shot him an indignant glare. You shameless rogue. She playfully punched him, though it lacked any real force. More release of her pent-up emotions. Change your clothes first, Xiao Huo instructed. Once you are ready, I shall seek you out. Though he had witnessed everything, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation, adhering to his own principles. However, Xiao Mei's reaction to him was starkly different from that directed at Xiao Yin. Were it Xiao Yin who had wronged her, she would have contemplated ending her life. Yet toward Xiao Huo, she merely labeled him as shameless. Xiao Huo chuckled, realizing that the affection he garnered had not been unearned. After a while, Xiao Mei emerged, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze fixated on the ground as she nearly stumbled. Indeed, You are rather attractive, Xiao Huo remarked, though not quite as enchanting as Sun Air. Yet Xiao Mei's earlier demeanor had also revealed a certain beauty, one that surpassed many he had encountered in his previous life. Do not speak such nonsense. Was it truly you? Xiao Mei's innocent gaze met his, a mixture of vulnerability, fear, and a hint of grievance reflected in her eyes. Perhaps I should take responsibility for you? Xiao Huo teased. Who needs your responsibility? Away with you. Xiao Mei's face flushed, realizing that his jest implied a tacit acknowledgement of her predicament. She pondered how she had come to be in such a state, attributing it entirely to that pill. Deep in her heart, she felt a flicker of relief that it was Xiao Huo involved. Had it been anyone else, she would have wished for nothing but to disappear. I'm not angry. After all, I did save you, Xiao Huo chimed in. You shameless rogue, Xiao Mei retorted, delivering another light punch to him, though it lacked any real strength. Will you not accompany Sister Sun Air today? She inquired, a tinge of jealousy creeping into her voice. It had been 2 months since Xiao Huo first sought her out. She had always been left to watch him walk away. Of course, Xiao Huo nodded earnestly. Each night, I must train with my precious Sun Air. Then you may as well leave. I shall pretend that today never happened, Xiao Mei declared, a shadow of melancholy crossing her beautiful eyes. How could she possibly compare to Sister Sun Air? The disparity was too great. You may choose to forget, but I cannot. This time, I have come to present you with some elixirs to aid your ascension to the rank of fighter. You must diligently apply yourself to your cultivation. Do you understand? Xiao Huo gazed earnestly at Xiao Mei. No, Xiao Mei replied softly, turning to leave. That scoundrel Xiao Huo had bullied her, and now he sought to win her over with mere elixirs. She would not be swayed by a handful of pills. You stubborn girl, how dare you refuse? I shall see to it that you accept them today. Xiao Huo chuckled, chasing after her into the room. No matter what, he was determined to provide Xiao Mei with the elixirs to help her break through to the fighter level. In doing so, he would undoubtedly accomplish the system's task, assisting the system's lovely lady in reaching level 4. Chapter 72. Xiao Yan's last counterattack. How dare you? Xiao Mei's beautiful eyes glared at Xiao Huo, a hint of anger evident. If he felt nothing for her, why did he persist in seeking her out? You must accept them. In the future, I will take you to the Jianan Academy for training. You must keep up, Xiao Huo said with a smile, gently ruffling her dark hair. Just watching Xiao Mei grow was enough for him. Those elixirs could never help me break through to the fighter level. My talent is simply too lacking, Xiao Mei lamented, her beautiful eyes dimming. She had never imagined that she could easily ascend to the rank of fighter. Why can't you? My elixirs are unparalleled in the world. Who could possibly compare? Xiao Huo retorted with a smile, his gaze toward Xiao Mei imbued with a hint of tranquility. Such boasting, Xiao Mei scoffed, casting a glance at Xiao Huo. She did not believe that his elixirs were of such high caliber. No exaggeration. This elixir is a qi gathering powder. Unlike ordinary qi gathering powders, this one not only aids in condensing your fighting energy vortex, but also facilitates an immediate breakthrough. It is a 5th-grade elixir, and of the finest quality, Xiao Huo explained, placing a vial of elixir in Xiao Mei's hand. Xiao Mei, being merely a young girl from the Xiao family, had never encountered the wonders of the outside world, let alone 5th-grade elixirs. Even 3rd-grade elixirs were beyond the Xiao family's means. 3rd-grade elixirs commanded astronomical prices at the Maitel auction house. For Xiao Mei, such elixirs were always objects of admiration from afar. 5th-grade elixir? I cannot believe it. Xiao Mei murmured, opening the jade vial. She was utterly astounded as she beheld the elixir within, which emitted a faint glow, refreshing and enticing, as if merely inhaling its aroma could herald her breakthrough. This elixir was indeed a qi gathering powder, and its grade was remarkably high. It was of exquisite quality, far surpassing any elixir she had ever seen, even those brought back by her sister Xiao Yu from the Jianan Academy. Could it be that Xiao Huo was a skilled alchemist? Wow, is it truly a 5th-grade elixir? Where did you acquire it? Xiao Mei's beautiful eyes turned to Xiao Huo, unaware that he was, in fact, a powerful alchemist. Found it outside, Xiao Huo replied with a grin. Are you jesting? Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Mei shot him a glare, indignant. Where could one possibly stumble upon such an elixir? It was nothing short of fantasy. I purchased this elixir, spending all my savings simply to help you break through to the fighter level. Xiao Huo chuckled, refraining from revealing the truth. Should he disclose that he was an alchemist, it would undoubtedly cause a stir within the Xiao family. More importantly, it might captivate Xiao Mei, binding her to him henceforth. What sooner then? It would be prudent to refrain from pursuing Xiao Mei too eagerly, especially since the system's task merely required raising her affection level to 80. Is that so? Then this elixir must be quite valuable, Xiao Mei remarked, her beautiful eyes lifting to meet his. Xiao Huo nodded. Indeed, it is quite valuable, which is why you must take it to ascend to the fighter level. Xiao Mei regarded Xiao Huo, ultimately unable to refuse, and gave a slight nod. Thank you, she said softly, her eyes reflecting newfound determination. Will you also be attending Jianan Academy in the future? Xiao Mei's gaze brightened with joy at the thought of striving to become a fighter and surpassing herself. Yes, I will go, and you must as well, Xiao Huo replied, his smile radiant. Very well, Xiao Mei beamed in return. Let us consume the elixir here. I shall protect you while you do so. And do not trust Xiao Yan in the future, Xiao Huo advised, his expression turning serious. Understood, Xiao Mei nodded, saying nothing more. She was acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Sun. Thus, she resolved to work diligently until she could catch up to Sun, perhaps gaining a measure of confidence. At least in Xiao Huo's presence, she felt a flicker of self-assurance. After consuming the elixir, Xiao Huo immediately began to protect her. Gaining her affection should be a straightforward task, easily surpassing 80. Xiao Mei sat cross-legged on the ground, her beautiful eyes gently closed as she focused her energy, earnestly pursuing her breakthrough, her mind free of distractions, driven solely by her desire to grow stronger. Half an hour later, Xiao Mei had successfully broken through to the fighter level. I did it. I truly am a fighter now, Xiao Mei exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. After meeting Xiao Huo, she felt that her fortune had indeed shifted. The fighters she had once looked up to were now within her reach. Excellent. Keep up the good work, Xiao Huo nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Mei gently tugged at his clothing. What is it? Xiao Huo turned to inquire. May I call you brother, Xiao Huo from now on? Xiao Mei asked softly, her youthfulness and budding affection for him evident. Of course. Xiao Huo chuckled, ruffling her hair again. For the time being, he regarded Xiao Mei as a younger sister, unless the system's lady issued another task. Though Xiao Mei was indeed delightful, he still had Sun and Nalan Yanran to consider. Brother Xiao Huo, thank you, Xiao Mei whispered, her gaze filled with admiration. She wished to express more, but ultimately held her tongue. Simply being able to gaze at Xiao Huo from afar was sufficient. There was no need to desire anything further. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family hall, Xiao Yan was embellishing the events that had just transpired. He recounted how Xiao Huo had knocked Xiao Mei unconscious and proceeded to do something scandalous, exaggerating the tale further with each retelling. What? Such a thing occurred? Xiao Zhan stood abruptly, having believed Xiao Huo to possess commendable character. If he truly had committed such an error, he would not be spared. How could Xiao Huo, with both Nalan Yanran and Xiao Sun, possibly target Xiao Mei? Father, this is absolutely true. If we do not rush to rescue Xiao Mei, she may suffer a terrible fate. This is no trivial matter. If she ends up with child, it would tarnish the reputation of our Xiao family, Xiao Yan urged, his face a mask of urgency. We must investigate, Xiao Zhan agreed, nodding. The three elders present exchanged glances, each wearing a satisfied smile. This was indeed a fortuitous event. To bring Xiao Huo into the fold of the Xiao family and have Xiao Mei take action was nothing short of ideal. If possible, it would also be beneficial for Xiao Yu and Xiao Huo to become friends. Xiao Huo, having lost both parents at a tender age, shares no blood ties with Xiao Mei or Xiao Yu. Yet, his exceptional talent could indeed bring fortune to the Xiao family if he were to cultivate a fruitful relationship with Xiao Mei. The three elders remained taciturn, while Xiao Zhan, filled with a mix of excitement and restraint, felt compelled to investigate further. Should Xiao Huo truly pursue such a course, it would likely lead to Xiao Zhan's disappointment. After all, Xiao Huo could easily propose marriage to Xiao Mei, and Xiao Zhan would undoubtedly acquiesce. Even if Xiao Huo were to act otherwise, he would face no punishment, merely a verbal admonishment at worst. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. If my conjectures are correct, you must be enjoying an intimate moment with Xiao Mei right now. Unexpectedly, I, Xiao Yan, have turned the tables on you. All I need to do is summon Sun and gather every disciple of the Xiao family here. Today, I shall ensure your disgrace. Xiao Yan reveled in this thought, completely oblivious to the advanced technology in Xiao Huo's possession, which allowed him to project images using his Douqi. Chapter 73. The crowd gapes in awe at Xiao Huo at the entrance of Xiao Mei's chamber. A throng of disciples had gathered in curiosity. Numerous young maidens, filled with envy, noted that Xiao Huo had been inside for nearly an hour without emerging. Could it be that Xiao Huo had developed affections for Xiao Mei? Her beauty was striking, and many girls sighed wistfully at the door, lamenting, how wonderful it would be if I could win his heart. I possess both charm and figure. Why does he not notice me? They yearned merely for a chance to seek his guidance in cultivation, yet had never mustered the courage to approach him. Xiao Huo was, after all, a prodigy of the Xiao family, with standards that soared high. Whispers circulated among the young women, clearly eager to get closer to Xiao Huo, many of whom were in the early stages of cultivating Do Qi. A word of advice from him could potentially elevate their own progress. Xiao Yan sneered as he surveyed the crowd, declaring, "Do you truly believe Xiao Huo is a virtuous man? I witnessed him forcibly take Xiao Mei into his chamber. Soon, you will see what he is truly up to. Such a disciple ought to be expelled from the Xiao family." His tone was resolute and confident. Upon hearing this, many of the younger disciples gazed at Xiao Huo with disbelief. They had assumed that he and Xiao Mei were merely in a romantic liaison, not realizing the gravity of Xiao Yan's allegations. "Xiao Yan, is what you say true? Impossible. Xiao Huo is not that kind of person. How could he act so toward Xiao Mei? If Xiao Huo truly were that sort of individual, I would have misjudged him entirely. He already has Xiao Suner by his side. Why would he force himself upon another girl?" Anger flickered in the eyes of many disciples, as they regarded Xiao Huo as a legitimate genius, unmatched in their eyes. If he were indeed guilty of such actions, the perception of him would plummet. Xiao Yan, smirking inwardly, found it hard to believe that Xiao Huo could escape unscathed. After all, the pills he had given Xiao Mei were potent, and no one from the Xiao family could counteract their effects. Even if Xiao Huo were reluctant, Xiao Mei would likely take the initiative. Regardless of the rationale, Xiao Huo would be the target of public scorn. "Xiao Huo, prepare yourself for despair," Xiao Yin thought, relishing the prospect of making Xiao Huo experience the wrath of all the Xiao family members, even if he were the family's greatest prodigy. Once word of this incident spread throughout Wutan City, Xiao Huo would find it impossible to continue living in peace. Xiao Zhan and the three elders approached Xiao Mei's chamber, aware that should this matter come to light, it would greatly tarnish their family's reputation. Xiao Zhan knocked on the door, with the three elders standing behind him and numerous Xiao family disciples outside. Patriarch Xiao Huo opened the door with a calm smile, as if he had anticipated this moment. "Xiao Huo, you cannot be serious about compromising Xiao Mei's purity at such a crucial juncture in her cultivation. There is no need to rush. In time, she shall be yours," the elder said softly as he stepped inside. Should this situation be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, it could severely damage the reputation of both Xiao Huo and the Xiao family. What has transpired? Xiao Huo feigned ignorance, glancing around to see Xiao Yin and a multitude of disciples approaching with an aggressive demeanor. Xiao Yin coldly retorted, "Xiao Huo, you have committed a grave transgression by tarnishing your cousin's virtue. How could someone like you remain in the Xiao family?" Many disciples regarded Xiao Huo with skepticism, awaiting his response. Numerous young maidens, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, could not believe that Xiao Huo would act in such a manner. "Xiao Mei is incredibly beautiful. How could I possibly tarnish her dignity?" Xiao Huo replied with a faint smile, knocking on Xiao Mei's door. A young woman soon emerged from the room. "Patriarch, in this past half hour, I have assisted Xiao Mei in breaking through to the Doshi level," Xiao Huo announced with a smile. Xiao Mei nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes scanning the crowd before glancing at Xiao Huo. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly added, "Brother Xiao Huo is so kind. He even taught me how to cultivate." Instantly, many disciples gasped in astonishment. In just half an hour, he enabled Xiao Mei to reach the Doshi level. How is this possible? Everyone around drew in a sharp breath. Previously, Xiao Mei's cultivation was merely at the 8th stage of Do Qi, and despite attempts from Xiao Zhan and the three elders, she had not made any progress for over a month. Yet with Xiao Huo's arrival, she had directly advanced to Do Shi. Do Shi was the true gateway to the martial arts realm. Xiao Mei had now surpassed many disciples of the Xiao family, as very few had achieved this level. Xiao Suner, Xiao Huo, and Xiao Yu had all entered the Doshi level. Now, Xiao Mei joined their ranks. Another genius had emerged from the Xiao family, all thanks to Xiao Huo. Is this true? Doshi? My heavens, she really is Doshi. The elder's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at Xiao Mei. "Ha ha, our Xiao family has gained another prodigy. From this day forth, who would dare to underestimate us in Wutan City?" The second elder chimed in. Xiao Zhan nodded eagerly, gazing at Xiao Huo with satisfaction. Xiao Huo's talent was indeed astounding. If he could guide other disciples in their cultivation, every member of the Xiao family might ascend to Doshi. This was truly remarkable. "Xiao Huo, how did you achieve this?" Xiao Zhan's gaze was filled with admiration as he regarded Xiao Huo, recognizing not only his own formidable talent, but also his ability to uplift the other disciples of the Xiao family. It was merely Xiao Mei's time to break through. Xiao Huo smiled lightly, responding nonchalantly. Nonsense. It was all thanks to Brother Xiao Huo's patient guidance, Xiao Mei said, slightly bowing as her beautiful eyes glanced at Xiao Huo, her heart fluttering with joy, unknowingly deepening her affection for him. The remaining disciples watched in awe as Xiao Mei spoke so fondly of Xiao Huo, their admiration palpable. Heavens! Xiao Mei has advanced. I wish to train alongside Xiao Huo. Perhaps I too could ascend to the realm of fighters. I wonder what level Xiao Huo has achieved. He must be exceptionally strong by now. I want to follow my brother Xiao Huo in his training. Hee. Cousin Xiao Ning, we're close. Want you intercede for me? Xiao Ning, standing nearby, couldn't he help but feel envious. Despite his arduous training, he still found himself far from the fighter level. While Xiao Huo and Xiao Mei had already left him in their wake, all eyes were fixed on Xiao Huo and Xiao Mei, save for Xiao Yan, who stood in the wind, feeling disheveled. He had anticipated that Xiao Huo and Xiao Mei would be intimate, but he never expected Xiao Mei to have progressed to a fighter. How could this be? His elixirs should not have failed. They were meant to incapacitate Xiao Mei for 12 hours. Originally, Xiao Yan planned to take advantage of those 12 hours to consume Xiao Mei bit by bit. Yet here she was so lively. There was only one possibility. Xiao Huo and Xiao Mei must have engaged in that kind of affair. It could only be that. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and spotted a familiar silhouette. Not far away, a graceful figure clad in purple arrived. Xiao Suner had finally come. Xiao Yan chuckled coldly within. Everything regarding Xiao Huo had been deduced by him, and soon he would unveil Xiao Huo's true nature before Suner. Chapter 74. The Arrival of Beloved Suner, Xiao Yan's Anger. Suner's autumn-like, clear eyes gazed at Xiao Huo with a hint of longing. She had anticipated that her brother Xiao Huo would return home in the evening. Yet unable to wait, she came to find him herself. Brother Xiao Huo, Suner said with a sweet smile, moving to stand beside him. Clad in a flowing purple gown, she stood gracefully against the wind, exuding an ethereal elegance. The ribbon tied around her waist accentuated her delicate figure, standing tall and untainted by dust. She had grown even more beautiful. Suner, you silly girl, why didn't you wait for me at home? Xiao Huo laughed, stepping forward to take Suner's fair hand, feeling a sense of longing as well. Typically, they could be on the mountain together, resting against Suner's long legs, cultivating, practicing, laughing, and savoring the beauty of life. After all, Suner's long legs were truly warm. It's been so long since Brother Xiao Huo returned to find me, Suner said, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she stood beside him, no longer caring about appearances. Though she verbally denied being Xiao Huo's girlfriend, her daily actions bore no difference from that of one. Everyone watching Suner's affectionate demeanor towards Xiao Huo couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, especially Xiao Yan, who turned pale. When Xiao Huo was absent, he had focused solely on training and neglected to cultivate feelings with Suner, and now he regretted it deeply. How could this be? The bond between Xiao Huo and Suner was simply too strong. Xiao Yan's gaze fixed on Xiao Suner, filled with boundless fury. Suner, you naive girl, don't be deceived by Xiao Huo. Do you know what he did to Xiao Mei? Xiao Mei has broken through to become a fighter. Yet before that breakthrough, Xiao Huo and Xiao Mei were in the same room. I saw with my own eyes as Xiao Huo took Xiao Mei's clothes. Upon hearing this, everyone shot incredulous glances at Xiao Yan. He had the audacity to speak such words so brazenly. Xiao Mei's eyes turned cold as she looked at Xiao Yan, shocked that he would use the elixir he gave her to falsely accuse Xiao Huo. What does this have to do with you? Suner's gaze toward Xiao Yan was icy. She believed in her brother Xiao Huo. He would never commit such acts. Even if he had, Suner wouldn't mind. Brother Xiao Huo can do as he pleases. This matter has nothing to do with you. Suner glanced at Xiao Yan, then took the initiative to link her arm with Xiao Huo's. What brother Xiao Huo does it even matter? She cherished her brother Xiao Huo, and that was enough. Xiao Yan looked at Suner, feeling a sense of strangeness and heartbreak. Suner had completely become Xiao Huo's. Why did fate treat him so cruelly? He had lost Suner. Even through such means, she would defend Xiao Huo. Sister Suner, I have no intention of competing with you, Xiao Mei said, stepping closer to Suner, lightly pursing her lips. How could she dare compete with Suner? To be able to admire Xiao Huo from afar was sufficient. I believe in you. Suner smiled brightly at Xiao Mei, who clearly harbored feelings for Xiao Huo. Standing beside Xiao Huo, Suner smiled gently, stating, if brother Xiao Huo desires, I have no objections. Xiao Huo felt a hint of danger at her words, responding, having my Suner is enough. Suner looked at him with a soft smile, unconcerned. As long as brother Xiao Huo was happy, she would support him. Certainly, Xiao Huo's response brought her immense joy. Many disciples observed Xiao Mei, all of whom were from the Xiao family and understood precisely who she was. Xiao Mei had rejected the affections of countless suitors. How could she casually engage in such acts with Xiao Huo? A simple clarification from Xiao Mei made the many disciples realize the truth. Xiao Yan dared to slander Xiao Huo. How could Xiao Huo, with his character, ever do anything to Xiao Mei? Indeed, during that half hour, Xiao Mei had advanced to the fighter level, achieving what many had failed to do in months. How could she have engaged in such actions? Many disciples spoke up, unwaveringly siding with Xiao Huo, for they recognized him as the true genius of the Xiao family, a genuine prodigy. If they could earn Xiao Huo's favor and receive his guidance in their training, perhaps they too could ascend to the fighter realm. Numerous disciples have sought the aid of Xiao Huo, willing to pay any price, even sacrificing their most treasured possessions without a second thought. In the realm of cultivation, martial prowess reigns supreme. Strength is everything. Without power, one is reduced to a mere insect, subject to the whims of others. Xiao Zhan cast a cold glance at Xiao Yan and remarked, slandering a fellow disciple. Do you understand the consequences? Return and reflect in solitude. The three elders also regarded Xiao Yan with disfavor. Xiao Yan, feeling increasingly agitated, realized that no one believed him. Why was it so? Xiao Huo smiled faintly and casually conveyed a message to the Grand Elder, whose expression shifted as he looked gravely at Xiao Huo. So it was true that this matter was instigated by Xiao Yan. Furthermore, Xiao Huo possessed evidence. Patriarch, take Xiao Yan back to the hall. Since you claim it was Xiao Huo, let me investigate thoroughly, the Grand Elder stated, directing his gaze at Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan's expression also changed. Could it be that the one truly desiring to harm Xiao Mei was Xiao Yan? No, surely I'm mistaken. Xiao Yan, feeling guilty, contemplated fleeing, fearing that a deeper investigation might lead to his own exposure. Mistaken? At this point, do you still wish to escape? Xiao Huo's icy smile fell upon Xiao Yan. Were it not for his timely arrival today, Xiao Mei might have already fallen victim to Xiao Yan. How dare he slander him? Today, Xiao Yan would pay the price. Chapter 75. Closing the door to beat the dog. Xiao Yan is struck again. In the hall, Xiao Zhan and the three elders of Xiao clan were seated at the upper end. Xiao Huo held Sun-Er's hand, also present in the hall, while Xiao Yan appeared flustered, having not anticipated being forcibly brought to this place. Xiao Huo did not wish to present the evidence publicly, as Xiao Mei was still a girl. However, Xiao Yan must face punishment. Today, he must be dealt with. Having gone over a month without receiving a proper lesson, Xiao Yan had grown far too comfortable, forgetting what pain felt like. Xiao Huo had initially been disinclined to confront Xiao Yan, but with him presenting himself on a silver platter, it was only fitting to reward him appropriately. Xiao Yan, is what you said true? Xiao Zhan inquired, scrutinizing Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan could provide evidence, he might sway public opinion. If not, he would be guilty of tarnishing Xiao Mei's reputation. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Huo, then at Sun-Er, stealing his resolve. After all, it was merely a fabrication of his own making, and since no one had witnessed it, he could adamantly claim. What could Xiao Huo do to him? Yes, undoubtedly true. Xiao Huo, are you now too cowardly to admit your own deeds? Xiao Yan's gaze bore into Xiao Huo, wishing he could see him perish on the spot. He had stolen his Sun-Er, humiliated him, and sent wild boars chasing after him under the guise of training. Sun-Er remained silent, unfazed by others' judgments of Xiao Huo. The one she cherished, Xiao Yan, held no right to critique him. Xiao Yan, you are truly amusing. Take a good look. I have recorded all your actions, Xiao Huo stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yan. In that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Yan. Could it be that Xiao Huo truly had records? If he could present them, everything Xiao Yan had done would be laid bare before the three elders, and Sun-Er would undoubtedly be further disenchanted with him. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh. What you've done is your affair. I have cultivation to attend to. Xiao Zhan's stern voice rang out. Halt. Xiao Huo, if you possess evidence, present it. If Xiao Yan is indeed slandering, I shall not let him go unpunished. The Xiao clan will not spare him. Xiao Huo lifted his gaze slightly, his hand moving. Instantly, a scene materialized before everyone's eyes. Xiao Yan attempting to harm Xiao Mei, offering her pills, only to be intercepted by the arriving Xiao Huo. Cousin Xiao Yan, it is not that I lack reason. Now what do you have to say? Xiao Huo smiled faintly, stepping forward to block Xiao Yan's exit from the hall. Such was the nature of closing the door to strike the dog. No, this is false. I did not do it, I did not. Panic flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. He had never anticipated that Xiao Huo could unveil everything that had transpired through his fighting spirit. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt a deep sense of dread. How could Xiao Huo have done this? Had Xiao Huo been present when he sought out Xiao Mei? If so, then Xiao Huo had truly ensnared him. Once again, he had been outmaneuvered by Xiao Huo. You set a trap for me. Seeking death. In a blind panic, Xiao Yan charged toward Xiao Huo, wishing to avoid the piercing gazes of Xiao Zhan and the three elders. The recent scene had made him wish he could vanish into the ground. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan glared fiercely, launching a punch at Xiao Huo. In his eyes, there was still a hint of pride. He was a formidable existence, having broken through to the Doja realm over the past month. Naturally, he sought vengeance against Xiao Huo. The 8 extremes collapse was a technique he took great pride in. 8 extremes collapse. I shall make you suffer. Sun blushed at his words, glancing at Xiao Huo. Though she did not comprehend fully, she sensed that her brother Xiao Huo was playing a wicked game. Boom! Clouds of dust erupted around them as the shockwaves of their fists clashed. The 3 elders of the Xiao clan rose to their feet simultaneously. This was the first time Xiao Yan faced Xiao Huo in direct combat. A scream pierced the air as a figure was sent flying, crashing into a wooden table. Xiao Yan fell to the ground, his clothes torn, clutching a certain area of his body in agony, his expression contorted in pain, feeling as though that single punch had shattered his very essence. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, and Xiao Yan curled up on the ground. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yan lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Xiao Huo. A flicker of fear in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had unleashed all his strength in that attack. The full power of the 8 extremes collapse was formidable, capable of shattering even a boulder. Yet, Xiao Huo's punch surpassed his in might. How could this be? How could he have been defeated? Xiao Yan's complexion turned pale as he examined his fists, which had begun to bruise, the force of Xiao Huo's strike having found its mark. No. Xiao Yan gently touched the area, but searing pain shot through him, nearly causing him to black out. Xiao Huo, you're truly ruthless. Would that part of him ever heal? No, it couldn't be. A murderous intent flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. If that were true, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Xiao Yan collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair, while Xiao Huo remained poised and unperturbed, as though nothing had transpired. The disparity between them was stark. At that moment, the 3 elders finally regained their senses, their icy gazes fixed upon Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, how dare you harbor such intentions toward Xiao Mei? And to further slander Xiao Huo. The Grand Elder dealt Xiao Yan a resounding slap. Xiao Yan yearned to defend himself, yet found himself utterly speechless, consumed only by an intense loathing for Xiao Huo. The second elder stepped forward, delivering another sharp strike to Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan howled in agony. He could not contain himself, driven by a desire to possess Xiao Mei completely. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Huo had been waiting in ambush, ready to ensnare him? In that moment, regret flooded Xiao Yan's heart. Had he known, he would never have entertained such thoughts about Xiao Mei. Xiao Zhan's face had long since darkened with fury. His son, Xiao Yan, had proven to be such a disappointment. Unfilial son, you have brought me nothing but shame. Bring forth the board. Today, I shall personally teach this wayward child a lesson, and no one shall hinder me, Xiao Zhan declared, producing a massive plank with which he aimed a fierce blow at Xiao Yan. Pain surged through Xiao Yan, accompanied by an unending sense of humiliation. As he endured the beating, Xiao Sun stood by, watching. Xiao Yan dared not lift his head, unable to fathom the depth of her disappointment. It hurts. Another strike fell, and Xiao Yan cried out, his gaze finally rising to meet Xiao Sun's. He sought to discern her expression. If there was even a hint of sympathy in her eyes, it would bring him solace, for at least he would know that she still held some regard for him. However, when Xiao Yan finally looked up, he found that the depths of Xiao Sun's eyes were filled solely with Xiao Huo. Xiao Sun did not cast him a single glance.